Chapter 1: The Age of Beast Souls. Yulong Academy. All the students gathered on the playground to participate in the annual awakening ceremony. On the awakening platform, students lined up to complete the awakening ceremony. Wang Yan, awakening successful. Awakening of D-level talent, physique enhancement. Awakening of a D-rank beast soul, mutated demon wolf. As Wang Yan successfully awakened, murmurs of discussion arose from the audience. With both talent and beast soul at D-level, I'm afraid I won't even be able to find a job in the future. My life is ruined. I'll only ever be relegated to the lowest rung of society. Unable to bear the blow, Wang Yan ran off the stage in tears. He Huan stared blankly at the scene before him, his heart filled with horror. Where is this place? He Huan was originally a maintenance technician at a nuclear power plant. 1 second ago, he was repairing the generator set. The next second, I found myself in this unfamiliar world. Just as I was wondering, a memory suddenly flooded my mind. 1,000 years ago, a meteorite fell from the sky and struck the blue planet. Subsequently, the Zerg army attacked, and humanity faced an unprecedented catastrophe. Just as humanity was on the verge of extinction, the most outstanding humans gradually awakened and gained an unprecedented ability. At the age of 20, humans can awaken a talent and a beast soul. They can also unleash the beast soul fusion technique, fusing beast souls to unleash unparalleled and powerful combat strength. A meteorite falls from the sky, awakening, talent, beast soul fusion skill. He Huan's face was filled with shock. I've traveled through time. He Huan transmigrated to the beast soul world. None of the teachers and classmates around He Huan noticed anything unusual about her. Their attention was entirely focused on the awakening platform. Next up, Jiang Shihan. A scantily clad girl stepped onto the awakening platform. Under the teacher's guidance, place your hands on the awakening crystal. The next second, the awakening crystal burst forth with a dazzling light. As the light faded, a giant white dog nearly 2 meters long appeared before Jiang Shihan. Jiang Shihan, awakening successful. Awakening of the S-rank talent Bloodlust Berserk. Awakening of the S-rank beast soul, Flame Pomeranian. These words shocked the entire audience. What? Both talent and beast soul are S-rank? That's incredible. The last time our school had 2 S-level awakened individuals was 10 years ago. It's absolutely terrifying. I remember there was a boy in class 3 with an S-rank beast soul. If they were to fuse beast souls, their future would be limitless. Who says otherwise? But I heard that Jiang Shihan already has a boyfriend. He Huan was intently eavesdropping on the conversations of those around him. However, he soon noticed a problem. Why are you all staring at me? Before anyone else could answer, Jiang Shihan had already walked up to He Huan. He Huan, let's break up. He Huan pointed at herself, looking completely bewildered. We? Break up? The next second, He Huan finally found the answer in the fragments of memory. So, I'm Jiang Shihan's boyfriend. Jiang Shihan thought he didn't want to break up, and said arrogantly, of course, we're breaking up. You're no longer good enough for me. I am a noble double S-class awakener, while you are just an ordinary person. From now on, you and I are no longer from the same world. These words caused an uproar in the audience. Jiang Shihan went too far. She actually broke up with He Huan in front of so many people. Otherwise, how could He Huan possibly be worthy of being Jiang Shihan's boyfriend? That's right. This is an incredible double S-level awakened individual. Ordinary people can't even dream of it. Hearing the whispers of those around her, Jiang Shihan became even more smug. He Huan, I'm breaking up with you for your own good. I hope you can be realistic. The gap between us will only widen in the future. If you want to maintain your dignity, that's fine. If you don't, I can only help you maintain your dignity. As she finished speaking, a fierce glint appeared in Jiang Shihan's eyes. The threat was made no attempt to conceal. He Huan felt no emotion whatsoever upon hearing this. After all, He Huan had just transmigrated to this world and had not yet fully digested the memories in her mind. He Huan had absolutely no feelings for Jiang Shihan. Whether they break up or not, He Huan doesn't care. He just wanted this scumbag woman to pay the price. He Huan smiled dismissively. I haven't undergone the awakening ceremony yet. Aren't you afraid that I'm also a double S rank, or even stronger? Jiang Shihan burst out laughing. He Huan, you're really good at joking. Do you want to hear what you're saying? In the entire Jade Dragon Academy, I am the only double S rank awakener in the past 10 years. you still want to surpass me? That's just wishful thinking. He Huan didn't argue. Okay, I agree to break up with you. But don't regret it. Jiang Shihan laughed loudly. I'll regret it? That's hilarious. He Huan, you are as arrogant as ever. However, I still want to thank you for not pestering me relentlessly. After saying that, Jiang Shihan left triumphantly. Like a proud rooster. He Huan's attention returned to the awakening ceremony. As Jiang Shihan said, the probability of an S-class appearance is extremely low. Not to mention that both his talent and beast soul have reached S-level. Even the single S-class didn't appear. More than a dozen people completed their awakenings, and they were all C-level or D-level. He Huan couldn't help but sigh, the probability of getting a high-level beast soul is so low. If I could awaken a high-level beast soul, wouldn't I be able to perform beast soul fusion techniques with multiple girls? Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, someone poured cold water on his enthusiasm. If you don't want to die, quickly give up this idea. The speaker was Wang Pengzi, a classmate. Fatty Wang continued, the beast soul fusion technique can only fuse 2 beast souls. After the beast souls are fused, the boys will have to go to the battlefield to fight against the insectoid race, where the probability of dying is extremely high. If fusing with a single female beast soul is this bad, imagine what it would be like with multiple ones. If you don't want to die, you might as well give up on this idea. Upon hearing this, He Huan was immediately dumbfounded. Died in battle? Although he already guessed the answer, He Huan still couldn't help but confirm again, what does died in battle mean? Fatty Wang gave a bitter smile. What else can we do? We die, of course. That's why I'm training so hard. Only by increasing my strength can I live a few more days. To be honest, if it weren't for the official regulations, most boys wouldn't want to integrate with girls at all. He Huan secretly wiped the sweat from her forehead. Are there any precedents of someone dying in battle? Fatty Wang gave him a look as if he were looking at an idiot. A lot of. The most terrifying one is our beautiful homeroom teacher, Li Yunxi. Following the direction Wang Pengzi was pointing, He Huan's eyes lit up. Seeing such a beautiful homeroom teacher every day on my way to school would be the most wonderful memory of my life. Just as he was lost in his fantasies, Fatty Wang's voice rang out at an inopportune moment. Li Yunxi, nicknamed Black Widow. Awakened a great beast soul, Thunder Giant Lizard. Now, there are already 3 X's. He Huan was immediately terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. Sure enough, my mother wasn't lying to me. The more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. At that moment, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. The beautiful homeroom teacher, Li Yunxi, looked directly at He Huan and said, Next, He Huan. Chapter 2 Double SSS Talent. It was He Huan's turn to go on stage and awaken. He walked onto the stage with his head down, not daring to look his beautiful homeroom teacher in the eye again. The beautiful homeroom teacher gently reminded her, Don't be nervous, put your hand on the awakening crystal. He Huan was terrified. All I wanted was to finish quickly and leave. He walked quickly to the awakening crystal and raised his hand. The moment the finger touched the awakening crystal, it burst forth with a tremendous golden light. It instantly enveloped the entire awakening platform. Everyone around was instantly dumbfounded. Beautiful homeroom teacher Li Yunxi exclaimed, My God, this is. Principal Li Dongsheng stared at the awakening platform in shock. This light. I've never seen it before. Could it be? Great director Zhong Xiaomeng was overjoyed and excited. SSS-level talent. It's actually the legendary SSS-level talent. The principal jumped up from his chair. Which class is this student from? The dozen or so homeroom teachers around them looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, it was the great director, Zhong Xiaomeng, who gave the answer. It's class 6, a student of teacher Li Yunxi. The principal rushed out the door impatiently. Li Yunxi, this year's Outstanding Teacher Award is definitely hers. The entire Yulong College will be proud of her. Perhaps, in a few years, I'll have to step down and give way to her, haha. On the awakening platform, a huge dialogue box suddenly appeared in front of He Huan. Congratulations on obtaining the strongest beast soul system. Complete the task to receive the corresponding reward. Open the newbie gift pack now to obtain an SSS level talent and unlimited evolution. Obtain an SSS level hidden talent, super fast charging. He Huan was completely bewildered. Infinite evolution is to be expected. Super fast charging? Is that even a legitimate talent? I'm not a phone, why would I need super fast charging? As He Huan continued reading, she suddenly realized what was going on. Infinite evolution, SSS-level talent, granting the beast soul the ability to evolve infinitely. Super fast charging and SSS-level talent converts electrical energy into spiritual power. Charging makes you stronger, increasing charging speed and energy storage by 1,000 times. He Huan was overjoyed. If you can get stronger just by charging, how can anyone else compete? 1,000 times? Is that too much? I'm still so young. Isn't that giving me too much? From fragments of memory, we learn that the technology tree in this world is different from that in the previous life. They took a completely different route. The overall level of development is on par with the previous era, but technology accounts for a very small proportion. Psionic technology derived from beast souls has become mainstream. The power generation is not high, but it is enough. He Huan is also a senior technician at a nuclear power plant. Although I can't build a nuclear power plant by hand, improving power generation efficiency is a piece of cake, thanks to my memories from my previous life. Marrying a beautiful, rich, and successful woman and reaching the pinnacle of life is just around the corner. The beautiful homeroom teacher, Li Yunxi, was dumbfounded. He actually awakened an SSS-level talent. The surrounding classmates also went crazy. SSS-level talent. It's actually an SSS-level talent. I always thought SSS-level talents were legendary, but I never imagined they actually existed, and I actually witnessed one. Zhang Shihan's S-level talent is already monstrous enough, but I never expected He Huan to be even more monstrous. Compared to SSS-level talent, Zhang Shihan is utterly trash. The girls went even crazier. Hey bro, pick me. I have tons of fighting skills. Choose me. I'm an great beast soul, Thunderfire Pegasus, with incredible stamina, and I can withstand your violent fusion. Choose me quickly, I am a water-type beast soul, and I'm the most comfortable to fuse with. Dozens of girls rushed onto the awakening platform and surrounded He Huan. The scene became chaotic at one point. Seeing this, He Huan was immediately at a loss. Wow, you guys are too crazy. Calm down. Just then, an arrogant voice suddenly came from afar. He Huan, come here, I need to have a serious talk with you. Looking in the direction of the voice, the speaker was none other than Zhang Shihan, who had just broken up with He Huan. The dozens of crazy girls fell silent the moment they saw Zhang Shihan. Most of them are B-grade beast souls, with the highest being a grade. Zhang Shihan dared not provoke an S-class beast soul. The girls quickly stepped back, making way for He Huan to pass. However, He Huan remained completely still. Zhang Shihan, we've broken up. You're no longer my girlfriend. You can say whatever you want here. Zhang Shihan stomped her feet in anger, but there was nothing she could do about He Huan. He Huan, I've made up my mind. I'm going to make you my boyfriend. These words caused an uproar in the audience. This Zhang Shihan is really shameless. She actually came back to get back together with He Huan. He Huan, don't agree to her request. This kind of despicable woman deserves to be punished. Sigh, although I say that, after calm analysis, making a contract with Zhang Shihan is still the only correct choice. After all, she is a double S-level awakener. Suddenly, a person rushed out from the crowd and roared at Zhang Shihan. Zhang Shihan, what do you mean? You just agreed to fuse with my beast soul, so why are you saying something like this now? It turns out that this person is Li Chusheng, the S-level beast soul awakener from class 3 and the newly promoted boiling sheep. However, this noble S-class awakened one has now become the laughingstock of the entire school. Zhang Shihan glared fiercely at Fei Yang. Li Chusheng, how can you, an S-level beast soul, compare to my husband? He Huan is an SSS-level awakener. If you know what's good for you, get out of here right now. Even Li Chusheng, the boiling sheep, dared not provoke an SSS-level awakened individual. I could only leave in tears. Just when everyone thought He Huan would agree to Zhang Shihan's request. He Huan sneered, I'm not your boyfriend. Zhang Shihan was furious, but she didn't dare to vent her anger on He Huan. He Huan awakened his SSS-level talent and has become the strongest and most powerful figure in the entire Longsha kingdom. Although the beast soul hasn't awakened yet, it doesn't matter anymore. He Huan's SSS-level talent is infinite evolution. Even a caterpillar can evolve into a dragon. Even if his beast soul is only at the lowest F level, it can still evolve into an SSS-level divine beast and become an unparalleled powerhouse. Only by becoming He Huan's girlfriend can Zhang Shihan reach the pinnacle of her life. It's worth enduring this hardship for a better future. Jiang Shihan took the initiative to lower her stance, saying, "Oh, He-Huan, are you still angry with me? I was just testing you, I didn't really want to break up with you. Putting aside the facts, aren't you completely without fault? Let's forget about the unpleasant things. Come to my house tonight. My parents aren't home. I have a lot to say to you." He-Huan looked at Jiang Shihan with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot. Jiang Shihan was extremely embarrassed, but she could only continue to lower her stance. She forcefully took He-Huan's arm and whispered, "You know, I like." As luck would have it, Jiang Shihan's whispers were picked up by the fixed microphone. The news spread throughout the entire school. The school leaders who had just walked over were immediately speechless. Jiang Shihan's innocent image collapsed instantly. However, he still had to flatter He-Huan, saying, "I'm the only SSS-level awakener in the whole school. If you don't fuse with my beast soul, who else can you fuse with?" Chapter 3: He-Huan's Beast Soul. Indeed, that is the biggest problem right now. Jiang Shihan knew this perfectly well, which is why she relentlessly pursued He-Huan. The best way is not to fuse with beast souls. Fatty Wang once said that women only slow down my sword drawing speed. He-Huan didn't want to find an ancestor for herself. However, things didn't go as planned, and the system notification suddenly disrupted He-Huan's plans. Ding, a newbie quest has been issued, The Rise of Beast Souls. Please find the hidden SSS-level Beast Soul Awakener and fuse with their Beast Soul within the specified time. During the mission, you will be granted a special Beast Soul fusion skill for a limited time. If the mission is successful, the host will be rewarded with a permanent special Beast Soul fusion skill, 1 forced fusion, and 1 Beast Soul evolution gem. A special Beast Soul fusion technique that allows fusion even without a Beast Soul. You'll receive a reward for accepting the task. Successful mission, even greater rewards. There is no penalty for failing the mission. Although He-Huan wanted to maintain the speed at which he drew his sword. However, there is no reason to give up the system rewards and SSS-level Beast Souls. Receive the task. In an instant, the whole world went dark. All that remained in sight was a huge SSS-level icon. It was dazzling and eye-catching, as if afraid He-Huan wouldn't see it. Following the SSS-level icon, He-Huan was immediately taken aback. Li Yunci, a grade beast soul, Thunder Giant Lizard. It can evolve into an SSS grade beast soul, 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon. The beautiful homeroom teacher, Li Yunci, is actually a hidden SSS-level beast soul. However, when He-Huan thought of Li Yunci's nickname Black Widow, she still hesitated. Black Widow's combat record is verifiable, but my strength is unknown, so it's best not to touch her for now. Continuing their search, they unexpectedly found another hidden SSS-level beast soul. Lin Wanqing, F-grade beast soul, Qingqiu White Fox, can evolve into SSS grade beast soul, Qingqiu Nine-tailed Fox. He-Huan pushed Jiang Shihan away. They rushed straight toward the SSS-level icon. The teachers and students in the room were all completely bewildered, staring blankly at He-Huan. The school leaders were also completely baffled. He could only follow He-Huan, crossing the entire playground together until they reached the very back of the crowd. I saw Lin Wanqing huddled in the corner. Lin Wanqing, who awakened an F-level beast soul, was ostracized by her classmates. I could only hide at the back of the crowd. There was no one within a dozen meters. This creates a huge vacuum region. It's as if getting close to her will bring bad luck. He-Huan ignored everything and went straight to Lin Wanqing. Under Lin Wanqing's questioning gaze, He-Huan extended his hand. "Lin, would you be willing to fuse with my beast soul?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing was immediately shocked. He looked at He-Huan with an incredulous expression. The people around were stunned when they heard this. Has He-Huan gone mad? An awakened one with SSS-level talent actually wants to fuse with a useless F-level beast soul. What was he thinking? Was his cerebellum controlling his brain, and he chose Lin Wanqing because she's the school's #1 beauty? The school leaders were furious. Grade Director Zhang Xiaoming sternly reprimanded, "He-Huan, you cannot fuse with Lin Wanqing's beast soul. Did you even consult the teacher before making this decision? How dare you make such a decision on your own?" Principal Li Dongxing put on a kind expression. "Student He, fusing with a beast soul is a major event and cannot be rushed. Let's wait for the school leaders to hold a meeting and discuss it before making a decision." The beautiful homeroom teacher, Li Yunci, also advised, "He-Huan, I know you and Lin Wanqing are close. However, the fusion of beast souls is a major event that will determine your future. You can't let your emotions cloud your judgment. Jiang Shihan also ran over. He Huan, if you want to upset me, you don't need to find an F-level trash like her. I don't believe you'll fuse with her. Everyone thought He Huan did this just to spite Jiang Shihan. Don't mention He Huan, an SSS-level awakened one. Even a D-level awakened would never choose Lin Wanqing. F-level awakeners are at the very bottom of this world. Dalits, untouchables. Even D-level awakened individuals can be arrogant and haughty in front of Lin Wanqing. Not only did her teachers and classmates think this way, but Lin Wanqing herself also thought so. He Huan, I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot merge with you. I am an F-rank beast soul, I cannot hold you back. Jiang Shihan is your best choice. You should integrate with her. Everyone around breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Wanqing disagrees, He Huan will be unable to fuse with the beast soul. He Huan was inexplicably moved upon hearing this. She's such a good girl, even when she's in deep trouble herself, she's still thinking about others. Lin Wanqing is 10,000 times better than Jiang Shihan. His resolve strengthened, I must merge with you. Upon hearing this, the school leaders became tense again. Under no circumstances should He Huan and Lin Wanqing be allowed to merge. Even if it means using force, we must stop it. The principal glanced at everyone around him without making a sound, and everyone understood and acted according to the principal's signal. At the critical moment, a burst of laughter rang out from the crowd. You bunch of idiots. The speaker was none other than Li Chusheng, the newly promoted member of the Boiling Sheep team. Li Chusheng squeezed through the crowd and walked up to the principal. Principal, you're really getting senile. You're treating trash like a treasure. I was dazzled by the SSS-level talent. Why don't you keep reading and see what He Huan's beast soul is? The principal was still completely baffled. The infinite evolution of SSS-level talents is too overpowered. Even a worm can evolve into a dragon. Therefore, everyone overlooked He Huan's beast soul. Subconsciously, everyone believes that beast souls are unimportant. Even the lowest grade F-level beast soul can evolve into an SSS-level beast soul. It wasn't until Li Chusheng reminded them that everyone looked back at the awakening crystal. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. The principal was immediately shocked. How could this be? How could this be? The other school leaders and teachers were also dumbfounded. However, most students were still in the dark, wondering, what exactly happened? The principal remained silent, but Li Chusheng couldn't wait to speak. The biggest problem is that He Huan doesn't have a beast soul at all. He is the biggest joke in human history. 1 second ago, he awakened his SSS-level talent, infinite evolution, displaying unparalleled prowess, standing out from the crowd, and looking down upon the world. The next second, he discovered with despair that he did not have a beast soul. Even an F-grade beast soul would be good. Even something lower than F-grade would be acceptable. But He Huan just doesn't have a beast soul. His SSS grade talent for infinite evolution is just a decoration. Ha ha. The crowd erupted in an uproar. No beast souls? No beast souls. A terrifying SSS-level talent possessor who doesn't even have a beast soul? Everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts, lamenting the cruel twist of fate. Hearing the whispers of the students around them, the school leaders all turned ashen-faced. A useless student managed to outwit all the school leaders. Grade Director Zhong Xiaomeng gritted her teeth. Principal Li Dongxing's face was ashen. Chapter 4 My beautiful school beauty deskmate. Only the beautiful homeroom teacher, Li Yunxi, was still making a final effort. Perhaps there's some hidden story. Maybe after He Huan uses the Beast Soul fusion technique with others, his SSS-level talent will evolve infinitely and can also help others. Li Chusheng, not one to back down, immediately retorted sarcastically, Teacher Li, do you want to hear what you're saying? It is indeed possible, but the prerequisite is that He Huan needs a Beast Soul. Without a Beast Soul, how can he fuse with others, let alone help them evolve? The beautiful homeroom teacher, Li Yunxi, was still unwilling to give up. Principal, you are so knowledgeable and experienced, please say something. The principal didn't say a word, just snorted and turned to leave. Silence is also a form of response. This shows that, in the principal's mind, He Huan had already been sentenced to death. Even though he was the second SSS-level awakener in the history of Longxia. It can only be classified as garbage. 1 second ago, the principal was worried that He Huan was ruining his future by fusing with an F-level trash beast soul. The next second, the principal discovered that He Huan didn't have a beast soul at all. He's the biggest piece of trash. Of all the people present, only He Huan remained calm. There was even a little bit of happiness. So this is the system's true intention. I was wondering why the system rewarded me with a special Beast Soul fusion skill. So, the special Beast Soul fusion technique was designed specifically for me since I don't have a Beast Soul. Although I don't have a Beast Soul, I can still fuse with one. We haven't suffered any benefits or losses from the fusion of Beast Souls. I can fuse with the souls of many people. As for being exploited, there's no need to worry at all. I also have a hidden talent, super fast charging. It gets stronger when charged, and it's great value for money. What is the price of a spirit stone, and what is the price of electricity? The energy contained in one spirit stone is approximately equal to 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity. However, a spirit stone is worth more than 1,000 yuan, while a kilowatt-hour of electricity costs only 50 cents. He Huan showed no sign of disappointment. On the contrary, she was overjoyed. Upon learning that He Huan did not possess a beast soul, Jiang Shihan abandoned He Huan once again and turned to Li Chusheng. Brother Chusheng, you're amazing. You saw through He Huan's lie right away. Brother Chusheng, I can't wait to fuse my beast soul with you. Brother Chusheng, don't be angry anymore, okay? Li Chusheng fell for the repeated calls of Brother Chusheng. Especially that last sentence, which completely extinguished the anger in my heart. He couldn't wait to fuse his beast soul with Jiang Shihan. Upon hearing this, He Huan felt terrible. He Huan felt disgusted at the thought of Jiang Shihan. When you get home, be sure to clean all your belongings thoroughly. However, that's a story for another time. The most important thing now is to fuse the beast soul with Lin Wanqing, the beautiful school beauty and classmate. He Huan forced a smile and spread his hands. Student Lin, I'm useless now. Are you willing to fuse with my beast soul? Without a second's hesitation, Lin Wanqing extended her hand and said, okay. He Huan was moved once again. When I was at the peak of my career, she didn't want to drag me down, so she chose to refuse. Now that I've hit rock bottom, she's stayed by my side. This is the best girl in the world, and only she deserves to be a top powerhouse. Immediately, under the watchful eyes of everyone, He Huan used his special beast soul fusion technique. However, since He Huan did not possess a beast soul, the special beast soul fusion technique had no effect after being used. Even Lin Wanqing didn't notice the change. Not to mention others. However, the beginner's tasks have already been completed in the system interface. He led Lin Wanqing away from the playground to a secluded spot. He Huan stopped, opened the system, submitted the task, and claimed the reward. Ding, congratulations host, you have completed the novice mission, the Awaken Arise, and received the mission reward, a permanent special beast soul fusion skill, 1 forced fusion, and 1 beast soul evolution gem. He Huan was in a great mood. But at that moment, Lin Wanqing suddenly spoke up. He Huan, I'm sorry. It's all my fault, I made you the laughingstock of the whole school. Although you don't have a beast soul, you still possess SSS-level talent. Even if you can't fuse with S-level Awakener Jiang Shihan, you can fuse with others. Anyone is better than me. It's all my fault, I was too impulsive and dragged you down. He Huan was a little confused. Are all girls in this world so understanding? Even though she was clearly upset herself, she still tried to comfort me. He Huan made up her mind in her heart. He told Lin Wanqing all his secrets. To tell you the truth, although I don't have a beast soul, I can still use the beast soul fusion technique. In fact, my beast soul has now merged with yours. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing was immediately dumbfounded. Even without a beast soul, it can still perform a beast soul fusion technique. Lin Wanqing really wanted to believe it. However, what He Huan said was so unbelievable that Lin Wanqing really couldn't believe it. He Huan, don't try to comfort me with these lies. Do you think I don't know whether or not the fusion has happened? He Huan was too lazy to explain and decided to prove it with her actions. In a moment, I'll show you just how strong I am. Let's find a secluded spot, and I'll show you my strength. Lin Wanqing blushed immediately upon hearing these words. Every single word is perfectly normal. But when they're put together, it just feels a bit strange. The school has a dedicated practice room, which is cheaper than outside practice rooms. It only costs 200 yuan per hour. We've just fused our beast souls, so I'll cover the cost of our first training session. He Huan almost vomited blood. The girl spends money. Is this kind of good life even fit for a human being? He Huan asked a crucial question, is there electricity in the practice room? It possesses an SSS-level hidden talent, super fast charging. It becomes stronger simply by charging. Naturally, you need to find a room with electricity. However, Lin Wanqing had clearly misunderstood. Lin Wanqing instinctively stepped back, looking nervous. What do you want to do? Why would cultivation require electricity? He Huan realized she had misunderstood and quickly explained, "It's not that I'm worried about you, it's that I'm worried about myself, or rather, is there any electricity?" Lin Wanqing shook her head. The school's practice room doesn't have electricity. What she didn't say was that the practice rooms outside the school all had electricity. He Huan shook her head helplessly. Do you know where there's electricity? Since Lin Wanqing wouldn't say anything, He Huan had to figure out a solution on her own. Using his remaining memories, he found the socket in the classroom and plugged it in. 5 seconds later, He Huan finished his cultivation. Lin Wanqing looked surprised. How come it only took 5 seconds? He Huan was speechless. The prefix can't be omitted. I only have 5 seconds to cultivate. SSS-level talent supercharge, increasing the speed of electrical energy absorption by 1,000 times. In other words, He Huan's 5 seconds of cultivation is equivalent to 5,000 seconds of cultivation. More than an hour. 5 seconds of charging provides 2 hours of continuous use. He Huan can also share spiritual power with Lin Wanqing through the beast soul. Help her cultivate. He was just about to inject his spiritual power into Lin Wanqing's body. Suddenly, the classroom door was kicked open, and Li Chusheng and Jiang Shihan led more than a dozen classmates into the classroom. Chapter 5 Lin Wanqing. Clearly, they have completed the fusion of beast souls. Now they're deliberately mocking He Huan. Oh, who do we have here? These are the two good-for-nothings from our school. You two actually got together. The useless duo is officially born. You are the biggest stain on Yulong Academy. Tears welled up in Lin Wanqing's eyes, but she dared not refute them. Head down, preparing to flee. Jiang Shihan, however, was not going to let her off the hook. I'm talking to you, and you dare to pretend you can't hear me. As she spoke, Jiang Shihan raised her hand, as if to strike. None of the students around stopped him. Lin Wanqing's face was filled with despair. She's just an F-level piece of trash. In contrast, Jiang Shihan is a high-ranking S-level awakened. What does it matter if a Brahmin slaps a Dalit? What can the Brahmins do if they kill Dalits? Lin Wanqing dared not resist. They didn't even dare to hide. All I could do was close my eyes in despair and wait for the slap to fall. A tear slid down her beautiful cheek. The next second, a crisp slap rang out. The person who was beaten was not himself. Lin Wanqing opened her eyes in astonishment. I witnessed an unbelievable scene. Jiang Shihan lay on the ground, the handprint on her cheek clearly visible. You can even see fingerprints. It's He Huan. Lin Wanqing was both surprised and delighted. To his delight, He Huan actually stood up for him. Surprisingly, He Huan actually attacked Jiang Shihan, an S-level awakened. What should we do? Jiang Shihan is not only an S-level awakened. Li Chusheng, who fused with her beast soul, was also an S rank. Such a combination is extremely rare, not only in Jade Dragon Academy, but also in the entire Dragon Xia Kingdom. Offending them would have unimaginable consequences. As expected, Li Chusheng flew into a rage. He Huan, how dare you hit my woman? You have a death wish. Kneel down and apologize to my woman right now, or else. He Huan looked at him with disdain. Otherwise what? Li Chu was so angry that his veins bulged. Otherwise, I'll break both your legs, strip Lin Wanqing naked, tie her to the awakening platform, and parade her for 3 days. He Huan sneered, you're quite creative. This method is good. I'll use this method to punish you and Jiang Shihan as a warning to others. Li Chusheng flew into a rage, shouting, He Huan, do you dare to duel with us? Bring your useless partner and let's have a duel. Whoever loses will be stripped naked and tied to the awakening platform. Jiang Shihan also seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, saying, how could a piece of trash like him possibly agree to that? Lin Wanqing panicked instantly and pleaded, it's all my fault. Take it out on me, don't make things difficult for He Huan. As she spoke, Lin Wanqing was about to kneel down before them. He Huan hugged her from behind, and she said, I promise. Li Chusheng and Jiang Shihan were beaming with excitement. Although He Huan possesses SSS-level talent, he does not have a beast soul. Their combined combat strength mainly comes from Lin Wanqing, who has awakened an F-level beast soul. It's impossible for an F-grade beast soul to win against 2 S-grade beast souls. When the beautiful homeroom teacher, Li Yunxi, learned of this, she rushed over to stop them, shouting, "You all stop right there. Fighting is forbidden on campus. Do you all want to be expelled?" Lin Wanqing and Li Chusheng showed no respect for the beautiful homeroom teacher, saying, "You're just an A-level trash, what right do you have to boss me around? Today, Jesus has come, and He Huan must die. I said it." Seeing that she couldn't stop Li Chusheng, Li Yunxi could only run to Principal Li Dongxing for help. He Huan followed Li Chusheng to the playground. The students voluntarily gave up a space for them to duel. Inside the distant teaching building, the principal and school leaders calmly watched everything. Li Chusheng's expression was fierce. "He Huan, it's not too late to regret it now, as long as you kneel down before me." He Huan interrupted her directly, "I won't regret it." Li Chusheng laughed instantly, "Then don't blame me. Jiang Shihan, defeat him." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shihan looked stunned. "Aren't you going to make a move?" Li Chusheng smiled contemptuously, "An F-level beast soul is nothing to me, you alone are enough." He Huan has no beast soul, while Lin Wanqing only has an F-level beast soul. It's simply impossible to defeat Lin Wanqing's S-level beast soul. Jiang Shihan is more than capable of handling this on her own. Jiang Shihan readily agreed, "You two good-for-nothings, prepare to face my wrath." The next second, Jiang Shihan was surrounded by a red light. A giant dog engulfed in flames appeared before them. It was Jiang Shihan's S-rank beast soul, the blazing Pomeranian. However, when summoning the beast soul for the first time, the flame Pomeranian's body was still in a semi-transparent state and not yet solid. However, it is still more than enough to deal with F-level beast souls. He Huan, prepare to die. He Huan was too lazy to argue with him and looked directly at Lin Wanqing. "Let's begin." Lin Wanqing was terrified. However, she had no way out and could only summon her beast soul, the white fox of Qingqiu. However, after the appearance of the Qingqiu white fox, Lin Wanqing's anxiety completely died. The Qingqiu white fox has not changed at all. He Huan is lying. There was no fusion with the beast soul at all. However, Lin Wanqing did not notice that her beast soul had already taken physical form. The school leaders were also stunned when they saw this scene. This Lin Wanqing has extremely high comprehension. She was able to summon a physical form on her very first attempt at summoning a beast soul. In this respect, Lin Wanqing is far ahead of Jiang Shihan. If her beast soul quality were a little better, reaching grade B or even grade C, she might win. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. The gap between F grade and S grade beast souls is too great. No matter how good your skills are, you can't make up for it. In everyone's heart, Lin Wanqing had been sentenced to death. On the dueling field, Jiang Shihan looked at the Qingqiu white fox in front of her and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Such a weak beast soul dares to challenge me. Today, I'll show you the terror of an S-class beast soul." Before she finished speaking, Jiang Shihan took control of the fiery Pomeranian. A fireball flew straight toward the Qingqiu white fox. The fireball was extremely fast, and it was impossible to dodge it using one's own strength. The Qingqiu white fox can only dodge using skills. That was a close call, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. However, he was also injured. Half of his body was charred. Seeing this, Lin Wanqing was plunged into despair. "She's too strong. I'm no match for her at all." He Huan quickly reassured her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here for you." As he spoke, He Huan hurriedly mobilized the spiritual energy within his body and poured it into the body of the Qingqiu white fox. This is the benefit of beast soul fusion. The white fox of Qingqiu can also be considered He Huan's beast soul. He Huan's spiritual energy could flow freely into the body of the Qingqiu white fox. With the influx of abundant spiritual energy, the wounds on the Qingqiu white fox healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Furthermore, the spiritual energy flowed back into Lin Wanqing's body through the body of the Qingqiu white fox. Lin Wanqing was also filled to the brim. It's almost overflowing. Lin Wanqing used her skill to dodge the second fireball. Just like last time, they only avoided the vital points. The body was injured again. However, the immense spiritual power surged into her body once more, filling her up again. The third time, the fourth time, and the fifth time. This is true for all of them. This feeling of being filled up is just so amazing. It's true that you have to use it to know how good it is. Everyone who has used it says it's great. Lin Wanqing's actions became increasingly daring. In contrast, Jiang Shihan gradually sensed the crisis. "I've already used up most of my spiritual power, why hasn't this piece of trash been defeated yet?" Moreover, they became more and more courageous in battle. Am I going to lose to an F-rank beast soul? Chapter 6 Duel. Zhang Shihan no longer dared to use her skills recklessly. Physical attacks are the only option. Gradually, her confidence returned. After all, it's just an F-grade trash beast soul. Your attacks can't hurt me at all. Unless, your beast soul can evolve to a higher quality. Lin Wanqing's attack was like tickling an itch through her clothes. Zhang Shihan believes that as long as she doesn't use her skills recklessly, she will definitely be able to wear down the opponent. Lin Wanqing also noticed this problem. Its attack power is too low, which is its fatal flaw, and there is no solution. She could only intensify her attacks and launch a frenzied assault. However, the problem that was unsolvable for her was extremely simple for He Huan. It's just evolution. I'll evolve right now and show you. He Huan directly opened the system, took out the Beast Soul Evolution Gem, and used it on the Qingxiu White Fox. Lin Wanqing focused all her attention on the battle. They didn't even notice He Huan's actions. Until the system prompt sound. Ding! The fused Beast Soul Qingxiu White Fox has evolved into the E-grade Beast Soul Qingxiu Twin-tailed Fox. To Lin Wanqing's astonishment, a beam of white light enveloped her beast soul. As the white light faded, the Qingxiu White Fox successfully evolved into the Qingxiu Two-tailed Fox. The school leaders were shocked once again when they saw this scene. From an F-grade beast soul to an E-grade beast soul? Is this the legendary evolution? I've never seen anything like this before. I actually witnessed the evolution of a beast soul with my own eyes. It's truly an eye-opening experience. However, at this moment, the great director, Zhang Xiaoming, poured cold water on the idea. So what if it completes the evolution? It's still just an E-level beast soul. Anything below grade C is garbage. Lin Wanqing's future remains uncertain. Everyone nodded in agreement. Sighs rose and fell. What a pity. It's not just that the future looks bleak. Even today's battle seems to have a very slim chance of success. He Huan and Lin Wanqing had absolutely no chance of winning. Even if Lin Wanqing suddenly evolves into an E-level beast soul, the Qingxiu Twin-tailed Fox, she still cannot defeat Zhang Shihan. It wasn't just the school leaders who thought so. Even He Huan and Lin Wanqing's homeroom teacher, Li Yunci, thought so. Li Yunci said righteously, "Our school explicitly forbids duels on campus, and we should stop them immediately." The principal remained silent. Grade director Zhang Xiaoming once again acted as the principal's mouthpiece, saying, "We teachers cannot suppress students' nature." Li Chusheng initiated the invitation, and He Huan agreed. It was a matter of mutual consent, and we teachers shouldn't interfere too much. Even if we take a step back, He Huan was in the wrong first. He Huan started the fight, and Li Chusheng and Jiang Shihan were forced to retaliate. Now that they can't win, they're coming to the teacher for help. Is that reasonable? Zhang Xiaoming, the grade director, also serves as the homeroom teacher of Class 3. Li Chusheng happens to be a student in Class 3. Therefore, Zhang Xiaoming directly sided with Li Chusheng, blindly supporting him. Seeing this, Li Yunci could only turn to the principal for help. "Principal, have you forgotten? He Huan's SSS-level talent is infinite evolution. Lin Wanqing's beast soul evolution just now was very likely He Huan's talent. In other words, He Huan's SSS-level talent can be applied to other people. If that's really the case, then they're not useless, but geniuses who will shake the world." This time, Principal Li Dongxing could no longer turn a blind eye. He said with a disdainful look, "Teacher Li, you said it yourself, maybe. You and I both know just how likely this is. Because He Huan and Lin Wanqing are both students in your class, you treat them differently. But, putting aside personal feelings, think about it carefully. Even if you really fuse with a beast soul, your talent can't affect the other person's beast soul. He Huan doesn't have a beast soul, so he can't fuse with Lin Wanqing at all. What does his talent have to do with Lin Wanqing?" Grade head Zhang Xiaoming said in a sarcastic tone, "Everyone can see that Lin Wanqing completed her evolution on her own, only you don't believe it. Teacher Li Yunci, I hope you can wake up. The real world is so cruel. One general's success is built on the bones of thousands. Cultivating an S-class team is far better than cultivating thousands of useless people. It is Lin Wanqing's honor to become Zhang Shihan's stepping stone." The school's attitude was very firm. Even though Li Yunci racked her brains, she couldn't change the school leader's decision. They could only watch helplessly as Lin Wanqing was ravaged by her opponent. However, Li Yunci never dreamed that what followed would far exceed her expectations. Although she had completed the evolution, Lin Wanqing was still desperately dodging. The situation does not seem to be improving at all. Seeing this, He Huan hurriedly reminded her, Lin Wanqing, quickly use the newly unlocked skill. Lin Wanqing was slightly surprised. How did you know I unlocked a new skill? There's no time to explain, use your skills now. No, the new skill, Phantom, consumes too much spiritual energy. I'm afraid. New skill added, Phantom. After use, it can create a clone. Inherit all of the original character's skills and attack power. However, while the clone exists, it will continuously consume the spiritual power of the original body. This is also why Lin Wanqing has been hesitant to use her skills. He Huan didn't have time to explain, and directly stepped over Lin Wanqing, using the skill illusion. In an instant, Lin Wanqing felt as if her body had been hollowed out. Most of the spiritual energy vanished instantly. However, the next second, He Huan's abundant spiritual power once again poured into Lin Wanqing's body, filling her up completely. At this moment, Lin Wanqing finally realized, you can actually control my beast soul. Could it be that you have really merged with my beast soul? But you don't have a beast soul, how did you manage that? Lin Wanqing had her suspicions when the spiritual energy was first poured into her body. Later, the beast soul's evolution was almost complete. Now, it's completely confirmed. He Huan can bypass himself and directly control the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox. This is an ability that only comes after the fusion of beast souls. Fusing is possible even without beast souls. Thinking of this, Lin Wanqing was overjoyed. Beast soul fusion is secondary. Most importantly, after the beast soul is fused, one can enjoy He Huan's SSS-level talent for infinite evolution. An F-rank awakener suddenly gained an SSS rank talent for free. It's a testament to Lin Wanqing's good mindset that she didn't go crazy. Continue using the Phantom, He Huan shouted. However, when he saw the expression on Lin Wanqing's face, he understood that this clever girl had already guessed everything. He Huan had no choice but to regain control. Let Lin Wanqing be happy for a while. He Huan used the Phantom skill again. A second clone of the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox instantly appeared on the field. Including Lin Wanqing herself, there are now 3 Qingqiu two-tailed foxes. Then came the 4th, and the 5th. Before long, more than a dozen Qingqiu two-tailed foxes had appeared. Attacked Jiang Shihan's beast soul from different angles. Despite being an S-class beast soul, the flaming Pomeranian was unable to withstand the attack of more than a dozen Qingqiu twin-tailed foxes. They could only passively take hits and were completely outmatched. Seeing this, the principal and the great head finally panicked. Oh no, Li Chusheng and his team are going to lose. Chapter 7 Qingqiu two-tailed fox. The two immediately rushed out the door. However, they were still too late. On the battlefield, the fiery Pomeranian was covered in wounds. Jiang Shihan hurriedly called for help. Li Chusheng, what are you waiting for? Quickly summon the beast soul. Li Chusheng immediately began to summon. However, He Huan didn't give them a chance at all. Now, more than a dozen Qingqiu two-tailed foxes launched a fatal attack simultaneously. The S-rank beast soul, Flame Pomeranian, could no longer hold on and instantly shattered. Then, more than a dozen Qingqiu two-tailed foxes knocked Li Chusheng to the ground, interrupting his spellcasting. Jiang Shihan stared at the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox with an incredulous expression. Impossible, impossible. I actually lost to an E-rank beast soul. This is impossible. He Huan sneered, nothing is impossible. You've already lost, it's time to fulfill your bet. Is it your own dignity, or am I helping you to be dignified? Li Chusheng looked utterly desperate. No, you must have cheated. I want to try again. He Huan didn't give him a chance at all, and directly controlled the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox to rush towards Li Chusheng. Li Chusheng, whose spellcasting was interrupted, suffered a backlash and was seriously injured. Even breathing required immense effort. How could they possibly evade He Huan's attacks? He was knocked to the ground by the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox. Then, the Qingqiu two-tailed fox trampled Li Chusheng underfoot in the most humiliating way. According to the bet, I will strip you naked, tie you to the awakening platform, and display you to the public for 3 days. Li Chusheng panicked completely. If he were really displayed for 3 days, would he even survive? She hurriedly begged for mercy. He Huan, please don't do this, please don't do this, please forgive me this time. He Huan roared, if I were the one who lost, would you spare me? Before he could finish speaking, more than a dozen clones of the Qingqiu two-tailed fox rushed forward, biting Li Chusheng's clothes and tearing them apart with all their might. The sound of breaking echoed throughout the entire playground. Your turn next. He Huan looked at Jiang Shihan with ill intent. Jiang Shihan was terrified. She, a girl with an S-class beast soul with unlimited potential, would she even survive if she were displayed for 3 days? Please don't do this, He Huan, I was wrong, I'm kneeling down for you, please forgive me. He Huan had no intention of letting her off the hook. Once again, he controlled the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox and charged towards Jiang Shihan. Just then, a loud shout suddenly came from afar, "Stop!" Everyone turned around and was immediately shocked. The visitor was none other than Li Dongsheng, the principal of Yulong Academy. Behind Li Dongsheng were all the school leaders of Yulong College. There were about 30 or 40 people. They rushed forward and surrounded the Qingqiu two-tailed fox. Lin Wanqing, being a girl, was instantly terrified upon seeing this scene. They hurriedly summoned the Qingqiu two-tailed fox back. He looked at Principal Li Dongsheng with fear in his eyes. Principal Li Dongsheng shouted sternly, "You have gone too far. How could you commit such a heinous act against a classmate? It is utterly unforgivable." Lin Wanqing looked flustered. "Principal, please let me explain." He Huan interrupted Lin Wanqing directly. "What a perfect description of utterly wicked, Principal. You're absolutely right. Let me ask you this, where were you when Jiang Shihan bullied Lin Wanqing because of her talent? Where were you when Jiang Shihan and Li Chusheng injured Lin Wancheng? Now that we've won, you're rushing out to uphold justice. But if we've lost, will you still intervene?" He Huan's words were like daggers to the heart. Even the principal felt his face burning with embarrassment. However, he still tried to defend himself, saying, "Of course we will take action. Dueling is strictly prohibited on campus. You two not only openly violated school rules, but also injured a classmate. He even tore off his classmate's clothes. That's utterly heinous." He Huan smiled wryly. "What a masterful attempt to distort the truth. You keep calling them heinous criminals and utterly wicked, but why don't you investigate thoroughly before giving your opinion? Who exactly started this duel?" Li Chuxing naturally dared not admit it, and immediately lied. "It was He Huan who initiated the duel, and I was only forced to accept it." The principal, beaming with pride, said, "He Huan, what else do you have to say?" He Huan sneered, "Li Chusheng, are you even a man? You dare to do it but not admit it. It doesn't matter if you don't dare to admit it. There were many classmates present at the time, and they can all testify to this. The students' edges haven't been smoothed out by society yet. Most people are still willing to tell the truth. It was Li Chuxing who initiated the duel, and I can testify to that. I can also prove that Li Chuxing is lying. Principal, don't be misled by Li Chuxing and wrong an innocent person." Of course, a few students who were on good terms with Li Chuxing shamelessly lied, saying, "It was He Huan who initiated the duel." But their voices were drowned out by justice. You can't hear it at all unless you listen carefully. Unfortunately, the principal overheard this and said, "He Huan, what else do you have to say? Other students have already testified that you are lying." He Huan looked at her with disdain. "You're lying through your teeth, aren't you ashamed?" The principal became enraged again. "He Huan, I don't have time to waste with your nonsense. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. First, you two must apologize to Li Chusheng, compensate him for all his losses, and write a 10,000-word self-criticism, which you must read aloud at a school-wide assembly. You will also receive a school-wide public reprimand and a major demerit." He Huan interrupted the principal directly. "I did nothing wrong, so I won't apologize." This was the first time anyone had dared to openly defy him, and the principal's face turned pale with anger. "Then there's only one way left, expel him and get out of our school." He Huan sneered, "Fine. I promise you, I'll leave the school. I hope you won't regret it." The beautiful homeroom teacher, Li Yunxi, immediately panicked and rushed to He Huan's side, saying, "He Huan, calm down and don't be impulsive." He then pleaded with the principal, "Principal, it's such a small matter, why make such a fuss? I'll teach He Huan a lesson for you later." Grade Director Zhong Xiaoming immediately interrupted Li Yunxi, "It's nothing. What a trivial matter. Do you even know who Li Chusheng and Jiang Shihan are? The double S combination has unlimited potential. In time, they will become the pride of Yulong Academy. Such a prodigy was bullied by your student, and you actually call it a trivial matter." Li Yunxi wanted to plead, but He Huan stopped her. "Teacher Li, you don't need to ask them for help. You can never wake up a group of people who are pretending to be asleep. It's just leaving school, it's no big deal. I'm an SSS-level awakened one, I'll make them all regret it and beg you on their knees. Upon hearing this, Li Yunxi felt a sudden darkness engulf her. He Huan personally cut off his own path to survival. At this moment, He Huan had completely enraged the principal. Even if Li Yunxi kneels down, the principal will not forgive He Huan. Li Chushang, Jiang Shihan, and Zhong Xiaomeng, however, were caught up in a frenzy. They quickly added fuel to the fire. Principal, did you hear that? What is he saying? How dare you make me kneel down? I have never seen such a shameless person. The principal was also furious. Get them out of here. Chapter 8 Punishment. Several loyal dogs immediately rushed over, ready to drive He Huan away. They don't need to lift a finger. He Huan left immediately. Lin Wanqing silently followed behind He Huan. After offending the principal, He Huan became a pariah. Everyone kept their distance from him. Lin Wanqing still chose to stay by his side. Of course, there's also the beautiful homeroom teacher, Li Yunxi. He Huan, you were too impulsive. You shouldn't have offended the principal. Even if you did have a beast soul, you still can't offend the principal. You children haven't entered society yet and don't understand the world. Offending the principal could have unimaginable consequences. He Huan still looked indifferent. However, Lin Wanqing was already terrified. Her eyes were red and swollen, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. He Huan hurriedly comforted Lin Wanqing. Trust me, we will definitely achieve good results in the scientific expedition and make the principal and the others look bad. Lin Wanqing forced a smile and nodded emphatically. Yes, I believe you. The beautiful homeroom teacher, Li Yunxi, didn't believe a single word of it. He shook his head helplessly. He Huan, if you still consider me your teacher, then listen to me from now on. After you go back, write a proper self-criticism. Leave the school to me. I'll definitely find a way to persuade the principal to let you off this time. He Huan knew that the principal wasn't a good person either. How can a beautiful homeroom teacher persuade the principal? I was just about to persuade Li Yunxi to give up this idea. Suddenly, Li Chuxing's voice came from inside the school gate. He Huan, the Flying Locust secret realm opens tomorrow, you must come. Even a fool could guess that this guy was up to no good. However, He Huan was not afraid at all. Okay, I will definitely go. Upon hearing this, Li Chushang was overjoyed. A smile finally appeared on his face. Unfortunately, the smile aggravated the wounds on her face, turning it into a mask of pain once again. But he was still very happy. Like victors, they returned to school. Upon hearing this, Li Yunxi panicked again. He Huan, how can you agree to anything? The Locust Realm is extremely dangerous, you must go there in a team. But you've already been expelled from school, who would team up with you? At this point, Li Yunxi's eyes suddenly lit up. I've got it. I am your homeroom teacher, and I will be taking the students from class 6 tomorrow. When the time comes, I'll let you use the back door. You can come in directly and join us. It's already quite remarkable that such a beautiful homeroom teacher has gone to this extent. They are at least tens of thousands of times better than the teachers in my previous life. He Huan was also deeply moved. The beautiful homeroom teacher has been caught in the rain herself, so she knows how to hold an umbrella for others. He Huan suddenly remembered the nickname of his beautiful homeroom teacher. Such a good teacher should not be treated unfairly. Immediately, He Huan tentatively asked, Teacher Li, have you ever thought about fusing your beast soul with someone else? Upon hearing this, Li Yunxi's face immediately fell. In my condition, how could I dare to fuse with other people's beast souls? Wouldn't that be harming them? The next second, Li Yunxi suddenly realized that she shouldn't have said these things in front of the students. She quickly suppressed her dejected expression and forced a smile. Alright, let's not talk about me anymore. My life is already like this, but you still have a bright and glorious future. Work hard, and I will do everything I can to help you. Afterwards, the beautiful homeroom teacher gave some more instructions on precautions for the Locust secret realm before leaving. After the beautiful homeroom teacher left, He Huan suddenly thought of something and her heart surged with excitement. Where do we go next? Lin Wanqing's pretty face instantly flushed red. Of course, we should all go back to our own homes and find our own mothers. He Huan's face immediately fell in disappointment. Go home, huh? We're going to participate in the trial tomorrow. Aren't we going to prepare tonight? Let's get a room and get some time to cultivate. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing blushed. He Huan hurriedly explained, what I mean is, a training room, not the kind of hotel room you're thinking of. Lin Wanqing felt even more ashamed. I didn't think anything. You'd better not think anything either. Now go home and don't talk nonsense anymore. After saying that, Lin Wanqing fled as if she were escaping. Although Yi Huan was somewhat disappointed, it wasn't a big problem. Having already fused with the beast soul, Lin Wanqing has no way to escape. In this world, the fusion of beast souls is equivalent to marriage. Once a beast soul is fused, it exists permanently and can never be undone. Unless one side is killed in battle. This is true love that is stronger than gold and will last until death. It will all be his sooner or later, so Yi Huan doesn't need to rush. Moreover, Yi Huan, being a modern person, cannot accept a whirlwind romance, let alone a whirlwind marriage. After Lin Wanqing left, Yi Huan went home according to the location she remembered. However, the fragments of memory provide too little information. Yi Huan only knew that she lived here, but did not know who her family members were. We can only play it by ear. Yi Huan was also very nervous when she met her parents for the first time. Mustering my courage, I knocked on the door. A few seconds later, the door opened. Before Yi Huan appeared a stunningly beautiful woman. Upon seeing Yi Huan, the beautiful woman was overjoyed and threw herself into his arms, exclaiming, "Yi Huan, you're finally back. I was so worried about you." Yi Huan was completely stunned. Yi Huan secretly guessed that, most likely, this was her mother in this world. All I could do was bite the bullet and say, "Mom, don't worry, I'm fine." Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman hurriedly crawled out of Yi Huan's arms. Looking at Yi Huan with a nervous expression, she said, "Yi Huan, how come you don't even recognize me? I'm your aunt." Yi Huan was completely dumbfounded. "Auntie? What about my parents?" The aunt panicked immediately. "Your parents are dead, Yi Huan, don't scare me." Yi Huan hurriedly explained, "Auntie, I awakened my talent today, and my body experienced some side effects, including losing some of my memories." My aunt breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. When awakened individuals with weak constitutions awaken their talents, they will experience side effects. You'll be fine after a period of rest. As she spoke, her aunt pulled Yi Huan and Lin Wanqing into the house. We finally passed the first hurdle. Yi Huan breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, a new challenge followed. As soon as Yi Huan entered the house, she saw 3 girls sitting on the sofa. In the middle is a sexy mature woman, on the left is a short-haired girl, and on the right is a girl with pigtails. All 3 women are very beautiful. Yi Huan was completely bewildered. Who are these people? Yi Huan dared not ask, nor dared she speak. They were afraid of giving themselves away. Fortunately, her aunt took the initiative to ease the awkwardness, saying, "Yi Huan is back, come and eat." The 3 women got up and filed into the restaurant. However, when they saw Yi Huan, their eyes were full of disdain. The twin-tailed loli complained, "I'm starving. My aunt insists on waiting for Yi Huan to come back before we can eat." The short-haired girl chimed in, "What's the point of waiting for a good-for-nothing like him?" Chapter 9 Expulsion. The sexy, mature woman scolded, "Say less, don't make your aunt angry." The 2 women immediately shut up. My aunt came over with the food, and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Today is the day Yi Huan awakens. Wait for him for a while, what's wrong?" The twin-tailed loli scoffed, "Him? A piece of trash, what could he possibly awaken?" The aunt scolded, "Tang Shuijian, you're getting more and more unruly. How can you talk to your brother like that? When your aunt comes back, she'll teach you a lesson." Yi Huan, who was eating with her head down, was startled. The twin-tailed loli is named Tang Shuijian, which is a pretty name. Of course, this is not the most crucial point. The key issue is that there is another member in this family, the aunt. My aunt and my other aunt are 3 sisters. Throughout the entire event, they did not mention any other male family members. Could this be a special family? This family structure is so strange. The short-haired girl retorted, "Auntie, you always spoil him. If he had awakened a powerful beast soul, he would have told you as soon as he got home. The fact that he's so quiet now means he must have awakened a trash beast soul." The aunt believed her and reassured Yi Huan, "It's okay if the awakened beast soul isn't good. After all, good beast souls are extremely rare, and most people have ordinary beast souls." The short-haired girl complained, "I'm afraid his beast soul is of such low quality that no one will be willing to fuse with his beast soul." My aunt had an indifferent expression. "Nothing's better. You guys, just merge your beast souls with Yi Huan. Your aunt and I have already discussed this matter, and we will let Jiang Churen fuse with Yi Huan's beast soul. The short-haired girl was furious, shouting, "Why? I don't want to. He Huan, you'd better give up on that idea. I'm a C-level beast soul, there's no way I can fuse with you. Jade Dragon Academy is the best academy in Jade Dragon City. A C-grade beast soul is the lowest grade beast soul in Jade Dragon Academy. However, in other schools, it is already considered an above-average beast soul. After all, S-class is 1 in a million, and you might not encounter one for several years. Grade A is also at the genius level. Level B is the ceiling for ordinary people. In He Huan's original world, a C-grade beast soul would be equivalent to an elite white-collar worker. An object of envy for ordinary people. The ant had no choice but to change her approach. If Ran Ran is unwilling, then let Xiao Xue fuse with you. Next year, Xiao Xue will also awaken. At that time, you can fuse the beast souls together. The younger sister, Tang Xuejian, also refused, saying, "I don't want to. If you force me, I'll run away from home." Seeing this, her aunt sighed helplessly, "You kids are really too willful. If none of you are willing, then we'll have no choice but to let Xia Miaoke and He Huan fuse their beast souls." He Huan subconsciously looked at the girl who exuded a mature and sophisticated aura. Clearly, she is the eldest sister, Xia Miaoke. Of the 3 girls, He Huan's favorite is Xia Miaoke. Of course, it was just for simple appreciation, without any other intentions. However, Xia Miaoke doesn't seem to think that way. Upon hearing this, Xia Miaoke subconsciously looked at He Huan. Their eyes met, and Xia Miaoke's gaze immediately became flustered, and she quickly avoided He Huan's eyes. He then turned to his aunt and said, "Auntie, He Huan hasn't said what beast soul she awakened yet, why are you in such a hurry?" The aunt looked at He Huan again. "He Huan, what kind of beast soul have you awakened?" He Huan answered truthfully, "I don't have a beast soul." He Huan was wary of the strange family. Therefore, some information was withheld when answering the question. He Huan wasn't going to mention his dual SSS-level talents, the system, or his special martial soul fusion skill. They asked about the beast soul, and He Huan answered that it was the beast soul. It's not exactly deception. Tang Xuejian, the younger sister, scoffed, "How could you not have a beast soul? You can't even lie properly." However, He Huan did not speak. All the women became anxious. "He Huan, don't scare us. What kind of beast soul is it? It's okay if the quality is a little lower, we won't laugh at you. It's all my fault, I spoke without thinking. My brother's angry." My aunt asked with a worried look, "He Huan, are you sure you haven't awakened your beast soul?" He Huan nodded. The entire room fell silent. Xia Miaoke quickly comforted her, "It's okay, a beast soul doesn't mean anything. Besides, you still have us, we'll all protect you." The 2 younger sisters who had just been scoffing at He Huan now changed their attitude. "Brother, I will protect you too." "Me too." He Huan felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing this. My first instinct was to mention the SSS-level talent. However, SSS-level talent alone is not enough, one must also be able to describe a special beast soul fusion technique. Too much information had been revealed, so He Huan finally gave up. "I'll decide whether to tell you or not after I understand the situation better." After finishing her meal, He Huan returned to her room. The room wasn't big, but it was very cozy. Especially the family photo on the table. Just as He Huan had guessed. The family photo above is a picture of myself with 5 female family members. There were no other male members. On the table were several textbooks. He Huan hurriedly opened her textbook, wanting to understand the world through books. But just then, Xia Miaoke knocked on his door. "Little brother, these are the clothes I washed for you. Remember to change into them after you take a shower." He Huan quickly thanked her, "Sister Kiki, thank you." Xia Miaoke was slightly taken aback. "We're family, there's no need to be so polite." "Oh, right, and this too. These are the spirit stones I've saved up. There aren't many, only 3. I'm giving them to you. Cultivate well and strive for good grades." He Huan hurriedly declined, "Sister Coco, I don't need spirit stones." He Huan possesses an SSS-level hidden talent, super fast charging. By absorbing electrical energy, one can enhance their strength. There is no need for spirit stones at all. However, this kind of thing is too unbelievable. Xia Miaoke could never have guessed it. Upon hearing this, Xia Miaoke successfully misunderstood. Thinking that He Huan's beast soul was bad, they were preparing to give up the scientific expedition. Xiao Miaoka directly stuffed 3 spirit stones into Yi Huan's hand. Don't be discouraged if you don't have a beast soul. If you can't participate in the martial arts exam, you can still participate in the literary exam. Scientific expeditions are the most important turning point in life. Only by trying your best can you avoid regrets. Your aunt and uncle have high hopes for you, so don't disappoint them. Yi Huan had no choice but to accept the spirit stones. At this moment, Yi Huan was more concerned about something else. When will my aunt be back? Xiao Miaoka replied, my aunt is on night shift tonight and won't be able to go home until tomorrow morning. Yi Huan nodded. Xiao Miaoka wanted to say something more. Suddenly, the lights went out. Xiao Miaoka remarked subconsciously, the power outages are starting earlier and earlier. Little brother, go to sleep early. You have to get up early tomorrow for the trial. Yi Huan couldn't help but complain in her heart, what unfamiliar words. In her previous life, Yi Huan had never experienced a large-scale power outage. Unexpectedly, on the very first day of their journey, they experienced a city-wide blackout. Yi Huan could only go to bed. There wasn't even time to replenish their spiritual energy. Chapter 10 Special Families. Nothing was said that night, until the next morning. Head to the agreed location to meet Lin Wanqing. The blackout is not over yet. However, it's not a big problem. Yi Huan possesses 1,000 times the energy storage capacity. Although we used up the spiritual energy of 100 people yesterday, we still have enough for 900 people. That's enough to handle today's trial. Upon seeing Lin Wanqing, Yi Huan immediately noticed something was wrong. Lin, you don't look like you slept well. Lin Wanqing explained somewhat flusteredly, it was my first trial today, and I was so excited that I couldn't sleep. Then, Lin Wanqing quickly diverted Yi Huan's attention, you've awakened an SSS-level talent, your parents must be very happy. Yi Huan shook her head. I wanted to ask you the same thing. Why don't I have parents? I only have aunts and other female relatives. And, apart from me, all my family members are women. Lin Wanqing looked surprised. So, you grew up in a foster family? Yi Huan asked, puzzled, what is a foster family? Lin Wanqing explained, in the war against the Zerg, humanity suffered heavy losses, resulting in a large number of orphans. Therefore, the Longxia Kingdom introduced a policy that families who adopt orphans can receive a monthly pension. Of course, the amount of the pension is very small and cannot meet the living needs of the orphans at all. The elders in the foster families also have to earn money to cover their daily expenses. Yi Huan then asked, why my aunt and uncle? Why am I the only man among the 6 members of the family? Lin Wanqing replied, during the war, the death rate for men was much higher than that for women, which resulted in a situation where there were more women than men. Most women who lose their partners are unable to find a new partner for the rest of their lives. In order to survive, women can only stick together for warmth and form female families. As for your sisters, it's just a matter of probability. It just so happens that the orphans assigned to your family are all girls. Life is even harder for families like yours. Your aunt and uncle have to raise 4 children, which is not easy. Without them, you would probably have starved to death long ago. Yi Huan nodded, my aunt and uncle are very good to me, and so is Sister Coco. She gave me 3 spirit stones yesterday. Lin Wanqing looked on with envy, she is really good to you. Low-level awakened ones can only produce 3 to 5 spirit stones per month. She must have saved up her spirit stones for a long time, you must cherish them. Yi Huan looked astonished. Awakened beings can create spirit stones? Lin Wanqing was completely speechless. How much of your memory have you lost? How come you don't know anything? Yi Huan's excuse was a jack of all trades, you absorbed so much spiritual energy yesterday, enough for 100 people. I'm lucky I didn't go crazy. Lin Wanqing hurriedly interrupted him, don't skip the steps when absorbing spiritual energy. Manufacturing spirit stones is the primary source of income for low-level awakened individuals. Currently, the purchase price of a spirit stone is 1,200. A D-level awakener can only produce a maximum of 5 spirit stones per month, which is about 6,000 yuan, by working 12 hours a day. They also need to sign contracts with the Spirit Stone Acquisition Company, and they have to meet KPIs every month. If they don't meet the targets, they will be punished. Sister Coco wants to save up 3 spirit stones, so she has to work 16 hours a day. Yi Huan was immediately filled with remorse. I never imagined that spirit stones were so precious. Feeling guilty, Yi Huan made up her mind, I must become stronger so that they can all live a good life. However, Yi Huan's lofty ambitions were soon destroyed by cruel reality. Enter the Locust Realm in order of your academy ranking. He Huan and Lin Wanqing, you have been expelled from Jade Dragon Academy and can only enter the Flying Locust Secret Realm as free students. Ranked after all other colleges. Li Chusheng and Jiang Shihan appeared behind He Huan like flies. Ha ha, what a trashy group. They can only be the last one to enter the Locust Realm. It's absolutely hilarious. With hundreds of thousands of awakened individuals participating in the trial, if you're at the very end, you might not even see a single hair of a locust. That's right, the trashy group should pick up the trash we leave behind. He Huan's tone was icy. Li Chusheng, do you want to get beaten up again? Li Chusheng's facial wounds had not yet healed. But that didn't stop him from continuing to be arrogant. He practically offered his face, yelling, "Hit me then! Hit me then!" He Huan had never seen such a request in her life. He immediately knocked Li Chusheng down with a punch. Li Chusheng was completely stunned. He Huan actually dared to hit someone. He immediately scrambled to his feet and ran to tell the teacher, "Teacher Zhong, He Huan hit me again. Punish him quickly." Zhong Xiaomeng holds multiple positions. She is not only the homeroom teacher of Li Chusheng's class, but also the grade director. Therefore, Zhong Xiaomeng wields far more power than other homeroom teachers. Li Chusheng often committed evil deeds on a daily basis, relying on Zhong Xiaomeng's favoritism. Now that he has awakened an S-level beast soul and fused his beast soul with that of Jiang Shihan, a double S-level awakener, Li Chusheng has become even more unscrupulous. However, something unexpected happened. Zhong Xiaomeng, who always defended Li Chusheng, was furious this time. "Idiot, shut up. He Huan is no longer a student of Yulong Academy, so what right do I have to punish him? With the national competition approaching, everything should be focused on the national competition. You should stop causing trouble and devote all your energy to improving your skills." Li Chusheng suddenly realized, Teacher Zhong is right. As time goes by, the gap between us will only widen. Perhaps one day in the future, you'll kneel before me, lick the soles of my shoes, and beg me to beat you up, haha. Jiang Shihan chimed in, "Why wait until the future? Right now, the gap between us is already showing. Last night, we were asleep in our luxury villa. Some people are left to live on the streets, in parks with other homeless people." He Huan looked disdainful. "Jiang Shihan, have you started spreading rumors now?" "I'm sorry to disappoint you, I was at home last night, I wasn't homeless." Jiang Shihan smiled dismissively, "I wasn't talking about you. Who I was talking about, everyone knows the answer." He Huan suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing's reaction speaks for itself. Jiang Shihan did not spread rumors. No wonder Lin Wanqing looked exhausted. It turns out she didn't go home last night and spent the night in the park. He Huan should have discovered it long ago. When we parted yesterday, Lin Wanqing's expression was somewhat unusual. He Huan was immediately filled with remorse. "Why didn't you tell me?" Lin Wanqing forced a smile. "My awakened beast soul level was too low, so my father kicked me out. It's been 3 days already. I could stay in the school dormitory before, but yesterday. This kind of thing happens very often, it's no big deal." He Huan was filled with self-reproach. He also guessed why Lin Wanqing had kept it a secret. Girls are shy, so they're naturally embarrassed to say these things out loud. Besides, there's no way to solve it if you talk about it. Taking He Huan home or to a hotel is not a good option. Lin Wanqing must have thought of these things, which is why she chose to keep it a secret. He Huan could only comfort her, "Everything will be all right. From today onwards, I will never let you suffer again." Chapter 11: The Locust Realm. It wasn't until noon that He Huan and Lin Wanqing got their turn. Tickets are 2,000 yuan. For the two of you, it will be 4,000 yuan. He Huan immediately questioned, "Why didn't the students who entered earlier buy tickets?" The guard replied expressionlessly, "For students with school registration, the school covers the cost of admission, deducting it from the education budget. You don't have student status, so you'll have to bear the costs yourselves." He Huan wanted to haggle a bit more. "It's already noon, and you're closing at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Could you just take half the price?" The guard shook his head. "No. The ticket price is set by the city lord's mansion, and I have no authority to change it. However, there's no time limit on the ticket. You can spend the night in the Flying Locust Secret Realm. In addition, the ticket includes lunch." He Huan had no choice but to bite the bullet and pay. 3 spirit stones, worth 3,600. Lin Wanqing took out another 400 yuan, which finally made up the money for the tickets. The guard took out 2 oddly shaped watches. These are communication bracelets. They can monitor your levels in real time, and you can also use the bracelets to check the levels of other people. Using the communication bracelet is free, but if you damage it, you will need to pay for it at the original price. This is a new rule of the City Lord's mansion, and we cannot refuse. He Huan took the bracelet and infused it with spiritual energy. A holographic projection suddenly appeared in front of me. First place, Jiang Shihan, level 7. Second place, Li Chusheng, level 6. He Huan looked astonished. It seems I can't underestimate this world. The Beast Soul world has taken a completely different development path. The communication bracelet in He Huan's hand is proof of this. In the previous technological world, this kind of product did not exist. The Beast Soul world has actually been mass-produced and widely adopted. Enter the Locust Realm. Just as Li Chusheng said, there really wasn't a single hair left. At a glance, the ground was covered with the corpses of locusts. Lin Wanqing was still not giving up, so she summoned the Beast Soul Qingqiu twin-tailed fox and ordered it to go and check, hoping to find something. As expected, they returned disappointed. The crystal cores have all been taken. He Huan subconsciously asked, "What is a crystal nucleus?" Lin Wanqing was too lazy to complain, and patiently explained, "The Zerg all have crystal cores inside their bodies. You can obtain crystal cores by defeating the Zerg." The crystal core is an upgraded version of the Spirit Stone. Although it contains less energy than the Spirit Stone, the quality is extremely high. The energy in the crystal core is more refined and can be directly absorbed by the Beast Soul. You can also take the crystal cores to the official store and exchange them for cash. A level 1 crystal core is worth 100 yuan, which means we need to hunt at least 40 level 1 flying locusts to break even. He Huan stroked his chin. 40 level 1 locusts doesn't seem too difficult. Lin Wanqing shook her head helplessly. Given the current situation, getting 40 level 1 locusts is practically impossible. The locusts on the outskirts have probably been cleared out. If we want to kill the flying locusts, we have to go deeper into the flying locust secret realm, closer to the tunnel worms. He Huan quickly raised her hand and asked, "You've used a new term again, what is a tunnel worm?" Lin Wanqing was completely speechless. Your amnesia is really serious. Tunnel worms, also known as space worms, are a special insectoid race that controls the power of space. The Nidus worm is the Zerg's transport ship, a troop transport. It can use spatial power to send Zerg to any location. When the Zerg first arrived, the Nidus worms caused humanity immense suffering. However, as the beast souls awakened, humans gradually mastered methods to deal with tunnel worms, and even began to raise tunnel worms in captivity as training grounds for novices. The core of the locust secret realm is a tunnel worm that can transport locusts. Lin Wanqing channeled her spiritual energy into the communication bracelet, and a holographic map immediately appeared in front of her. The level of danger has been marked with colors. There are 5 zones: low risk zone, medium risk zone, high risk zone, very high risk zone, and restricted zone. These 5 areas were formed naturally, not by human intervention. Therefore, the 5 areas are interlocked. The medium risk area they were heading to was very close to the restricted area. If you lose your way, it's easy to accidentally wander into a restricted area. After careful examination, Lin Wanqing finally determined the direction. The medium risk area is in this direction, but we have another option. Lin Wanqing pointed to a bright spot on the map. He Huan asked, puzzled, "What is that?" Lin Wanqing replied, "Teacher Li Yunci." The official wristbands for teachers have added many functions. The teacher's wristband can accurately locate each student and guide them to their destination. Should we go and meet up with Teacher Li? He Huan shook her head instinctively, "No. Don't cause trouble for Teacher Li, she's not in a good situation either. Yesterday's events also offended the principal and the grade director. If He Huan goes to see her again, her situation will become even more difficult." Lin Wanqing nodded in agreement. While teamwork is safer, the rewards are also smaller. Lin Wanqing and He Huan haven't earned back their ticket price yet. Naturally, he could not reunite with Li Yunci. On the other side, Zhong Xiaoming urged Li Yunci for the 3rd time, "Teacher Li, hurry up and bring your class to catch up, don't hold them back." Li Yunci looked at the 2 people in the communication bracelet, who were getting further and further apart, and could only sigh helplessly. She deliberately delayed, wanting to wait for He Huan and Lin Wanqing. However, those 2 guys didn't catch up. Instead, it is moving towards the medium risk zone. Li Yunci had no choice but to give up and continue waiting. 2 hours later, He Huan and Lin Wanqing finally arrived at the intermediate area. Lin Wanqing warned, the locusts here are all above level 3, which is extremely dangerous. Before the words were finished, a locust suddenly darted out of the grass. He rushed straight at Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing hurriedly controlled the beast's soul to launch an attack. Kill the locusts. However, due to her panic, Lin Wanqing launched a full-force attack, directly exhausting all of the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox's spiritual power. Although a level 3 crystal core was obtained. However, for a long time afterward, the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox was unable to launch an attack. However, the action just now had already alerted the other locusts around. A dozen or so locusts rushed toward this place at the same time. Lin Wanqing turned pale instantly. He Huan, run. I'll deal with them. He Huan felt a warmth in her heart. This silly girl, even at the risk of her life, was still thinking of me. He Huan naturally wouldn't run away. He hurriedly mobilized his spiritual power and poured it into the beast's soul. You're too green to compete with me in numbers. He Huan once again unleashed the illusion, the ultimate move of the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox. More than 30 Qingqiu two-tailed foxes appeared on the field in an instant. The individual strength of the Zerg is far inferior to that of the summoned beast souls by humans. The reason they are able to contend with humans is entirely due to the terrifying number of Zerg. However, in front of He Huan, their proud swarm attacks became a joke. The Qingqiu two-tailed fox created more than 30 clones, overwhelming the number of flying locusts. 2 against 1, and still have plenty left over. Having lost their numerical advantage, the Zerg pose no threat whatsoever. In less than 10 minutes, He Huan had cleared out the entire area. Chapter 12 Secret Realm. Next, it's time to clean up the battlefield. Having multiple people makes things much easier. They quickly removed all the crystal cores. There are a total of 8 level 3 crystal cores and 3 level 4 crystal cores. He Huan waved his hand and said, let the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox eat them all. After the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox devoured the crystal core, it instantly leveled up to level 2, greatly increasing its strength. Only then did He Huan truly experience the power of the beast soul. Killing Zerg allows you to level up, that's powerful. As the beast soul leveled up, He Huan and Lin Wanqing also leveled up. As the base increases, energy storage increases by 1,000-fold. Now, He Huan can store almost twice as much spiritual power as before. Of course, He Huan also understood the difference between pure energy and spiritual power. The pure energy contained in the crystal core is more like experience points in an online game you can level up by consuming it directly. The ordinary spiritual power in spirit stones is more like magic points. It can be used directly in battle, but it cannot be used to directly increase levels. To increase your level using spiritual power, you need to cultivate and convert spiritual power into experience points. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 requires 10 level 3 crystal cores, which is approximately equal to 30 level 1 crystal cores, and costs 3,000 yuan. He Huan only had 8 level 3 crystal cores and 3 level 4 crystal cores, barely enough to accumulate the experience needed for the upgrade. Lin Wanqing was overjoyed, we've already leveled up right at the start. That's a great start. However, with the upgrade experience now doubled, we still have a long way to go. Let's keep working hard. No one ventured into the intermediate area. He Huan and Lin Wanqing got their wish and single-handedly defeated several waves of flying locusts. The level of the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox has also been raised to level 4. However, when he opened the ranking list, he was surprised to find that Zhang Shihan had already reached level 10. Li Chusheng also rose to level 9. He Huan looked frustrated. Did they cheat? Why did they advance so quickly? With his SSS-level talent, super fast charging, He Huan has already single-handedly defeated several waves of flying locusts. However, the gap between them and Zhang Shihan and Li Chusheng has not only not narrowed, but has widened. Lin Wanqing sighed helplessly. Yulong Academy organizes teachers every year, ostensibly to protect students, but in reality to help students participating in the national competition gain experience. The top-level teachers are charging into battle, while the students are cleaning up the mess behind them. Joan Xiaomeng, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, is also the grade director. She can bring the strongest teachers in Yulong Academy into her team. He Huan angrily said, they're cheating. Lin Wanqing sighed helplessly, it's not exactly cheating, since it's something the authorities tacitly approve of. He Huan's face was gloomy. Lin Wanqing could only comfort them, saying, their behavior is destined not to last. You can cheat in the national competition, but the national competition is not the end of life. Once they enter higher education institutions and face an even more powerful Zerg, no one will be there to help them. He Huan could only nod. Adjust your mindset and keep moving forward. However, several waves of locusts appeared, each numbering over 100. For safety reasons, He Huan and Lin Wanqing had no choice but to give up. Go around the swarm of insects. This wastes a lot of time. It wasn't until 4 p.m. that they found a relatively small swarm of insects. I estimate there are 60 or 70 of them. After hesitating for a long time, He Huan and Lin Wanqing finally decided to attack. Although it was dangerous, they didn't want to wait any longer. After all, there were only 2 of them. It is difficult to find a more suitable swarm. The method is the same as before. First, use the phantom skill to create enough clones. To deal with 60 or 70 locusts, you would need at least 150 clones. To be on the safe side, He Huan directly increased the number of clones to 200. However, just before launching the attack, the communication bracelet suddenly emitted a red light. What happened? Lin Wanqing subconsciously wanted to check her communication bracelet. Unexpectedly, the sudden red light startled the nearest locusts. The locusts immediately flapped their wings, making a piercing sound to warn their companions. 60 or 70 locusts rushed directly towards He Huan and Lin Wanqing. The 2 dared not be negligent and immediately controlled the Qingxiu twin-tailed fox to fight the enemy. I no longer have the energy to check my communication bracelet. They were unaware that they had missed crucial information. On the other side, in the Jade Dragon Academy team, everyone's wristbands lit up red simultaneously. The students were still bewildered, unaware of what had happened. The teachers, however, were on high alert, their faces showing shock. The tunnel worms have gone berserk. Grade Director Zhong Xiaomeng immediately ordered, all homeroom teachers, take a headcount of your students and prepare to evacuate. Only then did the students become nervous. Even the usually composed grade head looked nervous. Something big must have happened. Only Li Chusheng, seemingly out of place, stepped forward and asked, Teacher Zhong, there are still 2 hours until the end of the secret realm. Isn't it too early to leave now? Zhong Xiaomeng was immediately enraged and roared at Li Chusheng, Chusheng, do you know what a red alert means? It means the tunnel worms are rampaging and a swarm is coming. Soon, this entire flying locust secret realm will become a forbidden zone. If we don't retreat now, we will all die here. Li Chusheng couldn't help but mutter under his breath, if we're going to retreat, why are you cursing me? Zhong Xiaomeng was speechless. Chusheng, I was calling your name. When did I insult you? The brief incident did not affect the retreat. The homeroom teacher quickly took a headcount, and under the protection of the guards, the students evacuated in an orderly manner. Li Yunci was the last to leave the locust realm. The tense expression on his face finally relaxed slightly. However, he immediately ordered, squad leader, count the number of people again. The squad leader quickly reported, 56 people, not one missing. Li Yunci's face instantly turned to horror, how come there are 56? Our class has 58 people. The class monitor quickly reminded them, Teacher Li, He Huan and Lin Wanqing have been expelled and did not participate in the secret realm trial. Li Yunci became even more nervous. No, they participated. I even sent them a message. Other students quickly advised, Teacher Li, perhaps they came out a while ago, but just didn't report to you. Exactly, with so many people there, it's normal to not be able to find them. Besides, they have already been expelled from school, so it has nothing to do with you. Li Yunci was unusually angry. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? Li Yunci arranged for another teacher to lead the team. He then returned to the Locust Realm and asked the guards, has everyone come out? Is there anyone left in the Locust Realm? The guards answered truthfully, there are still 2 people who haven't come out yet, He Huan and Lin Wanqing. Li Yunci was extremely anxious. They must be in danger. We must send someone to rescue them immediately. The guards burst out laughing. Do you want to hear what you're saying? This is an insect swarm. I don't need to tell you how dangerous an insect swarm is. Are you sending us to our deaths? Are your students' lives more valuable than ours? The guards responsible for protecting the Locust Secret Realm are only 18th tier guards. The majority of the population consists of the elderly, the infirm, and the disabled. They simply didn't have the capacity to withstand the insect infestation. Only when the main force of the guard arrives can the Locust Realm be restored. The battle at the front is intense, and reinforcements are needed, but it's uncertain when that will be. Thinking of this, Li Yunci gritted her teeth, as if she had made some difficult decision, if you won't go, I will. Chapter 13 Insect Swarm. In the Locust Secret Realm, He Huan and Lin Wanqing are still fighting against the swarm of insects. 200 clones were mobilized at once. Every second, spiritual energy is burning. He Huan also felt the pressure for the first time. The spiritual energy is decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. However, everything is still under control. The swarm of insects on the field is also rapidly decreasing. However, Lin Wanqing noticed something was amiss. The sky suddenly darkened. Lin Wanqing subconsciously looked up at the sky. Before anyone knew it, dark, heavy clouds had filled the entire sky. The clouds were very low, as if you could reach out and touch them. In all her life, Lin Wanqing had never seen such a terrifying scene. In the real world, there is no such bizarre weather. This spectacle can only be seen in hidden realms. The next second, Lin Wanqing suddenly remembered the knowledge she had learned in her textbook, and her face turned pale. He Huan, it's an insect swarm. He Huan turned to look at Lin Wanqing. What is an insect swarm? Before Lin Wanqing could answer, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the dark clouds. It struck a distant mountain peak directly. Struck by lightning, the massive mountain actually began to move. Lin Wanqing cried out in despair, "That's a tunnel worm." The tunnel worm's body began to tremble violently. The rocks and vegetation clinging to it then slid off. The entire locust realm began to tremble violently, as if it were the end of the world. The next second, something even more terrifying happened. The tunnel worm's body suddenly contracted. Its nearly 100-meter tall body was completely buried underground. This time, even He Huan, who had lost all her memories, understood what this action meant. His pupils suddenly contracted. The tunnel worm is about to sneeze. Sure enough, the tunnel worm suddenly opened its huge mouth the next second. I let out a sneeze that could destroy the world. A huge, pitch-black mass shot out. They flew into the air and scattered in all directions. He Huan then realized that what the tunnel worm was spewing out was actually countless flying locusts. Countless giant locusts fell from the sky. Even the most terrifying hailstorm in my past life couldn't compare to a fraction of what I'm experiencing now. Each locust is as big as a calf. It crashed to the ground, creating a large crater. Its level has reached a terrifying level 15. It blots out the sky and the sun, boundless and limitless. However, He Huan had no time to be horrified by the locusts. The terrifying sonic waves created by the tunnel worm's sneeze have already swept in. Like a nuclear bomb sweeping the land, it leaves nothing but barren land in its wake. Wherever the sound waves reached, all the clones were destroyed and torn to pieces. The Qingqiu two-tailed fox reacted swiftly, rushing over to protect He Huan and Lin Wanqing, thus barely saving their lives. However, the true form of the Qingqiu two-tailed fox was also severely damaged as a result. Unable to sustain itself any longer, its body shattered completely, turning into specks of starlight that returned to Lin Wanqing's body. Lin Wanqing also suffered a backlash, fainting and collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Only He Huan was unaffected. The value of fusion without beast souls is still increasing. Even if the beast soul suffers a backlash, it has nothing to do with He Huan. He Huan was still able to remain uninvolved. However, without the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox, how will He Huan face the vast swarms of giant locusts? Li Yunxi, who entered the locust secret realm, was also affected by the sonic waves. However, Li Yunxi was, after all, a teacher. She possessed extensive knowledge and rich combat experience. The moment the lightning struck, Li Yunxi foresaw what would happen next. He used his skill directly to give himself and the thunder giant lizard a shield. The sound waves were all blocked by the shield. Li Yunxi and her beast soul were unaffected. Instead, this allowed them to regain a lot of time. The sound waves struck the spatial barrier of the locust secret realm. Even the portal couldn't withstand such an impact, and a wisp of sound wave leaked out. Outside the entrance, teachers and students who had not yet evacuated were also affected. Instinctively, I covered my ears and looked at the entrance with an incredulous expression. Zhang Shihan muttered to herself, "Is this the legendary insect swarm? It's so terrifying." Li Chusheng wagged his tail and came closer. "I have good news for you. I just found out that He Huan and Lin Wanqing are still inside." Li Yunxi, the homeroom teacher of Class 6, also ran inside to rescue them. Ha ha! Zhang Shihan looked suspicious. Impossible. In a secret realm where an insect swarm breaks out, anyone who goes there dies. Would Li Yunxi be that stupid? Li Chusheng patted his chest and assured him, "The information is absolutely reliable. Li Yunxi is indeed that stupid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been constantly opposing you and protecting He Huan. Jiang Shihan immediately revealed a look of vindication. Good riddance. You deserve to die. Jiang Shihan was originally a student in Class 6. However, because Li Yunci always protected He Huan, she switched to Class 3. After all, Li Chusheng, who fused with Jiang Shihan's beast soul, was in Class 3. Upon learning that her mentor was in danger, Jiang Shihan uttered these words. Li Chusheng chimed in, one insect swarm sent all three of our enemies to their deaths. Jiang Shihan, however, remained indignant, saying, they got off too easily because they didn't die by my hand. Before leaving, Jiang Shihan didn't forget to glance at the ranking leaderboard. I ranked first with a score of level 10. Li Chusheng followed closely behind. The top 100 have all reached level 8. However, He Huan and Lin Wanqing's names were not among them. Perhaps they are already dead by now. It's not just Jiang Shihan who thinks this way. Even Li Yunci thought so. Li Yunci pushed the Thunder Lizard's speed to its limit, silently praying that He Huan could hold on for a little longer. There simply isn't enough time. Li Yunci knew all too well the combat power of a level 15 giant locust. He Huan and Lin Wanqing couldn't hold out for long. However, when Li Yunci found He Huan, she discovered a strange scene. All the giant locusts around stood motionless. It was as if I had been petrified. Li Yunci didn't know why either. At this moment, only one thought occupied her mind. Quickly rescue He Huan. Li Yunci quickly rode the Thunder Giant Lizard to He Huan's side and pulled He Huan onto the Thunder Giant Lizard's back. Then, with lightning speed, they rescued Lin Wanqing, who had collapsed and lost consciousness. Only then did He Huan finally react. Teacher Li, what brings you here? Great. Now I can complete my mission. As the giant locust descended, a system notification sounded in He Huan's mind. Ding, a trial mission has been issued, Azura Blade Locust. Please defeat the hidden boss Azura Blade Locust within the specified time. During the mission, you will receive an SSS-level talent, Ultimate Evolution, for a limited time. Upon successful completion of the mission, you will be rewarded with a permanent SSS-level talent, Ultimate Evolution, and a Beast Soul Evolution Gem. Ultimate Evolution, SSS-level talent. After use, it can evolve the Beast Soul to the highest level for battle. A new task has been triggered. The mission reward was an SSS-level talent. He Huan, of course, would not refuse. However, a serious problem still lies ahead for He Huan. The Qingqiu twin-tailed fox was severely injured and has returned to Lin Wanqing's body, unable to continue fighting. Chapter 14 The Beautiful Homeroom Teacher. He Huan tried several times but was unable to summon the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox. As a result, He Huan could only remain frozen in place. He Huan wouldn't dare accept a mission without being certain of its success. Fortunately, the giant locusts around them did not take advantage of the situation. No attack was launched. Others don't know the reason. However, He Huan had already guessed a thing or two through the system. They should be waiting for the Azura Blade Locust to be born. That giant insect egg in the distance should be the Azura Blade Locust. Once the Azura Blade Locust emerges from its cocoon, the giant flying locust will launch an attack. The scene froze instantly. It wasn't until Li Yunci appeared that He Huan finally saw a glimmer of hope for completing the mission. Click to claim the task. The next second, a powerful force was injected into He Huan's body. He Huan has temporarily obtained an SSS-level talent, Ultimate Evolution. However, in order to complete the mission, He Huan still needs to do one more thing. He persuaded his beautiful homeroom teacher, Li Yunci, to merge with his beast soul. This is something I really can't bring myself to talk about. Someone came to save you out of kindness. But you're thinking of fusing with someone else's beast soul. This is somewhat unethical. Just as He Huan hesitated, a loud bang suddenly came from afar. Looking back, one sees a scene of despair. The enormous insect egg had already broken. The Azura sword locust emerges from its cocoon. It was covered in sticky mucus. However, the chilling gaze had already locked onto the Thunder Giant Lizard. The next second, the Azura Blade Locust's wings vibrated, emitting a terrifying sound. The giant locusts that had been poised to attack finally received the order to strike. They all charged toward the Thunder Giant Lizard. The most terrifying thing about the Zerg is their numbers, and the second most terrifying thing is their speed. No creature can surpass the Zerg in speed. The Thunder Giant Lizard is already very fast. However, compared to the giant locust, it's just a little brother. Looking at the giant locusts that blotted out the sky behind him, Li Yunci understood that relying solely on speed would not allow him to escape. In a flash, Li Yunci made a decision. He Huan, take Lin Wanqing and run. I'll cover your retreat. I was moved, but that's all. However, He Huan did not agree with this decision. Teacher Li, these are giant locusts. Even the thunder giant lizard can't outrun them. How could I possibly outrun them? Li Yunci sighed helplessly. I know, but do you have any other ideas? He Huan immediately nodded. Yes, I have another way. You and I will use the beast soul fusion technique together. Li Yunci was immediately furious. What nonsense are you spouting? Even Li Yunci was furious with He Huan. I went through all this trouble to save you, and you actually want my beast soul? The situation was so urgent that there was no time to spare. Otherwise, Li Yunci would definitely have slapped He Huan a few times. He Huan, however, shamelessly continued, this is the only way to defeat the Azura Blade Locust. To be honest, besides my SSS-level talent Infinite Evolution, I also have a hidden SSS-level talent, Ultimate Evolution. It can temporarily evolve the Beast Soul to its highest quality for combat. Your Beast Soul Thunder Giant Lizard can evolve into the SSS-level Beast Soul 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon. Teacher Li, please, trust me just this once, merge with my Beast Soul, otherwise, we will both die here. Although, many mysteries remain unsolved. For example, He Huan doesn't have a Beast Soul, so why is he able to fuse Beast Souls with others? However, due to the urgency of the situation, Li Yunci did not have time to ask for details. The most urgent task is to consider the feasibility of this matter. To be fair, He Huan's suggestion was really convincing. For a moment, Li Yunci truly wavered. However, at the last moment, she still chose to refuse. I can't agree to that. Even if what you're saying is true, I can't agree to it. I can't let you suffer. Li Yun thought of the nicknames her students had given her. Li Yunci didn't want He Huan to become the fourth one. Therefore, Li Yunci could not agree to He Huan's request under any circumstances. Seeing this, He Huan sighed helplessly, Teacher Li, then please don't blame me for being offensive. He Huan hurriedly opened the system inventory, found the item rewarded from the last mission, and forcibly fused it. Click to use Li Yunci. The next second, a feeling that was both familiar and strange welled up in my heart. Li Yunci looked at He Huan with a surprised expression. How is this possible? What did you do to me? He Huan looked embarrassed. The situation was urgent, please understand, Teacher Li. Since you still wouldn't agree, I had no choice but to force the fusion. Li Yunci was completely stunned. I understand coercion. Integration, I understand that too. Forced fusion? I don't understand that. However, there was no time to ask. A dozen or so giant locusts had already rushed to the front. The thunder giant lizard was forced to stop. Looking back, the Azura sword locust had also caught up. With its bladed arm outstretched, it truly resembled a demon descending to earth, terrifying beyond measure. Even Li Yunci, a veteran of countless battles, felt his scalp tingle and broke out in a cold sweat. Just then, He Huan behind him suddenly shouted, show your strongest power. Ultimate Evolution, 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon. The next second, a surge of powerful spiritual energy flowed into the thunder giant lizard's body. The thunder giant lizard let out a roar, its voice filled with pleasure. An unprecedented feeling welled up inside me. Even Li Yunci felt a strange sensation. I felt light as a feather, as if I were floating on a cloud. Immediately afterwards, the thunder giant lizard burst forth with golden light. Its body also expanded rapidly. The terrifying power directly repelled all the giant locusts in the vicinity. Even the boss, Azura Blade Locust, could only retreat and temporarily avoid its sharp edge. When the golden light faded, the thunder giant lizard had vanished. Instead, it was replaced by the terrifying SSS-level Beast Soul, the 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon. Feeling the terrifying power of the 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon. Even the well-informed Li Yunci was shocked at this moment. My Beast Soul can actually evolve to SSS level. Even with the facts right in front of her, Li Yunci still couldn't believe it. The giant locusts around them also felt the terrifying pressure of the SSS-level Beast Soul, the 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon. They dared not step forward, and could only let out roars. Standing still, filled with impotent rage. The 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon suddenly spread its wings and let out a roar. While feeling the immense power, you also proclaim that your emperor has returned. The roar echoed throughout the entire locust realm. Many level 1 and 2 locusts could not withstand the terrifying pressure of the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon and died instantly from their bodies exploding. Even the giant locusts trembled in fear. Who says the Zerg don't know fear? Faced with absolute power, every living being must feel fear. However, the reason why the Zerg can dominate the universe is because of their fearless spirit. Even if one feels fear, it will not affect the fight. As the Azura locust flapped its wings once more, the war horn of the Zerg has sounded. The giant locust once again surged towards the Thunder Dragon in the Nine Heavens. Even knowing it would lead to death, they pressed on relentlessly. Since you want to die, then so be it. Huan controlled the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon and launched an attack. One spell after another was unleashed upon the giant locust, as if they were free. The beautiful homeroom teacher's beast soul is simply too powerful. Chapter 15 Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon. It's like logging into a top-tier online game account in your previous life. All attributes are maxed out, all skills are maxed out, and the level is a terrifying 30. They can squander it as they please. The beautiful homeroom teacher, Li Yunxi, is very knowledgeable. He has a wide range of skills. There's almost nothing she can't do. At this moment, all of it became Huan's capital to squander at will. Each spell could take the lives of more than a dozen giant locusts. They killed over 1,000 giant locusts in succession. The corpses of giant locusts have piled up into mountains. Even the Azura Blade Locust had one of its arms severed by the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon. However, the number of insects did not decrease. The injured Azura Locust also grew arms again and recovered completely by devouring the flesh and blood of its own kind. Li Yunxi quickly reminded him, Huan, we can't continue fighting, we need to leave the Flying Locust secret realm immediately. Huan stared at the Shura Blade Locust in the distance, his eyes filled with resentment. No, we must kill the Shura Blade Locust. Huan can only complete the mission and receive the reward by killing the Azura Blade Locust. Moreover, the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon currently holds an absolute advantage. It was a completely one-sided massacre. The swarm of insects had no chance to fight back. If we persevere for a while longer, we will definitely find a weakness and kill the Azura Blade Locust. However, Huan overlooked a crucial issue. Is your spiritual power still sufficient? Li Yunxi reminded him. Although Huan's spiritual energy reserves far exceeded her expectations. However, Huan is ultimately just a human being. Human beings' reserves of spiritual energy are ultimately limited. However, the number of insect swarms is infinite. To fight against the infinite with the finite, humanity will ultimately be utterly defeated. Throughout history, there are countless examples of this. Upon hearing this, Huan looked at his own spiritual power. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. Where did my spiritual power go? How come there's only a little bit left? Huan then realized that her spiritual power had dwindled to only 10%. Moreover, with the attack of the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon, the spiritual power is decreasing at a visible rate. Upon hearing this, Li Yunxi was immediately enraged. I told you to run away quickly, but you wouldn't listen. It's not too late now, I still have spiritual power. Run for your lives. Huan readily agreed. If we don't run now, we'll really die here. The account of this expert is amazing, though. However, the consumption is also enormous. It's not something an average person can afford. Huan hurriedly handed over control to Li Yunxi. Let Li Yunxi ride the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon to escape the Locust's secret realm. However, the Azura Locust also saw through their intentions. Immediately mobilize more insect swarms to besiege the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon. Stop them from escaping. With each step forward, hundreds of Zerglings had to be killed. Li Yunxi's spiritual power was simply not enough. In no time at all, it was exhausted. They could only rely on Huan again. This time, Li Yunxi finally realized the problem: we have to change our strategy. It's almost impossible to fight our way out, we have no choice but to force our way out. Abandon defense and let the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon withstand the swarm attack. Relying on the strength of the dragon's body, we will force our way out. This is the worst possible strategy. But it is the best choice at this time. Huan had no choice but to agree. However, when they finally reached the exit of the Locust realm after exerting all their strength, they were devastated to find that the exit had been completely sealed off. The sound waves from just now reached beyond the secret realm. The guards could only close the exit completely. Seeing this, He Huan quickly said, "You cover me, I'll go knock on the door." Li Yunci grabbed him and said, "Come back. What are you knocking on? Do you think this is your own door, and that just because you speak loudly, the people across the street can hear you? This is a spatial gate. The Flying Locust secret realm is an independent space. Once the spatial gate is sealed, no matter what happens inside, no one outside will know." He Huan was utterly desperate. "Then what should we do?" Li Yunci did not answer. She didn't know the answer either. Faced with the boundless swarm of insects, even the highest levels of human society were helpless. What can Li Yunci do all by herself? Perhaps I really am an unlucky person, even you. Li Yunci gave a helpless, bitter smile. He thought that once he evolved into an SSS-level beast soul, he would be invincible. I never imagined that I would die here. Just when both of them were in despair. Suddenly, a clap of thunder sounded in the distance. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck He Huan. Thunder! It's thunder! I've got an idea. I can convert electricity into spiritual power. Lightning is electricity too. Whether it works or not, we have to give it a try. It's better than waiting to die here. He Huan immediately rode the 9 heavens thunder dragon and soared into the sky. It plunged directly into the dark clouds. Giant locusts also have the ability to fly. However, their flight technology is not advanced, and they fly at very low altitudes. There was absolutely no way to stop the 9 heavens thunder dragon from soaring into the sky. However, the Azura sword locust was not in a hurry. This is the locust's secret realm. The space is very small. It is not as vast as the real world. Moreover, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Rushing into the dark clouds is practically suicide. Even the thunder dragon of the 9 heavens would be killed by the immense thunder from the dark clouds. Perhaps, it won't be long before they'll be able to enjoy dragon sashimi. The Azura sword locust even put away its Azura sword and quietly waited for its meal. However, the promised giant dragon sashimi did not arrive on time. After a long wait, what they finally received was an even more ferocious attack. He Huan's guess has indeed become a reality. The SSS-level hidden talent, super fast charging, is simply terrifying. It can actually convert lightning into psionic energy. The only drawback is that He Huan's level is too low. A bolt of lightning filled him. There's even a lot of overflow. Having regained his strength, He Huan once again rode the 9 heavens thunder dragon and swooped down. This time, he was even more unscrupulous. He started with a forbidden spell from the dragon race, the 9 heavens thunder control technique. This is the origin of the name 9 heavens thunder dragon. It is the only dragon in the dragon race capable of using the 9 heavens thunder control technique. The lightning struck, instantly wiping out He Huan's spiritual power. It also cleared out countless Zerg below. Immediately afterwards, the 9 heavens thunder dragon returned to the dark clouds. They were once again subjected to the baptism of thunder. This process is repeated. In just 2 instances, the swarm suffered heavy casualties. The Azura locust finally felt its life was threatened. He hastily ordered a retreat. However, He Huan didn't give him a chance at all. Throughout the entire process, He Huan's gaze remained fixed on the Azura locust blade. That's a reward for a walking mission. How could He Huan let him escape? The 9 heavens thunder dragon charged directly at the Azura blade locust. The forbidden dragon spell was unleashed once again. It smashed directly onto the Azura blade locust. The Azura blade locust was instantly illuminated by lightning, emitting the most dazzling light. The light faded, leaving only a pitch-black corpse. The Azura sword locust has fallen. Lin Wanqing had a beautiful dream. Everything in the dream is unimportant. The important thing is that the real dream begins only after you wake up. Looking at the mountain of giant locust crystal cores in front of her, Lin Wanqing was completely dumbfounded. I instinctively pinched myself before I could believe it. These crystal cores are all mine? Chapter 16 Crystal Core. Lin Wanqing was completely stunned. He hurriedly summoned the beast soul Qingqiu twin-tailed fox and began to devour the crystal core. Looking at the crystal core mountain, which was dozens of times larger than himself, the two-tailed fox from Qingqiu was completely dumbfounded. After the initial shock came overwhelming joy. The Qingqiu two-tailed fox plunged into the crystal core mountain and began to feast. 4 or 5 crystal cores in one bite. This is no life for a beast soul. I'm so happy. Moreover, these crystal cores are all from a level 15 giant flying locust. It's nothing like those level 3 or 4 crystal cores from before. Each one contains an explosive amount of pure energy. One bite, and a tremendous amount of energy explodes in your mouth. It was absolutely amazing. The two-tailed foxes of Qingqiu roam freely in the ocean of crystal cores. They performed various fancy ways of eating crystal cores. Eat sitting down, eat lying down, eat sprawled out. However, it soon discovered the problem. There are just too many of these crystal nuclei. Even though I was stuffed, the number of crystal cores did not decrease at all. A deep sense of powerlessness welled up inside me. However, Lin Wanqing kept urging, eat up, eat quickly, you can level up after you finish eating. The Qingqiu two-tailed fox had no choice but to grit its teeth and eat dozens more crystal cores. However, it was still to no avail. The number of crystal nuclei has not decreased. The Qingqiu two-tailed fox gave up completely. Emerging from the crystal core mountain, his gaze unconsciously fell on Yi Huan and Li Yunci beside him. The two of them were handcuffing something with burning charcoal. It's sizzling and oozing oil. It looks delicious. The two-tailed fox from Qingqiu instinctively walked towards Yi Huan and Li Yunci. But Lin Wanqing grabbed him, saying, eat the crystal core first. Lin Wanqing picked up the head of the Qingqiu two-tailed fox and placed it back in front of the crystal core mountain. The two-tailed fox from Qingqiu has actually figured out the ways of the workplace. I symbolically ate 2 crystal cores. Taking advantage of Lin Wanqing's inattention, he ran towards Yi Huan. Lin Wanqing reacted quickly, grabbed it again, and put it back in its original place. This time, the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox didn't even want to act anymore. The moment he landed, he ran towards Yi Huan again. Lin Wanqing was prepared and immediately caught it again. He pressed his head against the crystal core mountain and shouted, eat. The Qingqiu two-tailed fox immediately wore a mask of pain and refused to eat anything. Lin Wanqing had no choice but to hold the Qingqiu two-tailed fox in her arms and soothe it gently. Smelling the fragrance emanating from Lin Wanqing, the Qingqiu two-tailed fox quickly quieted down. But the next second, Lin Wanqing stuffed a crystal core into its mouth. The Qingqiu two-tailed fox began to fight back fiercely once again. This made Yi Huan, who was standing nearby, extremely envious. What you can't have is always the best. Yi Huan also wanted to be carefully fed by Lin Wanqing. But he could not obtain it. It wasn't until Li Yunci reminded her, Wanqing, don't be too anxious. There's a limit to how much a beast soul can absorb crystal cores. Don't force it. Come and eat first. Lin Wanqing then gave up. As they approached, Yi Huan handed them a meat skewer. Lin Wanqing looked puzzled. What is this? Yi Huan replied, barbecue? Haven't you ever seen it before? Lin Wanqing shook her head. Li Yunci immediately came to Lin Wanqing's rescue, saying, Wanqing is a rich heiress, she must have never seen this kind of folk snack before. Yi Huan looked on in surprise. Lin Wanqing lowered her head, that's all in the past. No wall is completely airtight. Everyone already knew that Lin Wanqing had been kicked out by her father. Li Yunci quickly advised, it won't be long before you can return to the Lin family. Lin Wanqing replied expressionlessly, I won't go back. Lin Wanqing is gentle on the outside but strong on the inside, and is very competitive at heart. If you don't want me, I won't want you either. The heiress of a wealthy family is gone forever. Now, Lin Wanqing needs to adapt to her new identity. After taking a bite of the meat skewer, Lin Wanqing exclaimed in amazement, it's so delicious. What kind of meat is this? I've never eaten it before. Yi Huan didn't dare to answer and subconsciously looked at Li Yunci. Li Yunci made no attempt to hide it, saying, I mentioned in class that there is a piece of locust meat inside the giant locust, which is very delicious and highly nutritious. Lin Wanqing turned pale instantly and hurriedly spat out the meat in her mouth. How can you eat insects? Spitting out the meat in my mouth isn't enough. Even the remaining meat skewers were hastily thrown away. Yi Huan smiled wryly, this is the locust realm. If we don't eat locust meat, what will we eat? Strictly speaking, the lobsters that rich people like to eat are also insects. The locust realm won't reopen for who knows how long. We won't be able to leave for a long time. Are you planning to starve forever? Lin Wanqing hesitated. Li Yunci, however, directly handed over a skewer of roasted locust meat. Thinking of the wonderful feeling she had just experienced, Lin Wanqing finally gave up her principles. They took the roasted meat from Fei Huang and began to feast. After finishing her meal, Lin Wanqing suddenly remembered something. Teacher Li, what are you doing here? What was bound to happen has finally happened. Lin Wanqing still asked the question, although Li Yunxi had already simulated it countless times in her mind. However, faced with this question, she couldn't help but show panic. I'm because. In the end, He Huan answered for her. Yunxi came to save us. Without her, we would both be dead. Lin Wanqing naturally remembered what happened before she fell into a coma. Strange phenomena appeared in the sky, and a swarm of insects was coming. Given He Huan and Lin Wanqing's strength, they are certain to die. Lin Wanqing was filled with gratitude towards Li Yunxi. Thank you, Teacher Li. However, the girl was very perceptive and soon noticed something was amiss. The look in their eyes as they looked at Li Yunxi now held a hint of doubt. Feeling Lin Wanqing's strange gaze, Li Yunxi felt completely uncomfortable. Although she fused with He Huan's beast soul in order to save Lin Wanqing. A forced choice in a time of crisis. However, Li Yunxi still didn't know how to face Lin Wanqing. Moreover, Li Yunxi can't live without He Huan now. Although she knew it was immoral, Li Yunxi enjoyed it. After all, He Huan had given so much. The A-grade Beast Soul Thunder Lizard evolves into the SSS grade Beast Soul 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon. Although it's only temporary, there are still many. What woman could resist such temptation? Seeing this, He Huan could only change the subject. We've obtained so many crystal cores, which can help one of you evolve your beast soul. He Huan's gaze instinctively fell on Li Yunxi. Yunxi, your beast soul is of higher quality. Let's evolve it for you first. Li Yunxi wished she could beat He Huan to death. They really know how to bring up the very thing you don't want to talk about. Li Yunxi's biggest worry is that Lin Wanqing will find out about her relationship with He Huan. He Huan insisted on bringing this up. At this moment, Li Yunxi wished she could just find a crack in the ground and disappear into it. However, Lin Wanqing's gaze was already fixed on her. Li Yunxi had no choice but to answer, no. You're about to participate in the national competition, and Beast Soul Evolution is more important to you. Give the Beast Soul Evolution gem to Lin Wanqing. After saying that, Li Yunxi hurriedly prayed in her heart that Lin Wanqing would not find out. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Lin Wanqing noticed the problem. Wait a minute. He Huan, why are you able to help Teacher Li evolve? Chapter 17 D-Rank Beast Soul. Li Yunxi still wanted to struggle a bit more. He Huan means. Unexpectedly, He Huan didn't even bother to struggle and interrupted her directly. Li Yunxi and I have also fused with beast souls. Upon hearing this, Li Yunxi panicked and quickly explained, Wanqing, it's not what you think. The situation was urgent at the time. You were unconscious, the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox was also severely injured, and an elite insectoid, the Azura blade locust, appeared among the swarm. As a last resort. Lin Wanqing smiled happily, that's great. He Huan, you really didn't disappoint me, you're even more amazing than I imagined. Teacher Li, from now on we're all on the same side. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Wanqing grabbed Li Yunxi's hand. That was genuine excitement. It's impossible to act that out. Li Yunxi was completely stunned. However, she could understand Lin Wanqing's thoughts. He Huan also merged with her beast soul. As He Huan becomes stronger, she will also become stronger. In the world of beast souls, strength reigns supreme, and the strong are respected. Only the strong are qualified to talk about ideals. He Huan immediately said, then it's decided. The Beast Soul Evolution Gem will still be given to Lin Wanqing. My SSS-level talent can evolve infinitely, it can evolve once every 10 levels. The Qingqiu twin-tailed fox has already evolved once, so it has already used up its level 10 evolution opportunity. The next evolution will require it to reach level 20. First, raise the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox to level 20, then use the Beast Soul Evolution Gem, and the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox can directly evolve into a C-grade Beast Soul. To everyone's surprise, Li Yunxi refused again, no way. Lin Wanqing added, I've already evolved once. This time, it's Teacher Li's turn. Li Yunxi quickly shook her head, that's not what I meant. What I mean is, Beast Soul Evolution Gems are too precious, using them in the early stages isn't worthwhile. You can save the Beast Soul Evolution Gem for later use. It can evolve once every 10 levels, which means that when the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox reaches level 50, it can evolve into an A-level Beast Soul. At that time, by using 3 Beast Soul Evolution Gems in succession, you will be able to obtain an SSS-level Beast Soul. He Huan suddenly realized, so this is the correct way to use the Beast Soul Evolution Gem. Indeed, using Beast Soul Evolution Gems in the early stages is too wasteful. The Beast Soul Evolution gem used previously did not significantly improve the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox's abilities. Moreover, it still takes up 10 evolution attempts. It must wait until level 20 to evolve into a D-grade Beast Soul. If He Huan's method is used, the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox will have to wait until level 80 to evolve into an SSS-level Beast Soul. However, by using Li Yunxi's method, one can obtain an SSS-level Beast Soul at level 50. It was a full 30 levels ahead of schedule. The difficulty of upgrading increases exponentially in later stages, so leveling up 30 levels earlier is more significant. The three agreed to use the Beast Soul Evolution gem later. However, Lin Wanqing discovered another problem. I need to reach level 50 to evolve into an A-grade Beast Soul. But Teacher Li is already an A-grade Beast Soul. If I use 3 Beast Soul Evolution gems on her, wouldn't she instantly be upgraded to SSS grade? Li Yunxi smiled gently, that's true. However, since I'm not participating in the national competition, the Beast Soul Evolution gem isn't very useful to me, so you should use it first. Seeing the two women being so courteous to each other, He Huan was in a great mood. Next, we'll help Lin Wanqing's Beast Soul evolve. He Huan and Lin Wanqing took turns urging the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox to devour the crystal core. The two-tailed fox of Qingqiu never dreamed that its favorite crystal core would become its nightmare. An hour later, the Qingqiu twin-tailed fox finally devoured enough crystal cores and leveled up to level 20. He Huan immediately used her SSS talent to evolve infinitely. Actively using the SSS talent for infinite evolution requires consuming crystal cores. The quantity is more than the number of crystal cores consumed in the previous upgrade. The crystal cores accumulated from slaying the giant locust were instantly depleted. The E-grade Beast Soul, Qingqiu two-tailed fox, successfully evolved into the D-grade Beast Soul, Qingqiu three-tailed fox. It grew a third tail. Their strength has increased significantly. Next, it's time to continue killing monsters and leveling up. The dreaded insect swarm unexpectedly brought He Huan a tremendous opportunity. For a long time to come, the entire locust realm will belong to them. He Huan was able to kill the Zerg without restraint and obtain crystal cores. You can also log into Li Yunxi's Divine Gear account to help yourself level up. Even Jiang Shihan and Li Chushang did not receive this kind of treatment. However, this good fortune did not last long. Just one day later, the guards entered the Locust secret realm ahead of schedule. They found He Huan and his two companions and drove them away. A locust swarm has just broken out in the Locust realm. It is extremely dangerous. Please evacuate immediately. Li Yunxi still wanted to argue, our strength is more than enough to handle the insect swarm. Besides, if we stay, we can help you clear out the insect swarm. The commander of the guards said expressionlessly, we are on official business, please cooperate. There was no other way but to leave with the guards. Unexpectedly, just as they stepped out of the Locust realm, they were greeted by Li Chushang and Jiang Shihan. The three of you are still alive? God must be blind. He Huan looked around and realized that the grade director, Zhong Xiaoming, and all the students in class 3 had come. There are also dozens of faculty members from the college. But I didn't see any students from other classes. Even so, He Huan was not afraid at all. Li Chusheng, do you want to get beaten up again? This time, Li Chusheng was incredibly arrogant. He Huan, I don't believe you dare to hit me. The day before yesterday, I leveled up to level 9, and yesterday I cultivated all day and leveled up to level 10. The gap between us is widening. Do you dare hit me? He Huan looked extremely surprised. You actually leveled up to level 10. Do you know how many levels I've reached? I'm already level 25. Li Chusheng looked incredulous. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you possibly reach level 25? The other students in class 3 chimed in. He Huan, you're really daydreaming. Do you even know what level 25 means? Many muggles never reach level 25 in their entire lives. Even a prodigy like Brother Chusheng is only at level 10 now. Zhong Xiaoming also looked disgusted. Bragging here is useless, the ranking list doesn't lie. Li Chusheng immediately looked at the commander of the guards and said in a commanding tone, open the ranking list. The commander of the guards actually accepted the order and opened the ranking list. The next second, everyone gasped. How is this possible? He Huan is actually level 25, and even Lin Wanqing is level 25. How did they do it? Two useless people, not only did they not die in the insect swarm, but they also rose to a terrifying level 25. It's simply unbelievable. Chapter 18 Cheating. Jiang Shihan suddenly thought of a possibility. The system must be malfunctioning. let's check it quickly. The guards immediately checked the system. After working on it for a long time, we finally came to a conclusion: the ranking system is working properly. He Huan and Lin Wanqing have indeed reached level 25. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone looked at He Huan and Lin Wanqing with awe. Even Li Chushang and Jiang Shihan were dumbfounded. They racked their brains but still couldn't figure out how those two good-for-nothings had managed to reach level 25. After a long silence, someone said in an incredulous tone, "Could it be that He Huan and Lin Wanqing aren't good-for-nothings?" No one answered the question. After all, the answer is right in front of us, there's no need for a reply. However, no one could accept that outcome. Especially Zhong Xiaoming, the grade director. She was the one who personally orchestrated the dismissal of He Huan and Lin Wanqing. If He Huan and Lin Wanqing are truly peerless geniuses, then she will become the biggest sinner of Jade Dragon Academy. Not only is his position as grade head in jeopardy, but he may even be replaced by Li Yunxi. Wait a minute. Li Yunxi? Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed in the mind of Zhong Xiaoming, the grade director. The key to breaking the deadlock is Li Yunxi. Zhong Xiaoming immediately shouted angrily, "Li Yunxi, Yulong Academy has clear rules that teachers are not allowed to help students cheat. How dare you break the law?" Li Yunxi was completely stunned. "What law did I break?" Zhong Xiaoming snorted coldly, "Let me ask you, did you help He Huan and Lin Wanqing repel the insect swarm? Did you help them level up? How could you, a teacher, do such a thing? You're utterly shameless." Li Yunxi was not good with words, so she could only suffer in silence. He Huan couldn't stand it and immediately retorted, "Teacher Zhong, how dare you say such a thing? If teachers can't help students level up, then what are these teachers behind you doing? During the last Secret Realm trial, you transferred all the Academy's most skilled teachers to Class 3. Aren't they breaking the law?" Zhong Xiaoming is a typical hypocrite. She often leads the way in breaking the rules. Now, they want to use rules to bind Li Yunxi. Unfortunately, the students around him were all from Class 3, who were all beneficiaries of the system. They resolutely stood on Zhong Xiaoming's side. This isn't about leveling up. The teachers are here to help us, unlike you guys. He Huan sneered, "We're both teachers helping students Han Zerg, but you're accused of helping, while we're accused of cheating and leveling up? What a bunch of hypocrites." Among the dozens of students in Class 3, there was a feeling that they couldn't win an argument with He Huan. At the crucial moment, Jiang Shihan finally made her move, saying, "What can you do if you're not convinced?" Ms. Zhong is the grade head, and she has the final say on the interpretation. She said you cheated, so you cheated, and there's no point in trying to deny it. After Jiang Shihan reminded her, Zhong Xiaoming suddenly realized what was going on. Li Yunxi, as a teacher, you have blatantly violated the college's regulations, which is egregious. According to regulations, all your duties are suspended. Unless you can. He Huan interrupted Zhong Xiaoming directly, "You're threatening to fire me again? What other skills do you have? So what if he's expelled? Teacher Li has already awakened an SSS-level beast soul, he's no longer someone to be underestimated. Even if Yulong Academy doesn't expel her, she will still leave Yulong Academy." Zhong Xiaoming was immediately dumbfounded. SSS-level beast soul? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Yunxi, summon your beast soul. He Huan naturally couldn't agree to that. What kind of trash are you? Why should Teacher Li listen to you? He Huan was full of confidence. Although Li Yunxi's beast soul is still an A-level beast soul, Thunder Lizard. However, He Huan can use ultimate evolution to evolve her beast soul into the SSS-level beast soul 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon. Although the process was somewhat complicated, Li Yunxi eventually obtained an SSS-level beast soul. With SSS unleashed, who can rival it? Zhong Xiaoming, Jiang Shihan, and Li Chushang all went silent. Although they all knew that SSS-level beast souls were extremely rare. However, Li Yunxi did not deny it, and they dared not gamble. They could only let He Huan gain the upper hand. But at that moment, the commander of the guards suddenly walked over. "Teacher Zhong, we're ready. We can enter the Locust Realm now." Upon hearing this, everyone became excited again. "He Huan, what good is it if you reach level 25? You're still just trash in the end. We're about to enter the Secret Realm for trials, so we don't have time to waste with you." He Huan immediately questioned, "Commander, didn't you just say that no one is allowed to enter the Flying Locust Secret Realm? Why were they able to enter? Aren't they human?" The commander of the guards replied expressionlessly, Teacher Zhong and her students were acting on the orders of Wang Wu, the deputy commander of the guards, to assist us in clearing the locust-infested secret realm. He Huan almost swore. What a great assistance! These useless people, can they help you? They're more likely to be a hindrance than a help. Using the guards to help you level up is blatant cheating. The commander of the guard replied, If you have any questions, you can ask Wang Wu, the deputy commander of the guard. Zhong Xiaomeng, Jiang Shihan, and Li Chusheng all looked at He Huan as if she were an idiot. The students from class 3 around them couldn't help but complain as well. That scumbag, he wouldn't actually go to the deputy commander of the guard, would he? Doesn't he know that Wang Wu is Chusheng's father? He Huan felt a bit confused. The father at birth was Wang Wu? Why is the surname different? No one dared to answer that question. They could only slink away with the guards and enter the locust secret realm. Jiang Shihan still couldn't resist throwing out a harsh remark, He Huan, what's the use of just talking? This world ultimately belongs to the strong. Li Chuxing can help us enter the flying locust secret realm ahead of time, and he also brought in the guards as sparring partners. As for you, you can only rely on your words. It won't be long before I surpass you and trample you under my feet. Li Chuxing became even more furious, He Huan, it will take 3 days to clear the locust secret realm. After 3 days, I will definitely surpass you. He Huan still refused to back down, we'll talk when you surpass me. Li Chuxing sneered, then we'll see. After saying that, Li Chuxing put his arm around Jiang Shihan and entered the locust secret realm with an arrogant air. Only He Huan, Lin Wanqing, and Li Yunci remained. Seeing this, Li Yunci sighed helplessly, He Huan, you are still too young and too impulsive. I don't understand the principle that excessive rigidity leads to breakage. Li Chuxing's father is the deputy commander of the guard. Offending him would have unimaginable consequences. He Huan smiled dismissively, don't worry, Teacher Li, I know what I'm doing. Li Yunci shook her head helplessly. In Li Yunci's view, He Huan clearly lacked discretion. It was very unwise to offend Li Chuxing so recklessly. At this moment, Li Yunci also felt a little regretful. He regretted merging with He Huan. Chapter 19 Privileges. However, what's done is done, and there's no way to change it. We can only hope that He Huan will mature soon. Now, all Li Yunci can do is try her best to help He Huan. I have a friend who is the commander of the guard, perhaps she can help you. The locust realm is the fastest way to level up. No matter the cost, we must enter the locust realm. Unexpectedly, He Huan completely ignored Li Yunci's good intentions. He then turned to Lin Wanqing, Wanqing, do you still have the tickets? I remember the tickets include lunch. Don't waste them. Lin Wanqing couldn't stand it anymore either, He Huan, Teacher Li is talking about serious matters, don't be silly. He Huan spoke nonsense with a straight face, what I'm saying is also important, hurry up and take out the tickets. Lin Wanqing had no choice but to take out the ticket and hand it to He Huan. He Huan immediately ran to the guard's canteen and exchanged his ticket for lunch. Seeing this, Lin Wanqing also looked helpless. All I could do was smooth things over for He Huan, Teacher Li, how about we eat first? Li Yunci gave a helpless, bitter smile. I had no choice but to agree. Upon entering the guard's mess hall, He Huan had already gotten his meal. I found a secluded corner to sit down. The two women had no choice but to sit down next to him. Only then did Li Yunci realize that He Huan was not in a hurry to eat. Instead, he started fiddling with the socket next to him. I used nail clippers again to remove the screws from the socket. Pull out the wires inside. Then, grab it with both hands. This time, He Huan showed significant improvement. It actually went from 5 seconds to 10 seconds. After finishing everything, He Huan put the socket back in its original position. Then, we started eating. Only then did Li Yunci understand He Huan's intention. He Huan, you are a monster. You can actually convert electrical energy directly into spiritual energy. That's terrifying. In order to maximize profits, He Huan not only filled herself up, but also filled Li Yunci and Lin Wanqing up as well. Feeling the immense spiritual power within his body, Li Yunci became excited. The way he looked at He Huan was also full of affection. He Huan maintained his nonchalant demeanor, saying, they charged me 4,000 yuan for the tickets, I can't let them off too easily. He Huan has now reached level 25. The spiritual power value increased more than 50 times. Although, 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity only costs 50 cents. However, a full charge is not a small amount. Conservatively estimated, this electricity bill alone will exceed 50,000 yuan. Anyway, this is the last time I'll enter the Locust realm. Get all the savings in one go. The ticket cost 4,000 yuan, the level was upgraded to level 25, and more than 50,000 yuan worth of electricity was stolen. It's an absolute steal. More importantly, Lin Wanqing's school bag also contained the crystal cores of 100 giant locusts. This is a level 15 Zerg crystal core. Each one is worth 2,000 yuan. He Huan took out 10 crystal cores and exchanged them for 20,000 yuan at the official store. Only then did he leave, completely satisfied. On the way back, Li Yunxi suddenly had a thought: perhaps you and Lin Wanqing really don't need the Flying Locust secret realm anymore. As long as He Huan can continuously provide spiritual energy, Lin Wanqing can improve her level through cultivation. Moreover, the speed won't be slower than hunting Zerg. Lin Wanqing looked puzzled. Teacher Li, you're not joking, are you? During class, you kept emphasizing the importance of hunting down the Zerg. Hunting Zerg is the fastest way to level up. Li Yunxi patiently explained, that applies to other people. He Huan's situation is different from others. The reason others need to hunt the Zerg is because they don't have enough spiritual power. The situation is different in every country in this world. There are 3 sources of spirit stones: spirit stone mines, hunting insectoids, and artificial synthesis. The biggest problem in Longsha Kingdom is that it does not have abundant spirit stone mines. Therefore, ordinary people can only rely on hunting insectoids to improve their strength. However, this is not the case for the upper-class nobility. The upper-class nobles control a vast amount of resources, with an unlimited supply of spirit stones. Therefore, they only need to cultivate to maintain their leading position. Now that He Huan has access to unlimited spiritual power, you can also replicate the cultivation methods of the upper-class nobles. He Huan nodded with a confused look on his face. Without memories of this world, He Huan couldn't determine whether Li Yunxi was right or wrong. Therefore, one can only nod blindly. Lin Wanqing immediately retorted, Teacher Li, I've already tried it, and the conversion rate of cultivation techniques is very low. Li Yunxi nodded. The Kung Fu you have mastered is the most basic technique, with a conversion efficiency of only 5%. Firstly, you are beginners, so you need to proceed step by step. Secondly, ordinary people cannot obtain a large number of spirit stones, so even if they have high-level cultivation techniques, they have no use for them. However, advanced cultivation techniques are not a secret. The library in Jade Dragon City has one such advanced technique that can increase conversion efficiency to 50%. I've heard that the high-ranking members of the Guardian Army possess a technique that can increase conversion efficiency to over 80%. Some powerful families' ancestral martial arts techniques can even exceed 100%. Lin Wanqing was shocked. We can't possibly obtain the high-ranking guards in powerful families' ancestral martial arts techniques. Even the advanced techniques publicly available in the library are extremely powerful. From 5% to 50%, the conversion efficiency has increased tenfold. If one can truly master advanced cultivation techniques, improving one's strength through cultivation won't be difficult. Surpassing Jiang Shihan and Li Chusheng is not an unrealistic dream. Immediately, the 3 of them set off for the Jade Dragon City Library. Sure enough, they found an advanced cultivation technique. However, advanced techniques can only be viewed and cannot be lent out. He Huan was instantly stunned. What should we do now? Li Yunxi and Lin Wanqing answered in unison, of course we should hurry up and memorize it. He Huan was completely taken aback. I can't even recite the memorial to the throne, and you want me to recite this? Li Yunxi and Lin Wanqing didn't have time to explain to He Huan. In their view, memorizing the exercises is a very simple thing. However, He Huan couldn't remember a single word. All I could do was stand there, dumbfounded. Sure enough, in less than an hour, the 2 women had memorized the advanced technique. Next, I'll go home and cultivate. Lin Wanqing was kicked out of her home by her father and had nowhere to live. Li Yunxi had no choice but to take her back to her own home. Under Li Yunxi's guidance, Lin Wanqing quickly mastered advanced martial arts techniques. However, no matter what He Huan did, she couldn't learn it. Helpless, Li Yunxi could only give up. Perhaps this is fate. When God opens a door for you, He closes a window. Leave the cultivation to us, you just need to ensure the supply of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy within the 2 women can sustain them until tomorrow morning. He Huan will come over again tomorrow morning and fill their bottles. Now, He Huan can go home first. However, as soon as He-Huan entered the door, her aunt came over with a worried look on her face. He-Huan, where have you been? Why haven't you come home for 2 days? I was so worried about you. Chapter 20 Confession. He-Huan felt a warmth in her heart and quickly explained, Auntie, I told you before that I participated in the Flying Locust Secret Realm trial. The Flying Locust Secret Realm costs 2,000 yuan per person for a ticket. Since it's not easy to get in, we naturally have to make the most of our time to hunt down the insectoids and not lose money. So, it took a few more days. My aunt was relieved. It's good that you're all right. Zhang Charan immediately retorted, He-Huan, you're lying again. You don't even have a beast soul, what are you going to the Flying Locust Secret Realm for? You lie without even thinking. Tang Xuejian chimed in, exactly. Even I know that the Locust Secret Realm has been swarmed by insects and has been closed. You actually said that you went to the Locust Secret Realm for trials? That's hilarious. Auntie, don't believe him. He's probably off gallivanting somewhere. Now that he's back, he's trying to fool you with this nonsense. Upon hearing this, the aunt looked at He-Huan with disappointment in her eyes. Seeing this, He-Huan could only tell the truth, although I don't have a beast soul, I have awakened an SSS-level talent, allowing for infinite evolution. The reason I hid my talent last time was simply because I didn't know this family. He-Huan had already learned something about Lin Wanqing. I know they are not bad people. Therefore, tell the truth. However, the truth He-Huan revealed was too unbelievable. Even his aunt, who doted on him the most, couldn't believe it. He-Huan, your aunt isn't senile yet. Don't try to fool me with this kind of talk. He-Huan looked helpless. Auntie, how could I possibly lie to you? Many people have participated in the awakening ceremony. You can find out the truth by asking around. The aunt immediately looked at Zhang Charan, Ran, ask around. However, seeing Zhang Charan's stunned expression, her aunt already knew the answer. He-Huan was not lying. As expected, Zhang Charan said with a shocked expression, Jade Dragon Academy, the person who awakened an SSS-level talent, is that you? My aunt burst into tears, He-Huan, I wasn't wrong about you, you really are amazing. Tang Xuejian immediately retorted, Auntie, don't be so happy yet. Have you forgotten that He-Huan doesn't have a beast soul? In this world, a beast soul is more important than talent. Without a beast soul, even an SSS-level talent is just for show. He-Huan laughed, you guys know quite a lot. However, I am different from others. Although I do not have a beast soul, I can still fuse with the beast souls of others. After fusion, the other party can also enjoy my SSS-level talent and evolve infinitely. Even a caterpillar can evolve into a dragon. Even a low-grade F-rank beast soul can evolve into a top-grade SSS-rank beast soul. The three women were shocked upon hearing this. Really? Are SSS-level talents really that strong? This is simply unbelievable. Zhang Charan immediately said, Brother, will you merge with me? Tang Xuejian retorted, not to be outdone, brother, please merge with me, I beg you. Brother doesn't want to merge with you. Brother hates you the most. You're talking nonsense. Your brother hates you the most. You're always arguing with him. Seeing that the two girls were about to start arguing, the aunt quickly stopped them, stop arguing. Neither of you can merge with He-Huan. He-Huan is an SSS-level awakener. You are no longer worthy of him. He should fuse with a girl whose beast soul quality is even higher. Tang Xuejian burst into tears from anger. Zhang Charan also looked unwilling. He-Huan quickly changed the subject, let's talk about fusing beast souls later. Aunt, why haven't Auntie and Coco come back yet? My aunt glanced out the window instinctively, it was already dark. The law enforcement officers have been very busy these past few days, so my aunt won't be coming back tonight. Coco has a class reunion tonight and won't be back until very late. Let's not wait for her, let's eat first. He-Huan ate a few bites and then got up to go out. I'm a little worried about Sister Coco. Of course, this is just one of the reasons. More importantly, He-Huan wanted to avoid her two younger sisters. After learning that He-Huan possessed an SSS-level talent, his two younger sisters adopted a predatory stance. He-Huan could only keep his distance. Arrive at the restaurant where Xia Miaoka is. He-Huan didn't want to go in and disturb them. However, he learned that someone had proposed to him at the restaurant. The ancestral Bagua genes within him could no longer be contained. They hurriedly entered the restaurant, mingled with the crowd, and began to watch the drama unfold. This hall was originally used for weddings, but it's perfect for a proposal now. He-Huan subconsciously looked around. Sure enough, the small hall was surrounded by illusions of flowers created with magic crystals. Petals were still floating in the air. Flowers in full bloom, petals falling in profusion. It truly is like a paradise on earth. He-Huan quickly squeezed to the front, while secretly asking the person next to her, who's proposing? The people at the front were all around the same age as He-Huan. Upon hearing this, arrogance unconsciously appeared on everyone's faces. You don't even know him. 3 years ago, the strongest graduate of Yulong City, the champion of Yulong City, and the best result in the national competition. He-Huan looked completely bewildered. Don't all these words mean the same thing? You still haven't said who he is. A white-haired girl replied, his name is Zhang Chang, an A-level awakener. He was selected for the Black Dragon Guard with excellent grades, only a year after graduation. He-Huan moved closer to the white-haired girl and asked, what do the Black Dragon Guards do? The white-haired girl sized up He-Huan, and finding him agreeable, she said, the Black Dragon Guard is the elite force of the Guard Army. The selection process is extremely rigorous. You can think of it simply as becoming a member of the Black Dragon Guard and thus becoming a superior person. Zhang Chang has already stacked up all his buffs, he's an A-level awakened. If he becomes a member of the Black Dragon Guard, his future is limitless. He-Huan was also full of surprise, the girl he proposed to must be very lucky. The white-haired girl chimed in, who says otherwise? Zhang Chang likes Xia Miaoke back in school, and now he's actually proposing to her. What did you say? Who is Zhang Chang going to propose to? Xia Miaoke? He-Huan's expression was more painful than if she had eaten shit. I originally wanted to just quietly observe the situation. Unexpectedly, the gossip ended up affecting me. Of the 3 sisters in the family, He-Huan's favorite is Xia Miaoke. My own cabbage is about to be eaten by other pigs. He-Huan felt a surge of envy, jealousy, and resentment. However, he soon revealed a helpless smile. He and Xia Miaoke were just siblings. He-Huan has absolutely no right to be jealous. Moreover, Zhang Chang's qualifications are indeed very good. As long as he treats Coco well, what reason does He-Huan have to object? However, He-Huan suddenly thought of a question. Zhang Chang is an A-level beast soul, so why did he fuse with Xia Miaoke? Although the quality of Xia Miaoke's beast soul is unknown. However, Lin Wanqing had previously analyzed that Xia Miaoke's beast soul was only at the C or D level. Zhang Chang is an A-level beast soul. The two are vastly different. As expected, the people around him were immediately surprised when he said this. What are you talking about? Who told you that Zhang Chang is going to fuse beast souls with Xia Miaoke? He's just proposing. Chapter 21 Proposal. He-Huan was dumbfounded. Isn't proposing marriage about fusing with a beast soul? Everyone around looked at him as if he were an idiot. I couldn't be bothered to explain to He-Huan. Finally, the white-haired girl patiently explained, fusing beast souls and getting married are 2 similar terms, but they are fundamentally very different. He-Huan shook her head. Why don't I understand? The white-haired girl gave a helpless smile. You haven't participated in the national competition yet, have you? Children don't understand these things. After participating in the national competition, especially after coming into contact with the real high society, you will understand that these 2 words are completely different. The upper-class elite will separate these 2 things. Fusing with beast souls is one thing, getting married is another. He-Huan seemed to understand. The people around immediately spoke in the tone of someone who had been through it all. In high society, these 2 things are kept separate. Beast soul fusion is the most important thing, and there can be no carelessness. Zhang Chang's beast soul fusion partner is a wealthy young lady who possesses an A-level beast soul. This time, my proposal to Xia Miaoke is merely a formality. There's no possibility of marriage at all. Although Xia Miaoke is beautiful, she's ultimately just an F-level good for nothing. Marrying her would be far beneath me. In the world of beast souls, marriage is far less important than beast soul fusion. Upon learning of this, He-Huan was immediately enraged. He secretly vowed to ruin the whole thing. However, on stage, the proposal had reached its final stage. After the heartfelt confession, Zhang Chang, impeccably dressed, knelt on one knee, holding flowers in his hands, and said, Coco, say yes. At this moment, He-Huan, sitting in the audience, was even more nervous than Zhang Chang on stage. Sister Kiki, please don't agree. As expected, Xia Miaoke did not disappoint him. I'm sorry, Zhang Chang, I can't agree to that. After saying that, Xiao Miaoka turned to leave the stage. Unexpectedly, at that moment, several blonde-haired punks suddenly rushed up. They surrounded Xiao Miaoka. Did young Master Zhang let you leave? You're not leaving today unless you accept young Master Zhang's marriage proposal. Xiao Miaoka, don't push your luck. You're just a piece of trash with an F-level beast soul, how dare you refuse young Master Zhang? Although Xiao Miaoka was terrified, she still refused to budge, saying, no matter what, I will never agree to Zhang Chang's request. Zhang Chang was also furious and threw the flowers on the ground. You won't agree? Fine. I don't need your agreement then. I have already joined the Black Dragon Guard. All I need to do is report this matter to the City Lord's mansion, and the City Lord's mansion will naturally take care of it for me. You can refuse me, but can you refuse the City Lord's mansion? He Huan, sitting in the audience, was completely dumbfounded. She asked the white-haired girl again, is what he said true? Would the City Lord's mansion really care about such a mess? The white-haired girl actually nodded. Have you heard of the three-tier law? As long as the beast soul level differs by 3 levels, a higher level awakened one can exercise special privileges over the lower level awakened one. Zhang Chang has an A-level beast soul, while Xiao Miaoka is an F-level one. It's no exaggeration to say that Zhang Chang could kill Xiao Miaoka and not be punished. As Zhang Chang walked towards Xiao Miaoka, he unbuttoned his shirt. I'll ask you one last time, will you agree? This is the pre-cast animation of a hypocrite. Xiao Miaoka had already understood. I was terrified. But he still refused to back down, saying, I won't agree. Sure enough, the next second, Zhang Chang, enraged, grabbed Xiao Miaoka by the collar. You shameless hussy, you're really asking for it. You worthless F-grade beast soul, I'm being generous by wanting to mess with you. You're incredibly shameless. You're practically asking for it. As they were talking, Mr. Zhang suddenly raised his arm, as if to strike. The people around all had expressions of watching the spectacle. Although a few people were occasionally indignant, none of them dared to intervene. Just then, He Huan shouted, stop. He rushed forward, pushed Zhang Chang aside, and shielded Xiao Miaoka behind him. Upon seeing this, the blonde-haired punks nearby immediately flew into a rage. You bastard, how dare you ruin young Master Zhang's plans? I'll beat you up. Zhang Chang quickly stopped them, shouting, all of you, get out of the way. Turning to He Huan, Zhang Chang's eyes were full of mockery. I wondered who it was, but it's just my brother-in-law. He Huan was completely speechless. Don't call me that yet. You have nothing to do with Sister Coco. Zhang Chang said with a mocking smile, we'll be connected soon. Xiao Miaoka is mine, and no one can take her away from me. He Huan snorted coldly, a piece of trash at the A-level dares to daydream. Everyone around was stunned. Grade A? Trash? How dare you put those two words together? If grade A is trash, then what are you? You probably don't know about the third law. He Huan smiled dismissively. The third level law, I just learned about it. If I were 3 levels stronger than Zhang Chang, could I kill him? The blonde-haired boys burst into laughter. 3 grades higher than young Master Zhang? You really dare to dream. In the entire Jade Dragon City, apart from that SSS-level awakener from Jade Dragon Academy, the highest awakening level is S-level, only 1 level higher than young Master Zhang. Kid, you're not trying to say you're that prodigy from Jade Dragon Academy, are you? He Huan revealed a disdainful smile, since you've heard of me, that makes things easier. I am from Jade Dragon Academy, an SSS-level awakened one. Upon hearing this, the blonde-haired boys immediately scoffed, an SSS-level awakened one isn't so easy to impersonate. You can fool others, but you don't even need to think about fooling us. We all know that the person in charge at Jade Dragon Academy is surnamed He, and his name is He Huan. You're Xiao Miaoka's younger brother, how could you possibly have the surname He? You can't fool me on this point. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Miaoka looked shocked upon hearing this. Little brother, are you really an SSS-level awakener? He Huan held Xiao Miaoka's hand tightly to reassure her, yes, I told you before, but you didn't believe me. Turning to the astonished crowd, He Huan said calmly, I am He Huan. Although his voice wasn't loud. However, what reached everyone's ears was like a thunderclap, a deafening roar. He Huan? He Huan. You must be He Huan, an SSS-level awakened one. The blonde-haired boys were all shocked, not daring to even breathe. Zhang Chang was completely stunned. He never dreamed that He Huan, an SSS-level awakened one, was actually Xia Miaoka's younger brother. Unbelievable. It's simply unbelievable. At this moment, Zheng Chang wished he could disappear on the spot. They will disappear forever. Unfortunately, he can't become invisible. As the center of attention, he couldn't possibly remain invisible. Everyone's attention was on him. Of course, that also included He Huan. Hey, you A-level trash, get over here, I want to play with you. Chapter 22 Grade A Waste. The people around were shocked once again. As expected of an SSS-level awakened one, he's truly arrogant. Even A-level experts are nothing but trash in front of him. If A-level experts are all trash, then what am I? There's no way around it. According to the 3-tier rule, SSS level is 3 levels above A-level and can enjoy the highest privileges. Even if Zheng Chang is killed, the city lord's mansion won't pursue the matter. Not just the people around them. Even Zheng Chang was dumbfounded. He never dreamed that he, who possessed an A-level beast soul, would one day be called a piece of trash. He didn't dare to talk back. Seeing that Zheng Chang did not take any action, He Huan walked directly in front of him. He grabbed Zheng Chang's neck and said, "Grandpa's calling you, didn't you hear me? You love playing, don't you? Well, today I'll have some fun with you. Don't you like to laugh? Smile. Why aren't you laughing anymore?" He Huan pinched Zheng Chang's face and forced a smile. When has Zheng Chang ever suffered such humiliation? He shoved He Huan away, saying, "He Huan, don't go too far." He Huan grabbed his collar, "So what if it's too much? You're allowed to bully others, but I can't bully you? In front of me, you're nothing but a grade trash, garbage, and a slut. I'm only messing with you because I'm being rude. Don't push your luck." He Huan returned all of Xia Miaoka's insults verbatim. It was truly exhilarating. Zheng Chang broke free again and said angrily, "He Huan, don't think I don't know. Although you have awakened an SSS level talent, you do not have a beast soul. The importance of a beast soul far surpasses that of talent. Without a beast soul, even an SSS level talent is useless. You're not even as good as Xia Miaoka, so what right do you have to humiliate me?" He Huan didn't bother with any more words and directly summoned Lin Wanqing's beast soul, the Qingqiu three-tailed fox. To achieve maximum deterrence, He Huan seamlessly connected with his SSS level talent, undergoing ultimate evolution. Evolved the three-tailed fox of Qingqiu into its strongest form, the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu. Then, with the look of someone staring at a dead man, she looked at Zheng Chang and said, "Who said I don't have a beast soul?" In an instant, Zheng Chang felt as if the sky had fallen. It turns out the rumors were all false. It turns out that He Huan possesses a beast soul. It turns out that He Huan's beast soul is also an SSS level beast soul. SSS level talent, plus SSS level beast soul. The others are playing with a ball. Even Zheng Chang, who possesses an A-level beast soul, is like this. Not to mention others. This meal was really worth it, to see 2 SSS level awakened ones. Not to mention us, even this restaurant is honored. This hall will probably have to be called the Double SSS Hall from now on. To have met 2 SSS level awakened beings in this lifetime, I would die without regrets. As for Zheng Chang's life or death, it doesn't matter anymore. Does it really matter whether a grade A piece of trash is dead or alive? Zheng Chang's life or death is not important to others. However, it was of paramount importance to Zheng Chang himself. Sweat dripped down his cheeks. Zheng Chang didn't even dare to wipe it. My mind raced, searching for ways to survive. He actually found her. "He Huan, I admit that my behavior just now was rash, and I apologize to you. But my intentions were good. I like Coco, and I want to give her a happy life. You can't kill me just because I like her. Even if you kill me today, I will not change my mind. As long as no one merges with Xia Miaoka's beast soul, I will love her forever." Zheng Chang's methods were not sophisticated. They secretly replaced the word marriage proposal with fusion of beast souls. In fact, He Huan already knew that in the eyes of these people, fusing beast souls and getting married were not the same thing. However, it doesn't matter anymore. He Huan readily accepted the offer, who said no one has fused with Coco's beast soul. He Huan turned to look at Xia Miaoka, her eyes instantly softening with tenderness. "I just want to merge with Kiki." These words caused another uproar among the crowd. What's going on? A dual SSS awakener is actually going to fuse with an F rank. The word waste often appears after F class. People have developed a conditioned reflex. But today, no one dared to utter those two words in front of He Huan. Zhang Chang was overjoyed upon hearing this. But he wanted to add fuel to the fire. I don't believe you're talking nonsense, unless you merge with Xia Miaoke in front of me. He Huan did not speak. He looked directly at Xia Miaoke and asked, Coco, would you like to merge with me? Xia Miaoke was immediately shocked. She never dreamed that He Huan would merge with her. Xia Miaoke also liked He Huan. This time, He Huan awakened his SSS talent and SSS-level beast soul. To merge with her is truly a match made in heaven. Even female-oriented novels wouldn't dare to write like this. The president fell in love with me. A 45-year-old divorced woman with 3 kids in dire straits has to take second place here. The surprise was too great for Xia Miaoke to believe. In an instant, Xia Miaoke was already moved to tears. The words of agreement were already on the tip of my tongue. But she swallowed it back. No, He Huan, I can't be a burden to you. He Huan, however, was adamant. No, I want you. Merge with me, okay? The surrounding crowd also started cheering, say yes. Say yes. It was originally intended to create a festive atmosphere for Zhang Chang. At this moment, He Huan's wish was fulfilled. Xia Miaoke was always very good to He Huan. Today was a class reunion, and I was forced to drink several glasses of alcohol again. My head is spinning. Amidst the cheers and jeers of the crowd, her mental defenses completely crumbled, and she exclaimed, fine. Amid cheers from the crowd, He Huan unleashed a special beast soul fusion technique. He fused with Xia Miaoke's beast soul. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chang was immediately shocked. Zhang Chang hadn't expected He Huan to be so fierce. 2 SSS-level powerhouses actually fused their beast souls with Xia Miaoke. But after the initial shock came overwhelming joy. Zhang Chang was incredibly excited. If things proceed as expected, 2 SSS-level powerhouses would undoubtedly achieve extraordinary things in the future. If I offend 2 SSS-level powerhouses, I will really die without a burial place. However, thanks to Zhang Chang's ingenious scheme, a double SSS-level expert actually fused with an F-level trash. His brilliant career was abruptly cut short. They can no longer pose a threat to Zhang Chang. Today's humiliation is nothing more than a trivial matter. Before long, Zhang Chang's achievements will surpass He Huan's. Then he will be able to repay today's humiliation tenfold or 100-fold. With this in mind, Zhang Chang felt no more psychological burden. They immediately began ceding territory and paying reparations. Congratulations on successfully fusing with a beast soul. I have prepared a small gift as an apology for my previous rash behavior. Please, no matter what, accept it. Zhang Chang waved his hand, and someone pushed a handcart over. On the handcart was a bouquet made of spirit stones. Just like in my previous life, I used currency to make bouquets. In this world, spirit stones are even more precious. Therefore, when proposing or getting married, people often use spirit stones to make bouquets. Such a large bouquet of flowers is worth at least 100 spirit stones. More than 100,000. Zhang Chang also made a big splash. Xia Miaoke instinctively wanted to refuse. Zhang Chang, we can't accept this. Chapter 23 Going Home. He Huan immediately interrupted. How can we refuse someone's kind offer? The kind-hearted Xia Miaoke failed to see through Zhang Chang's scheme. He Huan, however, saw through it. This guy has no good intentions at all. Even now, he still wants revenge on them. He Huan naturally wouldn't give him any face. If you dare to send it, I dare to accept it. He Huan even felt it wasn't enough. There's another bouquet made of currency over there, is it useless now? Before Zhang Chang could answer, He Huan ran over and hugged the bouquet made of currency to her chest. On the left is the spirit stone flower, and on the right is the currency flower. It adds up to almost 200,000. He Huan then left with a satisfied smile. Zhang Chang, who had lost all will to live, was left behind. Throughout the journey, He Huan was the most stylish guy on the street. It attracted countless envious glances. Xia Miaoke couldn't stand it. He hurriedly pulled He Huan to a corner. Remove the 2 bouquets. All the money and spirit stones that were dismantled were put into my bag. Since her bag couldn't hold everything, Xia Miaoke went to a nearby store and bought a backpack. They returned with a full load. Back downstairs, Xia Miaoke stopped. You go up first. Let's not go back together. People might misunderstand. He Huan was speechless. What misunderstanding? I just went to pick you up. It's easier for people to misunderstand if we don't go back together. Now, Xiao Miaoke and He Huan's relationship has taken a big step forward. A qualitative change has occurred. Things that are perfectly normal on ordinary days have become abnormal at this moment. After much hesitation, Xiao Miaoke finally agreed to go home together. However, she deliberately walked behind He Huan. They maintained a distance of 3 or 4 meters. Sure enough, this act of trying to cover up something obvious quickly attracted the attention of others. As soon as I walked in, my aunt asked, "What's wrong with you two? You seem really strange. Did you two have another fight?" He Huan and Xiao Miaoke had to explain for a long time before they managed to get away with it. He Huan returned to her room. I was just getting ready to go to bed. Unexpectedly, there was a knock on the door. The person who came was none other than my younger sister, Tang Xuejian. The moment He Huan saw Tang Xuejian, he knew that she was up to no good. Late at night, Tang Xuejian was actually fully dressed. She wore a Lolita dress with white stockings and was also wearing makeup. If we let her in, the consequences would be unimaginable. He Huan immediately adopted a defensive stance. "Xuejian, it's so late, I'm very tired. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Tang Xuejian said with a serious expression, "We can't talk about it tomorrow, it will be too late by then." After saying that, Tang Xuejian went straight into the room. He directly confronted He Huan with his body. Defensive skills are utterly ineffective against physical advantages. "Brother, come in too." Tang Xuejian pulled He Huan into the room and then closed the door behind her. It was also insured. He Huan suddenly felt that she was in danger. "Xuejian, what are you going to do?" Tang Xuejian's face instantly turned red. "Brother, I want to merge with your beast soul." He Huan was speechless. "Xuejian, stop messing around. We're siblings." Tang Xuejian immediately became anxious. "We are not related by blood, we are not real siblings. Besides, my aunt and uncle have both agreed to let me merge with you. Don't you even listen to your aunt and uncle anymore?" He Huan looked helpless. "You haven't awakened your beast soul yet, how can you fuse with it? Even if you want to integrate, you'll have to wait until next year." Tang Xuejian became even more anxious. "If we wait until next year, it will be too late. Don't think I don't know, Sister Coco and Sister Ranran both want to merge with you. Especially Jiang Churen, when she learned that you were an SSS-level awakened one, the way she looked at you changed, as if she wanted to devour you. It's easy for a woman to pursue a man. I know Jiang Churen's methods. With your abilities, you can't possibly last a year. So, I need to strike first." He Huan spread his hands. "It's still the same problem, you haven't awakened your beast soul, so what are you going to use for fusion?" Tang Xuejian's face flushed even more, and even her neck turned red. He said in a voice softer than a mosquito's buzz, "There are many ways to fuse them. Besides beast soul fusion, we can also fuse." He Huan looked completely bewildered. "Us? Merge?" The next second, he understood the meaning of those words. It felt like I'd been electrocuted. Stand up immediately, stand at attention, and salute. No wonder, this girl was dressed up and made up. So that's what it was about. Tang Xuejian's strength is beyond doubt. Putting everything else aside, her Lolita-like charm alone is enough to captivate countless men. Twin tails can further increase attack speed and critical hit rate. Who could not love it? At this moment, He Huan was also caught in a dilemma. Should we agree or not? Should I agree or not? Just as he was about to make a decision, suddenly, there was another knock on the door. It turned out to be Jiang Churen. "He Huan, are you asleep? I need to talk to you. Come open the door, why is it locked?" Tang Xue panicked upon seeing this scene. "No, she can't see me in your room." Tang Xuejian hurriedly got up and looked for an escape route. His gaze unconsciously fell on the window, and he made a move to open it. He Huan hurriedly stopped her. "This is the 5th floor, do you want to die?" Tang Xuejian turned around and saw the wardrobe. "I'll hide in the wardrobe. You hurry up and get rid of her, then." Puff. "And then what? And then what? Explain yourself clearly." He Huan felt his blood rushing to his head, almost blowing his skull off. After hiding Tang Xuejian, they opened the door. However, upon seeing Jiang Churen, He Huan panicked once again. "We're doomed." Jiang Churen was even more prepared than Tang Xuejian. It was simply a white nightgown. Integration progress 99%. Jiang Charan walked into Yi Huan's room quite naturally. What are you doing? Why are you taking so long to open the door? Yi Huan scratched his head. I like to sleep naked, and I just fell asleep. Upon hearing this, Jiang Charan suddenly turned around and looked at Yi Huan. Its two eyes darted up and down restlessly. It really feels like I've eaten Yi Huan. Yi Huan quickly changed the subject. It's so late, is there something you need? Compared to Tang Xuejian, Jiang Charan was less shy. He said bluntly, I want to merge with you. Yi Huan was completely exasperated. Let's talk about this tomorrow, it's so late now. Jiang Charan was extremely anxious. We can't talk about it tomorrow, it has to be tonight. Tang Xuejian also wants to merge with you. If it comes to tomorrow, your aunt and uncle will definitely make you merge with her. At that time, I really won't have any chance at all. Therefore, it has to be tonight. Yi Huan wiped the sweat from his forehead. I can merge with you, but not tonight. You go back first, and we'll talk about it again tomorrow. Jiang Charan immediately pulled out her trump card. I really can't wait a second longer. I know you like Tang Xuejian, but Tang Xuejian's beast soul may not be better than mine. If we wait another year, her awakened beast soul will be even worse than mine. You will still have to merge with me, and you will have wasted a year of your time. I know I used to have a bad temper, which left a bad impression on you. I will definitely change from now on. If you're still hesitant, we can fuse first, and then proceed with the beast soul fusion once you're satisfied with me. Chapter 24 Rushing to the front. Yi Huan hurriedly picked up the nightgown from the floor. Put this on first, don't catch a cold. I'll think about it some more. I'll give you an answer tomorrow, okay? Just as Tang Xuejian had said. Yi Huan couldn't possibly last a year against Jiang Charan. In fact, Yi Huan wouldn't have lasted a second if Tang Xuejian wasn't in the closet. That's incredibly powerful. I thought lowly was the ultimate level. Little did they know, the girl was the real answer. Taking advantage of the situation, Jiang Charan pushed Yi Huan down. Since you won't take the initiative, then I will. Yi Huan looked at the wardrobe with a look of despair. She thought to herself, Tang Xuejian, it's not that my brother is incompetent, it's just that the opponent is too strong. Just as Yi Huan gave up resisting, the door was knocked on again. Yi Huan, open the door quickly, it's me. It's Xia Miaka. Yi Huan hurriedly got up. Jiang Charan was also busy restoring the factory settings. However, in her haste, Jiang Charan couldn't find the restore button. The busier you are, the more chaotic things become, the busier you get. In the end, I simply gave up. I'll hide in the closet first, you hurry up and get her out of here, then. Puff. Yi Huan coughed up blood again. And then what? You all used the same tricks. They didn't explain things clearly. Etc. Something seems off. Yi Huan's pupils suddenly contracted. The wardrobe. We can't go in. Jiang Charan had already crawled inside and closed the wardrobe door behind her. Yi Huan still wanted to get her out. Unexpectedly, Xia Miaoka had already pushed open the door and entered. Jiang Charan hadn't locked the door. Yi Huan broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Fortunately, Xia Miaoka waited a few more seconds. If we had come in a few seconds earlier, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yi Huan hurriedly wiped the sweat from her forehead and forced a smile. Sister Kiki, what do you want with me so late? Xia Miaoka rolled her eyes at Yi Huan. Stop pretending to be stupid. Then, Xia Miaoka placed the thing she was holding directly on the table. Yi Huan looked closely and realized it was the clothes she was going to wear tomorrow. It's not Yi Huan's. It belongs to Xia Miaoka. What does this mean? Yi Huan didn't even dare to think about it. But what happened next was even more terrifying. Xia Miaoka actually walked towards the wardrobe, preparing to put her clothes into Yi Huan's wardrobe. By the time Yi Huan realized what was happening, Xia Miaoka had already opened the door a crack. Yi Huan hurriedly shouted, "Stop!" He quickly closed the wardrobe door. Because of the excessive speed, it crashed directly into Xia Miaoka. Fortunately, there was a buffer. Seeing this, Xia Miao leaned against Yi Huan and said, "What's your hurry?" Yi Huan fell for him again. In his mind, all the learning memories from his previous life awakened. Countless nights spent studying alone, all for today. In Yi Huan's mind, Xia Miaoka was really miserable. Unfortunately, Yi Huan dared not take any action. he could only politely decline Xiao Miaoka's offer. Coco, it's too late, let's go to sleep. Xiao Miaoka blushed instantly. With difficulty, he uttered a single word, okay. He Huan hurriedly explained, what I mean is, go to your room. Xiao Miaoka blushed even more, that's fine too. He Huan felt something was off. What I mean is, you go to your room, I'll stay in my room and go to sleep. Xiao Miaoka looked disappointed. Oh. He Huan saw it all and felt deeply pained. But it cannot be explained. The only option is to send Xiao Miaoka away first. We'll deal with the other two after we've settled things in the wardrobe. I thought Xiao Miaoka would leave. Unexpectedly, as she reached the door, Xiao Miaoka suddenly turned around, her eyes brimming with tears. He Huan, I'm asking you this seriously this time, and you have to answer truthfully. He Huan was all too familiar with this pre-casting animation. Naturally, I dared not agree. Coco, let's talk later, it's not convenient to talk now. Xiao Miaoka suddenly lost control of her emotions. No, I want to ask now. He Huan could only agree, okay, go ahead and ask, but try to keep your voice down. Xiao Miaoka tried her best to ask in a calm tone, do you want to break up? He Huan quickly waved his hand, indicating that it was not true. Xiao Miaoka asked again, do you regret it? He Huan waved his hand again. Xiao Miaoka forced a smile, it's also my fault, I was too impulsive, I shouldn't have fused with your beast soul. I'm only F rank, your SSS rank, I'll only be a burden to you. Just think of everything before as a dream, and now you're awake. At this point, Xiao Miaoka could no longer hold on. A tear slid down her cheek. He Huan quickly pulled Xiao Miaoka into his arms, don't overthink it. I don't regret fusing with your beast soul, I never will. This sweet moment didn't last long. The next second, a noise came from inside the closet. The wardrobe door suddenly opened. Tang Xuejian fell straight out of the closet. Then came Jiang Charan. Ignoring their pain, the two women quickly scrambled to their feet and demanded sharply, Coco, have you already fused your beast soul with He Huan? Xiao Miaoka was also startled. However, he quickly calmed down and asked in return, why are you two hiding in He Huan's room? It's still hidden in the closet. He Huan, what happened? He Huan replied reflexively, Coco, let me explain, it's not what you think. The more I talked, the more something seemed off. Isn't this a classic line from a scumbag? Once these words are spoken, there's no way to clear one's name, not even if one jumps into the Yellow River. Jiang Charan retorted, why did you secretly fuse with He Huan's beast soul behind our backs? Tang Xuejian hurriedly got up from the ground, rushed over and hugged He Huan's arm, brother, you can't let me down. He Huan panicked instantly, explain yourself in front of Coco, when have I ever wronged you? Jiang Charan rushed over, you said you would merge with me, why did you lie to me? He Huan quickly explained, I never said that, Kiki, don't believe her. Xiao Miaoka was furious. Both of you, let go of me. The eldest sister, who usually had the final say, was no longer in control. The two stood on either side, neither willing to give way. The noise inevitably disturbed my aunt. When my aunt learned of this, she was also in a real bind. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. It's wrong to help either side. The only thing that can be done is to smooth things over. Normally, He Huan and Cuckoo are the closest, so it's reasonable for them to make a contract. Anyway, the good stuff shouldn't go to outsiders ultimately, it won't benefit anyone else. That's the end of it. You two are not allowed to cause any more trouble. Jiang Charan and Tang Xuejian could not accept this outcome. She started crying again. Seeing this, Xiao Miaoka displayed the demeanor of an eldest daughter, saying, I am willing to dissolve my fusion with He Huan. He Huan was forced to merge with me today because he was trying to help me. I'm the older sister, so I should give the good stuff to my younger sisters. I'll voluntarily dissolve my fusion with He Huan, and I'll pay for it myself. He Huan was speechless. What do you mean by giving the good stuff to the younger sisters? I'm not a good thing. These words immediately drew a barrage of attacks from the four women. You still know you're no good. The argument at home is all your fault. You're definitely no good. Chapter 25 F Rank Beast Soul. With Xiao Miaoka making her stance clear, the tide of the game turned. Jiang Charan was the first to state her position, I will not merge with He Huan, so as to avoid some people saying that I am stealing her man. Tang Xuejian also chose to withdraw, saying, then. I won't merge with my brother either. Although they all chose to give up. However, it's obvious to anyone with eyes that both women are saying one thing and meaning another. They were unwilling. Seeing this, He-Huan slowly raised her hand and said, "Well, I have something else to say. Actually, I can merge with multiple people. I don't have beast souls, so there are no restrictions on fusion. As many people as I want can do it." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him with disdain. "You're really going all out. You can come up with anything. Even if there are no restrictions on fusion, you can't be reckless. Aren't you afraid of being drained dry? It's like the cerebellum is controlling the brain, they're courting death." He-Huan continued, "I won't be drained dry. I have SSS-level talent and am very strong. No matter how much I use, I won't be completely drained. In fact, before Coco, I had already fused with 2 beast souls." These words caused an uproar in the audience. What? Before Coco, there were 2 others? Who are they? Explain yourself. Xiao Miaoke, who was closest to He-Huan, grabbed He-Huan's ear. Not to be outdone, Jiang Charan grabbed the other side. Tang Shuajian reacted a bit too late. She already had no ears. The little girl then looked him up and down with a malicious gaze, looking for a place to grab it. Before she could make a move, He-Huan quickly surrendered and revealed everything about Lin Wanqing and Li Yunxi. After learning the whole story, the anger on the 3 women's faces lessened slightly. Yet they still wouldn't let He-Huan go. In the end, it was her aunt who smoothed things over, saying, "There's nothing wrong with what He-Huan did. The 9-tailed fox of Qingqiu and the thunderous dragon of the 9 heavens are both SSS-level beast souls, which others can only dream of. If you encounter such beast souls, you must form a contract with them. Right now, I only care about one thing. What does it mean if Coco's beast soul evolves to SSS level?" He-Huan quickly said, "Auntie, please make them let go." Xiao Miaoke, Jiang Charan, and Tang Shuajian reluctantly let go. He-Huan rubbed it for a long time before the pain subsided. Under the expectant gazes of the women, He-Huan slowly replied, "Actually, I don't know either." He-Huan truly did not know. Previously, Lin Wanqing and Li Yunxi only learned about their beast souls in final forms because they triggered system tasks. He-Huan did not trigger any missions during this fusion of beast souls with Xiao Miaoke. Therefore, it is unknown what the final form of Xiao Miaoke's beast soul is. They didn't even know what a beast soul was now. Seeing this, the 3 women were about to attack again. He-Huan quickly begged for mercy. "Wait a minute, don't do it yet. I can only find out if Sister Coco summons the beast soul." Only then did everyone let He-Huan go. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Xiao Miaoke summoned the beast soul. The next second, He-Huan was dumbfounded. Xiao Miaoke actually summoned a person. "Your beast soul is actually a person? It looks quite pretty. Your clothes are so dirty, why don't you wash them?" Xiao Miaoke explained, "I washed her. But she is a beast spirit, not a physical body. Even if she is washed this time, her clothes will still be dirty the next time she is summoned. He even always had a foul odor." Sure enough, a foul odor filled the air. Jiang Charan covered her nose. Tang Shuajian couldn't help but complain, "I thought it was my brother farting." Xiao Miaoke said, "Because she's always like this, I don't dare to summon her in public. But don't let her appearance fool you, she's actually very capable. I'm only F rank, so theoretically my ability to create spirit stones is less than 1/10 of that of a D rank. It's because of her that my speed is comparable to that of a D rank." He-Huan suddenly walked around behind the beast spirit. What's on her back? On the back of the beast soul, there was a charred black mass. That's the source of the stench. Still continuing. Black pus was oozing out. Xiao Miaoke answered truthfully, "I don't know either. It looked like this the first time I was summoned." He-Huan turned to face her and asked loudly, "Can you talk?" The beast soul did not answer. Xiao Miaoke replied, "She can't. But she can understand what I'm saying." He-Huan guessed, "This is the first time I've ever seen something like this. Moreover, my talent is ineffective against her. We won't see her final form today. We'll have to wait until tomorrow and ask teacher Li Yunxi." Unexpectedly, at that moment, a system notification sound suddenly appeared in He-Huan's mind. Ding, system notification, a tattered beast soul, a broken winged angel, has been discovered. A newbie quest is now being issued, repair the beast soul. Please repair the damaged beast soul within the specified time and make it a true one-winged angel. Mission complete. Reward, Angelic Secret Technique. Reward, 1000-fold energy storage. Angelic Secret Techniques, a magical item that records angelic combat techniques. Using it will unlock angelic skills. He-Huan was overjoyed. It turns out that Coco's useless beast soul was actually a legendary angel. Although he was only the lowest ranking one-winged angel, an angel with only one wing. However, it is also far stronger than other beast souls. Moreover, He-Huan possesses an SSS-level talent for infinite evolution. One-winged angels can also evolve into the legendary 12-winged angels. You get a 12-winged angel for free. How could I not get excited? However, no one else noticed anything unusual about He-Huan. Zhang Churen leaned closer again. Brother, do you want to see my beast soul? What is it in its final form? He-Huan shook his head. I can only check after fusing with the beast soul. Zhang Churen was not surprised. Clearly, she had already guessed that there would be such a restriction. In fact, all of this was part of her plan. Zhang Churen said quite naturally, then let's merge them, we have time anyway. These words immediately drew objections from Tang Xuejian, who said, Zhang Churen, don't try anything funny. I've already lost to my sister, I can't lose to you too. Brother, I don't care, you have to merge with me first. Zhang Churen was furious. You little green tea, what are you doing causing trouble? I'm your older sister too, so naturally I have to be ahead of you in line. What's more, I'm going to participate in the national competition this year, and I need to upgrade my beast soul. Tang Xuejian refused no matter what she said. You scheming woman, I won't fall for your tricks. You absolutely cannot be ahead of me in line. Brother, I beg you, please don't let her go in front of me. He-Huan had never experienced such hardship before. I didn't know what to do for a moment. All I could do was continue to appease her, saying, fine, she won't be ahead of you in line. Zhang Churen also objected, I'm older than her, she can't be ranked before me. Indeed, Zhang Churen is older than Tang Xuejian. It's large and obvious at a glance. He-Huan continued to smooth things over, fine, she can't be ahead of you in line either. The two women simultaneously objected, don't try to smooth things over. What are we supposed to do? At the crucial moment, He-Huan actually came up with a solution, let's do it together. Chapter 26 Broken Beast Soul. I will merge the two of you together. In a few days, I'll spend money to awaken Xuejian's beast soul, and then I'll fuse the two of you at the same time. This is the only solution. The two women had no choice but to agree. Little did I know, I had just finished dealing with the two of them. Auntie spoke up again, He-Huan can get so many people to cooperate, why don't you help your aunt too? All three women became anxious. Auntie, what are you saying? Although we're only a few years apart in age, we're still from different generations. You and your aunt, don't even think about it, we will never agree. My aunt laughed heartily, I was just joking with you guys, you actually took it seriously. Don't worry, your aunt and uncle won't argue with you. It really is. Finally, everyone was calmed down. He-Huan's plan to work overtime late into the night was completely ruined. Let's not even talk about Tang Xuejian and Zhang Churen. Even Xia Miaoke kept her distance. He refused to open the door for He-Huan no matter what. He-Huan was forced to enter a state of sagehood. Nothing was said that night, until the next morning. As usual, his aunt knocked on He-Huan's door and told him to get up. The aunt and the three sisters were unaware that He-Huan had been expelled from school. He-Huan didn't plan to tell them either. After breakfast, Zhang Churen and Tang Xuejian went to school. He-Huan took Xia Miaoke and went directly to find Li Yunxi. We arrived at Li Yunxi's residence. I bought breakfast downstairs before going upstairs. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Li Yunxi and Lin Wanqing cultivating. The two of them hadn't slept all night and had been cultivating ever since. However, the results of his cultivation were not satisfactory. I worked all night and only leveled up once. Li Yunxi was promoted from level 30 to level 31. Lin Wanqing leveled up from level 25 to level 26. However, He-Huan, who did nothing, still reached level 27. Lin Wanqing and Li Yunxi both fused with He-Huan's beast soul. Both of them would share a portion of their cultivation experience with He-Huan. Li Yunxi's level is higher, so she gives He-Huan more experience points. It's like a high-level player in an online game helping a low-level player level up. Therefore, He-Huan, who did nothing, was actually one level higher than Lin Wanqing. Hearing He-Huan's commotion, the two women stopped cultivating. However, when they saw Xia Miaoke, a strange light appeared in both women's eyes at the same time. Xia Miaoke felt guilty and instinctively backed away. He-Huan quickly introduced, this is my older sister, Xia Miaoke. Li Yunxi's expression softened, but Lin Wanqing had already seen through everything. She's your sister? He Huan didn't want to hide it and announced directly, last night, I fused with her beast soul. Lin Wanqing retorted, I knew it. Lin Wanqing knew that He Huan summoned the beast soul last night. At the time, she guessed that He Huan was in trouble. Now it seems that this was indeed the case. He Huan was also extremely embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Teacherly, Coco's beast soul seems to have a problem. Could you take a look at it for her? After saying that, He Huan hurriedly summoned Xia Miaoka's beast soul. He Huan can also control each fused beast soul. However, Xia Miaoka's beast soul is different from other beast souls. The appearance of the beast soul was accompanied by a foul stench. Li Yunxi and Lin Wanqing didn't say anything. However, Xia Miaoka was still extremely embarrassed. He hurriedly retrieved the beast soul. Although he only glanced at it, Li Yunxi had already noticed something: humanoid beast soul, extremely rare. Under normal circumstances, the strength of a humanoid beast soul is stronger than that of a beast soul of the same level. Of course, there are exceptions. As she spoke, Li Yunxi looked at Xia Miaoka and asked in a questioning tone, 3 years ago, a humanoid beast soul appeared at Qingshan Academy. Xia Miaoka nodded awkwardly, it's me. Xia Miaoka had half a sentence left unsaid. The exception that Li Yunxi mentioned was her. Her humanoid beast soul was weaker than all other beast souls of the same level. Although it's classified as F rank, it can't actually beat even F rank opponents. Li Yunxi nodded clearly, she had already guessed it. Lin Wanqing also showed a complicated expression. She and Xia Miaoka had the same experience. His hostility towards Xia Miaoka had also lessened considerably. He Huan hurriedly asked, Teacherly, do you have any way to help her recover? Li Yunxi nodded, then shook her head. Not now. But perhaps it will happen in the future. I sense a very strong demonic energy. Perhaps, if I can dispel the demonic energy, the humanoid beast soul can return to its original form. However, I don't know how to dispel the demonic energy. Only when you pass the national competition, enter a prestigious university, and come into contact with more powerful teachers will it be possible to find a solution. Li Yunxi then steered the conversation back to academics. Right now, the most important thing is the national competition, everything else can wait. I've already received word that the Locust Realm will open today. You should all go and participate in the Locust Realm trials. Originally, the Locust Realm would not open to ordinary students until 3 days later. However, secrets can be kept forever. The fact that Zhong Xiaoming led the students of Class 3 into the Flying Locust secret realm ahead of time became known to others. Everyone was getting restless. Don't mention other colleges. Even the other classes at Yulong Academy disagreed. Why is it that your Class 3 was allowed to enter the Locust Realm 3 days earlier? Under pressure from various forces, the Locust Realm was forced to open ahead of schedule. However, upon hearing this, He Huan shook his head repeatedly. Let's put the secret realm trial aside for now and help Coco repair her beast soul first. He Huan also knew that the secret realm trial was very important. However, system tasks are more important. He Huan must first complete the system task. However, the others were unaware of the system's existence. Upon hearing this, Li Yunxi immediately became furious. He Huan, you can't act impulsively. Let's not even talk about whether Coco's beast soul can be repaired. Even if it can be repaired, there's no rush. Participating in the secret realm trials, leveling up, and achieving good results in the national competition are the top priorities. Seeing that He Huan was unyielding, Li Yunxi had no choice but to try to persuade Xia Miaoka instead. Coco, the matter of beast souls has been going on for a while now, there's really no need to rush. Xia Miaoka agreed and joined in persuading He Huan, saying, He Huan, Teacher Li is right, the national competition is more important. He Huan wanted to say something, but Li Yunxi and Xia Miaoka didn't give him a chance at all. No matter what, you must participate in the secret realm trial. The speed of cultivation is ultimately not as fast as hunting Zerg. He Huan glanced at the mission countdown. There were 3 days left. There is plenty of time for this mission. Waiting an extra day is not a problem. Moreover, He Huan still has no clue what to do. Even if we wanted to complete the task, it would be impossible. Left with no other choice, he could only agree, alright, I'll do as you say and participate in the secret realm trial. Immediately, Li Yunxi took He Huan and Lin Wanqing to the Flying Locust secret realm. Xia Miaoka went to work at the company. Until her beast soul is restored, she will continue to be a beast of burden. Little did they expect that upon arriving at the Locust realm, they would encounter Jiang Shihan and Li Chu Sheng again. These two guys were clearly waiting specifically for He Huan. Upon seeing Yi Huan, they eagerly walked over, exclaiming, "Isn't this the useless duo? You guys actually came." Chapter 27 Secret Realm. Upon hearing this, Yi Huan looked helpless and said, "You two are really like ghosts that won't go away. Get out of here right now. If you don't get out of here, I'll beat you up." Although Li Chusheng and Jiang Shihan had many followers around them. However, Yi Huan was not afraid at all. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Jiang Shihan and Li Chusheng gave a disdainful smile. "I don't believe you dare to hit me. Do you know what level I am now? You'll be terrified if I tell you." Although Jiang Shihan and Li Chusheng really wanted to scare Yi Huan to death. However, they deliberately did not mention their rank. The group of lackeys nearby immediately understood and answered for them. Jiang Shihan has reached level 15, and brother Chusheng has also reached level 15. A 5-level advancement in a single day, that's absolutely terrifying. Yi Huan, you're only at level 25. You'll soon be surpassed by Jiang Shihan and Li Chusheng. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Yi Huan gave a disdainful smile. Do you know how long it took me to reach level 25? Yi Huan held up one finger. One day, I only used one day. Only then did everyone realize what had happened. Yi Huan reached level 25 in just one day. In the same day, Jiang Shihan and Li Chusheng only advanced 5 levels. The gap is obvious. Of course, Yi Huan's day lasts 24 hours. In the secret realm of locusts where an insect swarm had broken out, Yi Huan dared not stop for a moment. They fought continuously for 24 hours. That's how I leveled up to level 25. For Jiang Shihan and Li Chusheng, a day only lasts 4 or 5 hours. The actual difference is not as large as imagined. At the time, the others were unaware of the details. Upon hearing this, everyone looked shocked. Goodness, leveling up 25 times in one day, that's truly terrifying. I thought Jiang Shihan and Li Chusheng were already very impressive, but I never expected Yi Huan to be even more impressive. In front of Yi Huan, what are double S awakeners? They're nothing but trash. Jiang Shihan gritted her teeth. Li Chusheng even kicked his underlings several times. It perfectly embodies impotent rage. Yi Huan continued dancing on their graves. Do you know what level I am now? Level 27. In just one night, I leveled up to level 27. Jiang Shihan was instantly dumbfounded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Shihan's theoretical knowledge is not as good as Lin Wanqing's. However, she also knew that the later the stage, the more difficult it would be to level up. From a mathematical perspective, 5 is greater than 2. That's not actually the case. It takes more experience to level up from level 25 to level 27. More than 10 to 15. In other words, the gap between himself and Yi Huan has not only not narrowed, but has widened further. Yi Huan didn't bother to explain to her and simply turned and left. Jiang Shihan was left alone, standing there in a daze. Of course, there's also Li Chusheng. Yi Huan's refusal to testify proves he's lying. Jiang Shihan was furious. Idiot, shut up. Yi Huan would never lie here. To lie here would only bring shame upon himself. What he said is all true. To enter the Locust Realm, you must wear a trial bracelet. The ranking will be announced soon. Whether someone is lying or not is obvious. Yi Huan is very arrogant. However, it's impossible to lie at this time. Upon hearing this, Li Chusheng finally believed it. Yi Huan really reached level 27? After a long while, Li Chusheng finally came to his senses from the shock. How did he do that? No one answered the question. Even Jiang Shihan didn't know how Yi Huan did it. However, she had already come up with a solution. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Chusheng, thinking himself clever, replied, yes, we need to hurry into the secret realm and seize the time to hunt down the insectoids. Jiang Shihan was furious. Idiot. Our upgrade speed is nowhere near Yi Huan's. The only way to surpass Yi Huan is to prevent him from entering the Flying Locust secret realm. Hunting Zerg is the fastest way to level up. Cultivation comes second. Cultivation requires a large number of spirit stones. Purchasing spirit stones requires a huge amount of wealth. It simply cannot last. As long as he is prevented from entering the Locust realm, Yi Huan's leveling speed will slow down. Even stop. Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Shihan couldn't wait any longer and pulled Li Chusheng away. The two of them went straight to find Wang Wu. By using his status as Wang Wu's biological son, Li Chusheng was able to meet him as he wished. Jiang Shihan immediately put on a wronged expression. Uncle Wang, I have something I want to ask you. There's a student named He Huan who keeps bullying Chu Sheng. Could you please order him to be forbidden from entering the Locust secret realm? Upon hearing this, Wang Wu looked troubled. I'm afraid it's not a good idea. Wang Wu was ultimately only the deputy commander of the guard. In Jade Dragon City, there are many people older than him. Wang Wu also needs to be mindful of certain things. The fact that Li Chusheng was allowed to enter the Flying Locust secret realm last time has already caused dissatisfaction among many people. This time, Wang Wu dared not act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shihan immediately embellished the story with a lengthy and exaggerated account. Wang Wu was also filled with righteous indignation. This He Huan is really going too far. Doesn't he know that my son was born to him? Jiang Shihan immediately added fuel to the fire, saying, of course he knows. But this guy is too arrogant, he actually said. How dare he say that the deputy commander is nothing? If he dares to come, I'll bully him too. Li Chusheng is Wang Wu's Achilles heel. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu flew into a rage. Jiang Shihan hurriedly pleaded, Uncle Wang, please give the order now to forbid He Huan from entering the Locust secret realm. Wang Wu immediately picked up the phone. However, at the last moment, he stopped, thinking, if I give the order directly, it will give others something to criticize. We need to make some adjustments. All students are required to enter the Locust realm only as a unit within their college. The Locust secret realm has just experienced a swarm of insects and is still very dangerous. Only by organizing students into colleges can we ensure their safety. He Huan and Lin Wanqing have just been expelled from Yulong Academy, so they are naturally not qualified to enter. In this way, no one else will have any objections. Li Chusheng looked disgusted. Why go through all that trouble? Jiang Shihan, however, said with a strong aroma of tea, Uncle Wang, you're so clever. Wang Wu was in a great mood and immediately issued the order. Just like last time, it wasn't until noon that He Huan and Lin Wanqing were allowed to enter. However, they had just bought their tickets when they received the devastating news, you are not allowed to enter the Locust realm. Lin Wanqing was very anxious and hurriedly asked, why? The guards explained righteously, a swarm of locusts has just broken out in the Locust secret realm. It's extremely dangerous. Therefore, the deputy commander of the guard ordered that only academy units could enter the Locust secret realm. You students who have been expelled from school can only enter after the Locust realm returns to normal. The guards adopted a for-your-own-good stance. However, anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is just a nascent idea. Targeting He Huan and Lin Wanqing. Chapter 28 Conspiracy. Students who are expelled from school generally do not participate in national competitions. Even if you participate in the national competition, there will be no requirements for your performance. Their participation in the Locust Realm trial was more like a camping trip than a casual gathering. If we can't play here, we'll go play somewhere else. It has absolutely no impact. As for the national competition that follows, participation is the key. There are no academic requirements. Only He Huan and Lin Wanqing wanted to achieve good results. Therefore, I am extremely anxious. Lin Wanqing hurriedly asked again, when will the Flying Locust secret realm be able to fully return to normal? The guard shrugged. It's hard to say when, it'll take at least 10 days. After all, the guards also need to spare some people to protect the academy's teachers and students, so the speed of clearing the locust-infested secret realm will naturally slow down. Conservatively speaking, it will take 10 days. The implication is that the locust realm will not be able to recover even after 10 days. Lin Wanqing looked desperate and pleaded, there's only 1 month left until the national competition. Could you please make an exception? The guards remained expressionless. This is all for your own good. Lin Wanqing was utterly desperate. Now, she only had one last request, could you please refund the tickets? Lin Wanqing and He Huan were informed that they could not enter only after they had bought the tickets. Refunding the tickets is a reasonable request. However, the guards clearly accepted the orders. They refused again, saying, no. However, I can guarantee that your tickets are valid indefinitely. 10 days later, you can use this ticket to enter the Locust secret realm. Lin Wanqing wanted to continue pleading, but He Huan stopped her, this ticket includes lunch, right? The guards were also surprised that He Huan would ask such a question. After a moment of surprise, he replied, of course, you can go and have your meal now. He Huan, beaming with joy, hurriedly pulled Lin Wanqing and Li Yunxi away. The two women already knew what He Huan was planning to do. This time, there was no opposition. However, I don't agree with that either. Upon arriving at the restaurant, He Huan acted the same way as last time. I found a seat with a power outlet. Then, he took a plug out of his pocket. This is the plug that He Huan modified. You can steal electricity by simply plugging it into a socket. It saved a lot of trouble. This time, He Huan's spiritual power was not exhausted. It took only 8 seconds to complete the charging process. Incidentally, he also filled Li Yunxi and Lin Wanqing's bottles. Then, He Huan began to eat heartily. However, Lin Wanqing couldn't eat a single bite. Lin Wanqing asked worriedly, "What should we do next?" Li Yunxi replied, "I can only help you find a new school. I've already asked around. Public schools, private schools, and even private tutoring centers can all enter the Locust secret realm. After all, I've been a teacher for so many years, so I do have some connections. Whatever kind of school you're looking for, I can help you find it." Lin Wanqing replied, "Private elite schools are out of the question for now. We don't have that much money. Private tutoring centers are too weak, so I'm not considering them. Private schools are more reliable." Li Yunxi nodded, "That's what I was thinking too. I'll get in touch with them for you right now." Li Yunxi took out her phone. Unexpectedly, He Huan stopped her at this moment. "Yunxi, wait a moment, I have something to say. I think we can be more open-minded and not be so rigid. Only by sharing benefits can we share risks." Li Yunxi was completely confused. Lin Wanqing was also puzzled. He Huan could only put it more bluntly. Simply put, only children make choices. I want them all. I want them all: public schools, private tutoring centers. Li Yunxi was both amused and exasperated. He Huan, stop fooling around. He Huan shook her head, I'm not being silly. The more friends you make, the fewer enemies you'll have. No one can guarantee that this is Jiang Shihan's last resort. What if she comes up with another plan in 10 days? Responding to every move without taking the initiative will never allow us to maintain control. Only by planning ahead and anticipating our opponent's moves can we remain invincible. Li Yunxi was still completely confused. Lin Wanqing seemed to have guessed something and tentatively asked, "You mean, enrolling in multiple schools at the same time?" He Huan nodded, "Yes. With your beast soul and my talent, we will definitely achieve great results in the national competition in the future. All schools face pressure to get students into higher education institutions, and no school can refuse us. Only by sharing some benefits with them will they protect us and help us defeat Jiang Shihan and Li Chushang." Lin Wanqing had a look of sudden realization on her face. It's like doing business. If you share some profits with others, they will be more willing to help you sincerely. Li Yunxi looked shocked. You can do business like this, but you are students. A student can only attend one school. He Huan laughed heartily, but there are two of us. Lin Wanqing and I were admitted to different schools. Then, we'll sign up for tutoring classes. In this way, at least 3 forces will protect us. You can even go to a third school, Yunxi. Upon hearing this, Li Yunxi was immediately shocked. He exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, "He Huan, you're so smart." Before this, Li Yunxi had always regarded He Huan as her student, an innocent child. Only then did Li Yunxi realize that He Huan's intelligence and shrewdness far surpassed her own. He Huan felt a little smug after being praised by her beautiful homeroom teacher. She continued, "I can be even smarter. I can fuse without beast souls. In theory, I can help all schools improve their strength. Find a girl from each school to fuse with my beast soul, and I can improve her performance in the national competition." Before she could finish speaking, He Huan felt 2 sharp gazes. I instantly regained my senses. In the beast soul era, fusing with beast souls was even more important than getting married. Discussing the fusion of beast souls with other girls in front of Lin Wanqing and Li Yunxi is practically suicidal. Fortunately, the 2 women only warned with their eyes. No further action was taken. Although they were dissatisfied, they also knew that He Huan would eventually fuse with more beast souls. Even if they tried to stop them, it wouldn't work. He Huan can create an SSS-level powerhouse by fusing with each beast soul. The higher-ups will firmly support He Huan. They were powerless to stop it. I just hope that day comes a little later. Next, we'll discuss which college to apply to. They then moved into Li Yunxi's area of expertise. Yulong Academy ranks 3rd in Yulong City. The 2 schools ranked ahead of Yulong Academy are Qingyun Academy and Elizabeth Noble School. Elizabeth Noble School has been ranked first for 3 consecutive years. Let's go to Elizabeth Noble School first. Chapter 29 Noble School. The three of them immediately set off for Elizabeth Academy. Indeed, elite schools are different from ordinary schools. Located in the suburbs of Yulong City. Surrounded by mountains, the scenery is beautiful. It's like a paradise on earth. In the era of beast souls, such a location was already priceless. It's important to know that during the beast soul era, the Zerg invaded. Humans can only live in cities. The area outside the city has been completely occupied by the Zerg. The elite school is located far from the city and requires specialized defense forces to resist the Zerg. Its profound cultural heritage is evident. There is no direct road from Jade Dragon City to the aristocratic school. Even if it exists, it's very dangerous. He Huan and his 2 companions could only travel to Elizabeth Noble School via the teleportation array in Jade Dragon City. The transmission fee alone is as high as 10,000 yuan. He Huan and the other 2 spent a total of 30,000 yuan. Even He Huan felt a pang of heartache. Using the teleportation array, He Huan and his 2 companions entered the prestigious school directly. The teacher in charge of the teleportation array was also astonished when he learned of the three's purpose. There's less than a month left until the national competition, and people are still signing up. You guys go to the admissions office first, I'll contact Teacher Wang there. The teacher's expression had already foreshadowed the outcome of the trip. I waited at the admissions office for a full hour before I finally met Mr. Wang, the admissions officer. Teacher Wang is a middle-aged woman. He was overweight and had a fleshy face. They give off a feeling that they are difficult to get along with. Teacher Wang is a shrewd person. In just a few seconds, it was clear that all 3 were ordinary people. His clothes were shabby, all from street vendors. Teacher Wang's attitude also instantly plummeted to freezing point. He casually tossed 2 pieces of paper over, saying, "Fill out the registration form first." He Huan was about to ask a question. Unexpectedly, before she could even open her mouth and utter a sound, she was interrupted by Teacher Wang. "There are formatting guidelines on the wall over there, can't you read them yourself? Hurry up and go." Lin Wanqing and Li Yunxi were afraid that He Huan would get angry. She quickly pulled him aside. "Fill out the form according to the format on the wall." Then, Li Yunxi respectfully handed the 2 registration forms to Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. He said arrogantly, "Just put it on the table." Li Yunxi could only put it on the table. Then, they stood respectfully to the side and watched Teacher Wang's performance. Teacher Wang did not check it. Instead, he got up and boiled a kettle of water. Take out the tea leaves and rinse the cup with hot water. Put the tea leaves into the cup and pour in hot water. Then, he took out some melon seeds and peanuts and ate them with relish. More than half an hour passed before she remembered the registration form. Picking up the registration form, Teacher Wang glanced at it and her expression immediately changed drastically. "Are you He Huan?" He Huan didn't know how to answer. There were only 3 people, 2 women and 1 man. "Any other questions?" Teacher Wang said in a scolding tone, "Why didn't you fill in the beast soul?" He Huan answered truthfully, "I don't have a beast soul." Teacher Wang immediately flew into a rage. "If you don't have a beast soul, then go awaken one. The national competition is coming up soon, and you still haven't awakened it? When are you going to get it? You're not even worried about your own affairs." Teacher Wang showed no signs of stopping. He Huan could only interrupt, "I have already completed the awakening ritual, I don't have a beast soul." Teacher Wang then understood what he meant. She was taken aback at first, then her pupils suddenly contracted, and she slammed her hand on the table, shouting, "You little brat, how dare you play me? What are you doing here without a beast soul? Do you know where this place is? Elizabeth Academy would never accept a piece of trash like you." Teacher Wang spoke like a machine gun, giving He Huan no chance to interrupt. He operated the machine gun while glancing at Lin Wanqing's registration form. Teacher Wang's anger intensified. "You're a D-level beast soul? Did a donkey kick your brain? A D-grade beast soul dares to sign up." Teacher Wang tore the 2 registration forms to shreds. Using all his life's strength and unleashing his innate divine power, he roared like a shrew, "Get out!" Peanut and melon seed residue sprayed out. The primordial beast within He Huan could no longer contain itself. "You!" Li Yunxi reacted quickly and stopped He Huan again. This teacher, although their beast soul level is not high, their combat power is very strong. Let them take the entrance exam, we'll know for sure. Teacher Wang couldn't hear a single word he was saying. They launched a human bomb charge, yelling, "Get out of here! Get out of here now! What do you think this place is? This kind of nonsense is only good for fooling 3-year-olds. A piece of trash without a beast soul, a piece of garbage with a D-grade beast soul, still wants to take the entrance exam? That's just wishful thinking. Get out of here, all of you!" Teacher Wan was already furious and wouldn't listen to anything. They kicked the 3 of them out of the admissions office. Lin Wanqing was feeling down, but she still comforted He Huan. "He Huan, it's okay. Being rejected by the school is perfectly normal." He Huan was not disappointed. He flashed a confident smile. "I know we'll make her regret it." The 2 women had no doubts. After all, with He Huan's talent, their future is limitless. Even though they were rejected by the prestigious school, the 2 girls remained confident. "Next stop, Qingshan Academy, we will definitely succeed. Although we lost 30,000 yuan. However, as long as I can join Aoyama Academy, it won't be a loss." The 3 returned to Jade Dragon City. The legend of the magic circle is also quite affordable. The 30,000 yuan includes round-trip train tickets. No extra money is required. Qingshan Academy was located in Yulong City, and the 3 of them arrived quickly. However, Li Yunci knew that she could no longer force her way through. "We need to use some methods." Li Yunci took out her phone again. Over the years, Li Yunci has accumulated a wide network of contacts. Li Yunci happened to know a teacher at Qingshan College. Soon, the 3 met Li Yunci's friend. "This is Teacher Xiao Yakan." "Teacher Xiao, this is my student, He Huan, Lin Wanqing. They want to get into Aoyama Gakuen." Xiao Yakan frowned upon learning of He Huan and Lin Wanqing's situation. "This is a very difficult matter. Teacher Li, as you know, there's less than a month until the national competition, and Qingshan Academy will basically not be recruiting any more students. Moreover, he was a student who was expelled from Yulong Academy. What's more, their beast souls are so poor. Not to mention." Li Yunci hurriedly said in a pleading tone, "I know it's very difficult, that's why I've come to ask you for help. Those 2 are very powerful, they've already reached level 27. Teacher Xiao, please help me." Xiao Yakan looked troubled. "All I can say is, let's give it a try." Immediately, Xiao Yakan dialed the phone number of the principal of Qingshan College. It was only then that He Huan realized that Xiao Guopu, the principal of Qingshan Academy, was actually Xiao Yakan's uncle. Upon learning of He Huan and Lin Wanqing's situation, Xiao Guopu directly refused, saying, "Yakan, do you even need to ask me about this kind of thing? I wouldn't want a student like that. You're asking unnecessary questions." Chapter 30 Qingshan Academy. After much earnest persuasion from Xiao Yakan, Principal Xiao Guopu reluctantly agreed, "Give them a chance and arrange an entrance exam." After saying that, Xiao Guopu hung up immediately. They were clearly very angry. Xiao Yakan smiled bitterly and looked at Li Yunci. "I have no choice. If they want to enter Qingshan Academy, they can only take the entrance exam." Upon hearing this, Li Yunci breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. As long as they are allowed to take the entrance exam, with their abilities, they will definitely pass." Xiao Yakan shook her head with a wry smile. "Don't be too happy yet, it's not that simple." Li Yunci completely ignored Xiao Yakan's reminder. After all, she knew He Huan and Lin Wanqing's strength. However, even now, He Huan still doesn't know what the entrance exam is. The answers were only revealed upon arrival at the examination hall. The entrance exam is a mock battle. You 2 need to defeat the Zerg elites in the simulated scenario. Who wants to go first? He Huan and Lin Wanqing exchanged glances. "Can't we go together?" Li Yunci explained, "The 2 of them have already merged with the beast souls, and only by fighting together can they unleash their true combat power." Xiao Yakan said with a troubled expression, "It's not impossible for 2 people to go together. However, you'd better not do that. With 2 people working together, facing an even more powerful Zerg will be much more difficult." He Huan and Lin Wanqing ignored Xiao Yakan's reminder again. "We choose to participate in the simulation battle together." Xiao Yakan has a very good temper. However, at this moment, some of their defenses were also breached. I decided to stop trying to persuade them. Let them fend for themselves. He Huan and Lin Wanqing entered the examination room, and the invigilator used spiritual power to activate the crystal. A beam of white light enveloped the entire examination hall. The white light dissipated the next second. He Huan was surprised to find that she had traveled to another dimension. Li Yunxi's voice came from beside him. He Huan, don't let your guard down. He Huan then realized what was happening. Everything before my eyes is an illusion created by the magic crystal. An elite Zerg appeared before the two. However, when He Huan saw this Zerg elite, he laughed out loud. Isn't this an old acquaintance? The Zerg elite in the simulation battle turned out to be the Azura Blade Locust. The Azura Blade Locust is considered the weakest elite monster. Therefore, it is often used to test beginners. Upon seeing the Azura Blade Locust's level, Xiao Yakin's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly questioned the proctor, how come the Azura Blade Locust's level is so high? Is there a mistake? The proctor shrugged, there's no mistake, this is the principal's intention. Xiao Yakin could only sigh helplessly, level 15, how could they possibly defeat a level 15 Azura Blade Locust? The proctor did not answer the question. Instead, he spoke into the microphone, He Huan, Lin Wanqing, you only have 3 chances. Defeat the Azura Blade Locust once, and you'll pass the exam. Once you are ready, say start, and the simulation battle will begin. Upon hearing this, He Huan and Lin Wanqing actually smiled. This is much easier than last time. It's also a level 15 Azura Blade Locust. Last time, the Azura Blade Locust was surrounded by countless giant flying locusts. This time, it was merely the Azura Blade Locust. Last time, the Azura Blade Locust launched the first attack. They could only passively defend themselves against the enemy. There was absolutely no time to prepare. This time, they will only begin the battle after they are fully prepared. The difficulty has been greatly reduced. Moreover, there are 3 more chances. However, Xiao Yakin didn't think so. Wait a minute, don't start yet. Let me call Uncle again. We'll start when I get back. In Xiao Yakin's view, He Huan and Lin Wanqing had no chance of winning. Xiao Yakin knew all too well what level of strength the level 15 Azura Blade Locust possessed. Xiao Yakin has now reached level 25. Despite possessing AB grade beast soul, she was utterly powerless against the level 15 Azura Blade Locust. Although He Huan reached level 27 and Lin Wanqing reached level 26. However, they are, after all, students. There is only one D-level beast soul. They are no match for the level 15 Azura Blade Locust. However, Li Yunxi did not think so. Seeing Xiao Yakin rush out of the room, Li Yunxi hurriedly chased after her, trying to stop her. Xiao Yakin and Li Yunxi both left the room. The proctor was overjoyed. Competition exists among colleagues at all times and in all places. Why did Xiao Yakin, also a teacher, get promoted one after another? It's all because I have a good uncle. Many teachers at Qingshan College wanted to see Xiao Yakin embarrassed. Even the proctors are not immune to this practice. The students recommended by Xiao Yakin will definitely not pass the exam. Therefore, after Xiao Yakin left, the proctor urged her again through the microphone, you two, hurry up and start. Upon hearing this, He Huan and Lin Wanqing began to take action. Lin Wanqing summons a D-level beast soul, the Qingqiu 3-tailed fox. He Huan directly used his SSS-level talent for ultimate evolution. Evolve the Qingqiu 3-tailed fox into an SSS-level beast soul, the Qingqiu 9-tailed fox. Then, under the shocked gaze of the proctor, He Huan uttered 2 words, begin. As the proctor pressed the start button, the 9-tailed fox of Qingqiu immediately launched an attack. It instantly killed the Azura Blade Locust. Incidentally, they also blasted a large hole in the wall of the examination room. In the corridor outside the examination room, Xiao Yakin had just dialed the phone number of Principal Xiaoguopu. Xiaoguopu's impatient voice immediately came through the phone, Xiao Yakin, don't you know any manners? I'm having dinner with leaders from the Education Bureau, why are you calling me all the time? Xiao Yakin was about to explain. Suddenly, a loud bang came from inside the examination room. Xiao Yakin stood there, stunned. Even Xiaoguopu on the other end of the phone heard it. She tensed up instantly, Xiao Yakin, what happened on your end? Xiao Yakin knew her uncle was in a hurry. However, she didn't know what had happened. I didn't dare to answer. I grabbed my phone and rushed into the exam room. That's when I saw the shocking scene. A large hole was blasted into the wall of the examination room. In that instant, Xiao Yakin felt her blood run cold. Such terrifying power is something even I can't handle. Not to mention He Huan and Lin Wanqing. A mock exam resulted in the deaths of 2 students. The consequences would be unimaginable. Even her uncle, Xiaoguopu, couldn't protect her. Xiao Yakan's life is ruined. However, the next second, Xiao Yakan's expression changed drastically, turning from sorrow to joy. She actually saw He Huan and Lin Wanqing standing there alive. They're alright. That's great. However, before Xiao Yakan could even get excited, she witnessed an even more terrifying scene. A nine-tailed fox suddenly appeared in front of He Huan and Lin Wanqing. It is also the legendary mythical beast, the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu. In an instant, Xiao Yakan went directly from freezing point to boiling point. Fly from hell to heaven. The mythical beast, the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu. SSS-level beast soul. In my lifetime, I actually got to see a living SSS-level beast soul. Even if it meant dying right now, Xiao Yakan would be willing. In the world of beast souls, SSS-level beast souls are the highest and most supreme beings. No one could understand the shock Xiao Yakan was experiencing at that moment. Even more crucially, Li Yunxi said to her, "Teacher Xiao, they passed the exam, right?" Chapter 31 Entrance Examination. Xiao Yakan nodded blankly. The next second, she suddenly thought of something. Once He Huan and Lin Wanqing pass the entrance exam, they can become students of Qingshan Academy. I am their guide. He will most likely become their teacher. Even the homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher who nurtured an SSS-level beast soul. Xiao Yakan's heart almost jumped out of her throat. In the future, that statue at Aoyama Gakuen should be removed. Let yourself sit on it. Another statue of the saint should be added at the entrance. You can also hang your own photos in the hallway. In her lifetime, Xiao Yakan will surely be ranked among the greatest educators in human history. Your rise to prominence begins today. However, the annoying ringtone of her cell phone pulled Xiao Yakan back to reality. Xiao Yakan answered the phone impatiently. "Hello?" The voice of her uncle, Xiao Guopu, immediately came through the phone. "Xiao Yakan, how are you? Are you hurt? What was that sound just now?" Xiao Guopu was extremely anxious. Although Xiao Yakan is only his niece. However, Xiao Guopu himself had no daughter. He doted on this niece. They treasured it like a precious gem. If something were to happen to his niece, he would truly regret it for the rest of his life. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yakan finally remembered. Just now, while Li Huan and Lin Wanqing were taking the exam, I was on the phone with my uncle. Xiao Guopu also heard the loud bang. Immediately, Xiao Yakan said in a trembling voice, "Uncle, it's great news, tremendous good news. Our academy is about to take off. The two students who just took the exam have damaged the exam room." That loud bang was the sound of them destroying the examination room. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xiao Yakan spoke incoherently. Xiao Guopu was completely bewildered, exclaiming, "What utter nonsense! Students disrupting the examination room? Have you notified law enforcement?" Xiao Yakan didn't have time to think about why she had notified the law enforcement officers. He hurriedly stated his demands. "These two SSS-level students are mine, they must be assigned to our class, and no one is allowed to take them from me." This uncle and nephew pair perfectly exemplify the idiom talking past each other like a donkey's lips and a horse's mouth. They each spoke their own words, and neither could understand the other. It took Xiao Yakan a while to calm down a little. Then the situation was explained. Those two students actually possess SSS-level beast souls. Level 15 Azura Blade Locust, they killed it in one hit. They even blasted a huge hole in the examination hall. Even the usually composed Xiao Guopu was now experiencing a heart pounding wildly, and he almost fainted. Fortunately, in the Beast Soul era, awakened ones all had excellent physical constitutions. Xiao Guopu managed to maintain his composure. Even so, he was extremely excited. SSS-level Beast Souls? 2 of them? They volunteered to enroll in Green Mountain Academy? Having lived most of his life, Xiao Guopu only realized today what it means for a pie to fall from the sky. He really wanted to ask, which angel sister had shown such mercy? They even dared to expel SSS-level awakened individuals. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Guopu had already greeted all 18 generations of his family's ancestors. If it weren't for the blessings of his ancestors, how could he have encountered such good fortune? On the other end of the phone, Xiao Yakan poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Strictly speaking, it's not 2 SSS-level beast souls, there's only 1. That's not quite right either. Oh dear, it's hard to explain over the phone, let's talk about it when I get back. He Huan's situation is too unique to be explained in just a few words. Xiao Yakan simply refused to say anything. Xiao Guopu's excited mood calmed down a little. However, even an SSS-level beast soul is enough to cause the ancestral grave to explode. While not as impactful as 2 SSS-level beast souls. However, it was enough to excite and delight him. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoguopu went straight back to the private room and said goodbye to the group of Education Bureau leaders. "Excuse me, I have some things to attend to at school, please excuse me." These words caused an uproar in the audience. The vice principal of Qingshan Academy quickly stood up to smooth things over for Xiaoguopu. "Principal Xiao, what matter requires your personal return? Just leave it to the staff below." Turning to look at Xiaoguopu, the vice principal quickly gave him a meaningful look. "What's wrong with you? Do you know what occasion this is?" It was quite a feat to finally get the leaders from the Education Bureau to come over. "How could you leave?" Xiaoguopu completely ignored the vice principal's hint. He continued, "Something really needs to happen at school, I have to go back." The leaders smiled and said, "Official business is important, go quickly." However, the elegant and graceful woman beside him was not about to let go of the opportunity to kick someone when they were down. He immediately said in an unfriendly tone, "Hey, Lao Xiao, what big thing happened at your school that you're in such a hurry?" This woman is none other than Midsummer Dream, the beautiful headmistress of Elizabeth Noble School. For the past 3 years, under her leadership, Elizabeth Academy has consistently outperformed Green Hill Academy. They won first place for 3 consecutive years. The two were like oil and water. Every time we meet, we always exchange a few sarcastic remarks. Xiaoguopu was extremely anxious and wanted to return to school. However, upon hearing this, he stopped in his tracks. He looked at the beautiful principal, Zhong Xiameng, with a smug expression. "It's nothing serious, just a small matter." Zhong Xiameng naturally didn't believe it. "Don't pretend in front of us. Tell me, and maybe I can help you." On the other side, Li Dongsheng, the principal of Yulong Academy, chimed in, "That's right, speak up and let everyone help you. Yulong College ranks 3rd, and its performance has been very stable in recent years. There is a significant gap between them and the second-ranked Aoyama Academy. There is virtually no possibility of surpassing it." However, Li Dongsheng had a stroke of good luck this year. 2 prodigies have emerged from Jade Dragon Academy. S-rank beast Soul Li Chusheng. Jian Shihan, a SS-level awakened individual. Surpassing Aoyama Academy has become inevitable. It could even threaten the status of Elizabeth Academy. With improved grades, Li Dongsheng finally revealed his true colors. The once docile kitten has now turned into a man-eating tiger. Now, she even joins Zhong Xiameng in mocking Xiaoguopu. Xiaoguopu was not someone to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, he immediately turned around and bowed deeply to Li Dongsheng, saying, "Principal Li, I really have to thank you for this small matter. 2 SSS-level awakened ones have been expelled from your academy. They had nowhere else to turn but to come to our college. Look, just now during the entrance exam, the powerful SSS-level beast soul directly blasted the mock exam hall to pieces." At this point, Xiaoguopu still wore an irritating expression. "I have to go back and quickly organize people to repair the examination hall." Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Even the high-ranking leaders were dumbfounded at this moment. SSS-level awakened ones? 2 of them? Expelled from Jade Dragon Academy? The leaders all looked at Li Dongsheng, the president of Yulong College. Although he didn't say a single word. However, Li Dongsheng understood what the leaders meant. Why didn't we know about something this big? Li Dongsheng was immediately terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. However, he recovered quickly. Looking at Xiaoguopu with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot, "The SSS-level awakened one you mentioned, could it be Yi Huan and Lin Wanqing?" Chapter 32 Ancestral Grave Explosion. Xiaoguopu nodded, "It really is them." Li Dongsheng breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Principal Xiao, you've been fooled by them. Lin Wanqing has an F-rank beast soul. Although Yi Huan possesses SSS-level talent, he lacks a beast soul, making him utterly useless." Li Dongsheng adopted an attitude of absolute disbelief. The others also looked doubtful. However, Xiaoguopu dispelled all their doubts with just one sentence: "The examination hall they destroyed couldn't be fake, could it? You are all outstanding individuals, and I dare to ask you a question. Who can do it?" The mock exam uses crystals to create a separate space. Everything that happens inside the space cannot affect the outside world. To disrupt the examination venue, the space created by the crystal must be destroyed. The A-level and B-level awakened ones in the arena all shook their heads. They couldn't even take the first step. The second step is even more difficult. The walls of the examination room were made of special materials. Extremely high defensive capabilities. After all, no matter what kind of world it is, education is the most important thing for the people of Longsha. Cutting corners is possible everywhere. The only thing schools cannot cut corners on is construction. Especially in exam rooms where simulated combat is conducted. It can be described as an impregnable fortress. With a single strike, space was torn apart, and the examination hall was destroyed. If this is all trash, then what are these people? Worth less than garbage? Li Dongsheng then realized what was happening. At that moment, he wished he could just smash his head against a wall and die. I regret listening to Zhong Xiaomeng's slander. How could an unprecedented SSS-level awakened be trash? It must be an existence that is incredibly powerful. She could have relied on He Huan and Lin Wanqing to become a great educator, a figure comparable to a saint. Now, however, he has become the laughingstock of the entire audience. His career was effectively over. Despair was not even a word enough to describe Li Dongxing's feelings at this moment. It was a million times more desperate than despair itself. Beside her, Midsummer Dream, the beautiful principal of Elizabeth Noble School, was also gritting her teeth in anger. It was inevitable that Yulong Academy would surpass elite schools. Zhong Xiaomeng thought she could still be the second oldest. Unexpectedly, Xiaoguopu also had a stroke of good luck. Aoyama Academy directly picked up 2 SSS-level awakened ones for free. They not only surpassed their own prestigious private school. They might even trample Yulong Academy underfoot. Does this mean I'm going to be third this year? Zhong Xiaomeng, who was always proud and arrogant, naturally couldn't accept it. He secretly vowed to ruin the whole thing. Aren't there 2 SSS-level awakened? My auntie is determined to snatch one. With a little cunning, we might be able to snatch both of them. Immediately, Zhong Xiaomeng said impatiently, such a prodigy, I must meet him. As she spoke, Midsummer Dream stood up abruptly. How could her little scheme escape Xiaoguopu's discerning eye? Xiaoguopu immediately stopped him, saying, this is such a small matter, I wouldn't dare trouble Principal Zhong. Midsummer Dream's actions, in turn, reminded Li Dongsheng. Li Dongsheng also hurriedly stood up. There are many misunderstandings about He Huan and Lin Wanqing's matter, I need to explain them clearly. As he spoke, he actually stood up as well. Moreover, this old guy reacted quickly. Before Xiaoguopu could react, he had already rushed out of the private room. Xiaoguopu quickly took out his phone to notify the security guards, making sure Li Dongsheng was not allowed to enter Qingshan College. Upon seeing this, Zhongxia immediately pulled out her trump card. He then turned to the group of leaders and said, leaders, let's all go and see the SSS-level prodigy. Upon hearing this, the leaders unanimously agreed, great. This is an SSS-level prodigy. What does it mean to be an SSS-level prodigy? According to the 3-level law published by the City Lord's Mansion, these A-level and B-level awakened individuals are nothing but trash in front of SSS-level geniuses. Even if an SSS-level prodigy kills them all, they will not be punished by the City Lord's Mansion. In the era of beast souls, the strong are respected. Strength is the only truth. SSS-level prodigies are the embodiment of truth itself. Even though they are leaders of the Education Bureau, they are eager to pay homage to the truth. In the face of truth, let's win some favor. All the leaders stood up, and Xiaoguopu could no longer stop them. They could only slink behind the leaders and head to Qingshan College. However, on the way back, Xiaoguopu secretly sent a text message to his niece, Xiao Yakan. We must keep He Huan and Lin Wanqing here. We cannot let the other 2 colleges take it away. By the time we arrived at Qingshan Academy, it was already dark. The leaders, however, dared not neglect the task. Without stopping, I rushed to the examination hall. The examination hall, which was destroyed by the 9-tailed fox of Qingxiu, has become a check-in point for leaders. The leaders were overjoyed to see the appalling state of the examination room. He couldn't stop smiling. It's definitely SSS level. The leaders exclaimed from the bottom of their hearts, Principal Xiao, you are truly blessed to have gained 2 SSS-level prodigies at the same time. However, when they looked around, Xiaoguopu was nowhere to be seen. Where did Principal Xiao go? Li Dongsheng and Zhong Xiaomeng have also disappeared. The leaders instantly understood. Li Dongsheng and Zhong Xiaomeng must have gone to snatch students. When Xiaoguopu realized they were missing, he immediately rushed to stop them. Sure enough, when the leaders arrived at Xiaoguopu's office, they could already hear the 3 principals arguing inside. Li Dongsheng, Are you a human being or a beast? How dare you act so wildly here? Xiaoguopu, this is a student of our college. I'm talking to my student, it has nothing to do with you. None of you can say such things before He Huan and Lin Wanqing make a decision. This doesn't look like a school principal. She's clearly a middle-aged woman from the vegetable market. They argued heatedly, their faces flushed and necks red. They're just one step away from taking action. Seeing this, the leaders hurriedly went in to smooth things over. The three of them then calmed down. Li Dongxing began by saying, according to the Education Bureau's regulations, expelling a student requires reporting to the Education Bureau and obtaining its approval before it is considered an expulsion. But I didn't report it to the Education Bureau at all, and the Education Bureau didn't approve it either. Therefore, according to the rules, He Huan and Lin Wanqing are still students of our school. Xiaoguopu wouldn't even agree in his midsummer dream. Nonsense. You've really lost all sense of shame. Although the Education Bureau did not approve it, your college has issued a written notice stating that He Huan and Lin Wanqing are no longer affiliated with your school. Besides, neither He Huan nor Lin Wanqing wants to go to your school. Let's part ways amicably and wish each other well. We're all people of standing, so let's not make things too awkward. Li Dongxing immediately exploded. What makes you think they don't want to go to our school? He Huan immediately sentenced Li Dongxing to death, saying, we don't want to go to Yulong Academy. Li Dongxing fell silent instantly. Completely eliminated. Next up is the performance of Midsummer Night's Dream. Student He, Student Lin, I am Midsummer Dream, the principal of Elizabeth Noble School. Our school has ranked first in academic performance for 3 consecutive years. Since you're going to choose a school, why not choose the best one? Chapter 33 Struggle and Competition. Xiaoguopu exploded again. Midsummer Dream, what do you mean? What does best mean? What's wrong with our Qingshan Academy? Midsummer Dream snorted coldly, you're not bad. Second place. Normally, Xiaoguopu would have tolerated it. After all, the other party is a woman, so he should act like a gentleman. But today, gentlemanly manners are out of the question. The opportunity to become a saint is right in front of you. We absolutely cannot miss it. Xiaoguopu exploded in fury. Zhong Xiaomeng, don't make me expose all your secrets. You are a private school, with high fees, poor benefits, and immense pressure on students, driving dozens of students to the brink of madness every year. He Huan and Lin Wanqing, you don't want to be driven crazy by this old hag, do you? Midsummer Dream completely lost it. Xiaoguopu, how dare you slander our school? Then I won't hold back either. If Aoyama Academy weren't a public school, you wouldn't even qualify as second place. He Huan and Lin Wanqing, as long as you come to our school, I can apply for full scholarships for you. Our strength is evident to all, and the full scholarship is 2 million. From now until you graduate, you can come to me every year to receive the full scholarship. When it came to comparing financial resources, Xiaoguopu was at a disadvantage. However, he still forced himself to say, I'll give you 3 million every year. Midsummer Dream didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, and directly held up 5 fingers, 5 million. Xiaoguopu's eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth as he said, 6 million. Midsummer Dream raised the stakes again, 10 million. Xiaoguopu dared not follow. Aoyama College is a public school, it doesn't have that much money. All she could do was grit her teeth and say, Midsummer Dream, don't go too far. Zhong Xiaomeng, unfazed by his threat, continued to escalate the offer, 10 million per person per year, that's 20 million for both of you. Student He, Student Lin, this treatment is even better than that of the commander of the Black Dragon Guard. Many people don't earn this much money in their entire lives. As long as you come to our school, you can receive a scholarship of 10 million yuan every year for the next 10 years, or even longer. Even He Huan couldn't help but sigh at how wealthy and powerful elite schools truly were. You really can bury someone in money. Not to mention He Huan, even the leaders around him were dumbfounded. I couldn't help but admire him secretly. Midsummer Dream is truly a heroine among women. This decisiveness is something even men like them can't match. Just when everyone thought He Huan would agree. He Huan shook her head slightly. Principal Zhong, actually, the school I wanted to go to most at the beginning was your school. But Mr. Wang from your admissions office kicked us both out. Even though we're just students, we still have our pride. Even if you gave me 10 billion yuan every year, I still wouldn't go to your school. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaomeng was immediately shocked. Kick you all out? At this moment, Midsummer Dream felt utterly hopeless. The last glimmer of hope was Lin Wanqing. She only hoped that Lin Wanqing would agree to her request. Zhong Xiaoming looked at Lin Wanqing and continued to press the issue. I will give you a satisfactory explanation for what happened today. However, I must also advise you that our school's strength far surpasses that of Qingshan Academy. There is no need to reject a better school for such a trivial matter. If you agree to my request, I can hire the best teachers in the country to form an educational team to serve you exclusively. In addition, the scholarship amount has been increased to 20 million. The scholarship amount has been doubled again. It may seem unbelievable, but it is actually quite reasonable. Midsummer Dream was almost certain that He Huan could not possibly attend the elite school. Only Lin Wanqing remained. Originally, the two of them earned 20 million yuan annually. Now only Lin Wanqing remains, and the total remains at 20 million. However, it was a truly awe-inspiring sight. The scholarship amount has been doubled again. Unexpectedly, faced with the allure of a midsummer dream, Lin Wanqing shook her head. I'll listen to He Huan. Midsummer Dream was utterly hopeless. Xiao Guopu won a great victory. He pushed Zhong Xiaoming aside and said, with your joining, our Qingshan Academy will surely soar to new heights. We will definitely achieve our best results in history in this year's national competition. The surrounding leaders were also beaming with joy and excitement. They also hoped that He Huan and Lin Wanqing would join Qingshan College. After all, Aoyama Academy is a public school, which is more beneficial for improving political achievements. Xiao Guopu immediately ordered, notify all teachers at Qingshan College to convene a meeting immediately. I will gather the best teachers from Qingshan Academy and form a dedicated education team for He Huan and Lin Wanqing. You can use Qingshan Academy's mock exam rooms and practice rooms as many times as you like. This promise is valid indefinitely. Upon hearing this, Li Yunxi's face lit up with ecstasy. Midsummer Dream also looked incredulous. Mock exam rooms and practice rooms are both expensive projects. If it's used permanently and without limit, it would probably cost more than 20 million. The advantages of public schools are now clearly evident. Xiao Guopu simply couldn't afford the 20 million yuan scholarship. However, the resources that Xiao Guopu could mobilize were far more than 20 million. Mock exam rooms and practice rooms are both expensive projects. Unexpectedly, He Huan spoke up at this moment. Principal, I have another request. He Huan was also adept at navigating social interactions. Although she knew Xiao Guopu would agree, He Huan still used the most tactful way to express her request. Xiao Guopu eagerly agreed. I agree. He Huan smiled wryly. I haven't even made my request yet. Xiao Guopu patted his chest and said, no matter what the request is, I will grant it. He Huan bowed and said, thank you, Principal. Xiao Guopu was being polite, and He Huan couldn't be aloof either. After all, that's their status. After expressing his gratitude, He Huan then made his request. My request is very simple. I want to participate in the Locust Secret Realm trial. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned. Xiao Guopu's expression also looked rather unpleasant. Beside her, Xiao Yakan hurriedly reminded her, He Huan, you may not know, but the cultivation speed in the advanced training room far exceeds that in the Secret Realm trial. Ordinary people don't have access to advanced training rooms, so they don't know about these things. But you're different. The principal has already promised you the most resources. There's absolutely no need for you to risk your life in the Locust Realm. This was the first time He Huan had heard about this. He looked somewhat embarrassed. He hurriedly looked at Li Yunxi. In terms of expertise, He Huan trusts Li Yunxi more. Li Yunxi immediately gave a satisfactory answer. Principal, Teacher Xiao, you've probably forgotten that He Huan and Lin Wanqing are both SSS-level awakeners. For ordinary people, the cultivation speed in advanced training rooms is greater than that in Secret Realm trials. However, for SSS-level awakened ones, the Secret Realm trial is more important than the advanced training room. Everyone nodded in agreement. As far as I know, the training speed in the advanced training room is roughly equivalent to the trial speed of an L-level awakened. S-level awakened ones will not choose advanced training rooms. He Huan and Lin Wanqing are SSS-level awakened ones, so there's no problem for them to choose the Secret Realm trial. Chapter 34 Overtime. He Huan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Although the theoretical knowledge is not up to standard. But, by sheer chance, he guessed right. This moment is just like that moment back then. If not now, when? He Huan immediately started to explain the value. Participating in the Secret Realm trial also allows you to hunt down the insectoid race and do your part for all mankind. To protect the honor of humanity is our inescapable duty. The audience erupted in applause. The way everyone looked at He Huan changed. Only the midsummer dream in the corner. The more the leaders valued He Huan, the more her heart ached. Midsummer Dream couldn't bear being repeatedly humiliated, so she had no choice but to secretly leave. After leaving Qingshan College, Zhong Xiaoming immediately dialed the phone number of the director of the admissions office. He immediately launched into a tirade, yelling, "You idiot! Do you even know the mess your admissions office has made today? 2 SSS-level awakened ones came to our school to register, and your people actually kicked them out. Find out right now who did this." Upon hearing this, the director of the admissions office broke out in a cold sweat. He knew all too well how capable the beautiful principal was. If you anger her, the consequences will be unimaginable. However, the admissions director still had some doubts about the beautiful principal's words. SSS-level awakened ones? 2 of them? Principal, you haven't been drinking, have you? Midsummer Dream flew into a rage. Do you think I'm talking nonsense? Go and investigate right now. The admissions director readily agreed. Okay, I'll go right away. Midsummer Dream then said, notify everyone to hold a meeting to discuss solutions. This night was destined to be sleepless. All the staff of Elizabeth Academy were dragged in by Midsummer Dream and scolded. Even the old lady who cleans the toilets wasn't spared. At Aoyama Academy, although you won't get scolded, you can forget about sleeping. Xiaoguopu held a meeting overnight to form the Yilin Education Group. Special service for He Huan Lin Wancheng. Similarly, the Education Bureau also worked overtime overnight. 2 SSS-level awakened ones suffered injustice at Jade Dragon Academy. If the Education Bureau does not take action, the consequences will be unimaginable. Given time, when the 2 SSS-level awakened ones grow up, they will all be held accountable. In order to keep their positions, they must impose penalties. Li Dongsheng, the principal of Yulong College, is naturally to blame. His professional career is over. The grade head, Zhong Xiaoming, should also be severely punished. All other personnel involved were punished. Even the Jade Dragon Academy could be completely wiped out. After all, as long as Jade Dragon Academy exists, the 2 SSS-level awakened ones will feel like they have a thorn in their side, a fishbone stuck in their throat, or sitting on pins and needles. No matter when, they will always remember the bad experiences they had at Yulong Academy. Jade Dragon Academy will become the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads. Rather than doing that, it's better to just erase it. However, the Education Bureau leaders gave Yulong College one more night. Let them figure out a solution. Although it's difficult, it's still possible. Unfortunately, Yulong Academy completely failed to grasp the leaders' deeper meaning. Unlike the other 2 colleges, Li Dongsheng did not hold a general meeting. He simply gathered a few close confidants for a short meeting. At first, Li Dongsheng's idea was correct: expel Jiang Shihan and Li Chusheng, give the grade director Zhong Xiaoming a major demerit, and deduct a year's salary. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaoming immediately erupted in anger. Principal, even if you do this now, He Huan and Lin Wanqing won't change their minds. Although Jiang Shihan and Li Chusheng offended He Huan and Lin Wanqing, they are still S-level awakened after all. As long as they are there, our school will definitely surpass Elizabeth Noble School and rank second. The most important thing at school is still grades. As long as our grades are good enough, the Education Bureau has no reason to punish us. If we expel Jiang Shihan and Li Chusheng, our grades will not only not improve, but may even decline. Then the Education Bureau will have even more grounds to punish them. Li Dongsheng was instantly persuaded by Zhong Xiaoming. However, thinking about the leader's attitude today, he felt a little scared. If we do nothing, I'm afraid that won't work either. After all, He Huan and Lin Wanqing are both SSS-level awakened. Zhong Xiaoming gave a dismissive smile. These 2 good-for-nothings awakened in our school. Don't you know their situation? He Huan has awakened an SSS-level talent, but he doesn't have a beast soul. Lin Wanqing only has an F-level beast soul. The fact that it's considered useless is already predetermined. Although I don't know what method they used, it must be fake. Only a fool like Xiaoguopu and Zhong Xiaoming would believe that. At this point, Li Dongsheng suddenly had a look of realization on his face. I remember, Lin Wanqing's beast soul is a Qingqiu white fox. It can cast illusions and create countless clones. Could it be that everything we've seen today was an illusion created by the white fox of Qingqiu? Zhong Xiaoming didn't know either. But at this moment, right or wrong is no longer important. She only cares about her own interests. She immediately chose the answer that best served her interests. You already guessed it, why ask? It's definitely an illusion. Li Dongxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. A smile even appeared on her face. I'm starting to look forward to the day when the lies are exposed, and how Huan and Lin Wanqing will bear everyone's wrath. A crisis seemed to have come to an end. Zhong Xiaomeng is like an ostrich. If you bury your head in the sand, you'll be safe. We not only cannot compromise, but we must continue to put pressure on Huan and Lin Wanqing to prove that we are right. Didn't you just say that Huan wants to participate in tomorrow's secret realm trial? We'll just have to stop him from getting his way. Inform Deputy Commander Wang about this and have him order that Huan and Lin Wanqing be prohibited from entering the Locust secret realm. Li Dongxing immediately nodded in agreement. I'll call Deputy Commander Wang right now. Li Dongxing is a distant relative of Li Chusheng. Naturally, he could dial Wang Wu's number. Zhong Xiaomeng quickly stopped her. It's too deliberate of you to call Wang Wu directly. Leave this to me. I'll give Jiang Shihan some fresh air. Have Jiang Shihan tell Li Chusheng to go find Wang Wu. Nothing was said that night, until the next morning. Huan and Lin Wanqing once again arrived at the Locust secret realm. Seeing the empty spiritual energy, Huan was completely bewildered. What did you two do last night? Lin Wanqing replied, last night, Teacher Li and I practiced in the advanced training room of Qingshan Academy. The advanced training room can increase cultivation speed by 50%. We've already planned it out. We'll enter the secret realm for trials during the day and train in the training room at night, maximizing our efficiency. Huan looked at her with concern. Aren't you too tired? Li Yunxi explained, cultivation is the best way to restore physical strength, 1,000,000 times better than sleeping, and you won't get tired at all. Cultivation is 10,000 times better than sleeping. As a time traveler, Huan still found it hard to accept this explanation. However, they didn't look tired at all. There shouldn't be any problems. Huan was preparing to meet up with Qingshan Academy when a voice suddenly came from behind him. Good morning, Huan. Chapter 35 Blacklist. Looking back, I saw a mature woman in yoga attire. The school crest of Elizabeth Academy was also printed on his chest. Huan was still wondering, who was this older sister? Li Yunxi and Lin Wanqing recognized each other and quickly bowed. Principal Zhong, hello. Huan then recognized that this beautiful older sister was actually Zhong Xiaomeng, the principal of Elizabeth Noble School. It has to be said, makeup is truly an Eastern sorcery. Yesterday's midsummer dream took the route of a wealthy lady. Elegant and luxurious. Today's midsummer dream takes a more approachable, people-friendly route. Pure and beautiful, full of youthful vigor. She's like the older sister next door. Zhong Xiaomeng walked up to Huan with a charming smile. Huan, let me introduce you. These are the most outstanding students in our school. Zhong Xiaomeng pointed to the dozen or so girls behind her and introduced them to Huan one by one. Even a fool could see that Midsummer Dream's selection criteria was based on looks. Some of them are even as good-looking as Lin Wanqing. They were all wearing the same training clothes as Midsummer Dream. Huan was instantly captivated. Is this a test for cadres? Which cadre can withstand such a test? The heart of a Midsummer Dream is known to everyone. The blatant behavior immediately caught Xiao Guopu's attention. Xiao Guopu immediately led Huan's teaching team over, shouting, Zhong Xiaomeng, what do you mean? Please stay away from my students. Xiao Guopu was furious. We've all been through that youthful, energetic age. Xiao Guopu knew perfectly well that Huan, at her age, was easily misled. Especially people like Midsummer Dream. What if Huan can't resist the temptation? Xiao Guopu really felt like dying. Zhong Xiaomeng, however, remained unyielding, saying, Huan is your student, not your prisoner. Why can't I talk to him? Besides, why don't you ask Huan if he wants to talk to me? On the contrary, I reckon Huan would be even less likely to talk to an old man like you. Xiao Guopu was so angry his nose almost twisted out of shape. They had no choice but to resort to their trump card, to cut off the source of the problem. Huan, this old woman is a year older than me. Women hate it when people tell them their age. Especially beautiful women. Midsummer Dream instantly broke down. Xiao Guopu, don't talk nonsense. Xiao Guopu didn't back down at all. I'm talking nonsense? Do you dare to show me your ID card? Midsummer Dream naturally wouldn't produce her ID card. The only option is to change the subject and temporarily avoid the confrontation. I don't want to argue with you, you old man. Turning to Huan, Zhong Xiaomeng immediately put on a smile that could charm anyone. He Huan, last year our school ranked first and was able to enter the Flying Locust secret realm before Qingshan Academy. Would you like to come with us? Xiaoguopu answered directly for He Huan, no, you should leave now and stop harassing our students. Zhong Xiaomeng was still unwilling to give up and continued to extend an olive branch. He Tongxue, I will be waiting for you in the Flying Locust secret realm. You can come and join us. Then, Midsummer Dream turned and left. Xiaoguopu finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was too happy too soon. Midsummer Night's Dream still has a backup plan. The dozen or so school beauties she brought lined up to say goodbye to He Huan. The scene was like a selection of imperial concubines. Let alone the average person who couldn't handle it. Even He Huan, a student from class 6, couldn't stand it. It was hung up and turned into a pouty mouth. I almost teamed up with someone else. Compared to the well-prepared Midsummer Dream, Xiaoguopu's preparations were truly inadequate. At least, Xiaoguopu didn't prepare a group of school beauties. Xiaoguopu's preparations were more pragmatic. A teaching team of 15 people was dedicated to serving He Huan Lin Wansheng. The person in charge of the teaching team is Xiao Yakan. Teacher Li Yunxi is also a member of the teaching team. Although you haven't officially started working yet, starting today, Qingshan Academy will begin paying you the salary of a top-tier teacher. This is also the first time ever that Qingshan Academy has done this. They showed great sincerity. While waiting, He Huan went to the cafeteria to freeload a meal. Last night, Li Yunxi and Lin Wanqing drained He Huan's spiritual energy. Needs to be supplemented urgently. The guards of Jade Dragon City have once again become the victims of injustice. For no apparent reason, I found myself burdened with tens of thousands of yuan in electricity bills. With everything ready, it was finally Qingshan Academy's turn to enter the Locust secret realm. As the student most valued by Aoyama College, He Huan and Lin Wanqing are ranked first. However, when they arrived at the entrance to the Locust realm, they heard some terrible news. He Huan, Lin Wanqing, you two have been blacklisted and are prohibited from entering the Flying Locust secret realm. He Huan and Lin Wanqing were instantly stunned. Why? The guards replied, the reason is that you triggered a swarm of insects, destroyed the Locust's secret realm, and caused enormous losses. If you have any questions about this, you can raise them with the High Command of the Guard. We are only responsible for carrying out the orders of the High Command of the Guard. Lin Wanqing froze on the spot. She naturally understood that this was another instance of Jiang Shihan's sabotage. He Huan was not surprised. He had already guessed that Jiang Shihan wouldn't let the matter rest. However, he did not expect that Jiang Shihan would be so stupid as to use this trick. It should be noted that He Huan and Lin Wanqing's strength had already been revealed at this point. Jiang Shihan actually dared to oppose an SSS-level awakened. That's really stupid. Thinking of this, He Huan smiled helplessly. I couldn't help but wonder what happened to the predecessor. Why would you choose such a stupid girlfriend? As expected, upon learning this, Xiaoguopu immediately exploded, I'm going to complain to the Education Bureau. Immediately, Xiaoguopu called the Education Bureau. The Secret Realm trials are unlike any other. The management of the Secret Realm belongs to the Guardian Army. Under normal circumstances, the guards would not interfere in this matter. Basically, they approved the lists provided by the schools directly. However, this time, Wang Wu, the deputy commander of the guard, personally gave the order. Even with the Education Bureau's intervention, Wang Wu refused to budge. In the end, He Huan and Lin Wanqing still did not enter the Locust secret realm. Those who had been following He Huan's Midsummer Dream immediately learned of this matter. He ran over again, hey, do you need any help? He Huan countered, can you persuade Wang Wu? Midsummer Dream shook her head, no. However, our school has its own secret place. I can grant you access to our school's secret realm for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Xiaoguopu was the one who panicked the most. He Huan, don't believe her. Their school's secret realm is very small, far inferior to the Flying Locust secret realm. I'll take care of the blacklist issue for you. There's absolutely no need to beg her. Midsummer Dream smiled dismissively, if you had a way to solve it, you would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Xiaoguopu was speechless. Indeed, as Midsummer Dream said, the guards are not part of the education system, so the Education Bureau has no leverage over them. Although Xiaoguopu also knew some high-ranking officers of the guard. However, a local official is more powerful than a distant one. Wang Wu is the person directly in charge of the Locust secret realm. No matter how high an official's rank is, it's useless unless Wang Wu agrees. However, at this moment, Xiao Guopu could not show weakness. You absolutely cannot admit your inadequacy in front of Midsummer Dream. Xiao Guopu could only grit his teeth and force himself to say, "This is a small matter, I can definitely handle it." Chapter 36: A Midsummer Night's Dream. Midsummer Dream smiled dismissively, clearly not believing it. Too lazy to argue with Xiao Guopu, she looked directly at He Huan and asked, "He Huan, would you like to come and take a look at our school? Since you don't have anything else to do today, why don't you go take a look? Just because someone isn't a student at our school doesn't mean they can't come and visit our school." As she spoke, without waiting for He Huan's agreement, Zhong Xiaomeng tried to pull He Huan away. Xiao Guopu was furious. "Zhong Xiaomeng, you are also a principal, how can you forcibly drag her away?" Xiao Guopu would obviously not agree. At He Huan's age, she certainly couldn't resist the sweet words and promises of Midsummer Dream. The best way is to keep him away from Midsummer Night's Dream. Cherish He Huan, stay away from Midsummer Dreams. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, He Huan did the opposite. "Principal Zhong is right, that's exactly what I was thinking, I'd like to visit your school." Midsummer Dream was overjoyed. Xiao Guopu broke out in a cold sweat. Does this mean that He Huan, whom we were about to win over, is going to slip away? She quickly resorted to her tantrum tactics, saying, "I'll go with He Huan and visit the Elizabeth Noble School too." Midsummer Dream didn't want to agree. However, it cannot be stopped. The group, in a grand procession, headed to Elizabeth Academy. As soon as I stepped out of the magic circle, I was greeted by a grand welcoming procession. It was even more grand than a leader's inspection. After the welcoming ceremony, Zhong Xiaomeng took He Huan on a tour of the prestigious school. It must be said that the elite schools are very strong. It surpasses Qingshan College in every aspect. The last stop on the tour was the testing grounds of the aristocratic school. Our school is located in the suburbs of Yulong City. Outside the school is the territory of the Zerg. We can use a special method to lure specific Zerg groups to the vicinity of the school. Look, the Zerg they're hunting now are level 10 bloodthirsty ants. The locusts in the locust realm can jump very far and also have the ability to fly. Both their combat and defensive capabilities are quite strong. It's not beginner friendly. However, the bloodthirsty ants in the trial grounds cannot fly and are not fast. Although its combat power is higher than that of the flying locust, its defense is very weak. It's the perfect choice for beginners to try their hand at something. However, He Huan and Lin Wanqing were no longer novices. He Huan said subconsciously, "Level 10 Zerg is too easy for me. I'm already level 28. Last night, Li Yunci and Lin Wanqing cultivated all night, raising He Huan's level to level 28. Midsummer Dream clearly already knew about this, and immediately replied, "We have already mastered the method to attract the Zerg. From level 10 bloodthirsty ants to level 30 city-destroying giant beetles, they can all be summoned at any time. Moreover, the Zerg we hunt are all from this world, which can truly alleviate the pressure on the human alliance and make a contribution to all mankind." At this point, Zhong Xiaomeng deliberately looked at Xiao Guopu, her eyes filled with obvious contempt. Ultimately, the trials in the secret realm could not directly help the human alliance. Furthermore, the human alliance has to expend a lot of resources to establish secret realms specifically to provide training grounds for novices. It's not worth the risk. Only through their methods can they truly deplete the Zerg's power. A Midsummer Night's Dream once again seized the moral high ground. Seeing that He Huan was wavering, Zhong Xiaomeng directly pulled out her trump card. "Some unpleasant things happened yesterday, and I have already dealt with them seriously. Teacher Wang, who made you angry, has been fired and blacklisted from the industry. All the promises I made to you yesterday remain valid. Furthermore, you can make any further requests, and I will fulfill them all." Upon hearing this, He Huan finally relented. "I really do have something to ask of you." Midsummer Dream was overjoyed. "Just tell me, I'll agree to anything." Xiao Guopu panicked instantly. "He Huan, you are already a student of our college, you can't be bewitched by her." He Huan then looked at Xiao Guopu and said, "Principal Xiao, perhaps you can help me with this matter too." He Huan's meaning couldn't be clearer. He will choose whoever can help him resolve this matter. Xiao Guopu immediately perked up his ears. "Tell me what you think." He Huan didn't directly say what it was about, but instead asked, "Principal Xiao, 3 years ago, there was a female student at Qingshan Academy who awakened an F-level beast soul, the broken winged angel. Do you remember her?" I thought Xiao Guopu had long forgotten. To everyone's surprise, he blurted out, "Xiao Miaoka. She was a very hard-working child, and I had high hopes for her. Unfortunately, she only awakened an F-rank beast soul. And she's a very strange crippled angel at that, so her future looks bleak. Hey, how do you know her? He Huan replied, Xiao Miaoka is my older sister, we're in the same foster family. Xiao Guopu suddenly realized. A look of relief appeared on her face. With such an outstanding younger brother as you, Xiao Miaoka has hope for the future. He Huan Gui is an SSS-level awakened one, and his future prospects are limitless. With just a little push, Xiao Miaoka could become someone of high status. For an F-rank awakened, this is already the best possible outcome. However, this was not what He Huan wanted. Principal Xiao, do you have any way to repair Xiao Miaoka's beast soul? Xiao Guopu was completely stunned. Repair Xiao Miaoka's beast soul? She's an F-rank beast soul. Repair? Upon hearing this, He Huan was overjoyed. He understood the implication in Xiao Guopu's words. You have a solution? Xiao Guopu smiled wryly. I do have a solution. After all, humans have been studying beast souls for thousands of years, and especially in the last 200 years, the research on beast souls has made great strides, and many incomplete beast souls have found ways to be repaired. However, repairing Xiao Miaoka's beast soul would be a losing proposition, since she's only F-rank. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaoming immediately seized the opportunity and made her move, saying, Student He, leave Xiao Miaoka's matter to me. Our school will spare no effort to repair Xiao Miaoka's beast soul. Xiao Guopu immediately became agitated. Zhong Xiaoming, what are you interrupting for? I didn't say I didn't want to repair it. But. Midsummer Dream didn't give him any chance at all, and immediately asked aggressively, but what? Xiao Guopu's face turned bright red, but he didn't know how to answer. In the end, it was Midsummer Dream who gave him the answer, it's just that you have no ability to fix it at all. Xiao Guopu was speechless. Midsummer Dream turned to Yi Huan. I've also heard of the F-rank beast soul, the winged angel. Repairing it can be simple or difficult, depending on how you look at it. There are generally two methods. Let's start with the simple method. Use the dragon leech to absorb the remaining demonic energy from the broken winged angel. Then, we'll use a massive amount of spirit stones to nourish her and help her recover her damaged wings. The dragon leech is a type of leech with dragon blood. It cannot be artificially bred and can only be captured in the wild. Each one is worth over 1 million. Chapter 37 The Winged Angel. After absorbing demonic energy, the dragon leech will also be affected by the demonic energy and die on the spot. To absorb all the demonic energy, you would need at least 100 or 200 dragon leeches. As for spirit stones, they are relatively easy to obtain, but a larger quantity is required. Even the most optimistic estimate is that repairing the winged angel will cost at least 200 million. He Huan, let us analyze this rationally. Spending 200 million to repair an F-grade beast soul is really not worth it. You might as well just give her 20 million. For an ordinary person, 20 million is enough for her to enjoy a lifetime of wealth and luxury, and even have some left over. He Huan nodded. Indeed, 200 million is too expensive. I simply cannot do it right now. This method can basically be abandoned. He Huan asked, what's the difficult method? Midsummer Dream replied, consider this a bit of background information. The difficult part is finding a beast soul that can use holy magic. Let the opponent use holy magic to heal the winged angel, slowly depleting the demonic energy on the winged god. However, all the beast souls with sacred attributes in the entire Dragonxia kingdom are at the Holy Cross Academy. Holy Cross Academy is an academy independent of the Longsha Kingdom's education system, and there's nothing we can do to help. Li Yunzi comforted her, perhaps, given your SSS-level awakened status, they will make an exception and lend a helping hand. Xiao Guopu shook his head at this moment. As far as I know, the highest quality sacred beast soul at the Holy Cross Academy in Jade Dragon City is only B grade. However, only sacred beast souls of grade A or above can purify demonic energy. In other words, the only way to save Xiao Miaoka's crippled angel is to spend money. Both principals gave the same answer. This is probably the most authoritative answer right now. He Huan couldn't help but curse the system in his heart. Why was an impossible task posted? Whether it's seeking help from the Holy Cross College or spending 200 million. These were all tasks that He Huan was unable to complete. For a moment, He Huan didn't know what to do. However, Zhong Xiaoming, who was standing next to her, was already very anxious. Student He, let me process your enrollment procedures right now. Midsummer Dream looked impatient. At this moment, her only goal was to win He Huan's heart. However, Xiao Guopu would not let her have her way. Midsummer Dream, don't be delusional. You can't even meet He Huan's requests, yet you dare to have such unreasonable thoughts. He Huan is a student of our Qingshan College, and no one can take her away. Zhong Xiaomeng was very anxious. He Huan hasn't made a decision yet, so you're not qualified to say he's a student of your college. Seeing that the two principals were about to start arguing again, He Huan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. I have a solution that can satisfy both sides. Both principals pricked up their ears at the same time. He Huan immediately stated her plan. Lin Wanqing will join Qingshan Academy, and I will join the prestigious school. Upon hearing this, both principals looked troubled. This method can indeed balance the interests of both parties. However, both sides only received half of the benefits. It falls far short of their goals. Both principals found it hard to accept. He Huan naturally knew what they were thinking, and immediately continued, I have another method. However, I can only tell the two principals. Please, everyone else, step aside for a moment. The two principals immediately ordered everyone else to leave. Only He Huan, Lin Wanqing, Li Yunxi, and the two principals remained in the room. He Huan then continued, I can fuse with 2 more beast souls. If you agree to my request, I can allow each of you to fuse with a beast soul within your academy. In this way, your academy will gain an awakener with an SSS-level beast soul, who can shine brightly in the national competition. Upon hearing this, the two principals were immediately filled with surprise. Fuse 2 more beast souls? In essence, fusing multiple beast souls is not difficult. In theory, anyone can fuse multiple beast souls. Fusing with beast souls is not difficult in itself. The real challenge lies in fusing with the beast soul. A question simultaneously arose in the minds of both principals. Isn't this kid afraid of being drained dry? Instinctively, the two principals still cautioned, fusing multiple beast souls might not be a good idea. After all, he is the principal, his language cannot be too vulgar. Ultimately, a relatively elegant approach was chosen. Unfortunately, He Huan wouldn't listen. Don't worry, I'll be fine. In fact, I have already fused with multiple beast souls. Teacher Li Yunxi has also fused with my beast soul. Both principals turned their gazes toward Li Yunxi. Li Yunxi felt embarrassed by their stares. A blush rose to her cheeks. He Huan continued, you promised 20 million every year before. This is a tit-for-tat statement and should not be taken seriously. If you agree to my proposal, the scholarship will only cost 2 million per person per year. He Huan understands the principle of win-win. Only by making appropriate concessions will the other party wholeheartedly help you. Moreover, in the world of beast souls, money is not everything. Strength comes first. The concessions made regarding scholarships can be compensated for with the provision of cultivation resources. Both principals were shocked upon hearing this. They hadn't expected He Huan to be so generous. My impression of He Huan has also been elevated to a new level. However, even so, what they care about is still their own interests. Fusing multiple beast souls is clearly an unwise choice. He Huan is still young and doesn't understand yet. He will understand soon enough. They might even regret it. However, none of these matters concern the two principals. The two principals are most concerned about the results of this year's national competition. He Huan and Lin Wanqing joined 2 different colleges. Moreover, He Huan promised to form contracts with a beast soul in each of the 2 academies. In this way, each of their academies has 2 SSS-level awakened. Their strength has greatly increased. The ranking of Jade Dragon City is no longer important. With 2 SSS-level awakened, they are fully capable of challenging the national rankings. To make history. To add a significant chapter to one's resume. Whether He Huan will be drained dry is none of their business. With this in mind, the two principals finally reached a consensus. Okay, I agree. The matter was thus settled. He Huan and Lin Wanqing joined the top 2 academies in Yulong City, respectively. They tied the 2 colleges to their chariot. To become a community of shared interests. Next, Zhong Xiaomeng and Xiao Guopu also changed their usual tense demeanor. For the time being, everyone was happy and harmonious. Zhong Xiaomeng immediately patted her chest and guaranteed, from now on, He Huan and his partners can all train at our school. Xiao Guopu also generously said, He Huan and his partners can use our school's advanced training rooms at any time. The 2 colleges each contributed their best resources. Even the teaching teams prepared by both sides have been reorganized and joined forces. Chapter 38 White-Haired Girl. After everything was discussed, it was already late. Lin Wanqing and Li Yunxi took the opportunity to stay at the prestigious school to cultivate. Although the training rooms at the elite school are not as good as those at Aoyama Academy. However, the difference is not significant. He Huan followed Xiaoguopu and the others back to Jade Dragon City via a magic teleportation array. Unexpectedly, as soon as He Huan returned to Jade Dragon City, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, it has been detected that the host has failed to complete the task for an extended period of time. Task guidance will now be activated. The next second, the world before He Huan's eyes turned black and white again. There were only 3 huge golden arrows in sight. It points in 3 different directions. He Huan secretly guessed, there's more than one way to complete the mission. But how do we choose among these 3 directions? Just as I was wondering what was going on, the golden arrow pointed upwards, and 3 avatars appeared. 2 women and 1 man. Surprisingly, there were acquaintances among them. The white-haired girl in the middle is the white-haired girl we saw last time. She's the one. He Huan directly chose the white-haired girl. Her information immediately came to mind. By Yuting, F-rank beast soul, succubus. He Huan was completely dumbfounded. What is a succubus? Is this beast soul even legitimate? System, can I choose again? He Huan was starting to regret it. However, the system did not give him a chance to choose again. He Huan has no choice but to go down a dead-end road. Head in the direction indicated by the mission. Xiaoguopu wanted to drive He Huan home, but He Huan politely declined. After many twists and turns, He Huan arrived at a brightly lit street. Everywhere you look on both sides of the street, you can see impoverished young women who can't afford clothes. He Huan is in dire need of help. He Huan is too soft-hearted. I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person. Unexpectedly, He Huan's charity event ultimately failed to achieve its goal. A figure suddenly flashed by in the distance. It was a white-haired girl. He Huan quickly chased after him. Upon getting closer, He Huan realized that behind the white-haired girl was a man with a lewd appearance. He Huan's heart sank instantly. Could it be that she's also a poor girl? Looking at the white-haired girl who was barely clothed. Then look at the man with the sleazy appearance. It seems to be a done deal. He Huan was filled with regret. Why can't I do charity? Cough cough. What He Huan wants to say is why I chose the white-haired girl. What's done is done, and there's no way to change it. The path you choose, you have to walk it to the end, even if you cry. At worst, I'll just do something truly kind. The white-haired girl probably wouldn't refuse her kindness. The white-haired girl walked into the nearby urban village. He Huan followed closely behind. The white-haired girl seemed to really want the donations, so she didn't, and then she noticed He Huan. The lewd man's attention was entirely focused on the white-haired girl, and he didn't notice anyone following him. After navigating through the winding streets of the urban village, we soon arrived at a small courtyard. Clearly, this is a place specifically for charity. In the next room, other young women from impoverished families were receiving donations. Every now and then, the sound of people crying tears of joy could be heard. He Huan's appearance went unnoticed by others. The white-haired girl led the lewd man into a room on the 2nd floor. He Huan followed along, hoping to learn some charity work skills. To his surprise, the sounds coming from inside disappointed him greatly. Chen ACI, you're under arrest. I am Bai Yuting, a law enforcer of Jade Dragon City. I've been watching you for a long time, so surrender now. He Huan then realized that the white-haired girl was an undercover law enforcement officer. What a waste of your time. Through the gap in the curtains, He Huan saw 3 men rush out of the bedroom. They were clearly all plainclothes officers. For against one, the advantage is in my hands. Unexpectedly, the lewd man showed no fear whatsoever upon seeing this. There wasn't even a trace of panic on his face. Actually, I've been watching you for a long time too. Bai Yuting, F-rank beast soul, succubus. Although your beast soul isn't of high rank, you are an extremely rare succubus. Possessing a succubus beast soul, wouldn't it be a waste of your talent to become an enforcer? Follow me, and I guarantee you'll achieve one small goal every year, become the top courtesan in Jade Dragon City. Upon hearing this, the white-haired girl immediately flew into a rage. He pulled out the small talisman from his waist and said, Chen ACI, I hope you can see the situation clearly and stop talking nonsense. Chen ACI laughed arrogantly, I think it's because you can't see the situation clearly. He Huan sensed something was wrong. Why aren't those 3 law enforcement officers taking any action? The white-haired girl also sensed something was wrong and hurriedly reminded him, Captain Lee, quickly take him under control. Captain Lee? Old one, little son, what are you two standing there for? Urged repeatedly by the white-haired girl, the three finally took action. However, their target was not Chen Aci, but the white-haired girl. Three people rushed over, pinned the white-haired girl to the ground, and even tied her hands behind her back. Bai Yuding was completely stunned. What are you doing? Captain Lee said earnestly, Ting Ting, fourth brother is right. With your talent, if you were to become a law enforcement officer, you would probably never get ahead in your entire life. But if you follow fourth brother, you will rise to prominence in no time. Bai Yuding looked at Captain Lee with disbelief. Is this really the Captain Lee I know? He immediately fought back fiercely, shouting, I'd rather die than agree. Old Wang and little son, two grown men, almost lost control. Seeing this, Chen Aci flew into a rage, You bitch, you won't listen to reason, so I'll teach you a lesson today. As he spoke, he pulled a syringe out of his pocket. I just wiped it on the dirty clothes a few times and that was considered disinfection. Then, he took out a small medicine bottle from his pocket. You should recognize this thing. Under Bai Yuding's horrified gaze, Chen Aci sucked the medicine into the syringe. Then he walked over to Bai Yuding and said, Everyone gets a share, so line up properly and don't make a mess. Seeing this, He Huan acted decisively, shouting, Stop. Then, he kicked the door open. The anticipated door shatters, hero appears scenario did not materialize. Security doors may seem flimsy. However, He Huan's attack power is weaker. With one kick, the security door remained completely still. Finally, Chen Aci opened the door, shouting, Where did this bastard come from, daring to ruin my good time? Chen Aci grabbed He Huan and dragged her into the room like a chick. In the world of beast souls, the combat power of awakened ones mainly comes from beast souls. The awakened ones themselves do not possess much combat power. Although He Huan was level 28, his actual combat experience was far inferior to Chen Aci's. Not to mention the other three law enforcement officers. Not to mention the truth held by the other three law enforcers. In the world of beast souls, the development of truth is far less advanced than in the previous life. However, it's not something the physical body can withstand. Upon seeing He Huan, Bai Yuding looked astonished. What are you doing here? Chapter 39 Traitor. He Huan replied, I saw you were in danger, so I came to save you. Chen Aci laughed, You little rascal, trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Today, I'll show you what happens when you meddle in other people's business. Send you straight to the hospital, the parts from your body can fetch a good price. As he spoke, Captain Lee personally handcuffed He Huan. Throw him into the bedroom. A few seconds later, Bai Yuding was also thrown in. However, there was already a needle mark on her neck. Chen Aci threw the empty syringe into the trash can. He grabbed Bai Yuding's hair and said in a lewd tone, Don't worry, I won't touch you. On the dark web, the unboxing price of the succubus has already reached 20 million. I can't possibly let this money go to waste. Captain Lee stood up. I need to make a call and report to my superiors that Bai Yuding is missing. Bai Yuding was, after all, a trainee law enforcement officer. Her disappearance into thin air required an explanation to her superiors. Chen, Li, Captain, and Lao Wan walked out of the room one after the other. Only Xiao Sun was left behind. Bai Yuding looked at Xiao Sun with pleading eyes. Xiao Sun, I feel so bad, could you please get me a glass of water? Please. Bai Yuding was already very beautiful. Influenced by the beast soul succubus, she became even more alluring and captivating. At this moment, another buff is applied, enhancing the charm attribute. Young and hot-blooded Sun naturally couldn't stand it. He actually agreed, Okay, don't move, I'll be right back. Only He Huan and Bai Yuding remained in the room. At this point, the medication had already taken effect. Bai Yuding persevered through sheer willpower. Kill me, please, just kill me. If I wait for them to come back, I will feel like I'm living a life worse than death. Please, kill me. He Huan made no move. Actually, there's another way. You and I will fuse our beast souls. Bai Yuding shook her head with a wry smile. What kind of time is this to be talking nonsense? He Huan said with a serious expression, I'm not talking nonsense. You know my situation, I possess SSS-level talent. However, what you don't know is that my SSS-level talent is infinite evolution. A caterpillar can evolve into a dragon. An F-grade beast soul can also evolve into an SSS-grade beast soul. You fuse your beast soul with me, and then I'll use my SSS-level talent to evolve your beast soul to SSS level, which will allow me to defeat them. Bai Yuding also attended Xiao Miaoka's class reunion. She knew, of course, that Yi Huan truly possessed SSS-level talent. As for the rest, we cannot verify whether it is true or false. However, Yi Huan had no reason to lie to her. It's even less likely that I would lie to her at this time. Now, only one problem remains. No, even if you can help me evolve to SSS rank, it still won't work. You've already fused your beast soul with Xiao Miaoka, how can you still fuse your beast soul with mine? No, absolutely not. Yi Huan looked helpless. What time is it? Why are you still talking about this? There is only one way to survive. We don't have much time left. Once they return, it will be too late to fuse beast souls. Bai Yuding was still hesitating. No, how can I face Xiao Miaoka after this? My beast soul is a succubus. Even if it evolves, what can it evolve into? Furthermore. However, time waits for no one. He heard the sound of a door opening outside and returned to his room. Upon seeing Xiao Sun, he immediately flew into a rage, shouting, I told you to watch over them. Who gave you permission to come out? Then, Chen Aci hurriedly walked towards the bedroom. If we wait for the other person to come in, there will really be no chance. In this critical moment, Yi Huan couldn't care less about anything else, let's fuse them first. Yi Huan immediately used a special beast soul fusion technique. Although Bai Yuding said no, her body language betrayed her words. They cooperated perfectly in completing the beast soul fusion. After all, she couldn't think of any other way. When Chen Aci entered the bedroom, Yi Huan had already completed the fusion of beast souls with Bai Yuding. Upon seeing this, Chen Aci immediately flew into a rage, shouting, You bastard, what are you doing? On the dark web, the price of fused succubi has been inflated to 100 million. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. But he no longer had the chance. Yi Huan decisively summoned Bai Yuding's F-rank beast soul, the succubus. Then, he unleashed his SSS-level talent and underwent ultimate evolution. The succubus was instantly enveloped in demonic energy. Terrifying demonic energy engulfed the entire room. Upon seeing this, Chen Ac was greatly surprised. He hurriedly summoned his beast soul, which turned out to be a B-grade beast soul, a white-browed tiger. However, when the demonic energy dissipated, Chen Aci was dumbfounded. The F-rank beast soul succubus has disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by an SSS-level beast soul, a fallen angel. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from his body, the fallen angel couldn't help but show a look of shock on his face. After the initial shock, he burst into unrestrained laughter. Foolish humans, prepare to die. The fallen angel directly cast dark magic. The terrifying power of darkness, like vines, enveloped Chen Aci and his B-grade beast soul, the white-browed tiger. Chen Aci didn't even have a chance to resist. His entire being was consumed by demonic energy. He collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. They had no power to resist anymore. If Yi Huan hadn't deliberately controlled him, Chen Aci would have died tens of thousands of times over. The law enforcement officer, Xiao Sun, didn't even have a chance to summon the beast soul. They were corrupted by demonic energy and lost their ability to resist. Hearing the commotion outside, Captain Li rushed in. Captain Li reacted quickly, immediately drawing his pistol and firing. Unfortunately, the bullets couldn't harm the fallen angels at all. They all stopped a foot away from the fallen angel. Then, the fallen angels did the same thing. It attacked again with demonic energy, draining Captain Li's life force. Captain Li also turned into a dead dog, lying on the ground, barely alive. As for Old Wang, upon seeing this, he immediately ran away. Yi Huan was too lazy to chase after her. It's just an old man, nothing serious. Having taken control of everyone, Yi Huan then ordered the fallen angel to remove the handcuffs. However, Yi Huan regretted it as soon as he unlocked Bai Yuding's handcuffs. Bai Yuding also has a buff. The moment the handcuffs were removed, she instantly transformed into a fierce tiger, pouncing on Yi Huan. Nearby, the fallen angel, seeing this, not only did not stop it, but instead looked eager to try it out. Want to come along, my master? They're using this to test the cadres again. Which cadre can withstand such a test? Unfortunately, Yi Huan made too much noise and alerted the other young ladies around her. The room was packed with hungry young women. Yi Huan genuinely wanted to be a good person. However, he really couldn't help so many people. I had to give up the idea of doing charity. Don't just stand there, quickly think of a way to get her back to normal. Humanoid beast souls have countless advantages. However, it has a fatal flaw. They are not very obedient. Upon hearing this, the fallen angel did not take any action. In the end, He-Huan forced himself to use his mind to control her body. The fallen angel then reluctantly cast the spell. The primordial beast within Bai Yuding's body was temporarily sealed. Bai Yuding, now back to normal, hurriedly straightened her clothes. Chapter 40: The Great Case of Hanwu. Next, after restoring the factory settings, Bai Yuding began to clean up the mess. He immediately called the higher-ups in law enforcement. They captured Chen Aci alive and also uncovered 3 traitors among the law enforcement officers. Such achievements can already be described as magnificent. This is definitely a Beast Soul World version of the Hanwu case. The top law enforcement officials attach great importance to this. Almost all of the law enforcement officers in Yulong City were mobilized. As a participant in this incident, He-Huan was also taken back to the law enforcement base and had his statement taken. I was busy until late at night before I finally finished. Bai Yuding looked apologetic. Thanks so much for today, otherwise. From now on, if you need anything, you can come to me. I will do my best to help you. It's so late, why don't you come to my place? I live alone. Upon hearing this, all my fatigue vanished. If you say that, I won't feel tired anymore. He-Huan instinctively wanted to agree. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Xia Miaoka's voice came from behind. He-Huan, are you alright? Xia Miaoka hurriedly walked up to He-Huan. Upon seeing Xia Miaoka, Bai Yuding's face immediately filled with panic. It felt like being caught in the act of adultery. Fortunately, Xia Miaoka's attention was not on Bai Yuding. He-Huan was also a little flustered. Sister Coco, what brings you here? Xia Miaoka said irritably, when law enforcement calls me, how can I not come? Bai Yuding then realized, we need to notify the family members when taking a statement. My colleague may have made a mistake. I have already told them that there is no need to notify He-Huan's family. They probably forgot or made a mistake. Xia Miaoka couldn't help but complain to He-Huan. Luckily, I answered the phone. If my aunt had known, she would have been worried. He-Huan quickly explained, it's not what you think, I was just doing a good deed. Xia Miaoka naturally didn't believe it and turned to look at Bai Yuding. Ting, what exactly did he do? Bai Yuding cried out in a panic, He-Huan. He-Huan. He saved me. Under Xia Miaoka's questioning gaze, Bai Yuding barely managed to explain the situation. However, Bai Yuding deliberately omitted the part about fusing with beast souls. However, this little trick could not escape Xia Miaoka's discerning eyes. Xia Miaoka immediately noticed the problem. How can the two of you beat 4 people? Bai Yuding didn't know how to answer, so she could only ask He-Huan for help. He-Huan didn't have a good solution either. The situation was urgent at the time. Xia Miaoka instantly understood, the situation was urgent at the time, so you fused with her beast soul. Bai Yuding blushed deeply, feeling extremely embarrassed. He-Huan readily admitted, yes, that's exactly it. Bai Yuding was also surprised that He-Huan would admit it so readily. I was incredibly embarrassed and wished I could disappear into the ground. Xia Miaoka, however, adopted a condescending attitude. Ting, although you are a month older than me, I was the one who fused with He-Huan's beast soul first, so you have to call me older sister. Bai Yuding was completely stunned. She didn't expect that Xia Miaoka would not only not be angry, but would also say such things. For a moment, I didn't know how to answer. Little did Bai Yuding know that Xia Miaoka was already mentally prepared. There was no resistance to this matter. After all, Zhang Charan and Tang Xuejian were still in line. Sooner or later, she will merge with He-Huan. She has already accepted Zhang Charan and Tang Xuejian. There's no problem accepting Bai Yuding. Seeing Bai Yuding's extreme embarrassment, He-Huan quickly smoothed things over. Coco, actually, the reason I fused with her beast soul was for you. To repair your beast soul, you'll need her beast soul. Bai Yuding looked bewildered. Repair Coco's beast soul? Bai Yuding was Xia Miaoka's classmate, so she naturally knew that Xia Miaoka's beast soul was an F-level beast soul, the broken winged angel. A fighter jet among garbage. This beast soul can actually be repaired? Xia Miaoka also looked incredulous. Can my beast soul be repaired? He-Huan nodded, of course. However, this is not the place to talk. Let's go to Ting's house first. It was already past midnight. Going back to my own home would disturb my aunt and the others. He-Huan went directly to Bai Yuding's room. However, He-Huan still needs to fully recharge before that. Ting Ting, where's the power outlet? Bai Yuding didn't know what He Huan wanted to do. However, I still helped him find a power outlet. I have one in my office. After fully charging, He Huan left the law enforcement base. Having just made a great contribution, Bai Yuding's status has risen accordingly. Although I haven't been officially hired yet, I'm already enjoying the benefits that come with it. The law enforcement team even provided her with a car. Back at Bai Yuding's residence. As soon as they entered, Xiao Miaoke and Bai Yuding both became reserved. Her cheeks flushed. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. He Huan still didn't know why. It wasn't until Bai Yuding spoke up, "Coco, why don't you go take a shower first?" Bai Yuding's voice was softer than a mosquito's buzz. Xiao Miaoke's voice was even softer, "You go first." As a time traveler, how could He Huan not know what this meant? My heart was filled with emotion. However, now is not the time to take a bath. Ahem. You two, don't rush to take a shower. We have more important matters to attend to. Let's repair Coco's beast soul first. Upon hearing this, the two women blushed even more deeply. They always thought that repairing the beast soul was a lame excuse. Unexpectedly, it's actually true. Xiao Miaoke blushed and walked towards the balcony. Bai Yuding's balcony is open. It is extremely rare in the north. After seeing the angel with broken wings, Bai Yuding finally understood why Xiao Miaoke had come to the balcony. His curiosity grew even stronger as he considered how He Huan planned to repair the broken-winged angel. Alright, it's your turn, Ting Ting, you summon your beast soul too. Bai Yuding accepted the order and summoned her F-rank beast soul, the succubus. However, upon seeing the succubus, Xiao Miaoke was shocked. Ting Ting, is this your beast soul? Is there a mistake? I remember you are a C-rank beast soul, the rock python. He Huan laughed and said, Sister Coco, you must be mistaken. Xiao Miaoke shook her head. We were classmates and had a good relationship in school, so I couldn't possibly be mistaken. Bai Yuding blushed and said, my parents helped me forge the beast soul record. He Huan was shocked. This thing can be counterfeited? Bai Yuding nodded, there's nothing we can do about it. I've awakened an F-rank beast soul, and my future looks bleak. If I don't forge the beast soul record, my life is over. Forget about becoming a law enforcer, even living a normal life will be a pipe dream. He Huan nodded. I understand you. However, I'm a little curious, forging a beast soul record must be very difficult. Bai Yuding smiled wryly, it's difficult for ordinary people, but it's very simple for us. Chapter 41 One-Winged Angel. My father was a law enforcer, and my mother worked at the city lord's mansion. The aunt who was in charge of managing the files was my mother's friend. Back then, I paid for the awakening ceremony myself, and no one else knew the result of my awakening. The rest is simple, forge a record of beast soul awakening and insert it into the file. At this point, Bai Yuding looked bitter and asked, He Huan, will you look down on me? He Huan shook her head. The problem isn't you, it's the world. He Huan couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. For an ordinary person, once they awaken a useless beast soul, their life is ruined. They will forever be nailed to the pillar of shame. They will never be reincarnated. However, someone like Bai Yuding can use her connections to forge beast soul records and defy fate. Bai Yuding's parents have limited resources. It can only forge C-grade beast souls. However, those with greater power than her might not be afraid to forge higher quality beast souls. In the world of beast souls, even the grade of beast souls can be forged. What else cannot be faked? After a moment of reflection, He Huan could only return to reality. Succubus, do you have any way to repair the broken-winged angel? Upon hearing this, the succubus shook her head slightly. No. He Huan was certain that the succubus was speaking in a normal tone. However, she always gives people the feeling of being captivating and alluring. He Huan asked again, think about it carefully, there should be a way. The succubus replied, I know my own strength best. Don't even mention that there aren't any now, there aren't any even after they evolve into SSS-level fallen angels. Holy angels and fallen angels are incompatible, their magic is naturally mutually exclusive. If I use my healing spell on her, it will severely injure her. Xiao Miaoke and Bai Yuding nodded. He Huan, are you sure you're not mistaken somewhere? Using a demon to repair an angel sounds like a lie. Who exactly told you that? He Huan also looked depressed. Could it be that the system really lied to me? Just as He Huan was about to go back to take a shower, the succubus spoke again, is the demonic energy on her still useful? Can I absorb it? It's a way of making use of waste. Upon hearing this, He Huan immediately stopped on her way to the bathroom. He quickly replied, yes. The succubus was overjoyed and pounced on the broken winged angel, biting down on its broken wing. The next second, the winged angel let out a scream. However, the sound did not seem to be one of pain. But it seemed like they were thoroughly enjoying themselves. In just a few seconds, the demonic energy on the broken wing was completely absorbed by the succubus. The tattered, black wings have been restored to a holy gold. The angel with broken wings sensed the changes in its body and immediately looked at He Huan with longing eyes. Although she cannot speak yet. However, He Huan understood what she meant. Come on, inhale. The angel with broken wings was overjoyed and quickly used magic to absorb the spiritual energy from He Huan's body into his own. As a continuous stream of spiritual energy flowed in, the wings of the broken winged angel also changed. Golden blood flowed from the wound. Completely unaffected by gravity, they formed the shape of wings in the air. As more and more golden blood appeared, bones and flesh gradually emerged. In the end, it actually grew a beautiful wing. Xiaomyoka looked at the angel with broken wings in shock. In his mind, the information about the broken winged angel also changed. F Great Beast Soul, One Winged Angel. Xiaomyoka was overjoyed, it actually got fixed. He Huan laughed, that's not all. After the damaged wings are repaired, I can use ultimate evolution on her. But the next second, He Huan realized, my spiritual energy is completely depleted. Repairing the broken winged angel had exhausted He Huan's spiritual power. He Huan could only shrug and say, I'm afraid it's not possible today. We'll have to wait until tomorrow. Although Bai Yuding's home also has electricity. However, He Huan possesses 1,000 times the energy storage capacity. Filling He Huan's room with water would also be a considerable expense. A single full charge can cost tens of thousands of yuan. Adhering to the principle of saving wherever possible. He Huan still plans to find a sucker tomorrow to fully charge the battery. As for today, now you can go take a shower. Coco, why don't you go first? Should Tingting go first? Why are you all ignoring me? Xiaomyoka had no mind to pay attention to He Huan at this point. The beast soul has just been repaired. The charm of the one-winged angel far surpasses that of He Huan. Moreover, Xiaomyoka also wanted to help He Huan and Bai Yuding get together. As the older sister, you should know how to be considerate. Therefore, Xiaomyoka went directly into the guest room. Give the initiative to Bai Yuding. However, Bai Yuding also returned to her room. Xiaomyoka has already set an example, what else can I do? Of course, it's about imitating what others do. Girls, after all, are more sensitive about their appearance. Xiaomyoka stood by, trying to bolster her courage, and she managed to reluctantly agree. She felt really embarrassed to face it alone. Left with no other choice, He Huan had to make do with the night in the living room. Submit the newbie quests while you're at it. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed the beginner's quest, repaired the beast soul, and received the quest reward, Angelic Secret Technique. You have also received the quest reward, 1000-fold energy storage. He Huan could not view the angel's secret technique. It will only be unlocked after the angel levels up. In comparison, increasing energy storage by 1000-fold is far more significant. After all, He Huan's strongest trump card is super fast charging. The upgrade to super fast charging is an epic enhancement. Nothing was said that night, until the next morning. Bai Yuding drove He Huan to the Locust Secret Realm. Until a new sucker is found. He Huan can only come to the Flying Locust Secret Realm to fleece people. That ticket, which could never be used, unexpectedly became He Huan's greatest reliance. Use the tickets again to eat in the cafeteria. With energy storage increased 2,000 times, He Huan would consume 150,000 yuan in electricity costs for a single charge. Compared to that, a mere 2,000 yuan for a ticket is utterly insignificant. After eating and drinking his fill, He Huan finally left the Locust Secret Realm. They reunited with Xiaomyoka. He Huan then spoke her mind, Sister Coco, what are your plans for the future? Xiaomyoka looked blank. What other plans could I possibly have? Just follow the routine, keep going to work, keep working. After the beast soul is repaired, I should be able to create more spirit stones and earn more money. He Huan was not surprised by this answer. He Huan asked, Coco, do you want to go back to school? To participate in the national competition again? Xiaomyoka was shocked. How could someone like me possibly participate in the national competition? He Huan smiled wryly. I used to think that someone like you couldn't possibly participate in the national competition. However, after hearing about Bai Yuding's experience yesterday, I suddenly realized that some people can disregard the rules. If they can break the rules, why should we follow them? Xia Miaoke looked helpless. It's not a question of whether you want to follow the rules or not. It's a question of whether you have the ability to challenge the rules. He Huan patted his chest and assured them, I have the ability to challenge the rules. If you agree, I'll do it for you right away. It's still your alma mater, Qingshan Academy. You will continue to participate in the national competition as a student of Qingshan Academy. Chapter 42 Going to School. Xia Miaoke was shocked. Participate in the national competition again as a student of Qingshan Academy? Impossible. How could this be? He Huan, I appreciate your kindness, but. Xia Miaoke stammered and couldn't explain herself for a long time. This reaction says it all. He Huan said, since you're hesitant, then I'll make the decision for you. Xia Miaoke still refused to believe it. It's not as simple as you say. He Huan was too lazy to explain, so she made a phone call to Xiao Yakan. Xiao Yakan immediately drove over to pick up He Huan for school. He Huan introduced the two of them. This is teacher Xiao Yakan. This is my older sister, Xia Miaoke. Teacher Xiao, Sister Coco wants to participate in the national competition again. Without any pleasantries, He Huan got straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yakan nodded slightly. All right, I'll take you to see the principal. Xia Miaoke was completely shocked. Things that seem impossible to accomplish in one's own eyes. In Xiao Yakan's eyes, it was as simple as it could be. Xiao Yakan surprisingly did not refuse at all. We arrived at Qingshan College in Xiao Yakan's car. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Xia Miaoke was filled with emotion. We arrived at the school's office area. Principal Xiao Guopu is holding a meeting in the conference room. Xia Miaoke thought it would take a long time. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yakan pushed the door open and entered. The meeting was immediately halted, and Xiao Guopu was summoned. Upon seeing He Huan, Xiao Guopu showed not a trace of displeasure. Instead, he wore a kind smile and asked, Hey, what's the matter? He Huan pointed at Xia Miaoke and said, Principal Xiao, she wants to participate in this year's national competition. Xiao Guopu looked at Xia Miaoke and said, You're Xia Miaoke, aren't you? Xia Miaoke was overwhelmed with excitement. Only after truly entering society can one understand Xia Miaoke. Only when you truly enter society will you realize that the principal of an academy is a celestial being. Such an important person actually remembered me. How could Xia Miaoke not be moved? Principal, you still remember me. Little did he know, Xiao Guopu didn't remember her at all. However, Xiao Guopu was a cunning old fox. Based on the previous information, we can deduce Xia Miaoke's identity. For Xiao Guopu, getting Xia Miaoke to participate in the national competition was just a piece of cake. However, Xiao Guopu deliberately put on a troubled look, saying, This matter is probably not easy to handle. There are only 20-odd days left until the national competition. There's simply not enough time. Upon hearing this, Xia Miaoke was immediately disheartened. Unexpectedly, He Huan had already understood the implication. Stop beating around the bush, just state your conditions. Upon hearing this, Xiao Guopu looked even more troubled. I don't have any conditions either. There's just not enough time. If it could have been 2 months earlier, I would have agreed immediately. Now, there are only 20-odd days left until the national competition. In addition to preparing for the national competition, we also have to deal with the Academy Cup competition. He Huan shook his head helplessly. Talking to this old fox was really tiring. He asked directly, What is the Academy Cup? Xiao Yakan explained, the Academy Cup is a derivative of the mock exam. Most of the rules for the martial arts exam were copied from the civil service exam. Before the written exam, there are 3 large-scale mock exams. The purpose is to let students get used to the exam atmosphere, identify their weaknesses, and make targeted adjustments. However, 3 large-scale mock exams are too much of a burden for the martial arts exam. Therefore, the 3 mock exams will be combined into one, which is the Academy Cup. Furthermore, in order to shorten the competition time, the College Cup adopts a team battle mode, with 5 people in a group to participate in the competition, which greatly shortens the competition time. The College Cup is of great significance to public colleges. Xiao Yakan acted as Xiao Guopu's mouth double. Speak for him and let him say what's on his mind. If He Huan wants Xiao Miaoke to get into Qingshan Academy, he must represent Qingshan Academy in the Academy Cup. However, He Huan had already agreed to join the prestigious school for Zhong Xiaomeng. You cannot go back on your word. This kind of small problem is no challenge for He Huan. He Huan's eyes darted around, and she had already come up with a plan. Okay, I agree. However, I am not representing Aoyama Academy. It's Xiao Miaoke. He Huan's move was even more ruthless. They didn't give Xiao Guopu a chance to back out. To achieve good results in the Academy Cup, Xiao Miaoke must join Qingshan Academy. Xiao Guopu looked troubled. Xiao Yakan subconsciously looked at Xiao Miaoke. Is she capable? He Huan didn't bother to explain and directly summoned Xiao Miaoke's beast soul. Actually, I already repaired Xiao Miaoke's beast soul last night. Upon seeing the one-winged angel, Xiao Guopu and Xiao Yakan were both dumbfounded. They racked their brains but couldn't come up with a way to repair the beast soul. He Huan completed the repair with remarkable ease. That's incredible. This once again proves that hard work is truly worthless in the face of talent. The rarity of F-grade beast souls even surpasses that of a grade beast souls. Moreover, it's an incomplete F-grade beast soul. Therefore, even after all these years, Xiao Guopu still remembers Xiao Miaoke. I remember her incomplete F-rank beast soul. Xiao Guopu himself is an expert in the field of beast souls. He also consulted other experts. The conclusions reached were all the same. There are only two ways to repair Xiao Miaoke's damaged beast soul and broken angel. Neither of these two paths is viable. Unexpectedly, He Huan found a third way. It's simply unbelievable. After the initial shock, Xiao Guopu couldn't wait to ask, could it be that she can also evolve to SSS level? He Huan nodded, of course. Xiao Guopu was utterly shocked. First came Lin Wanqing, then Xiao Miaoke. Two SSS-level awakened ones have appeared around He Huan. That's absolutely terrifying. Little did Xiao Guopu know that he had underestimated He Huan's strength. Besides Lin Wanqing and Xiao Miaoke, there are also Li Yunxi and Bai Yuding. He Huan already has 4 SSS-level beast souls by her side. Xiao Guopu immediately made the decision, okay, let Xiao Miaoke participate in the academy competition. Turning to Xiao Yakan, Xiao Guopu immediately ordered, tell them to cancel the meeting and come immediately to process Xiao Miaoke's enrollment procedures. At Xiao Guopu's command, the entire leadership of Qingshan Academy immediately sprang into action. It's like a sophisticated machine. All departments cooperated with each other, demonstrating the true speed of Longxia. In less than half an hour, Xiao Miaoke completed the enrollment procedures. They even received a school uniform from Aoyama Academy. After changing into her school uniform, Xiao Miaoke looked completely different from usual. She instantly became pure, beautiful, and full of energy. Xiao Yakan personally took Xiao Miaoke to participate in the academy competition. He Huan was worried and followed them. After all, Xiao Miaoke had never participated in a battle. The first step to participating in the college competition is to build your own team. However, you don't need to worry, the principal has already made arrangements. Besides Xiao Miaoke and Lin Wanqing, the other three are all A-level beast souls, the most outstanding students of Qingshan Academy, and they all stood out in the selection competition. Chapter 43 College Cup. He Huan then learned that a selection competition for the Academy Cup had been held before this. The original intention of the College Cup was for students to form 5-person teams to participate in the competition. However, in order to achieve better results, the Aoyama Academy administration brought together the 5 strongest students. Xiao Miaoke and Lin Wanqing naturally had to join the strongest team. Compete for the Academy Cup Championship. Unexpectedly, before He Huan and Xiao Miaoke even entered the classroom, they heard a commotion coming from inside. Teacher Zhang, I don't accept this. Why? Why should some random woman replace me and join Senior Sun's team? She didn't even participate in yesterday's selection competition, so why can she replace me? He Huan walked into the classroom and then saw who was speaking. She is a chubby little girl whose appearance resembles a gas cylinder. The gas cylinder's expression became distorted from anger. Ferocious and terrifying. The target of her verbal and written attacks was Xiao Miaoke. Seeing this, Xiao Miaoke also looked embarrassed. I walked into the classroom with a stiff upper lip. The gas cylinder immediately guessed Xiao Miaoke's identity. You're Xiao Miaoke? Xiao Miaoke mustered her courage and nodded. He instinctively backed away from He Huan. When the gas cylinder saw He Huan, its anger intensified. I knew it. She must have had the guts to take my place. Turns out she has a man backing her up. It's not like anyone doesn't have a man. My boyfriend is Hu Xiaotian. What does your boyfriend do? He Huan looked completely bewildered. Xiaotian? Is that a name? Or a nickname? I will not roar to the heavens. The gas cylinder roared, shut your stinking mouth. You can't expect anything good to come out of a dog's mouth. Hu Xiaotian is my boyfriend, the only S-level awakener this year, and he possesses an S-level beast soul, the Frost Husky. He Huan burst out laughing. Isn't this still a dog? The gas cylinder completely went berserk. Transforming into a human tank, it charged towards He Huan. Seeing this, Xiao Miaoke decisively stepped forward and stood in front of He Huan. Xiao Yakin quickly stopped her. Li Meili, stop fooling around. It's the Academy's decision to have Lin Wanqing replace you. You must obey orders. The gas cylinder opened its gaping maw and roared at Xiao Yakin, you're talking nonsense. Trying to use the principle to intimidate me is wishful thinking. Everyone knows that you covet my Xiaotian's strength and want him to lead you to victory. A handsome young man stood up and said, Teacher Xiao, you've chosen the wrong target if you're trying to use your power to intimidate people. If you insist on doing things your way, I will have no choice but to tell my grandfather about this. Let him come and have a chat with you. Xiao Yakin immediately fell silent and quickly said with a forced smile, there's no need to trouble him with matters of the Academy. The college's move is also aimed at achieving better results. Actually, none of you know that Xiao Miaoke's beast soul is of a very high grade. It's an SSS-level beast soul. The gas cylinder roared again, you're talking nonsense. Don't think I don't know, Xiao Miaoke's awakened beast soul is an F-level broken wing angel. It's not an SSS-level beast soul at all. He Huan was also somewhat surprised this gas cylinder was quite well informed. They even know Xiao Miaoke's awakening level. Seeing this, Xiao Yakin frowned, feeling helpless. He could only turn to the middle-aged female teacher standing nearby for help. Teacher Wang, please say something. Teacher Wang then slowly spoke, Teacher Xiao, I understand your feelings, but what you did was indeed excessive, and it's no wonder the students have objections. Knowing how powerful Xiaotian is, you guys should add people to the team. I heard there's another one, named Lin Wanqing, who's also going to be added to our team to replace Xiao Qian. Beside them, a girl with a face like a monkey's bottom suddenly slammed her hand on the table and stood up, shouting, No way. I won't agree. Another boy stood up and said, Let's go find the principal and demand justice. This young man has a great influence. One call and everyone responded. The entire audience echoed the sentiment. They all stood up and rushed towards the door. Seeing this, Xiao Yakin quickly stepped in to stop them. Don't go, calm down, don't be impulsive. The gas cylinder's boyfriend then stepped forward, Teacher Xiao, we don't have to go, but you have to promise us one thing. No one is allowed to be placed in our team. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as just finding the principal. Xiao Yakin looked troubled. Seeing this, He Huan finally spoke up, you must be Xiaotian dog. Clearly, this handsome young man is none other than the celestial dog himself. He Huan couldn't help but feel curious. This celestial dog is handsome, capable, and comes from a wealthy family. Why would you be interested in a gas cylinder? Upon hearing this, the celestial hound flew into a rage, shouting, My name was given to me by my grandfather, and no one has ever dared to joke about it. He Huan said with a look of disdain, That's because you haven't met me yet. Xiao Miaoke and Lin Wanqing joining your team is to help you. Without those two, you would never have won the championship. The celestial hound, enraged, laughed coldly, Help us? That's laughable. I don't need your help. He Huan sneered, I hope you won't regret it. The celestial hound was still trying his best to control his anger, saying, You'll be the one who regrets it. Xiao Yakin tried to smooth things over again, Alright, I promise you, I'll let you keep the original cast. As she spoke, Xiao Yakin looked at the other teams. Each college can send out 5 teams. The final selection rounds have not yet taken place, so there are more than a dozen teams in the arena. There were a full 70 or 80 people. Hu Xiaotian's team did not accept Xiao Miaoke and Lin Wanqing, so Xiao Yakin had to find another team. Unexpectedly, upon seeing this, the other teams also declared, We don't accept newcomers either. However, they did not have the same background as Hu Xiaotian. He clearly lacked confidence when he spoke. As long as Xiao Yakin applies even a little pressure, they have no choice but to compromise. Seeing this, Hu Xiaotian intervened again, Teacher Xiao, those two cannot join any team. With Hu Xiaotian standing up for them, the others also felt more confident. The crowd was immediately outraged. Our qualification to participate is the result of our hard work, and no one can take it away from us. Exactly, neither of them participated in the selection competition, so why should they replace us? Teacher Xiao, you must be fair, you can't act recklessly. Xiao Yakin wanted to say something more. But Yi Huan interrupted, fine, I'll make the decision for them, they won't join any team. However, I hope you won't regret it. Everyone laughed and said, you think this is a novel? We won't regret it. 2F class trash, why should we regret it? Yi Huan didn't bother to say anything more and simply pulled Xiao Miaoka away. Seeing this, Xiao Yakin panicked completely. Yi Huan, don't go. I'll go and try to persuade them again. Yi Huan waved her hand slightly, Teacher Xiao, there's no need to persuade her. Xiao Yakin was utterly desperate. But you promised the principal that you would represent Qingshan Academy in the Academy Cup. How can you participate without a team? Yi Huan smiled dismissively, if you don't have a team, then build a new one. Chapter 44 Team Formation. Defeat everyone and qualify for the Academy Cup. Xiao Yakin looked shocked. Forming a new team? Yes, we can also form a new team. Xiao Miaoka, Lin Wanqing, and you, that's already 3 people. We can easily form a new team by finding 2 more people. Xiao Yakin was, after all, a teacher at Qingshan College. No matter what, the interests of Qingshan Academy are always the first consideration. Through constant explicit and implicit suggestions, they persuaded Yi Huan to join Qingshan Academy. Yi Huan could not agree, I am a student of Elizabeth Noble School, and I cannot represent Qingshan Academy in the Academy Cup. But I have other ways. You should remember that I promised the principal that I would help Qingshan Academy find an SSS-level awakened. Xiao Miaoka, Lin Wanqing, and her, the 3 of them are enough to handle anything. Although Xiao Yakin was somewhat disappointed, she had no other choice. They quickly took Yi Huan and Xiao Miaoka to Principal Xiao Guopu. I briefly recounted what had just happened. Upon hearing this, Xiao Guopu wore a disappointed expression, saying, this Hu Xiaotian has wasted all my good intentions. Call him over, I'll talk to him myself. Hu Xiaotian's family has powerful connections, so even Xiao Guopu has to be somewhat wary of him. Helping Hu Xiaotian win the championship is the choice that maximizes benefits. Therefore, even if Hu Xiaotian didn't appreciate it, Xiao Guopu still insisted. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yakin quickly interrupted, Uncle, Yi Huan has a new plan. Do you remember that Yi Huan said before that he would help Qingshan Academy find an SSS-level awakened one? With Xiao Miaoka, Lin Wanqing, and the new SSS-level awakener, the 3 of them working together are enough to win the championship. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Guopu had weighed the pros and cons and made his final decision. What Hu Xiaotian? They are nothing but trash in front of SSS-level awakened ones. The principal was willing to give up Hu Xiaotian in order to acquire a new SSS-level awakened one. Good, that's excellent. However, finding an SSS-level awakened will probably take a long time. The Academy Cup will hold its internal selection competition tomorrow morning to determine the 5 representatives for Aoyama Academy. Is there enough time? Yi Huan nodded, there's still time. Xiao Guopu was overjoyed, and then asked, how do I find an SSS-level awakened one? What are your requirements? I can have someone screen candidates for you in advance. Yi Huan shook her head, I have no requests. Upon hearing this, Xiao Guopu's expression instantly turned extremely serious. In that case, I do have someone in mind. I wonder if you would like them. Hearing this, Xiao Miaoka finally realized what was happening. What about excavating SSS-level awakened ones? It's just a high-sounding but empty statement. Essentially, it was just about finding a partner for Yi Huan to fuse with a beast soul. Anyone can fuse with Yi Huan's beast soul as long as Yi Huan likes it. Anyone can become an SSS-level awakener if Yi Huan likes it. To put it bluntly, it all depends on Yi Huan's preferences. Xiao Miaoka couldn't help but have some thoughts in her mind. But then she thought about it again and felt relieved. With Yi Huan's strength, he will surely help more people awaken SSS-level beast souls in the future. Even if you wanted to stop them, you couldn't. Not to mention Xiao Miaoka, even Yi Huan herself probably didn't have the right to refuse. After all, with each additional SSS level awakened, the human race's strength increases by 1 level. The Human Alliance also hopes that Yi Huan will continue to fuse new beast souls and create new SSS level awakeners. Thinking of this, Xiao Miaoka looked at Yi Huan with eyes full of admiration. Immediately, Xiao Guopu couldn't wait and took out a student file from the drawer. He handed it to Yi Huan. He Huan glanced at the photo and said, "It looks pretty good." Xiaoguopu was overjoyed. "I'll take you to see her right now." Xiaoguopu personally drove He Huan to a manor. Unlike the previous life, in the world of beast souls, humans live in cramped cities. Outside the city, the insectoid swarms rampage. Therefore, urban space is extremely limited, making every inch of land incredibly valuable. In this context, owning a villa becomes even more valuable. The moment He Huan saw the villa, he understood that the girl was of noble birth and had an extraordinary background. However, He Huan was stunned when Xiaoguopu knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was Yang Ting, the girl from the file. Yang Ting was wearing a maid outfit. It looks very tempting. However, this also shows that she is not the owner of the villa. They were merely servants of this villa. Yang Ting showed no surprise at the sight of Xiaoguopu. Clearly, she already knew that Xiaoguopu was coming. "Principal, please come in. The leader has been waiting for a long time." He Huan looked bewildered and subconsciously glanced at Xiaoguopu. That old rascal is up to his old tricks again. Clearly, the person he truly wanted He Huan to integrate with was not Yang Ting. With things having come to this point, He Huan had no choice but to enter the villa. Act according to circumstances. Following the maid Yang Ting, He Huan met the leader she had mentioned. He was an elderly man of extraordinary bearing. Xiaoguopu quickly stepped forward and bowed. "Old leader, it's been a long time." The old man waved his hand slightly in return. Then, with a curious look, she sized up He Huan and asked, "Is he the young man you were talking about?" Xiaoguopu nodded repeatedly. "Yes, that's him. He has a way to help Miss Wen Ran awaken an SSS-level beast soul." The old man remained expressionless. Clearly, he did not believe it. However, she still said, "Then let him give it a try. Ting, go and fetch Miss." Maid Yang Ting quickly accepted the order and went upstairs to the second floor. Xiaoguopu then had time to introduce the old man to He Huan. "He Huan, this is my former leader, the first city lord of Jade Dragon City, Wen Zhan." He Huan has no memory of the previous events. They were unaware of Wen Zhan's great achievements. However, it was still very impressive. After all, he was the first city lord of Jade Dragon City, practically a celestial being. He Huan couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect. However, the anger towards Xiaoguopu in her heart lessened somewhat. Xiaoguopu continued, "You promised before that you would help our Qingshan Academy find an SSS-level genius. Although Miss Wen Ran is a student at Elizabeth Noble School, I am still willing to give her this spot. Making her an SSS-level awakener is my way of repaying my former boss for his mentorship." Upon hearing this, He Huan finally understood what the old man was up to. Previously, He Huan had promised to find one SSS-level awakened for each of the two academies. Normally, Xiaoguopu should find one, and Zhong Xiameng should find another. However, Xiaoguopu, that old fox, wanted to maximize his profits. He actually made the decision for Zhong Xiameng, giving the spot that He Huan had promised to the prestigious school to the young lady Wen Ran. Although it improved the prestige of the elite schools. However, Wen Ran will only remember Xiaoguopu's kindness. Chapter 45: The Old Fox. Moreover, in front of his former leader Wen Zhan, Xiaoguopu had to tell Wen Ran that he was giving her a spot at Qingshan Academy. His former leader, Wen Zhan, still feels grateful for his kindness. Although Wen Zhan has retired from public life, his students and former associates are all over the world. Wen Zhan's single sentence could still propel Xiaoguopu to new heights. As for Yang Ting, the actual student of Qingshan Academy, there is no need to worry. Out of consideration for his reputation, He Huan will most likely still try to reconcile with Yang Ting. At that time, Xiaoguopu will be able to win the favor of both Wen Ran and Yang Ting. They could even recruit both of them into Aoyama Academy at the same time. The strength of Qingshan Academy increased dramatically in an instant. Dominating the national competition is not a difficult task. Even if we assume that He Huan really had the audacity to refuse to integrate with Yang Ting, Xiaoguopu also didn't lose out. It's just that the huge profits have turned into smaller, bigger profits. Soon, the maid Yang Ting returned with bad news. "Young Miss is in a bad mood today and doesn't want to see any guests." Upon hearing this, Wen Zhan immediately looked embarrassed. "I'm sorry, I've spoiled this child." Turning to Yang Ting, Wen Zhan said in an unquestionable tone, "Tell Wen Ran that she must come downstairs immediately." Xiaoguopu quickly smoothed things over, saying, "Old leader, there's no need to get angry. Girls always have a little temper, it's nothing serious. Since Miss doesn't want to come down to see He Huan, why don't we let He Huan go up to see Miss?" As he spoke, Xiao Guopu quickly gestured for He Huan to stand up. He Huan didn't have a good impression of this young lady. However, due to Wen Zhan's strength, they still had to compromise. He got up and followed the others upstairs. Wen Zhan arrived at his granddaughter's door and gently knocked. The stern look on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a kind expression. Wen Ran, open the door. I've brought the person up. Wen Ran's angry voice came from inside the room. Grandpa, how many times do I have to say it? No, I don't want to see anyone today. Let them all go. Wen Zhan looked embarrassed. This young man is very talented. He has SSS-level talent and has already helped others evolve to SSS level. Good boy, just listen to me and let him try. If you fail, it won't affect you at all. But if you succeed, you'll obtain an SSS-level beast soul. Wen Ran still refused to open the door. The old leader had no choice but to order Yang Ting to open the door with the key. Seeing her grandfather force his way into the room, Wen Ran became even more furious. Grandpa, how could you do this? Wen Zhan coaxed and persuaded his granddaughter until she finally agreed to see He Huan. Wen Ran walked out of the room and saw He Huan. A mocking look immediately appeared on her face. Grandpa, is the person you're talking about him? It looks very ordinary, I don't see anything special about it. You asked me to see him, and I have already seen him. Now, I'm going back. Wen Zhan pleaded hastily, please let him try, what if he succeeds? Upon hearing this, Wen Ran's anger intensified. Grandpa, do you want to hear what you're saying? You must know what fusing with a beast soul means. Let me try it with him? How can you even say that? After saying that, Wen Ran returned to her room. And then he slammed the door shut. At this moment, Wen Zhan felt as helpless as a child. He has none of the demeanor of the Lord of Jade Dragon City. Looking at the door closing again, Wen Zhan looked helpless. This opportunity was so hard to come by, we can't let it fall into the wrong hands. You should reconsider. A haughty voice came from inside the door, since this is such a rare opportunity, let's give it to Yang Ting. She's AB grade beast soul, so she should be more likely to evolve to SSS grade. Yang Ting and I grew up together. Giving her to her wouldn't be giving her away to an outsider. Wen Zhan wanted to try to persuade Wen Ran again. But He Huan stopped her. He Huan didn't know how to address Wen Zhan. He had barely opened his mouth when he got stuck. Xiao Guopu quickly reminded him, you should call him Chief. He Huan nodded. Chief, since Miss Wen Ran is worried, I can integrate with Yang Ting first. Once I help Yang Ting evolve to SSS level, she will naturally agree. Wen Zhan gave a wry smile, how could I not know this method? However, fusing with beast souls takes too much of a toll on you. Fusing 2 beast souls, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Wen Zhan knew that He Huan had already fused with a beast soul before this. Otherwise, Xiao Guopu would not have known that He Huan could help others evolve to SSS level. Then, Yang Ting and Wen Ran were combined. He Huan now possesses 3 beast souls. Even a man of steel couldn't handle it. Unexpectedly, the next second, He Huan said, my talent is a bit special. The fusion with the beast soul has minimal impact on me. To be honest, before this, I had already fused with multiple beast souls. He Huan did not specify the exact number. Wen Zhan subconsciously assumed that He Huan had already fused 2 beast souls. They were dumbfounded. He quickly looked He Huan up and down. He Huan looked great, with a rosy complexion, not at all like someone who had fused with multiple beast souls. Deep down, she was beginning to believe He Huan's explanation. Even Wen Zhan couldn't help but sigh, perhaps this is the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. Wen Zhan also rose to power through his military achievements. This is true of most people in positions of power in this world. Their ability to climb to where they are today proves they are geniuses. But now, seeing He Huan, Wen Zhan finally understood. I don't consider myself a genius at all. In front of He Huan, he was just an ordinary person. Since you can fuse multiple beast souls, then give it a try. First, fuse with Yang Ting. Turning to his granddaughter's door, Wen Zhan said, Xiao Ran, do you want to come out and see? He Huan is about to fuse with Yang Ting's beast soul. Upon hearing this, Wen Ran, who was in the room, immediately said in an annoyed tone, Grandpa, do you want to hear what you're saying? Fusing beast souls is such a private matter, how can anyone see it? I'm not going to see it, and you'd better not go either. Born with a silver spoon in her mouth and pampered since childhood, Wen Ran clearly has many bad habits. Merging with beast souls is a perfectly normal thing, yet she has labeled it with all sorts of stigmas. Wenjuan looked helpless and had no choice but to give up. However, He Huan discovered a problem. Throughout the entire process, not a single person asked Yang Ting for her opinion. Even if Yang Ting is their maid, this is still inappropriate. He Huan thought this way entirely because he was an ordinary person. In the eyes of the upper-class elite, the maids in their homes have no decision-making power whatsoever. The maid had to do whatever they said. It's not just those in positions of power who think this way. Even the maid herself thought so. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. As expected, when He Huan asked Yang Ting looked completely bewildered. The old master has made his decision, so naturally we will obey him. Chapter 46 The Young Lady. He Huan was too lazy to say anything more. He directly used a special beast soul fusion technique to fuse with Yang Ting's beast soul. After the fusion was complete, He Huan realized that Yang Ting's beast soul was actually a B-grade beast soul, the frost giant python. It is 6 or 7 meters long and as thick as an adult's thigh. The entire body is covered in ice armor. It looks pretty good. Xiaoguopu urged impatiently, evolve to SSS level quickly. He Huan looked around, then shook his head with a wry smile. The room is too small, let's go to the garden outside. He Huan had no intention of damaging the priceless villa. Upon arriving in the garden, He Huan unleashed her SSS level talent, Ultimate Evolution. The next second, the giant ice python was suddenly enveloped in white light. The body swelled rapidly. It transformed into a giant cocoon of light with a diameter exceeding 5 meters. With a dragon's roar, the cocoon of light shattered. A giant frost dragon, over 10 meters long, appeared before everyone's eyes. Feeling the changes in its body, the frost dragon was also very excited. Excitedly, it stood up and spread its wings. With a roar, the frost dragon soared into the sky. The dragon's terrifying power was now fully revealed. With a gentle flap of its 2 wings, it flew hundreds of meters away. It circled once above the villa before landing again. Wenjuan was dumbfounded when he saw this. Xiaoguopu was also extremely excited. Before everyone could recover from their shock, they heard Wenran's incredulous voice. She, actually, really evolved to SSS level. With such a commotion, Wenran couldn't possibly remain indifferent. In fact, she had been secretly observing through the window. Seeing that the frost serpent had indeed evolved into an SSS-level frost dragon, Wenran realized that her grandfather's words were true. He Huan actually managed to help others and evolved to SSS level. Even the proud young lady gaped wide when she saw the frost dragon. I was utterly shocked. After the initial shock, Wenran felt a wave of regret. Only now did she realize what she had rejected. That's a chance to become an SSS-level awakened one. She actually gave it to the maid herself. Wenran wished she could slap herself a few times. That's incredibly stupid. The more I think about it, the angrier I get, and the more I regret it. Fortunately, it's not too late. Wenran believed that with her status, she could definitely help He Huan integrate. Immediately, Wenran strode proudly to He Huan and said, "You did well, you passed my test. Now, I can agree to fuse with your beast soul. Let's begin." He Huan was stunned when he heard this. He hadn't expected Wenran to speak to him in such a tone. He Huan couldn't help but complain in his heart. Do you fucking not understand the situation? Who is begging whom in the end? However, Wenjuan and Xiaoguopu were right next to them. He Huan couldn't just make Wenran lose face. Even if he had to refuse Wenran, he needed to find a legitimate reason. I'm sorry, miss, I just used up too much energy. I can't fuse with a beast soul again for a while. Upon hearing this, Wenran immediately flew into a rage. How dare you refuse me? Do you know who I am? Do you know what the consequences will be if you reject me? Wenjuan immediately rebuked, Wenran, you're being too presumptuous. How can you talk like that? Although Wenran is his favorite granddaughter. However, at this moment, the scales in Wenjuan's heart had already tipped in favor of He Huan. The city lord's status was utterly insignificant compared to He Huan's. Don't say that Wenjuan was just the former city lord. Even if he is the current city lord, he is not enough. He Huan is an SSS-level awakened one. Their true status even surpasses that of SSS-level awakened ones. After all, he could mass-produce SSS-level awakened without limit if he wanted to. In the world of beast souls, He Huan is the most important figure. Compared to this, Wen Zhan is truly worthless. In some cases, even the beloved granddaughter could be sacrificed to please He Huan. Wen Ran was unaware of these things. Hearing her grandfather scold her, Wen Ran became even angrier. She blamed all the mistakes on He Huan. It's all because of this damn guy. Otherwise, Grandpa wouldn't have scolded me. Thinking of this, Wen Ran's anger intensified. I'll give you one more chance because your grandfather pleaded for you. Now, immediately, merge with my beast soul. He Huan's answer was direct, no. When Ran was about to explode, dare you say that again? He Huan nodded, no. 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 I'll say it 3 more times. When Ran was completely lost. Normally, the young lady only needs to beckon with her finger, and those men will instantly turn into dogs. They're incredibly well behaved. Today, it didn't work on He Huan at all. I'm already angry, and you still refuse. When Ran was completely at her wits' end. They could only turn to Wen Zhan for help. Grandpa, please do something about him. Wen Zhan spread his hands, looking helpless. You've offended them yourself, there's nothing your grandfather can do. Although Wen Zhan was the first city lord of Yulong City. However, He Huan is even more impressive. It is an existence that surpasses SSS-level. In front of He Huan, the city lord is nothing. Moreover, he was a former city lord who had already stepped down. If we really offend He Huan, the entire Wen family will probably suffer as well. Wen Ran was furious and could only leave in a huff. Before leaving, he didn't forget to utter a harsh threat. He Huan, I hope you won't regret this. He Huan said with a mocking smile, isn't this my favorite thing to say? After driving Wen Ran away, He Huan also prepared to leave. Wen Zhan quickly pleaded, Student He, Xiao Ran is still young and doesn't understand things. Please don't blame her. I'll teach her a lesson later. Please give her another chance regarding the fusion of beast souls. Xiao Guopu, standing nearby, quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, He Huan, Xiao Ran isn't a bad person at heart. It's just that girls are bound to have a temper sometimes. You're a man, you should be more magnanimous. He Huan immediately reassured them, saying, I will definitely fuse with Wen Ran's beast soul. However, before that, I want to teach her a lesson and give her a little punishment. Please rest assured, both of you. Wen Zhan was humble, so He Huan couldn't go too far. Moreover, Wen Zhan was the previous city lord of Jade Dragon City. High status. Forming an alliance with Wen Zhan is the option that best serves He Huan's interests. Both logically and emotionally, He Huan must merge her beast soul with Wen Ran's. Once this is clear, the rest becomes much simpler. As long as He Huan doesn't go too far, Wen Zhan won't interfere. Even if He Huan really went too far, Wen Zhan wouldn't interfere. After all, in the adult world, there is only self-interest. As long as He Huan's actions do not harm the interests of the entire family, Wen Zhan will not stop her. They might even condone it. Having been reassured, Wen Zhan finally smiled and said, Then I'm relieved. From this day forward, you will be a benefactor to the Wen family. The entire Wen family is your strongest support. Chapter 47 Wen Ran. What seems like an ordinary sentence is actually a show of force. He wanted to demonstrate his abilities to He Huan. After all, she was his most beloved granddaughter, and Wen Zhan didn't want He Huan to go too far. In the future, He Huan will surely soar to great heights. The entire Wen family depends on He Huan's power. But that's in the future. Currently, the balance of power between the two sides is still very uneven. The Wen family still holds an absolute advantage. This made He Huan hesitant to act rashly and willingly merge with Wen Ran's beast soul. However, faced with the olive branch extended by Grandpa Wen, He Huan simply chose to ignore it. Excuse me, I have to participate in the Academy Cup competition tomorrow, so I'll have to take my leave now. Turning to Yang Ting, who had just fused with a beast soul, He Huan added unnecessarily, the Academy Cup starts at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, don't be late. After saying that, He Huan turned and left. Xiao Guopu also bid farewell to Old Master Wen, saying, Old leader, I also need to go back and make preparations. After seeing He Huan and Xiao Guopu off, Grandpa Wen hurried to his granddaughter's room. As soon as she entered the house, Wen Ran couldn't wait to ask, Grandpa, is He Huan going to fuse with my beast soul? Grandpa Wen looked embarrassed. He Huan has already left. Upon hearing this, Wen Ran immediately became anxious, he hasn't even merged his beast soul with mine yet, how can you let him leave? Grandpa Wen looked troubled. He wants to leave, what can I do? Wen Ran's face immediately fell. Doesn't he want to merge with me? Grandpa Wen shook his head. He hasn't refused yet, out of respect for me. But he didn't agree. Wen Ran grew anxious. What exactly does he mean? Old Master Wen sighed deeply. What else could it mean? You've offended him, so naturally he is unwilling to integrate with you. Wen Ran urged, then give the order to merge with me. Grandpa Wen shook his head helplessly. He is Yi Huan, not an ordinary person. You've seen his strength too. This child is destined for greatness, even I must be wary of him. Wen Ran sat back down in her chair, looking dejected. Then there's really no other way. Grandpa Wen smiled and said, the solution is actually very simple. My granddaughter is so beautiful, with just a little bit of skill, winning over Yi Huan will be a piece of cake. At that time, let alone getting Yi Huan to fuse with your beast soul, it will be a piece of cake to elevate our entire family to SSS level. Upon hearing this, Wen Ran blushed and said shyly, Grandpa, what are you saying? It's as if I'm good at seducing men. How can you talk about your granddaughter like that? Grandpa Wen laughed and said, what do you mean by being able to seduce men? What Grandpa means is that you are charming. Being charming is not a bad thing. Being liked by men is not the exclusive domain of bad women. Making good use of resources is an essential quality of a strong person. Xiao Ran, you're so smart, you can't possibly not understand these principles, right? Wen Ran fell silent. Normally, it would be wishful thinking for the eldest daughter of the Wen family to actively pursue a man. However, if that man is Yi Huan, then it's a different story. In her heart, Wen Ran had already made a decision. However, girls are easily embarrassed. I still can't bring myself to say those things. Seeing this, Old Master Wen immediately pulled out his trump card. If you're unwilling, then forget it. I'll tell Yi Huan to decline his offer. Wen Ran immediately panicked. I didn't say I didn't want to. Before she could finish speaking, Wen Ran saw the smug smile on her grandfather's face. Only then did he realize that he had fallen into a trap. She became even more embarrassed, saying, Grandpa, how can you do this? Using tricks on your own granddaughter. Grandpa Wen laughed heartily. If I didn't use a little trick, how could I know what you were thinking? Now that the decision has been made, we must go all out. Tomorrow, Xingshan Academy will hold the Academy Cup internal selection competition. Prepare well and leave a good impression on Yi Huan. Wen Ran answered in a voice only she could hear, Nothing was said that night, until the next morning. Aoyama Academy. This is the first gathering of Yi Huan's newly formed team. Lin Wanqing, Xiao Miaoke, Yang Ting. We need a maximum of 7 players to meet the participation requirement, 5 starters and 2 substitutes. We're still 4 players short. Yi Huan gave this opportunity to Xiao Yakan. Teacher Xiao, please select 3 students from your class. Xiao Yakan looked completely bewildered. The competition requires 5 people, and you're still 4 short. Yi Huan smiled helplessly. We have to reserve a spot for Miss One. Playing is playing, and making a fuss is making a fuss. Don't gamble with your future. Before truly rising to prominence, Yi Huan still needed to rely on powerful forces like the Wen family. Wen Ran, the eldest daughter of the Wen family, must be brought into our camp. However, Wen Ran has not yet appeared. Yi Huan, on the contrary, felt somewhat uneasy. Did I go too far? He hurriedly looked at Yang Ting. Miss, what's wrong? Yang Ting shook her head. I went home last night to prepare for today's match. Just as Yi Huan was about to have Xiao Yakan inquire with the principal. The young lady has finally arrived. Wen Ran today was clearly well prepared. As soon as they entered the venue, they became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone looked at Wen Ran, instantly captivated by the young lady's beauty. This is so beautiful. Is your vocabulary too limited? This beautiful woman is not just pretty, but she has a special kind of charm. You have 3 minutes. I need all the information about this beautiful woman. The students around them were in an unprecedented state of tacit understanding. In unison, they uttered a single word, get out. Clearly, no one but Yi Huan could obtain Wen Ran's information. Yang Ting quickly stood up and waved to Wen Ran. Wen Ran walked over quickly. He Tongxue, I'm sorry I'm late. Yi Huan said expressionlessly, our college's competition doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. It doesn't matter whether you come or not. Xiao Yakan quickly tried to smooth things over. Yi Huan, don't talk nonsense. He then looked at Wen Ran. It's not too late, it's just right, the competition hasn't even started yet. Last night, Xiao Guopu informed Xiao Yakan about Wen Ran's situation. Xiao Yakin naturally knew that Wen Ran held a prestigious position. I dare not offend this young lady. Wen Ran had clearly done her homework. She immediately recognized Xiao Yakin. Hello, Teacher Xiao. A casual remark instantly thrilled Xiao Yakin. This is Wen Zhan's granddaughter. It's amazing that it recognizes itself. I'm so excited. Xiao Yakin quickly introduced her to the group of girls. This is Wen Ran, who is participating in the Academy Cup with us. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing reacted the most strongly. She thought he looked familiar. Upon hearing the name, they could finally confirm, Wen Ran. You are Wen Ran. Wen Ran nodded. Lin Wanqing, we've met before, at the ball. Lin Wanqing was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Although she is also a daughter of a wealthy family. However, there are differences between even the wealthiest families. What level is the Lin family at? What is the strength of the Wen family? The gap between the two companies is simply enormous. In Lin Wanqing's eyes, Wen Ran is a goddess. An existence that is unattainable. Chapter 48: The Temptation of Beast Souls. Now, the eldest daughter of the Wen family has actually appeared in front of him. Moreover, they still remember themselves. How could Lin Wanqing not be excited? However, she is different from Lin Wanqing. The others were not particularly excited. Xia Miaoke was completely unaware of Wen Ran's background. I wouldn't say I was excited. However, Wen Ran had already found out her information. Hello, Sister Coco. Xia Miaoke responded politely. Although he knew that the girl in front of him would inevitably become a competitor in the future. However, Xia Miaoke felt no disgust whatsoever. Wen Ran gives people a feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze. Not to mention Yang Ting. He was Wen Ran's good friend, they grew up together. The relationship between the two was even more solid than Wen Zhan's position. Everyone likes Wen Ran. This also includes He Huan, of course. Seeing this, Xiao Yakin immediately offered a helpful suggestion. He Huan, the Academy Cup is about to start, you'd better hurry up and fuse your beast soul with Wen Ran. It's a done deal that he will merge with Wen Ran's beast soul. He Huan did not dislike Wen Ran. He Huan had to be given a small punishment because of what happened yesterday. Now, Wen Ran has also made her stance clear and given a response. He Huan was just about to go along with it and merge his beast soul with her. Xiao Yakin's assistance came at just the right time. He Huan immediately agreed. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a system notification sounded in my mind. Ding, a newbie quest has been issued, the temptation of beast souls. The world is full of chaos and temptations are everywhere. Resisting temptations is an essential quality of a strong person. Persist for 3 days without fusing any beast souls. Accept the quest to obtain an S-rank talent with segmented evolution, valid for 3 days. Successfully complete the quest to permanently obtain the S-rank talent with segmented evolution. Rewards include 5 free attribute points and 1 equipment forging gem. Segmented evolution, S-level talent, can temporarily raise the beast soul by 1 rank after use. Free attribute points are attribute points that can be freely allocated. Equipment forging gems can enhance equipment attributes. He Huan was a little confused. What the hell are these rewards? These 3 rewards seem a bit lacking. In the world of beast souls, all battles are fought by beast souls. Do my attributes really matter that much? Are 5 free attribute points really necessary? Just as He Huan was about to refuse, a sudden inspiration flashed into her mind. Could it be that 5 free attribute points can enhance the SSS-level hidden talent, Supercharge? He Huan's biggest trump card right now is his SSS-level hidden talent, Super Fast Charging. Super Fast Charging, an SSS-level hidden talent, converts electrical energy into spiritual power. You become stronger by charging, with charging speed increased 1,000-fold and energy storage increased 1,000-fold. After completing Xia Miaoke's mission last time, the energy storage increased 1,000-fold. In other words, He Huan's energy storage capacity has now reached a terrifying 2,000 times. He Huan has been overlooking a crucial issue all along. 2,000 times, what exactly is it that is 2,000 times greater than? The answer is easy to guess. It should be 2,000 times my own energy storage. How much energy do I have stored? He Huan hurriedly opened her information panel. Sure enough, I saw the attributes section. Human attributes are all-encompassing. However, the system integrates the attributes and summarizes them into 5 types. Strength, agility, intelligence, physique, spirit. Other attributes are not important. What's linked to energy storage is mental strength. Of course, that's not entirely accurate. To be precise, mental strength can increase the maximum spiritual power value. The system refers to spiritual energy directly as stored energy. My current mental strength is 9 points. Doesn't leveling up increase my mental strength? He-Huan checked the history and realized that you can gain 1 random attribute point for each level up. Random attribute points are randomly assigned to 5 attributes. Currently level 29, with a total of 29 random attribute points. My mental energy is randomly allocated to 6 attribute points, which means my initial mental energy is 3 points. He-Huan immediately thought of a key issue: if I complete the task, I will get 5 free attribute points, which I can allocate freely. If you add all of it to your mental strength will increase to 14 points. It has increased by almost 50%. With the improvement of the basic values, the energy storage capacity will also be greatly improved by 2,000 times. He-Huan then realized that 5 free attribute points were indeed very powerful. At this point, he also had to start considering whether or not to accept the mission. 5 free attribute points are very strong, but the other 2 rewards don't seem to be as strong. It's even a bit of a waste of money. Especially this segmented evolution. Thinking of this, another flash of inspiration struck He-Huan: segmented evolution seems quite powerful as well. Segmented evolution, while far inferior to ultimate evolution, has its own advantages. Ultimate evolution can only evolve to the SSS-level ultimate form, which consumes too much spiritual energy. Segmented evolution allows for gradual, step-by-step evolution, reducing the consumption of spiritual energy. The intensity of staged evolution is far less than that of ultimate evolution. However, it has a wider range of applications. It is more practical, far surpassing ultimate evolution. The last reward was an equipment forging gem, though I don't know what it's for. However, the first 2 rewards are strong enough. He-Huan has decided to accept the mission. It's just a matter of not fusing a new beast soul within 3 days. What's so difficult about that? It's not only not difficult, it's actually quite simple. He-Huan confidently accepted the task. A surge of energy flowed into his body. He-Huan immediately gained the right to use the segmented evolution for 3 days. I'm about to investigate this new talent. Suddenly, Li Yunxi's voice came from beside her. He-Huan, what are you spacing out for? He-Huan then came to her senses and looked at Li Yunxi with a blank expression. Teacher Li? What's wrong? Li Yunxi looked annoyed. Teacher Xiao is talking to you, why are you ignoring her? He-Huan hurriedly apologized to Xiao Wanqing. Teacher Xiao, I'm sorry, I was daydreaming. What did you just say? Xiao Yakin could only repeat what she had just said. I said, the competition is about to start, you should hurry up and fuse your beast soul with Wenran. He-Huan could only shake his head. We can't fuse with beast souls yet. Upon hearing this, everyone looked puzzled. Unable to resist, she spoke up to dissuade him. He-Huan, don't do this. Men should be more generous and not be petty with girls. Xiao Ran has already lowered her stance, so don't insist on going your own way. Everyone knows that fusing with Wenran's beast soul is the best choice. It's not just them. Even He-Huan knew. In fact, He-Huan knew it even better than they did. Yesterday, He-Huan only wanted to give him a small punishment as a warning. As long as Wenran compromises and is willing to lower her stance, he will merge his beast soul with her. That's what He-Huan thought, and that's what she planned to do. However, at the crucial moment, the system unexpectedly issued a new task. For the next 3 days, He-Huan cannot fuse with any beast soul. This naturally includes Wenran. He-Huan could only say, my mind is made up. You shouldn't try to persuade me anymore. Just focus on preparing for the competition. Chapter 49 Conspiracy. He-Huan was in a panic after rejecting Wenran again. However, things haven't reached the point of no return. It's only 3 days. It's not a big problem. 3 days later, complete the task and claim your reward. Then merge the beast soul with Wenran. There's still time. After all, He-Huan possesses an SSS-level talent, allowing for infinite evolution. Even the young lady Wenran had to treat He-Huan differently. Thinking of this, He-Huan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned to look at Wenran. I thought Wenran would get angry and go berserk again. Unexpectedly, this time, Wenran showed no displeasure whatsoever. Their eyes met, and a hint of coquettishness appeared in Wenran's eyes. He-Huan's heart, which had just calmed down, was instantly thrown into turmoil. Like a husband who has done something wrong. I was utterly ashamed. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiao Guopu's voice interrupted He Huan's wild thoughts. He Huan quickly shifted her attention, avoiding Wenran's gaze. After Xiao Guopu announced the competition rules. This year, our Qingshan College has a total of 5.5 openings. The 20 teams participating in the school's selection competition will be divided into 4 groups by drawing lots. Each group consists of 5 teams, and they will play a single round-robin tournament. The first place in each group will directly qualify for the Academy Cup. The second place team from each group will form a new group, and then the group stage will be held. The first place winner will advance directly and qualify for the Academy Cup. The second place winner will represent Qingshan Academy and compete with Yulong Academy for the last qualifying spot. He Huan hadn't expected that the school's selection competition could be so complicated. One couldn't help but ask, why is there a 0.5 spot for the Academy Cup? Xiao Yakan explained, previously, Qingshan Academy and Yulong Academy each had 5 spots. However, for many years in a row, Qingshan Academy's academic performance has crushed that of Yulong Academy. Therefore, Qingshan Academy applied to the higher authorities to add 1 more spot. The higher authorities then allocated one of Yulong Academy's competition slots to Qingshan Academy. Yulong Academy objected again, and after some back and forth, it was finally agreed that Qingshan Academy would have 5.5 places and Yulong Academy would have 4.5 places. Every year, the 6th place finisher in the Qingshan Academy's internal selection competition will compete with the 5th place finisher in the Yulong Academy's internal selection competition for the last spot in the Academy Cup. He Huan then realized what was happening. One can't help but sigh, the martial arts world isn't just about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships and social interactions. Before they could finish speaking, the drawing ceremony was over. He Huan's team was assigned to the 4th group. This group is relatively weak overall. Advancing is not difficult. However, Xiao Yakan turned ashen-faced upon seeing the result. He Huan asked instinctively, Teacher Xiao, what's wrong? Xiao Yakan hesitated for a long time, but in the end she did not tell the truth. He simply replied perfunctorily, it's nothing. The match begins. The competition rules are simple and straightforward, adopting a round-robin format. Once the contestants are on stage, they must take turns accepting challenges from the other 5 contestants. Until defeat. In the first match, He Huan directly sent out Song Xintong. That is, one of the 3 substitutes that Xiao Wanqing found. Song Xintong possesses the B-grade Beast Soul, Thunderfire Warbear. Although the Beast Soul's rank is not high. However, she has extensive combat experience. He defeated all 3 opponents by himself. She was defeated when her opponents sent out their 4th player. However, even so, Song Xintong still consumed a lot of the other party's spiritual power. Therefore, when He Huan sent out the 2nd substitute player, the 4th player surrendered immediately. The 5th place contestant won by a narrow margin after giving it his all. The 3rd substitute player swept the game. In the 2nd group stage match, He Huan finally sent out Lin Wanqing. He Huan has evolved Lin Wanqing's Beast Soul to level D. He Huan used her S-level talent, Segmented Evolution, to upgrade her Beast Soul rank to a level, becoming the Qingqiu 6-tailed fox. A great Beast Souls are invincible within the academy. Moreover, Lin Wanqing also has the advantage of being ranked higher. Similarly, she also reached level 28. On the other hand, the opponents were generally around level 10. The quality of the Beast Soul is superior, and the level is overwhelming. Ensure Lin Wanqing's overwhelming victory. In the 3rd match, He Huan sent out Yang Ting. Yang Ting was already a B-grade Beast Soul, and a B-grade Beast Soul was enough for the internal academy battle. He Huan did not improve the rank of her Beast Soul. Although it possesses the hidden SSS-level talent, super fast charging, He Huan can obtain spiritual power more easily. However, in this situation, it's still best to save money wherever possible. He Huan decided to wait and see. Wait for the situation on the field to change before making a move. As expected, Yang Ting's B-level Beast Soul didn't encounter trouble until the 3rd match. The opponent is an A-level Beast Soul. Seeing this, He Huan had no choice but to use Segmented Evolution. We plan to upgrade Yang Ting's Beast Soul to a level. But at that moment, an accident occurred. He Huan actually felt an invisible barrier. This separated him from Yang Ting. The Segmented Evolution strategy failed to work on Yang Ting in the arena. Seeing this, He Huan hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" Why is there a barrier between Yang Ting and me? Just as Xiao Yakan was about to speak, when Ran answered first, to prevent cheating, there are magic crystals around the competition venue to isolate external energy. Any action will be detected by the magic crystal. Before the words were even finished, the referee for the match walked up to Yi Huan and said, "Student He, we have detected that you have violated the rules by using spiritual power and interfering with the match. You are now being issued a yellow card. At the same time, your team is deemed the loser of this round. Please send a new competitor." He Huan looked embarrassed. He hadn't expected the competitions within the school to be so rigorous. Because of He Huan's violation of the rules, Yang Ting was directly disqualified. He Huan had no choice but to let Xiao Miaoka appear ahead of time. Having learned from his previous mistakes, He Huan dared not be arrogant again. Xiao Miaoka's beast soul grade was directly upgraded to a grade, a six-winged angel. The humanoid beast soul is inherently stronger than other beast souls. The last time I completed the mission, I was rewarded with an angel secret technique, unlocking an exclusive skill for angels. Their strength has reached a new level. The remaining opponents were no match for the six-winged angels. He Huan also won the third match. Now, only one match remains. However, at this moment, Song Xintong found He Huan. He was the substitute who dominated the first game. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. He Huan readily replied, "No need to be polite. If there's anything I can do, I'll definitely help you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yakan, who was standing nearby, quickly stopped her, saying, "Song Xintong, stop fooling around and hurry back to prepare for the competition." Song Xintong looked nervous, but she never backed down. He Huan smiled and said, "It's okay, go ahead and tell me." Song Xintong then mustered her courage and said, "Could we deliberately lose the next group match?" Upon hearing this, even He Huan was completely bewildered. "Why would you intentionally lose?" Song Xintong replied, "Because our class is our opponent in the next group stage match. Chapter 50 Additional Match. That is, Teacher Zhao's student. They also have a perfect record of 3 wins. If we lose to them, they can qualify directly for the Academy Cup as the top team in the group." He Huan had a look of sudden realization on her face. "I see." However, He Huan did not agree with this approach. However, out of respect for Xiao Yakan, he couldn't refuse outright. "I'm hesitating whether to agree." Xiao Yakan stopped her again. "Song Xintong, stop doing this. When participating in a competition, one must have a competitive spirit and not deliberately throw the game. If they are really good, they can qualify by participating in the playoffs. There are 1.5 more spots available in the playoffs. Although it is very difficult, there are still opportunities." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Song Xintong gave a wry smile. "We can't deliberately go easy on them, so why can Hu Xiaotian and the others?" Hu Xiaotian and his team in the first group deliberately threw the game. They intentionally lost a match in the last round. They will most likely make it to the playoffs, and then we won't have a chance at all. Only the winner of the additional round can directly qualify for the competition. The second place team will have to compete against Yulong Academy. The difficulty level has increased dramatically. Therefore, advancing through the main competition is the safest approach. Xiao Yakan wanted to say something more. But He Huan interrupted, "If Xiaotian Dog can do that, then we can too. We'll let the next match go. Go to the playoffs and hunt down the Celestial Hound." One of He Huan's purposes in participating in the Academy Cup was to hunt down Xiaotian Dog. "It's a pity we didn't get to face Xiao Xiangquan in the group stage. I thought I had missed out." Unexpectedly, the Celestial Hound brought about its own demise. By intentionally losing a match, they were forced into the playoffs. Since he's deliberately courting death, He Huan won't tolerate it anymore. "I'll go to the playoffs too, let's see what you do then." Moreover, He Huan had the advantage of favorable timing, location, and popular support. The final round of matches will still begin in the group order. He Huan's group, number 4, was the last to start their match. He Huan can completely take the initiative. Adjust your strategy based on the actions of Hu Xiaotian and his team in the first group. As expected, just as Song Xintong said, Hu Xiaotian ultimately ranked second. The team ranked first is the one from Hu Xiaotian's class. The highest ranking beast soul in the team is only a grade. However, it firmly suppressed Hu Xiaotian, who possessed an S-level beast soul. Seeing this, He Huan no longer hesitated. He decisively ordered, "We'll concede the last match too. When Ran, get ready to enter." He Huan's team has 7 members. Besides Yang Ting, who is the strongest fighter, Lin Wanqing is the next strongest. Both of them were benched by He Huan. When Ran, the weakest fighter, finally got her chance to make her appearance. And he was the first to appear. As expected, He Huan lost the match. They finished second in their group. They will enter the playoffs. Upon learning of this, Hu Xiaotian was filled with excitement. What Lin Wanqing? She's nothing special. We deliberately entered the playoffs, while they entered the playoffs based on their ability. When the time comes, I will definitely end He Huan with my own hands. When the news reached Principal Xiao Guopu, he was furious. He immediately called Xiao Wanqing over. Xiao Wanqing, what exactly happened? Why did He Huan lose? Xiao Wanqing looked indignant. Why are you only blaming me? Why not Hu Xiaotian? They deliberately let us win first. Xiao Guopu was furious. I will talk to them about their affairs. Now, you should explain your own situation first. Xiao Wanqing naturally didn't fall for his act. Faced with Xiao Guopu's reprimand, Xiao Wanqing smiled and said, Uncle, this is actually not a bad thing. Hu Xiaotian and He Huan have both entered the additional round. One of their teams will definitely compete with Yulong Academy for the last spot. With their strength, they will definitely be able to defeat Jade Dragon Academy and take back the spots that originally belonged to us. Upon hearing this, Xiao Guopu was speechless. The last 0.5 spot has always been reserved for students from Yulong Academy. Aoyama College has never received it. After all, Xingshan Academy is sending its 6th-ranked team to compete against Yulong Academy's 5th-ranked team. Although Aoyama Academy is stronger overall. However, they are not strong enough for the 6th-ranked team to defeat the 5th-ranked team. Therefore, for so many years, the last spot has always been reserved for Yulong Academy. Now, with the actions of He Huan and Hu Xiaotian, this pattern is about to be broken. He Huan and Hu Xiaotian both advanced to the playoffs. There will definitely be someone competing with Yulong Academy for the last spot. No matter who makes the move, they can crush Jade Dragon Academy and achieve final victory. Thinking of this, Xiao Guopu's expression finally brightened. You're right, it's not necessarily a bad thing. While Xiao Wanqing was persuading Xiao Guopu, Hu Xiaotian was also plotting something on the other side. Hu Xiaotian asked with a serious expression, Wife, isn't your plan too risky? The wife that Hu Xiaotian was referring to was, of course, the gas cylinder. Although the gas cylinder is not aesthetically pleasing, the quality of its beast soul is also poor. However, she has a wide network of connections and is also very intelligent. At least, Hu Xiaotian thought she was very smart. The idea of deliberately losing a match before was all thanks to the gas cylinder. This time, the gas cylinder resorted to its old tricks again, causing Hu Xiaotian to lose another match. Faced with Hu Xiaotian's questioning, the gas cylinder scoffed, it's not risky at all. On the contrary, it's quite safe. That's the most satisfying revenge. Don't you want to kick He Huan and Lin Wanqing out and make them completely disqualified from participating in the Academy Cup? Upon hearing He Huan's name, Hu Xiaotian's expression changed drastically, his face filled with anger. Yes, we must kick He Huan out and completely disqualify him from participating in the Academy Cup. Hu Xiaotian was, after all, a student, and there were many things he didn't know. All the information he knew came from the match that had just taken place. He Huan's team doesn't seem to be very strong. Xiao Miaoka and Lin Wanqing are both A-level beast souls. Yang Ting and Song Xintong are both B-grade beast souls. When Ran only possesses an F-level beast soul. In contrast, Hu Xiaotian's team. Hu Xiaotian himself is an S-level beast soul. There are also 2 A-level beast souls in the team. Their overall strength far surpasses that of He Huan's team. It even reached a level of overwhelming dominance. As the stronger party, they naturally have the right to manipulate the outcome of the match. Upon hearing this, the gas cylinder was overjoyed. However, she still wanted to reiterate the precautions. In the final playoffs, only 4 teams will participate, and each team will play 3 matches. Besides us and He Huan, there are also teams from Class 3 and Class 5. Class 3 is the weakest, so we won't consider them. We just need to coordinate well with Class 5. We lose to Class 5, and then we beat He Huan. If He Huan can't beat Class 5, they'll be 3rd place and eliminated. Chapter 51 Poisonous Scheme. If He Huan beats Class 5, there will be a situation where 3 teams have the same score. At this point, we need to calculate the number of wins in each game. Here comes the key point. To eliminate He Huan, we must lose to Class 5 by a large margin and then defeat He Huan by a large margin. At the same time, we discussed with Class 5 and asked them to get as many points as possible. At that time, He Huan will be eliminated due to a lower score. Hu Xiaotian was completely bewildered and couldn't understand a word. However, he knew that his wife was right. Wife, tell me, what should we do? The gas cylinder looked smug. It's actually quite simple. Against Class 5, you went last and lost by a large margin. You're the first to step up against He Huan. I'll beat the game all by myself and defeat them all. Hu Xiaotian nodded blankly. Wife, I'll do whatever you say. The school-wide selection competition lasted only 1 day. Therefore, the main competition ended and the supplementary competition began immediately. There was simply no time to prepare. In the first round, He Huan's team faced Class 3, and Hu Xiaotian's team faced Class 5. Class 3 was generally weaker, so He Huan's team won without any doubt. However, He Huan was unaware of the gas cylinder's conspiracy. Therefore, they did not pursue winning small games. In fact, to increase the team members' competition experience, He Huan deliberately sent 3 players to participate. He Huan only learned the result of the other match after the match ended. Hu Xiaotian lost to Class 5. He Huan looked incredulous. Even if the Celestial Hound is weak, it is still an S-Class Awakener. As long as he's there, Class 5 has no chance of winning. Could it be that there's something more to this? He Huan checked the points leaderboard. As a time traveler from Longxia. Before time travel, who hadn't watched the Chinese national football team's matches? He Huan is an expert at calculating scores. The clues were immediately apparent. The Celestial Hound is setting a trap for us. If Xiao Xiangqun beats us, and we beat Class 5, then there will be a situation where 3 teams have the same score. At this point, you need to calculate the number of wins in each game. It is very possible that we will have the lowest score in the round and be eliminated in 3rd place. Upon hearing this, the women were completely bewildered. None of them had ever watched a Chinese national football team match. His scoring ability is far inferior to He Huan's. However, even so, they realized a problem. The Celestial Hound has no chance of defeating us, so their plan cannot succeed. As long as we show our true strength and win all 3 matches, we can advance as the top team in the group. At that time, Xiao Xiangqun and Class 5 will only be able to compete for 2nd place. The Celestial Hounds might end up shooting themselves in the foot if they lose the first match. They could very well end up in 3rd place. In summary, it can be summed up in one sentence. The advantage lies with me. However, upon hearing this, He Huan shook his head slightly. It was inevitable that Xiao Xiangqun would be eliminated. Now, what we need to consider is how to maximize our benefits. If Class 5 gets 2nd place, they might not be able to beat Yulong Academy. Only if we come in 2nd place can we snatch the last spot from Jade Dragon Academy. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their opposition. We could have qualified as the number 1 seed, why take the risk? Having 1 more or 1 less spot doesn't make a big difference. Let's play it safe and advance as the 1st place winner. He Huan ignored the other women and looked directly at Lin Wanqing. Wanqing, do you want revenge? Go and fight against Yulong Academy as the 2nd place finisher. Take a spot from them. Lin Wanqing was shocked upon hearing this. She never expected that, even after so much time had passed, He Huan would still want revenge. Reason told her she couldn't do that. However, her emotions told her that she had to agree. Lin Wanqing was also caught in a dilemma. For a moment, I didn't know how to answer. In the end, all he could say was, I'll do whatever you say. He Huan revealed a knowing smile. Alright, then let's fight against Yulong Academy as the 2nd place finisher. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing's anxious heart surprisingly calmed down. There was also a hint of excitement. Although reason told her she couldn't do that. However, people often don't need reason. Just like now. He Huan made the decision for her. An irrational decision. Lin Wanqing felt inexplicably refreshed. Others, however, had their reservations. However, he did not speak out to stop it. After all, most of the people in the room were students from Aoyama Academy. He Huan's choice is more in line with the interests of Qingshan College. Although it's not rational. However, He Huan's strength is undeniable. Even if an irrational decision is made, it will not affect the final outcome. The match continued. In the 2nd round, Xiao Xiangqun faced off against the team from Class 3. He Huan is facing off against Class 5. According to the gas cylinders plan, in this round, Hu Xiaotian defeated Class 3, and He Huan defeated Class 5. The two sides entered the decisive game. Little did they expect that things would develop in a way that exceeded the gas cylinders' expectations. In the second round of the competition, He Huan also lost to Class 5. The situation on the field suddenly changed. The third round hasn't started yet. However, given the strength of Class 5, they will most likely defeat Class 3. Then, Class 5 won all 3 matches and advanced as the top team in their group. They secured the last spot to advance to the Academy Cup. The final battle between He Huan and Hu Xiaotian will determine the runner-up. The ingenious calculations of the gas cylinder became a joke at this moment. In the final round, whoever wins advances. There's no need to calculate the score at all. The rest of the team members all tensed up. Why did it turn out like this? I have a bad feeling. It seems that He Huan has seen through our plan. Could it be that he's planning to eliminate us in the final round? Hearing the other people's comments, Hu Xiaotian also became somewhat flustered. I instinctively looked at the gas cylinder. The gas cylinder also realized the problem at this moment. However, what's done is done, and there's no way to change it. She had no way out. Moreover, the gas cylinder company had confidence in Hu Xiaotian's abilities. He Huan has no chance of defeating Hu Xiaotian. Thinking of this, the gas cylinder calmed down again and said in a deliberately profound tone, any conspiracy or trickery is nothing but a passing cloud in the face of absolute power. My husband is capable enough, He Huan is no match for him at all. In the final round, my husband can beat them all by himself. Whether others believe it or not, Hu Xiaotian believed it. Upon hearing this, Hu Xiaotian was instantly filled with confidence. The third round of the competition begins. First up is Class 5 versus Class 3. As expected, Class 5 won. They secured the final ticket to the Academy Cup with a perfect record of 3 wins. Next up is the final round of this year's school-wide selection competition. He Huan's team is facing off against Hu Xiaotian's team. The winner of both matches will become the second-place finisher in the playoffs. Representing Qingshan Academy, they will compete against Yulong Academy for the last ticket to the Academy Cup. Hu Xiaotian continued his previous strategy and went first. I want to take on 5. Chapter 52A planned to turn the tide. Hu Xiaotian shouted. Seeing this, He Huan did not back down and directly sent out Xia Miaoke. It's still in a great beast soul, a 6-winged angel. Hu Xiaotian was in a great mood. We will win this battle. An S-rank beast soul, Frost Husky, battles an A-rank beast soul, 6-winged angel. The advantage lies with me. Looking at Xia Miaoke, Hu Xiaotian's face was full of smugness. He held up one finger and said, 1 second. To defeat you, I only need 1 second. Xia Miaoke is not good with words. Faced with Hu Xiaotian's mockery, she didn't know how to refute it. I might as well just copy and paste, defeating you will only take me a second. Hu Xiaotian laughed arrogantly. The game began amidst his laughter. Although Hu Xiaotian is arrogant, his strength is undeniable. As soon as the match began, Hu Xiaotian immediately went into battle mode. Control the S-rank beast soul, Frost Husky, to launch an attack. It's the strongest attack from the very first move. Hu Xiaotian knew that He Huan only had 2 A-level beast souls. Therefore, the goal is to overwhelm Xia Miaoke with sheer force of will. Who would have thought that the strongest attack of the S-class beast soul Frost Husky couldn't even break through the defense of the 6-winged angel? The 6-winged angel spread its wings and stood protectively in front of it. 10 wings tightly envelop its body, making it airtight, like a giant shield. Etc. Something seems off. Why are there 10 wings? Hu Xiaotian thought he was seeing things. It had 6 wings just now. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into 10 wings. A 6-winged angel with 10 wings? Wrong. Having 10 wings means one shouldn't be called a 6-winged angel. Instead, they are 10-winged angels. A 10-winged angel? SSS-level beast soul, 10-winged angel? How is that possible? How could an SSS-level beast soul possibly exist in the world? Hu Xiaotian immediately shouted at the judges below the stage, they are cheating. Unfortunately, Xia Miaoke didn't give him a chance at all. The 10-winged angel launched a fatal attack. It completely shattered the Frost Husky. Incidentally, Hu Xiaotian was also blasted out of the arena. If Xia Miaoke hadn't left room for maneuver, this one blow was enough to take Hu Xiaotian's life. Xia Miaoke was ultimately not He Huan. Having endured 3 years of harsh realities in society, Xia Miaoke's sharp edges have long been smoothed out. Even though she deeply disliked Hu Shaotian, she didn't dare to kill him. They didn't even dare to seriously injure Hu Shaotian. The attack struck the S-rank beast soul, Frost Husky, but most of its force had already been depleted. The blow only caused Hu Shaotian minor injuries. However, Xia Miaoke's forbearance did not earn Hu Shaotian's gratitude. On the contrary, Hu Shaotian, who had suffered minor injuries, quickly got up from the ground, pointed at Xia Miaoke, and roared, "She's cheating." He Huan sneered, "Can't you even accept defeat? If you can't handle losing, don't play. If we lose, it means we cheated. Are you even a man?" Hu Shaotian was furious. How could there possibly be an SSS-level beast soul in the world? It must be fake. He Huan was too lazy to explain. "Coco, beat him up again. Hu Shaotian's beast soul has been shattered by Xia Miaoke. It cannot be recovered in the short term. It might even affect the national competition more than 20 days later." At this moment, he was completely unable to withstand the attack of the 10-winged angel. They could only dodge like stray dogs. "Don't hit me! Don't hit me!" The referee quickly warned, "He Huan, you can't attack players outside the arena, otherwise you'll be disqualified." He Huan then stopped, saying, "I'll spare your dog's life." Hu Shaotian persisted, "Referee, they fouled." A 6-winged angel suddenly became a 10-winged angel. They must have used some kind of shady method. The referees quickly checked the barrier crystal. But there was nothing unusual. However, what just happened was truly unbelievable. The referees were also baffled. All they could do was ask He Huan, "What exactly happened just now?" He Huan didn't hide anything and told the truth, "It's just a simple illusion." As he spoke, He Huan gestured to Xia Miaoke to cast the illusion spell again. The 10-winged angel instantly concealed 4 of its wings. It turned into a 6-winged angel. However, these are just illusions. In essence, she is still a 10-winged angel. Among the judges, some were also skilled in illusion. The conclusion was immediately drawn that Xia Miaoke did not violate any rules. Illusions can also be used during the competition. Moreover, the illusions they used did not affect the outcome of the match. Hu Shaotian couldn't accept this outcome. "I'm not convinced. You're all biased towards He Huan." The referees also looked helpless, saying, "This is the final result." Neither Xia Miaoke nor He Huan violated any rules. The match continues. Who will you send out next? Hu Shaotian was completely stunned. Who else can we send? Among their team, Hu Shaotian was the strongest fighter. Even he was no match for the 10-winged angel. Others are even less likely to win. Sending them out would only bring more humiliation. Moreover, He Huan was ruthless. He shattered his own beast soul directly. The national competition is about to begin. The beast soul is shattered and difficult to repair. It could even affect the results of the national competition. At this moment, the wisest choice is to admit defeat. However, Hu Shaotian did not want to admit defeat. With nowhere else to turn, he could only turn to his girlfriend for help and a gas cylinder. The gas cylinder only has a C-grade beast soul. With her abilities, she is not qualified to participate in the Academy Cup at all. But, well, she's Hu Shaotian's girlfriend. She was able to infiltrate the team by using this identity. To put it bluntly, she's just here to win without lifting a finger. Therefore, she became angry and embarrassed when Xiao Guopu wanted Xia Miaoke to replace her. With her strength, she simply couldn't defeat Xia Miaoke head-on. However, she has plenty of underhanded tricks up her sleeve. "You're cheating." The referee still dares to protect He Huan. "We must get justice for this. Follow me to find the principal." The gas cylinder stood directly on the table, raising its arms and shouting. Although the gas cylinder is unremarkable in appearance. However, she has a strong appeal. At his command, hundreds of students responded in unison. They all followed the gas cylinder and ran to find the principal. The teachers were also at a loss when they saw this. The great director, along with several homeroom teachers, went to persuade the gas cylinder to stop. The referees quickly reviewed the game and identified any shortcomings. They were afraid that the gas cylinder would give them some leverage over them. A moment later, the gas cylinder actually brought Xiao Guopu over. In fact, Xiao Guopu's presence at the scene was not because of the gas cylinder. Even a fool knows that what she said is all lies and slander. Xiao Guopu came to the competition because of He Huan and Hu Xiaotian's questionable actions. He Huan was an SSS-level awakened one recruited by Xiao Guopu with a large sum of money. Hu Xiaotian is an S-level awakened one trained by Qingshan Academy itself. The two of them should have easily advanced through the main competition. Unexpectedly, they all ended up in the playoffs. Even worse, Hu Xiaotian will be eliminated in the playoffs, finishing third. Xiao Guopu could not accept this outcome no matter what. Upon arriving at the competition venue, Xiao Guopu immediately sought out He Huan, asking, "He Huan, what's going on? Why did you make it to the playoffs? And why did you lose a game in the playoffs? Also, why was Hu Xiaotian eliminated in third place in the qualifying round?" Chapter 53 Taking the initiative to admit mistakes. He Huan immediately started to act shamelessly. What else could it be? Of course, it's because my strength doesn't allow it. I want to win too, but what can I do if I can't beat them? Xiao Guopu was so angry his nose almost twisted out of shape. Since He Huan's explanation didn't work, he turned directly to Xiao Wanqing and asked, "Xiao Wanqing, how are you going to explain this to me? The students are being unruly and misbehaving. As their teacher, don't you know how to stop them? Now that things have turned out like this, what should we do?" Given Xiao Wanqing's personality, she would definitely have to say a few words in her defense. But at this moment, she couldn't say a single word. After all, she had already realized that Xiao Guopu's move was to make an example of someone. Kill Xiao Wanqing as a warning to He Huan. Seeing this, Xiao Wanqing immediately pressed her head against the ground and took the initiative to admit her mistake. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." This little trick could not escape He Huan's discerning eye. Moreover, Teacher Xiao was criticized because of her. He Huan could not stand idly by. He Huan immediately questioned, "Principal, it was clearly Xiao Xiangqun who went easy on us first. Why didn't you say anything to him?" Xiao Guopu said angrily, "I'll talk about the howling celestial dog later. Now, I'm talking about you." At this point, Xiao Guopu finally realized what was going on. "What howling celestial dog? Don't give your classmate random nicknames." Even the cunning and shrewd Xiao Guopu was led astray by He Huan. Call your classmates by their nicknames. What's even more problematic is that everyone can understand the term howling celestial dog. This refers to Hu Xiaotian. This is so embarrassing. He Huan, however, had a playful expression on his face. Xiao Guopu was furious and embarrassed. "Rematch immediately. Neither of you can be eliminated." These words drew dissatisfaction from everyone around. "Why should we have a rematch? Principal, this is a cover-up. Why can't He Huan and Xiao Xiangqun be eliminated? Why should Class 5 be eliminated?" The Celestial Hound also arrived upon hearing the news. "Principal, if you show favoritism towards He Huan, I will definitely tell my grandfather about this." Upon hearing this, Xiao Guopu's expression immediately changed drastically. Qingshan Academy gathers the most outstanding students in the entire Yulong city. These students are a double-edged sword. At this moment, the dangers of a double-edged sword become apparent. Hu Xiaotian's grandfather was also a retired senior leader. Even Xiao Guopu dared not provoke him. Although he was furious, Xiao Guopu dared not vent his anger on Xiaotian dog. He could only say in the gentlest tone, "Xiaotian, classmate, why be like this? Your advancement together with He Huan is the best outcome. Why insist on a fight to the death?" Hu Xiaotian was still young and easily influenced. Xiao Guopu lowered his stance, but he couldn't insist on going his own way. Upon hearing this, Hu Xiaotian had no choice but to concede. "All right, for your sake, Principal, I'll let him off this time. However, I have one request." Xiao Guopu breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he repeatedly agreed. "No problem, not just one request, but 100, I'll agree to them all." Hu Xiaotian instinctively looked at He Huan, his eyes filled with ferocity. "He Huan must apologize to my woman." Beside them, Xiao Xiangqun's henchmen also ran over to join in the fun, "And my woman, He Huan must apologize to my woman too." He Huan found it funny to see these children pretending to be adults. With a casual wave of his hand, he said, "It's not like everyone doesn't have a woman." Seeing this, Xia Miao instinctively took a step forward. But Lin Wanqing stopped him. Lin Wanqing looked at Wen Ran at the end of the line and gestured for her to go over. The clever Wen Ran quickly understood Lin Wanqing's meaning. Although a little shy, she still walked gracefully to He Huan's side. Upon seeing Wen Ran, Hu Xiaotian's face was full of mockery. "She's so skinny, she doesn't have an ounce of meat on her bones. What did you call her over here for?" Indeed, according to Hu Xiaotian's aesthetic standards, Wenran was not a beauty. After all, the kind of beautiful woman Hu Xiaotian sees is like his family's giant gas cylinder. While mocking Wenran, he pulled the large gas cylinder into his arms. His eyes were full of smugness. The large gas cylinder next to him also looked smug, saying, "Since we're here, let's all come together. Both of you kneel down and apologize to me, and I'll forgive you. Otherwise." Upon hearing this, Wenran looked completely bewildered. Me? Kneel down before me? Apologize? Wenran never expected that someone would dare to make her kneel down and apologize. Turning to look at Xiaoguopu, Wenran's expression turned quite grim. "Xiaoguopu, are these the students from your school? She's really outstanding." Xiaoguopu wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. He quickly waved his hand. "Wenran, they don't know you. Ignorance is no excuse." Wenran didn't want to embarrass Xiaoguopu. He looked at Hu Xiaotian again. "Your surname is Hu? What is Hu Jiangwo to you?" Upon hearing this, Hu Xiaotian immediately flew into a rage. "You bastard, how dare you address my grandfather by his given name?" Wenran suddenly realized, so he's Hu Jiangwo's grandson. Hu Jiangwo really has a good grandson. Did he ever tell you who his greatest benefactor in life was? Hu Xiaotian looked smug. "Of course I know that. My grandfather's greatest benefactor in his life was one." At this point, Hu Xiaotian suddenly stopped talking. Even if he's not the sharpest of them all, he should have realized it by now. Hu Jiangwo's greatest benefactor in his life was Wenjian. Back then, it was Wenjian's life-saving grace that led to the later famous Jade Dragon Tiger, Hu Jiangwo. Throughout his life, Wenjian was Hu Jiangwo's leader. Hu Jiangwo was Wenjian's lackey. Grandpa Hu Jiangwo had repeatedly reminded himself of this. "In Jade Dragon City, you can offend anyone. We just can't afford to offend Wenjian's descendants. However, the girl in front of me is named Wenran. Her surname is Wen." Hu Xiaotian looked at Xiaoguopu with a shocked expression. They wanted a negative answer from Xiaoguopu. However, under Hu Xiaotian's expectant gaze, Xiaoguopu nodded heavily. Boom! In an instant, Hu Xiaotian felt as if the sky had collapsed. He had unintentionally offended Wenran. The gas cylinder next to it is still unaware of what happened. She was still shouting, "So what if he knows my husband's grandfather? Even if the city lord himself came today, you would have to kneel down and apologize to me. No matter who pleads, it's useless." The last sentence was clearly meant for Xiaoguopu. The gas cylinder believed that Wenran's backer was Xiaoguopu. Therefore, he deliberately warned Xiaoguopu not to get involved in the matter. Her warning was effective. Xiaoguopu lowered his eyelids and entered the highest realm of cultivation. Look at your nose with your eyes, look at your mouth with your nose, and look at your heart with your mouth. They have already transcended the world and no longer concern themselves with worldly affairs. Just when the gas cylinder thought victory was in sight, a whooshing sound suddenly came to my ears. It looked like something was cutting through the air. The gas cylinder looked back with naivety. They happened to see Hu Xiaotian's fist. The fist was originally meant to hit her cheek. But as she turned around, the fist struck her squarely on the nose. Even a flat nose covered in freckles couldn't withstand this blow. The bridge of his nose broke instantly. His already low nose was completely ruined. Chapter 54 Elimination. Anyone who frequently experiences nose bone fractures knows what that feels like. The nose is the most sensitive organ in the human body. It was hit hard, and it hurt both. In an instant, snot and tears streamed down my face. The faces at the scene of the car accident became even more real. The celestial dog was heartbroken to see this. However, they dared not show it. She then sternly rebuked the gas cylinder. "You scoundrel, how dare you speak to Sister Wenran like that?" Upon hearing this, Wenran looked disgusted and said, "No. Don't call me that, I can't accept it. Oh, right, I also have to kneel down before your woman." As she spoke, Wenran made a gesture as if to kneel down. This terrified the celestial dog. Upon seeing this, the celestial dog was instantly terrified. If Wenran were to kneel down, even if he had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough to compensate for it. At the crucial moment, the usually dim-witted dog finally had a moment of brilliance. He knelt down before Wenran could. He still prostrated himself in the most standard way. "Sister Wenran, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time for my grandfather's sake." Just as the gas cylinder was starting to recover, she discovered that her husband was missing. I hurriedly looked around and then saw a lump on the ground. She rushed over to help him up, saying, "Honey, you fell down. Get up quickly." Gas cylinders have many disadvantages. However, it has one advantage. Thanks to his innate divine physique, he has a broad back and a strong waist. The gas cylinder has immense force. They pulled the celestial hound up from the ground. Even though the celestial hound fought back fiercely, it was to no avail. At this moment, Xiao Tian Dog felt an unprecedented despair. All he could do was cry out, "Don't pull me, let me kneel down." The gas cylinder was completely dumbfounded. "Why are you kneeling down?" The celestial hound cried and said, "There's no time to explain. You should kneel down now, and kneel properly, just like I taught you before." The people around immediately understood. They looked at each other, their faces showing disgust. He thought to himself, "It really is the celestial hound. I just like eating disgusting things." Only after the dog's repeated insistence did the gas cylinder reluctantly kneel down. The celestial dog continued to beg for mercy, "Sister Wenran, I was wrong, please forgive me." Wenran said, "Whether I spare you or not depends on my husband's opinion." As she spoke, Wenran looked at He Huan with a nervous expression, as if afraid of upsetting him. When they saw that He Huan wasn't angry, Wenran was finally relieved. Then, she quickly avoided He Huan's gaze. In just a few seconds, the expression on Wenran's face was incredibly interesting. Every change was perfectly timed. To understand He Huan's psychology, even He Huan couldn't help but sigh, "This is truly a top-tier succubus." Bai Yuding could only stand aside. After quickly calming herself down, He Huan said, "For Wenran's sake, I'll let you off this time. From now on, you are not allowed to bully others anymore. Also, take your gas canister and get out of here right now, don't let me see her again." Upon hearing this, Hu Xiaotian felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He expressed his deepest gratitude. Then, he left with his woman. Seeing this, Xiao Guopu finally breathed a sigh of relief. We finally managed to get away with this. Although Hu Xiaotian's inability to participate in the Academy Cup is not the best outcome, however, it is acceptable. After all, He Huan's team has 2 SSS-level beast souls. Winning the Academy Cup championship will be a piece of cake. Compared to the champion, Hu Xiaotian is utterly insignificant. More importantly, He Huan was able to snatch back half a spot from Qingshan Academy. No matter how you calculate it, you're not losing out. However, Xiao Guopu wanted to gain even greater benefits. Quietly walking up to He Huan, Xiao Guopu lowered his voice and said, "Xiao Ran is not bad, is she?" Xiao Guopu lowered his voice. However, he did not guard against anyone else. The volume was still loud enough for the people around to hear. The women around them had no objections. From the moment when Ran appeared, everyone knew that it was only a matter of time before He Huan and Wenran fused their beast souls. In that case, it's better to integrate sooner rather than later. They're not the only ones who think this way. Even He Huan herself thought so. Upon hearing this, He Huan subconsciously looked at Wenran. Wenran also looked at He Huan, her eyes full of anticipation. However, when their eyes met, Wenran shyly avoided He Huan's gaze. However, she was also eager to know He Huan's final decision. He then stole another glance at He Huan. When He Huan discovered this, he was instantly at a loss. That look was really cute. He Huan was immediately distracted and couldn't wait to merge with her. However, at the last moment, He Huan had no choice but to give up, saying, "Not yet." He Huan also wanted to integrate. Unfortunately, he was burdened with system tasks and was powerless to do anything about it. "We can only wait 3 days before we can merge them." However, the others were unaware of the system task. Upon hearing this, all the women showed a relieved smile. Wenran is indeed very charming. He won He Huan's favor. However, this charm couldn't work on other girls. All the girls regarded Wenran as their rival. Once Wenran and He Huan merge, everyone's status will be threatened. Therefore, they were still very happy that He Huan rejected Wenran. Of all the people present, Xiao Guopu was the most unhappy. Xiao Guopu hurriedly advised, "He Huan, the Academy Cup is about to begin, everything should be focused on the Academy Cup." However, no matter how Xiao Guopu tried to persuade her, He Huan refused to agree. "Principal, please rest assured about the College Cup. I will definitely achieve results that will satisfy you." After saying that, He Huan turned and left. Only Xiao Guopu remained, bewildered in the wind. When Ran couldn't help but look worried. Principal, what exactly does He Huan mean? Does he not want to fuse with my beast soul? Xiao Guopu quickly reassured her, don't worry, He Huan didn't mean that. He's probably still bothered by what happened yesterday. Don't worry, He Huan will definitely fuse with your beast soul. Leave this to me. Turning to Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Guopu quickly ordered, go and probe He Huan's thoughts, and also persuade He Huan to fuse with Xiao Ran's beast soul as soon as possible. Xiao Wanqing quickly accepted the order. On the other side, at Yulong Academy, Li Chusheng and Zhang Shihan arrived at the principal's office. She pushed the door open and went straight to the sofa next to her. Principal Li Chusheng, with an eager expression, hurriedly served tea and water to Zhang Shihan. Zhang Shihan waved her hand slightly, Principal, there's no need to be so polite. Just tell us, what brings you here? Li Chusheng quickly smiled apologetically, of course it's about the Academy Cup. Yulong College will also participate in the College Cup. Prior to this, Li Chusheng had made several requests to Zhang Shihan. However, Zhang Shihan rejected them all. The reason is that they need to go all out to prepare for the national competition. Although Li Dongxing was furious, he dared not show it. Who can blame them when Zhang Shihan is a double S-level awakened? Zhang Shihan's boyfriend is an S-level awakened. Such a combination has unlimited potential for the future. Even the principal of Yulong College has to show some respect. As expected, Zhang Shihan was furious upon hearing this. He slammed his hand on the table. Hey, Li, are you deaf? Chapter 55 Divine Water. How many times have I told you about the Academy Cup? So many times. I've already made it clear that I won't participate in the Academy Cup, yet you're still bothering me with this. As she spoke, Zhang Shihan stood up, preparing to leave. Her boyfriend, Li Chusheng, followed closely behind like a lapdog. Upon seeing this, the principal quickly blocked their path. He apologized with a forced smile, saying, how could I forget what you said? However, this time the situation has changed slightly. You should still remember He Huan and Lin Wanqing, right? Upon hearing these two names, Zhang Shihan immediately flew into a rage. He glared at her angrily, old man, what do you want to do? Don't you know how much I hate them? How dare you mention them in front of me? You're practically asking for death. Seeing the unruly Zhang Shihan, the principal felt both heartbroken and helpless. To take the act of daring to be angry but not daring to speak out to the extreme. Since he needed their help, the principal could only continue to lower his stance and say with a forced smile, I don't want to mention them either. But those two guys are too insidious, they actually plotted to frame us. They're actually going to participate in the Academy Cup, and they're going to compete with our academy for the last spot in the Academy Cup. Then, the principal spent half an hour explaining before Zhang Shihan finally understood. What 5.5, 4.5? It's just a stupid competition, why have you made it so complicated? Stop with the nonsense, just tell me what you need us to do. The principal finally breathed a sigh of relief. He subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead before continuing, I want you to participate in the Academy Cup, representing Yulong Academy, and compete against He Huan and Lin Wanqing. Take back the spots that rightfully belong to us from them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shihan's expression changed drastically. She knew He Huan and Lin Wanqing's strength better than anyone. Last time, Lin Wanqing was only level 1 and had only an E-level beast soul, yet she was able to defeat her. Lin Wanqing is now in her 20s. In contrast, Zhang Shihan, despite her relentless efforts to level up, is only level 14 at the moment. Defeating Lin Wanqing is simply impossible. Zhang Shihan knows she's not good enough, but she can't admit it. With a quick glance, she had already come up with an excuse. Principal, with the national competition about to begin, our most important task is to go all out and prepare for the national competition. We don't even consider the mere Academy Cup a threat. I know you're anxious, but don't worry. We're sure to achieve great results in the national competition and bring glory to Yulong Academy. After saying that, Zhang Shihan hurriedly got up and prepared to flee the scene. Seeing this, the principal hurriedly intervened, saying, times have changed. In previous years, I wouldn't have bothered you for a mere Academy Cup. But this year is different. Lin Wanqing's matter has alarmed the Education Bureau, and now the Education Bureau is very dissatisfied with us. If we don't achieve good results in the Academy Cup, the Education Bureau will definitely intervene, and then I won't be able to keep my position. Zhang Shihan, please have pity on me and help me out. Beside him, Li Chusheng also spoke up, "Sure Han, the principal is my relative, and by rights, he is also your elder. We should lend a hand." Then, Li Chusheng walked to Jiang Shihan's side and said in a low voice, "This is also my father's idea." Jiang Shihan's attitude softened instantly when Wang Wu was mentioned. She owes her current status and position entirely to Wang Wu. In any case, we cannot disobey Wang Wu's advice. Jiang Shihan was already prepared to agree. However, there is still one crucial problem that has not been solved. How to defeat Lin Wanqing. If this problem cannot be solved, I absolutely cannot agree to it. The principal was a smart man and had already guessed what Jiang Shihan was thinking. He immediately unleashed his trump card. There are actually many ways to defeat He Huan and Lin Wanqing. The simplest way is to take the miracle water. Li Chusheng quickly explained, "The divine water is a potion that enhances combat power." The principal quickly added, "Just like protein powder." Jiang Shihan still looked hesitant. Will this thing be harmful to my health? Although Jiang Shihan has never been exposed to SK2 facial treatment essence. However, she could also tell that the so-called miracle water was essentially a contraband. Like performance-enhancing drugs, it can boost combat effectiveness in a short period of time. Therefore, Jiang Shihan's primary concern was whether it would affect her health. The principal patted his chest and assured him, "Use a little less, it'll be fine." The implication is that if you drink too much, something bad will definitely happen. That was just a guess. It has now been determined. This stuff is a stimulant. Jiang Shihan immediately refused, "I won't drink it. I won't use anything that's harmful to my health." Li Chusheng quickly advised, "Don't you want to defeat Lin Wanqing?" Jiang Shihan still has her bottom line, "Even if I want to defeat Lin Wanqing, I can't drink the magic potion." Li Chusheng earnestly said, "Many people in high society are drinking miracle water. Some people even treat SK2 as a health supplement and take it for a long time. Indeed, drinking too much of this stuff can have adverse effects on your health. But everyone else is drinking, and if you don't, you'll fall behind." Finally, Li Chusheng suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Who knows, Lin Wanqing might be drinking too." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shihan suddenly realized, no wonder an E-level trash like me could defeat me. It turns out he drank the magic potion. Li Chusheng has no evidence. However, he said with absolute certainty, that's most likely the case. After all, the Lin family is quite powerful in Jade Dragon City. Getting high-grade SK2 facial treatment essence is not difficult. Jiang Shihan had already decided to take the miracle water. However, she still couldn't get over the last hurdle in her heart. Seeing this, the principal no longer hesitated and directly played his trump card. "As long as you are willing to participate in the College Cup, I can invite Bowen, a retired gold medal teacher from Yulong College, to be your tutor. This year's Outstanding Student Award also belongs to you. Also, I've prepared a small gift for you. This bag is from a high-end international brand it's very hard to get your hands on." Jiang Shihan's eyes widened when she saw the bag in the principal's hand. "It's impossible to move it." Li Chusheng continued to play the straight man. "Uncle, this is what you bought for Auntie. It cost over 600,000 yuan back then. Do you think Auntie will agree to give it to Shirhan?" The principal, feigning reluctance, readily agreed, "Yes, of course I agree." Jiang Shihan witnessed the entire scene. Jiang Shihan's last line of defense completely collapsed. He asked in an incredulous tone, "If I participate in the Academy Cup, you'll give me this bag?" Without a second's hesitation, the principal shoved the bag into Jiang Shihan's hands, saying, "I'm not taking it back now that I've taken it out. Even if you don't participate in the Academy Cup, this bag is still yours. Take it, look how well they match." Jiang Shihan was completely smitten. "Okay, I'll drink the magic potion." Chapter 56 Selection Tournament. The next morning. Jade Dragon City Arena. He Huan was immediately awestruck when he saw the magnificent arena. The arena is more than 10 times the size of the football field in the previous era. It can accommodate 200,000 spectators. The Beast Soul world lacks the diverse range of sports found in the previous life. There is a lack of entertainment options. Arena duels thus became the primary form of entertainment. Therefore, every city would build a magnificent arena. Even in the Beast Soul world, the city area is greatly compressed. The official team will also spare no expense in investing in the arena. The Jade Dragon Arena, which can accommodate 200,000 spectators, is not even ranked among the best in the entire Dragon Xia Kingdom. They can't even make the list. Xiao Yakin took advantage of the last bit of time to give everyone a brief explanation of today's schedule. The Academy Cup main tournament begins at 9 a.m. A final qualifying round will be held before the main competition begins. Therefore, we have very little time to prepare. At this point, Xiao Yakan subconsciously looked at Yi Huan. He looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Yi Huan knew exactly what she wanted to say. If Yi Huan hadn't insisted on her own way, they wouldn't be in their current predicament. They played one more game than other teams. There hasn't been time to prepare yet. However, what's done is done, and there's no way to change it. Xiao Yakan could only swallow her complaints. The selection competition starts at 7:30. However, by around 7 o'clock, the audience seats were already full. This is enough to prove how popular the arena is. As the team leader, Xiao Yakan needs to communicate with the event organizers. Submit the list of participants. At the same time, the order of the contestants will be determined. Of course, Xiao Yakan could also obtain the other party's list of participants. However, when she saw the list of participants from Yulong Academy, her expression changed drastically. What's going on? Is there a mistake in this list? The organizer shook his head. That's right, this is the list submitted by Yulong Academy. Xiao Yakan immediately raised questions. Why did their list change? Why are Jiang Shihan and Li Chuxing on the list? Clearly, the organizers were already aware of this matter. At this point, only a vague answer could be given. 2 students from Yulong Academy were injured, so Jiang Shihan and Li Chuxing came on as substitutes. Xiao Yakan naturally wouldn't accept this explanation. They're cheating, openly violating the spirit of competition. The organizers had no choice but to invite the teachers from Qingshan College to lead the team. Unsurprisingly, it was Zhong Xiaomeng, the grade head, again. Faced with Xiao Yakan's questioning, Zhong Xiaomeng adopted a defiant attitude, saying, "We followed the rules completely, and this matter was also reported to the Education Bureau and approved by the Education Bureau. If you have any questions, you can ask the Education Bureau." Xiao Yakan was furious and immediately dialed her uncle Xiao Guopu's number. "Report this matter to Xiao Guopu." Upon hearing this, Xiao Guopu was also furious. That old scoundrel, he actually dared to use underhanded tricks. It was thought that this time, Xiao Guopu would be able to reclaim his place in the competition. Unexpectedly, Li Dongsheng, the principal of Yulong Academy, resorted to this tactic. Xiao Guopu was furious. Enraged, Xiao Guopu stormed into the private viewing room where the Education Bureau leaders were observing the game. Little did anyone expect that Li Dongsheng had already anticipated his prediction. They had been waiting here for a long time. Upon seeing Li Dongshu, Xiao Guopu was immediately filled with rage. He immediately cursed, "You old bastard, how dare you stay here? Tell me, what happened? Why did your college change the list of participants at the last minute?" Upon hearing this, Li Dongsheng not only felt no shame, but instead turned the tables and accused Li Dongsheng of wrongdoing. "You have the nerve to ask? I haven't even asked you yet. Tell me first why Lin Wancheng is in the selection competition. Although they are all old foxes." However, Xiao Guopu was clearly inferior to Li Dongsheng. He was completely stumped by Li Dongsheng's question. Indeed, with Lin Wancheng's abilities, she didn't need to participate in the selection competition at all. She is fully capable of winning all her matches and advancing to the selection competition. However, because of Yi Huan, Lin Wancheng deliberately lost 2 matches. That's when he appeared in the final qualifying match. Xiao Guopu felt somewhat guilty about this matter. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately came up with an excuse. Lin Wancheng is a newcomer after all, and she underperformed and made a mistake. This is fundamentally different from your behavior. Li Dongsheng angrily retorted, "What's the difference? You are making reasonable use of the rules, and so are we. What right do you have to question me?" The 2 principals were arguing more and more fiercely. The leader could only step in to smooth things over, saying, "All of you, please be quiet and listen to me. Although Jiang Shihan and Li Chuxing's participation in the competition is not in the interest of Qingshan College, it is in the interest of the entire education system. In recent years, the popularity of the College Cup has been declining, and education funding has become increasingly tight. There is an urgent need to increase the popularity of the College Cup and earn more money." As he spoke, the leader walked to the window and pointed to the empty audience seats outside. "Only by getting more viewers to buy tickets can we make more money. I know that you are all people with ideals. However, ideals must compromise with reality, and ideals also need money to maintain them. Jiang Shihan is a double S-level awakener, and Li Chuxing is an S-level awakener. Their participation in the competition will attract more attention. With the leader saying so, what else could Xiaoguopu do? Even if they are extremely dissatisfied, they have no choice but to compromise. After all, achieving good results in the Academy Cup is also for the purpose of securing more educational funding. The reason for having Jiang Shihan and Li Chusheng participate in the competition was also to raise funds for education. There is essentially no difference. Xiao Yakan was also filled with righteous indignation when she learned of this. The same was true for the other women. He Huan, however, remained indifferent, saying, "So what if they participate? If Lin Wanqing can beat them once, she can beat them twice." Only then did everyone realize that Lin Wanqing had already defeated Jiang Shihan. Only then did I feel relieved. The selection process begins. However, this time, Jiang Shihan did not run over to let He Huan hit her as she had done before. Having learned her lesson a few times, she's become wiser. When they see He Huan, they stay far away. However, Jiang Shihan's inherent arrogance remained unchanged. She was just waiting for an opportunity. The chance to completely defeat Lin Wanqing. The match begins. As expected, Yulong Academy continues to demonstrate its dominance. The first place player won 2 games in a row. They defeated 2 players from Aoyama Academy. The third contestant is Yang Ting. He Huan did not want to reveal his strength too early. Therefore, Yang Ting still used B-grade beast souls in the battle. The opponent was also a B-grade beast soul. However, due to continuous battles, their spiritual energy has been depleted. Yang Ting won a hard-fought victory. However, Yang Ting also lost the 4th match due to excessive exertion. The 4th contestant is Xia Miaoke. He Huan chose to preserve his strength. Only evolve Xia Miaoke's beast soul to a level. A grade beast souls are already top-tier combat power in the Academy Cup. Moreover, Xia Miaoke's beast soul is a humanoid beast soul, a 6-winged angel. Although he is only a level, his true strength is equivalent to S-level. Chapter 57 Schemes. As expected, Xia Miaoke won 2 games in a row. I finally got the chance to challenge Jiang Shihan. Jiang Shihan was the 4th to appear. Behind her, only Li Chusheng remained. Xia Miaoke's appearance undoubtedly disrupted Jiang Shihan's plans. After all, before this, Jiang Shihan had always thought that the only one who could fight in Yi Huan's team was Lin Wanqing. Unexpectedly, Xia Miaoke is also a very good fighter. However, it's not a big problem. On their side, only 2 people remained. The situation is similar for He Huan. Besides Xia Miaoke, only Lin Wanqing remains. Defeat Xia Miaoke, then defeat Lin Wanqing. They will then be able to win and advance to the main tournament of the Academy Cup. Jiang Shihan can also redeem herself. They pulled off an epic comeback in front of tens of thousands of spectators. Just thinking about it makes Jiang Shihan feel excited. His entire body seemed to be burning with flames. This is the effect of the miracle water. However, He Huan was unaware of the problem at that time. He Huan only noticed the anomaly when Jiang Shihan summoned her beast soul. Why did Jiang Shihan's beast soul become like this? The S-rank beast soul, the blazing Pomeranian, is currently engulfed in flames. Like a hellhound, terrifying and ferocious. The surrounding audience was still in the dark. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately gasped in surprise. Could this be the legendary S-rank beast soul? It's absolutely terrifying. Today's tickets were worth it, even a huge profit, because we actually got to see an S-level beast soul. Even from this distance, and with the magical barrier in between, I can still feel the raging flames. I can't even imagine how terrifying it must be on the arena. On the stage, Xia Miaoke was filled with shock. The raging flames nearly melted her away. This is without even launching an attack. Xia Miaoke couldn't even imagine how terrifying it would be if the flame Pomeranian launched an attack. Fortunately, Xia Miaoke's beast soul is a humanoid beast soul. It possesses the ability to fight independently. Sensing the terrifying aura of the flame Pomeranian, the 6-winged angel decisively cast a spell. They created a defensive barrier to envelop Xia Miaoke. Xia Miaoke was finally able to catch her breath. However, the 6-winged angels lost their advantage as a result. In a battle between masters, victory or defeat can be decided by the slightest margin. Losing the initiative will put you at a disadvantage. They might even be defeated outright. The fiery Pomeranian didn't hesitate and launched a decisive attack. Firestorm. Terrifying flames erupted, directly attacking the six-winged angel. The six-winged angel had no chance to fight back and could only endure the attack with its own body. 6 wings covered its entire body. The terrifying flames slammed into the 6 wings with a deafening roar. The entire arena was instantly engulfed in flames. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, and sand and stones flew. When the smoke and dust cleared, everyone saw a terrifying scene. The once magnificent 6 wings were now completely charred. There were also countless wounds, from which golden blood was constantly seeping out. The 6-winged angel was also utterly shocked. She hadn't expected the Flame Pomeranian's attack to be so terrifying. However, after the initial shock came anger. Laymen watched the spectacle, experts watched the details. The 6-winged angel immediately realized the problem. Did you use something? This is not the strength that an S-rank beast soul should have. The 6-winged angel possesses memories of battles from its past life. She immediately deduced that the other party must have used something shady. It enhanced its own strength. Jiang Shihan naturally wouldn't admit it. Enraged, he immediately shouted, "Enough with your nonsense. Today is your death day." With a loud shout, the Flame Pomeranian launched its second attack. There are no tricks involved, it's all about intensity. An unreasonable numerical crushing victory. The 6-winged angel knew that he simply could not withstand it. It could only drag its injured wings and dodge in a panic. Having dodged several attacks in a row, the 6-winged angel finally found an opportunity to counterattack. But at that moment, the 6-winged angel was suddenly enveloped in white light. Immediately afterwards, she heard an incredible sound. "Stop! I surrender, I'm not fighting anymore." This is Xia Miaoka's voice. The 6-winged angel looked at Xia Miaoka with disbelief. His eyes were filled with resentment. However, her body was quickly enveloped in white light and vanished without a trace. Because Xia Miaoka voluntarily conceded, Jiang Shihan got her wish and won the game. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but criticize Xia Miaoka. What a waste! Why did you admit defeat? Angel Beast Soul had clearly found an opportunity to fight back. Sure enough, it's not the formidable opponent you should fear, but the incompetent teammate. This is a classic example of an incompetent teammate more trouble than he's worth. What a pity, such a wonderful angel, but its master is a useless piece of trash. The other members of the team also had doubts about Xia Miaoka's decision. Even Xia Miaoka herself thought so. Upon seeing her teammates, Xia Miaoka immediately bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry, I've dragged everyone down." The other teammates didn't understand. Only He Huan could understand. It was a great effort to repair the angel's broken wings. Xia Miao didn't want her beast soul to get hurt again. He Huan grasped Xia Miaoka's hand and gently comforted her. "It's okay. The A-rank beast soul, the 6-winged angel, is no match for the S-rank beast soul, the blazing Pomeranian. Moreover, Jiang Shihan's beast soul has become even stronger through some means. Surrender is also reasonable." After saying that, He Huan subconsciously raised her head and looked at the high-class private room not far away. At this moment, he was more concerned about how the leaders in the VIP room viewed the matter. The leaders of the Education Bureau are all experts in the field of beast souls. How could they not see that there was something wrong with Jiang Shihan's beast soul? However, at this moment, everyone chose to remain silent for various reasons. Seeing this, Li Dongsheng was filled with smug satisfaction. The smile on her face became even brighter. Seeing this, Xiao Guopu was so angry he almost twisted his nose. "Since you don't want to break the ice, then I'll be the one to break the ice." Xiao Guopu immediately slammed his fist on the table and stood up. "Why isn't anyone saying anything? What are you pretending to be confused about? Can't you see that there's something wrong with Jiang Shihan's beast soul?" Everyone present naturally knew that there was something wrong with Jiang Shihan's beast soul. Especially Li Dongsheng. This problem was created by Li Dongsheng. However, he could not admit it. Upon hearing this, Li Dongsheng slammed his fist on the table and stood up. "You old scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? What's wrong with Jiang Shihan's beast soul? I think you're the one with the problem." Xiao Guopu was furious. "You old bastard, don't make me reveal all your secrets." Li Dongsheng sneered. "What secrets do I have that I'm afraid you'll reveal?" Xiao Guopu pointed at the flaming Pomeranian and asked, "What's going on there? An S-rank beast soul, why is it so strong? Did it drink some kind of magic potion?" Chapter 58 Debate. Upon hearing this, Li Dongsheng was immediately enraged and rebuked. "Xiao Guopu, you're spouting nonsense. However, it was clear to anyone that Li Dongxing's momentum had clearly diminished. A classic case of a guilty conscience. Xiao Guopu was overjoyed upon seeing this. He was only guessing at first. However, when he saw Li Dongxing's reaction, he instantly realized that he had guessed correctly. At this moment, Xiao Guopu only needed to press his advantage and say, "Have Jiang Shihan examined whether it's the miracle water or not, a simple test will tell." Li Dongxing fell silent instantly. How could he dare to let Jiang Shihan undergo the examination? It was clear that Li Dongxing was about to be exposed. The leader actually spoke up, "Enough. Do either of you even know who you are? Making a scene like this here is utterly unbecoming. The facts are right in front of us, yet the leader simply chooses to ignore them." Xiao Guopu and Li Dongxing were reprimanded and each received a severe beating. Let's just let this matter go. As for Jiang Shihan, who was in the room, the leader showed no intention of punishing her. Xiao Guopu was completely stunned. Giving each side equal blame seems fair. In reality, it was blatant favoritism towards Li Dongxing. After all, such a significant matter as the miracle water was glossed over in a single sentence. Xiao Guopu naturally couldn't accept it. Seeing this, the leader had no choice but to dismiss everyone else and speak with Xiao Guopu alone. As everyone left the room, before the leader could speak, Xiao Guopu impatiently asked, "Why? Jiang Shihan used the miracle water against regulations, why didn't you stop her?" The leader asked expressionlessly, "Which rule in the Academy Cup competition prohibits the use of miracle water?" Xiao Guopu was speechless. Indeed, this rule is not included in the competition rules. However, he won't give up so easily. If the rules are not perfect, we can improve them. Under no circumstances should we condone students using SK2. Are you aware of the dangers of miracle water? The leader immediately sneered, "You think you're the only one who knows? You think you're the only smart one, and everyone else is a fool? I know the dangers of SK2 better than you do." Xiao Guopu asked, puzzled, "Then why don't you ban the use of the miracle water?" The leader gave a helpless, wry smile, "What is the purpose of our training students? Our goal in training students is to take them to the battlefield and defeat the Zerg. Do you expect the Zerg to follow the rules?" Xiao Guopu was speechless. The leader's words are not without reason. In a real battlefield, there are no rules. The only truth on the battlefield is strength. Only with strength can one defeat the Zerg. However, Xiao Guopu was unwilling to admit defeat so easily. "But the miracle water will harm the body." The leader interrupted directly, "Then do you know what the average lifespan of students who go to war is?" Xiao Guopu was speechless again. The leader stated the answer directly, "The average life expectancy for men is 31 years. The average life expectancy for women is 37 years. At this point, the leader couldn't help but sigh. How could I not know that SK2 can harm the body, affect health, and even shorten lifespan? But our students won't live to see that day. Once they enter the battlefield, their biggest enemy is the Zerg. Only by defeating the Zerg will they have the right to live." The leader walked straight to the window and looked outside. This was how he avoided Xiao Guopu's gaze. "I know the dangers of the divine water. The higher-ups in Jade Dragon City, the Dragon Xia Kingdom, and even the entire human alliance all know the dangers of the divine water. But we have no other choice. Humanity's greatest threat is the Zerg. Compared to the Zerg, the harm caused by everything else is negligible." Xiao Guopu has been persuaded by his superiors. However, he still had one last unresolved issue in his heart. "You're absolutely right. But you mustn't forget, this is not a battlefield. What we're doing isn't fair to Yi Huan and Lin Wancheng." The leader then revealed the final, deeper meaning: the so-called unfairness only applies to ordinary people like you and me. Even if an S-rank awakener takes the divine elixir, their strength cannot break through to S-rank. If Yi Huan and Lin Wancheng really possess an SSS-level beast soul, they can easily defeat Jiang Shihan. Even among S-class beast souls, there is a difference in strength. Jiang Shihan didn't consume much of the miracle water, which only raised her strength to the peak of S-level. They have no chance of winning against SS-level beast souls. Not to mention the legendary SSS-level beast soul. The leader's move was intended to test Yi Huan and Lin Wancheng's true abilities. After all the information before was just hearsay. I did not witness it firsthand. Yi Huan and Lin Wancheng can only prove themselves by defeating Jiang Shihan, who has used the miracle water. Yi Huan, who was in the room, was unaware of what was happening inside. He could only make unreliable guesses based on the information he had. It seems that even in the Beast Soul world, the Dragon Xia people cannot escape the complexities of human relationships. Li Chusheng won this battle because of his family background. The referee can't make decisions for us. If we want to defeat Jiang Shihan, we can only rely on ourselves. As she spoke, He Huan looked at Lin Wanqing and asked, "Wanqing, are you confident you can defeat Jiang Shihan?" Lin Wanqing nodded emphatically, yes. Immediately, He Huan used all of his spiritual power to inject into Lin Wanqing's body. The SSS-level talent, Ultimate Evolution, was activated instantly, evolving Lin Wanqing's beast soul to the highest quality, SSS level. The appearance of the SSS-level beast soul, the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox, once again shocked the entire audience. What quality is this beast soul? Why is it so strong? I thought the S-rank beast soul, Flame Pomeranian, was already a terrifying existence. I never imagined there were even more terrifying beast souls. The S-rank beast soul, the Flaming Pomeranian, is nothing but an elementary school student compared to this. Could it be that this beast soul has already surpassed S-rank? These words caused an uproar in the audience. Everyone guessed the rank of the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox. But no one dared to say the answer. What exactly is the quality of a beast soul that is even more terrifying than an S-rank beast soul? After a long while, someone finally mustered up the courage to utter an answer. Could this be the legendary SS-level beast soul? These words shocked the entire audience. Everyone had already guessed this possibility. However, upon hearing the answer with my own ears, I was still shocked and incredulous. But the next second, they heard something even more unbelievable. It shouldn't be SS rank. Jiang Shihan's Flame Pomeranian is very strong, and should have reached the peak of S-class. If Lin Wanqing's beast soul is SS level, the difference in strength cannot be so great. Everyone was shocked once again. If it's not SS rank, then what is it? Everyone's breath hitched. SSS level? Could it be an SSS rank? Mom, come quick, come see God. Countless people, without prior arrangement, took out their phones. I dialed the phone numbers of my relatives and friends. Invite friends and family to come and witness the ceremony. Witness the ultimate battle of the legendary SSS-level beast souls. Chapter 59 SSS rank. Some people desire something but cannot obtain it. Some people, however, are unaware of their good fortune. They also saw an SSS-level beast soul. Jiang Shihan felt no joy at all. Not only that, she even began to regret it. She regretted agreeing to Li Dongxing's request. I regret that I was here. She even regretted leaving He Huan and breaking up with him. Jiang Shihan never dreamed that Lin Wanqing would possess an SSS-level top-tier beast soul, the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox. Others may not know Lin Wanqing's background, but Jiang Shihan certainly does. Just a few days ago, Lin Wanqing was still an F-grade trash beast soul. An existence despised by everyone. Her parents, disgusted by her, kicked her out of the Lin family. The teachers and classmates also treated them coldly. During the awakening ceremony, the F-rank useless school beauty could only hide alone in a corner. It's as if it carries some kind of virus. A huge vacuum region was formed around it. No one dared to approach. Even a fool could guess Lin Wanqing's future. They will inevitably live in poverty their entire lives, residing at the very bottom of society. Unexpectedly, at the crucial moment, things took a dramatic turn for the better. He Huan, who possesses SSS-level talent, actually chose her. In just a few days, the once useless F-rank beast soul has evolved into an SSS-rank beast soul. The more I think about it, the more I regret it. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Everything Lin Wanqing has now should have been mine. However, everything has already settled down. Even if you regret it, it's too late. The only thing Jiang Shihan can do is defeat Lin Wanqing. Although Lin Wanqing possesses an SSS-level top-tier beast soul. However, she may not be able to unleash the full power of the SSS beast soul. Jiang Shihan firmly believes that she still has a chance to defeat Lin Wanqing. After all, her beast soul is also S-rank. After all, she is able to unleash the full power of an S-rank beast soul. After all, she had also consumed the elixir, which greatly enhanced her strength. He defeated Lin Wanqing head-on, proving to He Huan that his choice was wrong. Then, he slid to his knees at lightning speed and bowed his head to He Huan to admit his mistake. Controlling He Huan has always been Jiang Shihan's forte. She arrogantly believed that she still had the ability. The plan is perfect. The next step is implementation. The first step is to defeat the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu. At first, things went very smoothly. The fiery Pomeranian unleashes its strongest attack. A pillar of fire pierced directly through the body of the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox. Jiang Shihan was filled with excitement. Victory is within reach. But, the next second, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The body of the SSS-level beast soul, the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox, shattered instantly. They turned into starlight and drifted away with the wind. Jiang Shihan was a little stunned when she saw this. A question couldn't help but arise in my mind. Are the nine-tailed foxes of Qingqiu really that weak? However, this doubt was quickly dispelled by elation. After all, I still won. However, the smile on Jiang Shihan's face froze the next second. She suddenly saw that the starlight, which should have dissipated, was actually converging in one direction. Recondense. The nine-tailed fox from Qingqiu reappeared before them. How so? Before Jiang Shihan could figure out the reason, the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu launched an attack. A seemingly casual strike. A ball of light struck the flame Pomeranian directly. The fiery Pomeranian shattered instantly. They turned into starlight and drifted away with the wind. However, this time, the flame Pomeranian did not have the ability to reshape its body. It simply disappeared. The referee immediately announced the result of the match: Jiang Shihan has lost. Only then did Jiang Shihan realize it's an illusion? She then remembered that the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu's strongest ability was illusion. What I just hit was merely an illusion created by the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu. From the audience's perspective, Jiang Shihan's scene just now was even more ridiculous. The illusion only works on Jiang Shihan. The audience couldn't see the illusion at all. Naturally, the illusion created by the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu would also be invisible. All they saw was the fiery Pomeranian attacking the air. He completely ignored the nine-tailed fox from Qingqiu standing next to him. In the end, he was easily defeated by the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu. I thought it would be a great match. I never imagined it would end like this. The audience immediately lost interest. Why do I feel that battles involving SSS-level beast souls aren't very exciting? Am I the only one who thinks so? I also think it's not very good. It's not as good as the battles of those A-level and B-level beast souls. One skill and you're done for? That's so boring. However, some people have different opinions. All I can say is that you're all laymen. Laymen watch the show, experts watch the details, that's why you feel this way. From an entertainment standpoint, it's not very interesting to see an SSS-level beast soul fight an S-level beast soul. The difference in strength is too great. An SSS-level beast soul can easily crush any other beast soul. It's a pure numerical crushing. It's all about strength, no technique. That's what makes an SSS-level beast soul truly powerful. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. I see. A back-and-forth exchange, with both sides winning and losing, only occurs when the strengths are evenly matched. An SSS-level beast soul will only result in one outcome when fighting against any other beast soul: numerical superiority. It's all about intensity, no skill involved. This is the fighting style unique to SSS-level beast souls. Once the audience understood this, they felt it was worth the ticket price. However, they are different from the audience who are only interested in watching the excitement. Seeing this, Jiang Shihan gritted her teeth in hatred. The stronger Lin Wanqing became, the more she hated her. At this moment, Jiang Shihan had only one thought in her mind. Defeat Lin Wanqing. Defeat Lin Wanqing at all costs. Li Chusheng, it's all up to you now. One dose of the miracle water isn't enough. You'll need to drink at least 3 times the dose to have any chance of defeating Lin Wanqing. Upon hearing this, Li Chusheng gave her a reassuring look. Then, he stood up and raised his hand to the referee, signaling, "I concede." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shihan was completely stunned. What did you say? I told you to defeat Lin Wanqing, why did you admit defeat? Are you even a man? Li Chusheng gave him a look as if he were looking at an idiot, saying, whether I'm a man or not is not important. The important thing is that even 3 times the dose of the miracle water might not be enough to defeat Lin Wanqing. Jiang Shihan had lost her mind. If 3 times isn't enough, then 5 times. If 5 times isn't enough, then 10 times. No matter what, you can't give up. Li Chusheng said with a mocking expression, Jiang Shihan, please get this straight, this is just the Academy Cup. Let's not even talk about whether a 10-fold dose can defeat Lin Wanqing. Even if it could, is it really worth harming your body by taking a tenfold dose of the miracle water just for an Academy Cup? You need to calm down. We still need to prepare for the national competition. There's no need to waste resources on the College Cup. Although Jiang Shihan was furious, she had no choice but to accept it. Lin Wanqing won her second victory without firing a shot. At the same time, he led the entire team to victory against Yulong Academy, advancing to the Academy Cup main tournament. Chapter 60 Resurrection. With the playoffs over, the Academy Cup main tournament begins seamlessly. This is also the biggest dilemma faced by the teams in the playoffs. There was absolutely no time to rest. The playoffs have just ended, and we're about to enter the main tournament. Of course, these are just one of the problems. The teams in the playoffs will face even more challenges. Our first opponent is Yulong Academy, the team ranked first in the qualifiers. The Academy Cup has many rules similar to those of sports events in the previous life. The 64 teams that entered the main tournament of the Academy Cup also have rankings. Unsurprisingly, Hehuan's team, which entered the main tournament through the playoffs, finished last. Therefore, in the first round, they will challenge the number 1 ranked team from Yulong Academy. However, when Hehuan saw the list of students from Yulong Academy, he was speechless again. What's going on? Hehuan pointed to Jiang Shihan's name on the list and asked. Xiao Yakan was too lazy to even complain. It's the same old routine. Yulong Academy said one of their players was injured, so. Clearly, Jiang Shihan, who had just lost the match, was not convinced. He applied to play again. Li Dongsheng readily agreed. After all, Xiao Yakan is a double S-level awakener. They are still willing to use SK2 facial treatment essence. As long as she participates in the competition, she will definitely be able to improve the ranking of Yulong Academy. Surprisingly, Jiang Shihan requested to face Lin Wanqing in the first round. Despite Li Dongsheng's earnest and lengthy persuasion, he could not change Jiang Shihan's decision. In the end, I had no choice but to agree. So, Jiang Shihan, who had just been defeated, actually appeared again in the main tournament of the Academy Cup. They also need to target Lin Wanqing in the first round. The private room erupted into noise once again. Xiao Guopu pointed at Li Dongsheng's nose and cursed, "You old scoundrel, can't you have any shame?" Jiang Shihan was just eliminated, and now she's going to be replaced. If you try to pull this trick, I'll just give you the trophy, okay? The Education Bureau leaders also had some reservations about this. Li Dongsheng's eating manners were indeed rather unsightly. They were also in a dilemma. However, Li Dongsheng had already prepared his lines. Faced with everyone's doubts, Li Dongsheng said seriously, "I'm doing this for the sake of the Academy Cup's ratings." Upon hearing this, the leader's judgment tipped in Li Dongsheng's favor once again. Jiang Shihan's participation can indeed help boost viewership. Increase ticket revenue for the College Cup. Even leaders wouldn't turn down money. Li Dongsheng will bear the infamy. The profits will be shared equally among everyone. Why not? No matter how much Xiao Guopu protested, the leaders remained silent. They tacitly approved of Li Dongsheng's actions. The leaders have all tacitly approved. What else would anyone dare to say? The relevant officials in charge of the Academy Cup could only turn a blind eye. They allowed Jiang Shihan to continue participating in the competition. Not only that, they even adjusted the rounds of the competition. The match between Jiang Shihan and Lin Wanqing was directly scheduled as the opening game. Upon learning of this, Jiang Shihan was overjoyed. Just now, although I lost to Lin Wanqing. However, it was just a playoff after all. Less than 20% of the audience was present. It didn't get much attention. Many people don't even know that Jiang Shihan has lost to Lin Wanqing. However, the opening match is different. The venue was packed with people. The authorities even arranged for a television broadcast. Although, in this era, television ownership was not high. However, television broadcasts still have a significant impact. As long as you defeat Lin Wanqing during the television broadcast, Jiang Shihan will then be able to redeem herself. Prove yourself. Thinking of this, Jiang Shihan couldn't help but feel her blood boil. I subconsciously glanced at the SK2 facial treatment essence on the table. 3 bottles of SK2 might not be enough. To be on the safe side, 5 bottles of SK2. That doesn't seem enough either, let's go for 10 bottles. Jiang Shihan decided to take 10 times the dose of the miracle water directly. As for anything else, she couldn't care less. If she can defeat Lin Wanqing, she will achieve great success and soar to new heights. Even the effects of the SK2 facial treatment essence on the body can be completely disregarded. Immediately, Jiang Shihan called Li Chu Shang, quickly get me 7 more bottles of miracle water. SK2 facial treatment essence is very expensive. Its main components are even more valuable than gold. Ordinary people simply cannot afford it. Even Li Chusheng's family couldn't afford to drink 10 bottles of miracle water in one go. However, Li Chusheng's biological father, Wang Wu, was the commander of the guard. Wang Wu had plenty of ways to get his hands on the miracle water. The guards are responsible for protecting Jade Dragon City. They also have the right to deal with certain illegal activities. During the process, a large amount of miracle water will naturally be seized. They took a few bottles from them, and nobody noticed. Soon, Wang Wu sent someone to deliver the magic water. Everything is ready except for the east wind. Looking at the SK2 facial treatment essence in her hand, Jiang Shihan was extremely excited. This time, I will definitely defeat Lin Wanqing. However, at this moment, Li Chusheng poured cold water on her, saying, although the magic water is good, you must know when to use it. It takes 10 minutes for the miracle water to take effect after being taken. The effect weakens after half an hour. Therefore, you must calculate the time carefully. Jiang Shihan seemed indifferent, calculating the time. What's so difficult about that? All I need to do is take the elixir at the exact time, according to the order in which the opponents appear. Li Chusheng shook his head helplessly. Didn't you read the rules of the Academy Cup main tournament? Both sides used blind picks, so we had no idea what the other side's order of play would be. To make it even more interesting, the organizers even used a completely enclosed lounge, so we can only see each other after the event starts. Jiang Shihan was utterly shocked. How could this be? However, she quickly came up with a solution. He Huan is extremely arrogant now. If I provoke him, he will definitely do something impulsive. As she spoke, Jiang Shihan walked directly out of the lounge and headed towards He Huan's lounge. Even when the referee tried to stop her, Jiang Shihan pressed on relentlessly. They rushed straight into He Huan's team's restroom. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yakin and Li Yunxi immediately protested, "Referee, she has violated the rules and cannot enter our locker room before the match." The referee shrugged, looking helpless. Hasn't this woman broken the rules many times already? The leaders don't care. What else can these little karami do? A verbal warning is the only option. Unsurprisingly, it had no effect whatsoever. Jiang Shihan walked straight up to He Huan and asked, "He Huan, do you dare to let Lin Wanqing go first? Let's not waste time with all that talk, let's settle this in one game. How about Lin Wanqing and I go first? You wouldn't be too scared, would you?" If it were the old He Huan, she would definitely have been controlled by Jiang Shihan. Unfortunately, He Huan now is not the sycophant he used to be. Jiang Shihan's supposedly brilliant scheme was, in He Huan's eyes, as ridiculous as a child's game. He Huan was not taken seriously at all. However, after hesitating for a moment, He Huan finally agreed, "Okay, I promise you." Chapter 61 Opening Battle. A single game to decide the outcome wouldn't do He Huan much harm. After all, there were still 4 people in the team who hadn't fused with He Huan's beast soul. Having just finished the playoffs, their physical condition has been affected. Even if they continue to fight, they won't be able to exert much combat power. Rather than being crushed by Jiang Shihan, it's better to just rest. Let Lin Wanqing take the stage and decide the winner in one game against Jiang Shihan. As for Jiang Shihan not keeping her promise, that's not a problem either. He Huan has concluded that Jiang Shihan will not keep her promise. However, after fusing with He Huan's beast soul, Lin Wanqing didn't need to worry about physical strength at all. Even when facing 5 opponents alone, he feels no pressure. Having received a satisfactory answer, Jiang Shihan then left. However, after she left, Xiao Yakin and Li Yunxi rushed over. "He Huan, you can't do this. Jiang Shihan is definitely plotting something. The effects of the miracle water will only last for a little over half an hour. We should use delaying tactics and let Lin Wanqing make her appearance last, thus avoiding the brunt of the attack." He Huan shook his head. Jiang Shihan is only S-level. No matter how much magic potion she takes, she can't defeat Lin Wanqing. Of course, more importantly, He Huan knew his own trump card. Possessing an SSS-level hidden talent, super fast charging, He Huan has almost unlimited spiritual power. There's absolutely no need to worry about running out of spiritual energy. In every battle, Lin Wanqing gives it her all. an SSS-level beast soul that goes all out, fearless. Huan insisted on going her own way, and the others could only choose to remain silent. After all, they've gotten used to it. Although Huan likes to do things her own way. However, most of the time, his decisions were correct. Even if others wanted to refute it, they couldn't find a reason to do so. Moreover, even if Lin Wanqing loses to Jiang Shihan, it won't affect the overall situation. No one keeps verbal promises. Even if Jiang Shihan defeats Lin Wanqing, she herself will eventually be exhausted. In the end, victory still belongs to them. The match begins. Lin Wanqing was the first to appear, facing off against Jiang Shihan. As expected, Jiang Shihan's beast soul has once again received an epic level buff. The entire body was engulfed in flames, more than 10 times stronger than before. The beast soul's true form is no longer visible to the naked eye. The terrifying flames nearly destroyed the roof. In terms of sheer power, it actually overwhelmed the SSS-level beast soul, the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu. The audience in the arena were immediately shocked when they saw the scene. So, Jiang Shihan had a trump card. It turns out that what she showed just now wasn't her true strength. This ticket was worth it. I was able to see such a wonderful match. This trip was definitely worthwhile, truly worthwhile. However, those with discerning eyes have already seen the problem. No normal person could improve their strength so much in such a short period of time. There must be something wrong with Jiang Shihan. However, those who can see clearly are ultimately in the minority. Their voices were quickly drowned out. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. As before, Jiang Shihan launched the first attack. However, she learned from her previous failure. This time, Jiang Shihan started with a group attack, a meteor shower. A huge magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky. Countless fireballs rained down from the sky, centered around the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu. It covered an area of 100 meters in radius. Even the illusions of the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu were no match for overwhelming firepower. The phantom was shattered by the meteor shower. Even the main body could not escape the attack of the meteor shower. He was hit by more than a dozen fireballs in succession. The once magnificent white fur was also charred by the flames. It turned charred black. It looked extremely miserable. Jiang Shihan was overjoyed at the sight and launched a second round of attacks. The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu fought back fiercely. However, after consuming 10 times the dose of the elixir, the flame Pomeranian's attacks became terrifying. Even the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu couldn't withstand it. The defensive shield lasted only a second before being shattered by the flame Pomeranian. Immediately afterwards, terrifying flames struck the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu directly. It pierced through the body of the nine-tailed fox from Qingqiu. It formed a huge wound. Terrifying and ferocious. Fortunately, the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu is, after all, an SSS-level beast soul. Despite suffering such severe injuries, he has not lost his fighting ability. However, its defeat is only a matter of time. For the next 10 minutes or so, the flaming Pomeranian relentlessly bombarded the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu. The scene resembled a magic demonstration. The flame Pomeranian continuously displays various powerful spells. The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu could only passively take the beating, like a wooden puppet. With each attack, the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu weakens its body further. Its form gradually changed from solid to semi-transparent. Seeing this, Jiang Shihan's enthusiasm for attacking intensified. They continuously cast spells. She knew that next time she might be able to defeat the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu and win the victory. Another 5 or 6 minutes passed. The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu endured dozens more rounds of attacks. The body is almost invisible. Yet it still didn't collapse. It was only at this point that someone realized the problem. No beast soul can withstand such a fierce attack. Could it be that this Qingqiu nine-tailed fox is not a true beast soul? The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu is most skilled in illusion magic. Could this also be an illusion it created? The answer is obvious. The audience had already guessed that this was an illusion created by the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu. However, Jiang Shihan, who was on the field, was already blinded by victory. I never even thought of that. It continued its frenzied attack on the illusion of the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu, until she saw the mocking smile on Lin Wanqing's face. Only then did it dawn on him, could it be? By the time they realized it, it was too late. Jiang Shihan has no chance to turn the tide. The day the illusion shatters will be the day Jiang Shihan is defeated. Unfortunately, there was no turning back for her. Unwilling to accept defeat, she looked at Lin Wanqing with eyes full of anger. This woman stole everything that originally belonged to her. Now, she is about to be publicly humiliated in front of hundreds of thousands of spectators. Even an uncle can tolerate it, but an aunt cannot. In her extreme anger, Jiang Shihan suddenly thought of a possible way to win. Blazing Bomai, attack Lin Wanqing. Although the academy is explicitly prohibited from attacking its students. However, Jiang Shihan couldn't care less about that anymore. It's okay to lose the Academy Cup. However, she cannot afford to lose this big competition of life. Killing Lin Wanqing was the way she came up with to turn the tide of the battle. Although he had already parted ways with He Huan. However, He Huan himself does not possess a beast soul. If he wants to get ahead, he must merge with other people's beast souls. They killed Lin Wanqing, driving He Huan into a corner. He Huan had no choice but to change his mind and re-merge the beast soul with himself. As long as I can become He Huan's woman, no matter what the price, it's worth it. Compared to this, the mere Academy Cup is utterly insignificant. At Jiang Shihan's command, everyone present was simultaneously taken aback. Has this woman gone mad? How dare she kill an SSS-level awakened? This act is undoubtedly an act of antagonism against the entire human alliance. After all, it's just a game. In a friendly sparring match, the exchange should end when the point is reached. The loss of even one S-class awakened would severely damage the human alliance. Not to mention SSS-level awakened ones. Chapter 62, Taking a Risk. The audience members all tensed up. But there was nothing they could do. All we can do is pray for Lin Wanqing. Even more panicked than them were all the referees on site. If an SSS-level awakened one dies here, all of them will be doomed. If this were to actually happen, death might be the best outcome. With Jiang Shihan's command, more than half of the referees in the arena began to act, summoning their own beast souls. Even more extreme, some people rushed directly onto the competition field. He wanted to use his own body to shield Lin Wanqing from a fatal blow. Unfortunately, it was too late. Inside the private room, all the leaders were drenched in sweat. In the blink of an eye, they completed a review of their lives. The efforts of several generations and the accumulation of hundreds of years. In less than a second, it vanished into thin air. Once an SSS-level awakened one falls, all of them will be implicated. Being exiled to the frontier or enslaved by armored soldiers would be the best outcome. They were branded as slaves for eternity. They will never be able to turn their lives around. Many people have even seen their wives and daughters being violated in the Jiafangxi, a type of entertainment venue. At this moment, they felt immense regret. We shouldn't have tolerated Li Dongxing and Jiang Shihan just now. For a little bit of profit, they have caused this great disaster. Unfortunately, there's no going back. At this moment, no matter how much they regret it, it's too late. All I can do is pray in my heart. I pray that Lin Wanqing will be blessed with good fortune and survive. No matter how badly you are injured, it doesn't matter. As long as I can survive, that's enough. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. An attack that even the SSS-level beast soul, the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox, could not withstand. How could mere humans possibly bear such a burden? The fiery Bomai's attack pierced through Lin Wanqing. Terrifying flames engulfed Lin Wanqing entirely. After the flames died down, the spot where Lin Wanqing had been standing was now empty. Not even a trace was left. At that moment, the leader's heart sank. An SSS-level awakened one died right before his eyes. This is an extremely serious crime. I'm afraid even the Dragon Xia Kingdom isn't qualified to conduct a trial. Such serious crimes can only be tried by the Human Alliance. The more I think about it, the more scared I become. Several high-ranking leaders were so frightened that they burst into tears. But at that very moment, suddenly, everyone heard a loud shout, "Jiang Shihan, if you're so heartless, don't blame me." The sound was not loud. However, in the silent scene, it was like a thunderclap, earth-shattering. At that moment, everyone's heart began to beat again. They all recognized it as Lin Wanqing's voice. Lin Wanqing is still alive. In an instant, everyone became excited. At the same time, they finally realized something: the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu is most skilled in illusion. Could it be that Lin Wanqing just now was also an illusion created by the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu? That's wonderful, absolutely wonderful. I've never been this happy, not even during the Lunar New Year. Even when a concubine in the household gave birth to a son, I wasn't this excited. At this moment, Lin Wanqing is their reborn parents, their recreated parents. Unlike the overly excited leaders. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Shihan's face turned ashen. He instantly plummeted into an abyss. Fake. They're all fake. It turns out that everything just now was fake. This time, Jiang Shihan not only lost the competition, but also her character. And so his entire life came to an end. There is no chance of a comeback. In her utter despair, Jiang Shihan even forgot to fight back. The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu defeated the blazing Pomeranian effortlessly. Incidentally, he also slapped Jiang Shihan away. Although this is also a serious violation. But at this moment, no one cares about these things anymore. Jiang Shihan set a shining example. Everyone could accept any form of revenge from Lin Wanqing. With Jiang Shihan's elimination, the competition has officially ended. Jiang Shihan's other teammates naturally wouldn't keep her promise. In the world of beast souls, the only thing that can make them submit is strength. Lin Wanqing displayed extraordinary strength. Even if they didn't want to keep Jiang Shihan's promise, they couldn't. It results in a double loss, both in terms of substance and appearance. It's better to keep your promise and save face. Lin Wanqing successfully advanced to the next round. Their team's matches for today have all ended. There are 64 teams, and they need to play 32 knockout matches. I can't finish playing all day today. Their next match is tomorrow afternoon. He Huan left with the women. However, the leaders of the Education Bureau could not leave. They also have another problem to solve. How should we deal with Jiang Shihan? The top leader didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. At this moment, Jiang Shihan has become the public enemy of all the leaders. Jiang Shihan's behavior is simply playing with the lives and fortunes of these leaders. The accumulation of several generations and the efforts of over 100 years almost turned to dust. At this moment, even Li Dongsheng, the principal of Yulong Academy, dared not utter a single word in defense of Jiang Shihan. Li Dongsheng even suggested taking the lead, saying, "I recommend expelling Jiang Shihan from school, blacklisting her, and never allowing her to participate in national competitions again." This statement was immediately met with rebuttal. Not enough, far from enough. This punishment is too lenient, it's simply not enough. Jiang Shihan's mistakes have shaken the foundations of many people. These leaders wished they could tear her bones to pieces. At this moment, there will be absolutely no mercy. Although the meeting is not over yet. However, the news had already been leaked. Li Chusheng received the message quickly. Jiang Shihan has become the target of public criticism. At this moment, the best course of action is to completely sever ties with Jiang Shihan. However, completely severing ties is not as simple as it seems. After all, Li Chusheng had already fused with Jiang Shihan's beast soul. To completely sever the connection, the fusion of beast souls must be dispelled. A peaceful breakup is definitely not possible. Li Chusheng had no choice but to cut his losses. They ceded territory and paid reparations, giving Jiang Shihan a large sum of money. Persuade her to agree to break up. The only good news is that Jiang Shihan is still in the dark. At this moment, Jiang Shihan was unaware of the problem. Still complaining about what just happened, Lin Wanqing is lucky she didn't die by my hand. Honey, call the principal right away and ask him to get me another spot. I want to kill Lin Wanqing in the final of the Academy Cup. Upon hearing this, even Li Chusheng broke out in a cold sweat. Killing an SSS-level awakened is tantamount to making an enemy of all humanity. Jiang Shihan has gone completely mad. However, at this moment, whether she is crazy or not is no longer important. The important thing is how to break up with her. Li Chusheng said earnestly, "Baby, it's my fault for holding you back." Jiang Shihan's mind wasn't on him at all. At this moment, all Jiang Shihan wanted to do was kill Lin Wanqing. Then, she replaced Lin Wanqing and merged with He Huan's beast soul. Wait a minute. Something seems off. Jiang Shihan suddenly realized that she couldn't fuse with He Huan's beast soul. Chapter 63 Regret. After all, she had already merged with Li Chusheng's beast soul. Each person can only fuse with one beast soul. Thinking about this, Jiang Shihan was furious. It's all my fault for being too young and falling for Li Chusheng's trick. Back then, if it weren't for Li Chusheng, I would never have broken up with He Huan no matter what. And that was the end of it. Thinking of this, Zhang Shihan's gaze toward Li Chusheng was filled with anger. She already regarded Li Chusheng as a thorn in her side. Zhang Shihan showed no kindness whatsoever to the man who had ruined her life. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind. She broke up with Li Chusheng. Neither of them expected that, in the final moments of their relationship, they would reach a tacit agreement. So, when Li Chusheng finally revealed his thoughts after much build-up, surprisingly, Zhang Shihan readily agreed, "Okay, I'll break up with you. If you're willing to break up with me, I can give you $1 million as a breakup fee. And 100 spirit stones. Also, you can have the bag the principal just gave me. Please feel free to state any other conditions you may have." Zhang Shihan was somewhat impatient. However, she didn't know that Li Chusheng was just as eager. Upon hearing this, Li Chusheng, who was eager to get started, was overjoyed. He was so excited that he didn't even hear Zhang Shihan's question clearly. He answered eagerly, "Okay, I agree to all your requests. And I'll give you double. As long as you break up with me." Zhang Shihan was stunned upon hearing this. What's going on? Why did he give me the breakup fee? I should be the one giving him a breakup fee, right? Before Zhang Shihan could react, Li Chusheng had already transferred the money. "I'll convert both the spirit stones and the bag into cash. 5 million in total, is that all right?" Zhang Shihan suppressed her excitement and nodded with difficulty, "Okay." Then, the two of them went without stopping to break the fusion. The whole process took less than half an hour. The moment the fusion was broken, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Neither of them spoke, and they went their separate ways. Only then did Zhang Shihan remember another crucial problem: I haven't secured a spot in the Academy Cup yet. Although they have broken up. However, given Zhang Shihan's thick skin, she didn't care about such things at all. I called Li Chusheng directly. She wanted Li Chusheng to continue helping her. However, Li Chusheng is not the original He Huan. Having finally gotten rid of Zhang Shihan, he was determined not to get entangled with her again. He immediately blocked Zhang Shihan's number. Seeing this, Zhang Shihan simply called Principal Li Dongsheng directly. Although she had already broken up with Li Chusheng. However, she is still a double S-class awakener after all. Principal Li Dongsheng also had to give her face. Unexpectedly, Li Dongsheng's phone was constantly on a call. I tried it more than 10 times in a row, and it was the same every time. Zhang Shihan then realized, Li Dongsheng blocked me too? Until this point, she was still unaware of the problem. Upon learning that Li Dongsheng had blocked her, Zhang Shihan's first reaction was not confusion, but anger. They went straight back to Yulong Academy to settle scores with Li Dongsheng. Unexpectedly, the security guard at the gate stopped her, saying, "The principal specifically instructed that you are not allowed to enter Yulong College." Zhang Shihan was so angry she laughed. "Me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am?" The security guard knew who she was, of course. "Yes, the principal is talking about you." Zhang Shihan left with a smile. He secretly vowed to make Principal Li Dongsheng pay the price. However, her smile only lasted a few minutes. Soon, Zhang Shihan received a call from Zhong Xiaomeng, the head of her grade. "Zhang Shihan, you've been expelled." It was through Zhong Xiaomeng that Zhang Shihan learned what had happened. He fell into an abyss once again. Only now did she realize how foolish she had been. Unfortunately, there's no going back. The following afternoon, He Huan arrived at the competition venue. Unexpectedly, before he even entered the lounge, a referee approached him and said, "Student He, I need to talk to you." The referee took He Huan directly to the office. At this moment, in addition to the members of the referee team, there was also a teacher in the office. He is a teacher at Qingshan College. He Huan didn't know the other person's name. However, I've seen it before. The referee cut to the chase. "This morning, Teacher Zhang came to us wanting to concede defeat." Upon hearing this, He Huan wore a helpless smile. With Lin Wanqing demonstrating her true strength, winning the Academy Cup championship is now a foregone conclusion. The other participating teams could only pray that they wouldn't run into Lin Wanqing. If they manage to avoid Lin Wanqing, they still have a chance to compete for second place. However, Teacher Zhang's team was the most unlucky one. In the second round, he will face Lin Wanqing. He knew that Lin Wanqing had no chance of winning. Teacher Zhang can only make the wisest decision. Admit defeat outright. Conserve your strength and prepare fully for the national competition. This is only natural, and He Huan expressed her understanding. However, a question arose in his mind: they want to surrender, and I can't stop them. So why did you call me here? The referee said with a wry smile, it's not just teacher Zhang, everyone else wants to surrender. But we are, after all, a competition, and we want to sell tickets and attract audiences. If everyone surrenders, how do you attract an audience? How do you make money? Next year's education funding will also be affected. He Huan nodded, indicating her understanding. I understand all of this. Just get to the conclusion. What do you need me to do? The referee said, in order to maintain the entertainment value of the match, we would like you to arrange for Lin Wanqing to appear last. The top 4 contestants can win, but we must ensure that Lin Wanqing can make her appearance. Finally, let Lin Wanqing take over the game and win. Only in this way can we ensure the entertainment value of the competition and attract more viewers. He Huan nodded in agreement. Okay, I agree. The result is the same anyway. Draining water during the process is not a big deal. He Huan even thought of more. The real world is different from online novels. In a true battle of beast souls, there is no such thing as an evenly matched contest. Most of the matches were one-sided massacres. It's not pretty at all. He Huan had already discovered this yesterday. Basically, 90% of the matches are one-sided. There are no skills involved, it's all about sheer intensity. Whoever has the stronger beast soul will crush their opponent. It's not entertaining at all. Since we've already agreed to let the organizers go easy on us, we might as well go all the way. He Huan directly asked for the other party's detailed information. Arrange the corresponding players to enter the arena based on the rank of the opposing players' beast souls. Try to make the game as exciting as possible. At the same time, He Huan also had to train his own team members. Let them hold back as much as possible and drag out the game. Chapter 64: Parting Ways. As expected, this move had an immediate effect. From then on, every match played by He Huan's team became the focus of attention. Every match was incredibly exciting. In fact, several matches sparked heated discussions among the audience. As a result, the organizers attracted more viewers. They made a fortune. He Huan was also inspired by this, saying, this kind of performance-based competition is very similar to a competition in my previous life. Perhaps I can replicate this competition mode in the Beast Soul world. Let the contestants deliberately throw the game to make the competition more exciting and attract more viewers. Of course, that's a story for later, so let's leave it at that for now. The College Cup competition ended quickly. The College Cup finals will be held at 8 p.m. on the third day. As expected, He Huan achieved her goal and won the Academy Cup championship. That evening, after the competition, He Huan took everyone out for dinner to celebrate. We played until after 11 p.m. That's when it ended. It's past 11 o'clock, which isn't considered late for modern people. However, for the Beast Soul world, it was already too late. Everyone drank alcohol. For most of the girls, this was their first time drinking alcohol. They were all drunk. The security situation in the Beast Soul world is not good. It's not safe for a drunk girl to go home alone. He Huan then decided to go to Wenran's villa, which was nearby. It was only then that He Huan realized that Wenran lived alone in the villa. Wen Zhanping does not usually live here. Back at the villa, the women still wouldn't stop. They continued drinking. There is a wine cellar in the villa, filled with fine wines. The women then drank heartily again. This time, even He Huan got drunk. He got completely drunk. When I opened my eyes again, it was already noon the next day. The cell phone rang. He Huan instinctively picked up her phone. Hello, who is it? Upon hearing this, the other party was stunned. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Isn't this Xiaoya's phone? And you are? He Huan? It was Xiao Guopu's voice. He Huan was instantly startled awake. He quickly explained, Teacher Xiao, she went to the restroom. Xiao Guopu understood instantly. We've all been through this, everyone knows these things. Without pressing further, he went straight to the point. I can tell you. I just received news that all the punishments for Jiang Shihan that were drafted yesterday have been cancelled. He Huan looked completely bewildered. Why? Xiao Guopu explained, the city lord's mansion did not approve it. I found out that it's Wang Wu, the deputy commander of the guard, who's doing everything he can to protect Jiang Shihan. Our country thrives on military strength, and the voice of the military guards carries significant weight. He Huan was puzzled. Wang Wu is only the deputy commander of the guards, does he have that much power? Xiao Guopu replied, the position of commander of the Jade Dragon City Guard has been vacant for a long time. The power of the guard is in the hands of the two deputy commanders. The other deputy commander is not only a woman, but also an outsider with no local connections. Therefore, the power of the guards is basically in Wang Wu's hands. Although he is not the commander, he can exercise the rights of a commander. He Huan gave a helpless, bitter smile. It seems that Li Chusheng is quite devoted in love. At this time, He Huan was unaware that Li Chusheng had already severed his fusion with Jiang Shihan's beast soul. They went their separate ways completely. He subconsciously believed that Li Chusheng was the one interfering again this time. Little did people know that Li Chusheng had no involvement in the matter at all. At this moment, Li Chusheng was also completely confused. Jade Dragon City, headquarters of the guard. Li Chu stormed in aggressively. None of the guards dared to stop them. Everyone knows that the newborn father is Wang Wu, the deputy commander of the guard. He is the de facto leader of the Jade Dragon City Guard. Li Chusheng kicked open the door to the deputy commander of the guard's office and rushed in, demanding, Dad, why are you interfering in Jiang Shihan's affairs? Do you know who Jiang Shihan offended? Besides, I've already broken the fusion of my beast soul with Jiang Shihan, so you don't need to help her anymore. At this point, Li Chusheng noticed that Wang Wu's eyes were somewhat evasive. With Jiang Shihan's help, Li Chusheng also became a man. As a man, Li Chusheng naturally knew what that look meant. Li Chusheng subconsciously glanced at the bookshelf next to him. Having frequented Wang Wu's office, Li Chusheng naturally knew its layout. Behind the bookshelf is a lounge. On weekdays, when Wang Wu works overtime too late, he will rest in the lounge. To avoid attracting attention, the entrance to the lounge was hidden behind a bookshelf. Li Chusheng could tell at a glance that the bookshelf had just been moved. Seeing this, Li Chusheng was instantly enraged. Wang Wu, did you do something to betray my mother? Wang Wu, feigning composure, explained, Chusheng, don't talk nonsense. Wang Wu wanted to explain further. Li Chusheng didn't give him a chance to explain at all. He rushed straight to the bookshelf. Wang Wu panicked instantly, Li Chusheng, there's no one inside. This is a classic case of protesting too much. Li Chusheng directly pressed the mechanism and moved the bookshelf. It was clear that things were about to be exposed. Wang Wu had no time to worry about anything else. He rushed straight at Li Chusheng and tackled him to the ground. After all, he was the deputy commander of the guard. Although he had been out of battle for a long time, Wang Wu's strength was still above that of the novice Li Chusheng. They pinned Li Chusheng to the ground, killing him instantly. There was no possibility of further struggle. Wang Wu continued to argue, there's nothing inside, don't let your imagination run wild. But it was at this very moment. The door was suddenly pushed open. A girl wearing a pink nightgown came out. Wang Wu panicked instantly, why did you come out? Li Chusheng, who was pinned down by Wang Wu, was even more shocked. How could it be you? This girl is none other than. It was Jiang Shihan. From Li Chusheng's perspective, it can be seen that Jiang Shihan is wearing a pink nightgown. Only pink nightgowns. The key point is that the pink nightgown was actually bought by him for Jiang Shihan. Puff. Li Chusheng almost coughed up blood. What kind of situation is this? Jiang Shihan, however, was very generous and walked to the side of the two. He helped Wang Wu up. Then, she said very generously, it's nothing shameful. He'll find out sooner or later anyway, so it's better to tell him sooner. Wang Wu nodded blankly. In this kind of situation, his experience is really not as good as Jiang Shihan's. We have no choice but to follow Jiang Shihan's advice. Li Chu roared angrily, Jiang Shihan, you bitch, how dare you seduce my father? Wang Wu became even more enraged and kicked Li Chusheng in the chest, yelling, you beast, how dare you speak to your Aunt Jiang like that? Wang Wu was also a martial artist. In a fit of rage, he kicked without holding back. He kicked Li Chusheng so hard that he almost killed him. Li Chusheng clutched his chest, unable to breathe. It's even less likely that they will speak. Now that things were out in the open, Wang Wu was no longer nervous. He naturally put his arm around Jiang Shihan and said, you've already seen it, she sure is now my woman, which means she's your mother. Chapter 65 Changing One's Words. If you still acknowledge me, you must respect Shirshir from now on. I know it won't be easy for you to get used to calling her mom all at once. I can give you time. But from today onwards, Shirshir is your elder, and you should call her Aunt Jiang. Li Chuxing gasped for breath. How can you do this to my mother? Wang Wu sneered. What have I done to wrong? How much have I sacrificed for her over the years? She's fat and ugly. The only reason I was attracted to her was because of her family's power and influence. Li Chuxing was furious. Your success today is all thanks to the support of your mother's family. These words touched a nerve with Wang Wu. Wang Wu immediately flew into a rage. What do you mean by their support? I have achieved what I have today entirely through my own efforts. You are my son. Others may not know, but don't you know that? When your grandparents were alive, they didn't treat me like a human being. Now that they're dead, I can finally hold my head high. Li Chuxing couldn't help but sneer. You're trying to take advantage of someone who's already destitute. Lies cannot hurt people. The truth is the sharpest weapon to kill. Wang Wu, enraged once again, kicked Li Chuxing hard, saying, I'm just taking back what rightfully belongs to me. You are my son, you should take my surname. From now on, your name will be Lu Chuxiang. Jiang Shihan, who was standing next to her, was completely bewildered. She quickly corrected him, Honey, your surname is Wang, so we should also have the surname Wang. After all, they had just started dating and their affair was in full swing. Wang Wu was too embarrassed to get angry at Jiang Shihan. He could only patiently explain, I took my mother's surname, while my father, who was my first grandfather, had the surname Lu. Jiang Shihan felt that her cerebellum was about to atrophy. It turns out that Wang Wu's father was also a son-in-law who married into the family and lived off the family's children. Even Jiang Shihan felt nothing but contempt for Wang Wu. However, now that she has become the target of everyone's criticism, the only person she can rely on is Wang Wu. They didn't dare say anything. Instead, they consciously categorized their act of exploiting the descendants of the deceased as a sign of wisdom and prowess. It was precisely because Wang Wu and his son had inherited their family fortune that they were able to rise rapidly and become people of high status. Li Chuxing had been beaten half to death. They dared not voice any dissenting opinions again. Wang Wu immediately ordered someone to send Li Chuxing home. He continued his sweet and loving relationship with his young wife. However, due to Li Chuxing's interference, his young wife Jiang Shihan's interest was greatly diminished. Don't rush, I have something else on my mind. It has to be said that Jiang Shihan understands men very well. Wang Wu was already on the verge of firing the arrow. At this moment, Wang Wu would agree to whatever Jiang Shihan asked for. Whatever's on your mind, I can help you solve it. Jiang Shihan said, It's still He Huan and Lin Wancheng. Although you have lifted my punishment and I can continue to participate in the national competition, I will not be able to achieve good results as long as those two are around. If you can help me achieve good results in the national competition, I'll agree to let you do whatever you want. Wang Wu readily agreed, Okay, I agree. Jiang Shihan is not an innocent young girl. This trick won't fool her at all. He shoved Wang Wu aside and asked, What are you going to do? Wang Wu looked impatient, but he could only reveal his plan. I want to improve your grades, it's actually very simple. I plan to proceed in 3 steps. First, I'll get you more miracle water. With miracle water, you can dominate the battlefield. Secondly, I can use my connections to disqualify He Huan and Lin Wancheng from the competition. Finally, I will send the Foreign Legion of the Guard to help you level up and improve your strength. A 3-pronged approach will surely help you achieve good results. Jiang Shihan pushed Wang Wu away again, then make the call now. Wang Wu had no choice but to take out his phone. The first step is the simplest. The guard seized countless bottles of the miracle water. Just a little bit is enough to satisfy Jiang Shihan's thirst. The third step is also not difficult. The Foreign Legion was also under Wang Wu's command. They must obey Wang Wu's orders. The second step is relatively more difficult. However, this is only relative. Over the years, Wang Wu has also accumulated a lot of connections. He also inherited all the resources from his wife's family. It wouldn't be difficult to disqualify He Huan from the competition. Even so, it still took Wang Wu more than 2 hours. Only then could everything be settled. Wang Wuxing rushed into the lounge to receive his award. 5 minutes later, he walked out of the lounge, completely satisfied. On the other side, He Huan had just finished drinking the hangover soup made by the villa's housekeeper. I'm getting ready to go to school. Suddenly, the phone rang again. This time it was He Huan's phone. The call connected, and Zhong Xiaoming's voice came through the phone. He Huan, where are you? Something terrible has happened. Upon hearing this, He Huan couldn't help but feel nervous. Midsummer Dream has always been calm and composed. The major event she mentioned was absolutely a huge deal. He Huan hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Midsummer Dream replied, "Your application to participate has been rejected." He Huan didn't react for a moment. "What competition application? What competition do you want me to participate in?" Midsummer Dream replied, "Of course it's the national tournament. Your application to participate in the national tournament has been rejected." He Huan was stunned and stood there dumbfounded. An application to participate in the national competition can be rejected? The national competition has almost no entry requirements. Anyone can participate in the national competition. He Huan racked his brains but couldn't think of any reason why his application to participate in the competition could be rejected. "This kind of thing only happens once every few years," Zhong Xiaomeng said. "The reason they gave us was that you don't have a beast soul. One rule of the national competition is that everyone must use their own beast soul to participate in the competition. You don't have a beast soul, so naturally you can't participate." He Huan immediately countered, "I can use the fused beast soul." Zhong Xiaomeng patiently explained, "That's right, you only have fused beast souls, not your own." They seized on this point, which is why they rejected your application to participate. He Huan asked, puzzled, "Is this a new regulation this year?" Midsummer Dream shook her head, "No. Although the official rules are revised every year, this particular rule has been in place for over a decade." He Huan asked, "If fused beast souls cannot participate in the competition, how did the previous students solve this problem? Could it be that before me, no one else fused with a beast soul before the national competition? Why were they able to participate?" Zhong Xiaomeng said, "The Education Bureau explained to me that other students all have their own beast souls. When participating in the national competition, they can only use their own beast souls, not fused beast souls. You don't have a beast soul, so it's impossible to determine whether the beast soul you summoned is a fused beast soul. However, you are indeed unable to summon your own beast soul, therefore, you cannot participate in the competition." He Huan smiled wryly, "Since this rule has been around for a long time, why didn't you tell me before?" Chapter 66 Rejection. Midsummer Dream explained, "Words can only carry a limited amount of information. The same sentence can have completely different meanings depending on the tone and context. Even many clear and explicit rules are not followed. Now, the Education Bureau is deliberately using this rule to restrict you. I suspect that someone is targeting you. Who have you offended recently?" He Huan blurted out, "Zhang Shihan." Midsummer Dream had already investigated He Huan's past. He naturally knew about his relationship with Zhang Shihan. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaomeng looked puzzled. Zhang Shihan shouldn't have that much power. He Huan replied, "Zhang Shihan used some means to make Li Chusheng wholeheartedly help her." Zhong Xiaomeng asked, "Li Chusheng? The son of Wang Wu, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard?" He Huan nodded, "Yes, it's him." Zhong Xiaomeng looked helpless. If Wang Wu intervenes, this matter will become difficult. Our country was founded on military strength and prospered through military force, so martial artists have an extremely high status. If Wang Wu goes all out, this matter will be difficult to handle. There is only one way to resolve this matter. He Huan hurriedly asked, "What method?" Zhong Xiaomeng said, "You promised me before that you would train an SSS-level awakener for our school. Does that still stand?" He Huan nodded, "Of course it counts." Midsummer Dream said, "That's good. I know a big shot who can definitely help you sort this out. However, before that, you need to fuse your beast soul with the granddaughter of a great man." Upon hearing this, He Huan subconsciously looked at Wen Ran. This plot seems so familiar. However, He Huan still has a mission to complete and cannot fuse with the beast soul. There are 2 days left until the 7-day deadline for the mission. It will take 2 days before the new beast soul can be fused. Thinking of this, He Huan said with a troubled expression, "Principal Zhong, I can't fuse with a beast soul yet." Zhong Xiaomeng immediately became anxious. "He Huan, are you planning to back out?" He Huan hurriedly explained, "It's not that I'm going back on my word, it's that I'll wait 3 days. I can only fuse with the new beast soul in 3 days." Zhong Xiaomeng said irritably, "But the registration deadline for the national competition is tomorrow." He Huan thought for a long time, but still shook his head. "No, we have to wait until 3 days later." He Huan's situation is different from others. At this moment, He Huan's biggest trump card is the system. In everything, you must give way to the system, including national competitions. Even if we don't participate in the national competition, we must complete the task. Zhong Xiaomeng immediately showed a look of disappointment. You children really don't know what's important. The national competition is so important. No matter what your reason is, you can't give up on the national competition. Let me first make contact with the important person on your behalf and sound them out. If the important person is willing to help, I'll send you an address, and you can come over right away. Midsummer Dream could only hope that the important person would be magnanimous and allow her to wait 3 more days. After hanging up the phone, He-Huan decided to give up on going out. Sitting at home, waiting for news from Midsummer Dream. Unexpectedly, at that moment, He-Huan's phone rang again. It was my aunt calling. As soon as the call connected, her aunt's anxious voice came through the phone. He-Huan, something terrible has happened. He-Huan looked completely bewildered. What major incident has occurred? My aunt always makes a fuss over nothing. Therefore, He-Huan was not in a hurry upon hearing this. To his surprise, what his aunt said next shocked him. Ran has been kidnapped. Just now, Ran was kidnapped by a group of people when she got out of school at noon. I just got a call, the kidnappers want you to go alone. He-Huan hurriedly asked, what conditions did the kidnappers demand? My aunt said with a sob in her voice, no, there are no conditions, I just asked that you go alone. He-Huan looked completely bewildered. Something seems off. Since they are kidnappers, why don't they make demands? What does it mean to go alone? My aunt warned, the kidnappers only said not to call the police, or they would kill the hostage immediately. He-Huan, what should we do? He-Huan quickly reassured her, Auntie, don't worry, I will definitely rescue Ran. After hanging up the phone, He-Huan began to think of a solution. At this time, everyone else had gone to school. Only Wen-Ran was left by his side. He-Huan then told Wen-Ran about it. Wen-Ran had the same question, why did the kidnappers send you alone? He-Huan shook her head. That's what I'm also wondering about. Wen-Ran's eyes instantly flashed with ill intent. Could it be that they're not after money, but you? He-Huan was speechless. I'm not a beauty, what would they want from me? My sweaty feet? Wen-Ran laughed and said, of course I'm after your talent. It's very likely that the kidnappers already know about your talent and want to use it to create a new SSS-level awakened one. If that's the case, then it's troublesome. I've never experienced anything like this before, so let's ask Grandpa. He-Huan quickly stopped her, it's best not to bother him with this kind of thing. The kidnappers said we must not alert law enforcement. Your grandfather is also part of the law enforcement system. If we alert him, the kidnappers might kill the hostage. Wen-Ran asked, what are you going to do? He-Huan shrugged and said, feigning composure, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. We'll act according to the circumstances. Wen-Ran nodded. That's the only way. I'll go with you. He-Huan quickly refused, you have no fighting ability, what use would you be if you came with me? Wen-Ran finally revealed her true colors, at the crucial moment, you can also fuse with my beast soul to defeat the kidnappers. He-Huan was utterly speechless. The only person who would want my talent is probably you. Although He-Huan had emphasized countless times that he would fuse with Wen-Ran's beast soul in 3 days. However, Wen-Ran never believed this nonsense. She repeatedly displayed her charm, bewitching He-Huan. He-Huan always teeters on the edge of losing control. The same applies this time. He-Huan originally didn't want to bring Wen-Ran along. However, the kidnapper's location was very remote. He-Huan didn't have a driver's license for this world, so he had Wen-Ran drive him there. The two arrived at an abandoned residential area. He-Huan asked, puzzled, in Jade Dragon City, where land is incredibly valuable, why would there be an abandoned residential area? Wen-Ran replied, I've heard Grandpa mention this before. A tunnel worm once appeared here and killed all the residents of this community. Therefore, no one lives there anymore. He-Huan nodded. I see. He-Huan got out of the car alone, and told Wen-Ran, leave here first. I'll call you after I've resolved this, and then you can come pick me up. Wen-Ran currently only has an F-level beast soul. Absolutely powerless. I stopped insisting. Drive away directly. He-Huan entered the deserted residential area alone. Sure enough, as soon as I entered the residential area, I saw the corpse of a tunnel worm. Over time, the tunnel worm's corpse had decomposed. All that remains is the hard outer shell. Chapter 67 Kidnapping. As you walk along, the neighborhood is filled with broken walls and ruins. This shows how fierce the battle was back then. After navigating through the winding streets of the neighborhood, He Huan finally found her destination. Two cars were parked in front of a building. He Huan walked straight over. The car was empty. He Huan was puzzled. How come this is different from the TV series? These kidnappers are so unprofessional. These kidnappers are really amateurs. There wasn't even anyone to guide us. He Huan could only search for it herself. Finally, the kidnappers were found on the third floor. These amateur guys are still playing cards. He Huan knocked on the broken door. "Excuse me, are you kidnappers?" Upon hearing He Huan's voice, the kidnappers realized that someone had arrived. They were startled by He Huan instead. He quickly got up and hurriedly put on the hood. One guy, in his haste, even fell backward, tumbling head over heels. Seeing this, He Huan couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Stop wearing it, I saw it all." The kidnappers were momentarily embarrassed. The kidnapper leader said in a tone of exasperation, "I told you to wear hoods, but you wouldn't listen." The kidnapper leader was clearly much more sophisticated than the others. He was wearing a hood the whole time, so He Huan couldn't see his face. However, He Huan recognized the other person by their voice. "Li Chusheng? What are you up to?" Upon hearing this, the kidnapper leader immediately covered his face, crying, "It wasn't me. It wasn't me." Indeed, effort is utterly worthless in the face of talent. An ordinary fool wouldn't do something so stupid. Upon learning that the kidnapper's leader was Li Chusheng, He Huan completely relaxed. He walked straight up to Li Chusheng, grabbed his hood, and said, "We're old acquaintances, why are you wearing a hood?" Seeing this, Li Chusheng grabbed his hood desperately, pleading, "Don't take it off, don't take it off, I'm begging you." Seeing how obedient Li Chusheng was, He Huan pretended to let him off the hook and released his hand. "Okay, I won't pick them." Li Chusheng believed it to be true and lowered his guard. Unexpectedly, He Huan launched a surprise attack. They simply ripped off Li Chusheng's hood. The next second, everyone around exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Chusheng, what's wrong with you?" Li Chusheng's face was covered in bruises. He was obviously beaten up. The group of underlings immediately pledged their loyalty. "Who hit you? Which bastard hit you? Tell us, and we'll avenge you." Li Chusheng said through gritted teeth, "It was my dad who hit me." The underlings all fell silent. Even a fool would know that everything Li Chusheng has is given to him by Wang Wu. Even if they had 1,000 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to seek revenge against Wang Wu. He Huan asked with curiosity, "Why did your father hit you?" "So, you slept with your father's woman?" He Huan said in a teasing tone. To everyone's surprise, Li Chusheng's face showed shock upon hearing this. "Brother Huan, you're amazing. You even guessed that." He Huan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "How could such a melodramatic thing happen to you? Quick, tell me about it. What is going on?" The henchmen around him were also full of anticipation. Li Chusheng had no intention of hiding anything and said truthfully, "To be precise, it wasn't me who slept with my father's woman, it was my father who slept with my woman. That bitch Jiang Shihan actually hooked up with my dad. My dad is out of his mind, he actually wants to divorce my mom and marry Jiang Shihan." The henchmen around him all wore expressions of disbelief. "That can't be. Uncle is the deputy commander of the guard, how could he possibly be interested in Jiang Shihan? What are Jiang Shihan's skills?" Only He Huan believed it. No wonder Wang Wu protected Jiang Shihan, so that's why. Li Chusheng sighed, "Only Huan Ji and I know about Jiang Shihan's abilities." When the gossip got back to him, He Huan was immediately filled with embarrassment. He quickly changed the subject, "Don't talk about me, explain your situation first. No matter how clever Jiang Shihan's methods are, Wang Wu can't possibly steal your woman, right? You and Jiang Shihan fused with beast souls, and your father is going to marry her. You two father and son are certainly not wasting resources." Li Chusheng said with a wry smile, "I have already broken the fusion of beast souls with Jiang Shihan." He Huan then showed a look of sudden realization, "So that's how it is." Only then did He Huan realize the whole story. The Education Bureau was preparing to punish Jiang Shihan. Upon learning of this, Li Chusheng decisively severed the fusion of beast souls with Jiang Shihan. With nowhere else to turn, Jiang Shihan could only cling to Wang Wu's coattails. Wang Wu had been a live-in son-in-law his whole life. When had he ever experienced such a good life? She was directly won over by Jiang Shihan. Then, Wang Wu used all his resources to support Jiang Shihan. At this moment, He Huan finally understood the cause and effect. Only one question remained in his mind: What does this have to do with me? Why did you kidnap my sister? Li Chuxing said in a serious tone, I did not kidnap your sister. I wouldn't dare kidnap your sister. I invited her here just to get your phone number so I can tip you off. Unexpectedly, Jiang Churan refused to tell me, so I had to resort to this tactic. He Huan was speechless upon hearing this. I couldn't help but think to myself, is this a method that a human brain could come up with? However, given Li Chuxing's intelligence, getting angry with him would be of no use. Moreover, they were the ones who proactively provided He Huan with the information. For both emotional and rational reasons, we shouldn't get angry with him. In the end, He Huan could only pat him on the shoulder helplessly. It's not unreasonable for your father to want to take a concubine and have a second child. Li Chuxing looked completely bewildered. What do you mean? He Huan was too lazy to explain to him and asked directly, where is my sister? Li Chuxing pointed to the room next door, there it is. He Huan pushed open the door and saw Jiang Churan. Jiang Churan asked anxiously, brother, are you alright? He Huan felt a warmth in her heart. Never mind me, tell me about you first. Are you hurt? Jiang Churan shook her head. He Huan naturally didn't believe it and quickly examined her body. Surprisingly, a scratch was found on the back of my hand. He Huan was furious. Chuxing, what's going on? Li Chuxing hurriedly explained, it's not our fault, it's all her fault. She resisted too fiercely, which is why we lost control. As he spoke, Li Chuxing quickly ordered his underlings to remove their hoods. He Huan then noticed that all of his underlings were injured. It's much more serious than Jiang Churan's case. It's really hard to say who kidnapped whom. Seeing this, He Huan finally let Li Chuxing go. He left with Jiang Churan. When He Huan called Wen Ran, the female driver who was his personal assistant, he saw the text message from Zhong Xiaomeng. After getting in the car, He Huan immediately handed the address from the text message to Wen Ran, saying, go here. Wen Ran looked at the address, completely bewildered. Why do we have to go here? He Huan asked, puzzled, what's wrong with this address? Wen Ran answered truthfully, this is where I live. Chapter 68 The Old Fox. He Huan looked completely bewildered. What did I do? Midsummer Dream was furious, you're still pretending to be confused. What's going on with Wen Ran? Why didn't you tell me about your relationship with her? He Huan didn't react for a moment, why should I tell you? I promised you and Principal Xiao that I would train one SSS-level awakener for each of your schools. Now that I've kept my promise, does it really matter whether I tell you or not? Yang Ting is a student at Qingshan College. Wen Ran is a student at a prestigious private school. He Huan didn't think there was anything wrong with what she did. He had even promised Midsummer Dream that he would fuse with the beast soul once more. Midsummer Dream was an absolute steal. He Huan didn't know what was making Zhong Xiaomeng angry. I dreamt of this scene in Midsummer and knew that getting angry was useless. He could only suppress his anger. He said in as calm a tone as possible, the important person I was talking about is Wen Ran's grandfather. The beast soul I want you to fuse with is Wen Ran's beast soul. He Huan was even more confused. So, why are you angry? Midsummer Dream asked, don't you understand? Why did Wen Ran end up at Qingshan Academy? That old bastard Xiaoguopu actually tricked me. I will never let this go. After saying that, Midsummer Dream hung up the phone. Only then did He Huan realize Xiaoguopu is truly cunning and treacherous. He Huan and Wen Ran fused their beast souls, which not only allowed them to cultivate an SSS-level awakener. It is also possible to establish a friendship with Wen Zhan. Even the entire Wen family will be grateful for this kindness. Originally, this favor belonged to Midsummer Dream. Wen Ran is a student at Elizabeth Academy. Zhong Xiaomeng should personally hand over this priceless opportunity to Wen Ran. This earned them the gratitude of the entire Wen family. However, the old fox Xiaoguopu deliberately interfered. Before Zhong Xiaomeng could even get ahead of her, she introduced Wen Ran to He Huan. In this way, the favor done by the old man of the Wen family would belong to Xiaoguopu. It has absolutely nothing to do with Midsummer Night's Dream. Even so, Old Master Wen would sometimes harbor resentment towards Midsummer Dream in his heart. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, yet they don't even consider Wen Ran. Midsummer Dream not only gained nothing, but also. Instead, they ended up being blamed by everyone. Xiaoguopu's schemes didn't stop there. He also used the pretext of participating in the Academy Cup to transfer Wen Ran to Qingshan Academy. Originally, each school was allotted one spot. Now, however, Aoyama Academy has taken both spots. Midsummer Dream has nothing. How can I not get angry? Sure enough, just as Hee-Hwan got into the car, her phone rang again. It was Xiao Yakin calling. Hee-Hwan, come to the school. The principal wants to see you. Hee-Hwan knew that Zhong Xiaomeng had already gone to confront him. As soon as Hee-Hwan arrived at the floor where the principal's office was located, she heard Zhong Xiaomeng's angry voice. Xiaoguopu, are you even human? Upon hearing this, the three of them instantly awakened their inherited gossip-loving genes. I walked quickly to the principal's office. Observed secretly. Inside the office, only Zhong Xiaomeng and Xiaoguopu were present. The two principals were tearing each other apart, and no one else dared to approach them. Upon hearing this, Xiaoguopu immediately feigned ignorance. Zhong Xiaomeng, how can you say such a thing? How am I not human? Midsummer Dream angrily retorted, how dare you steal my man? Xiaoguopu continued to feign ignorance, explain yourself clearly. When did I ever steal your man? Don't make false accusations. Zhong Xiaomeng questioned, if you didn't steal her away, how did Wenran end up at your school? Xiaoguopu looked like he suddenly realized something. You mean this? I'm doing this for Wenran's sake too. Wenran lacks combat experience, she should continue to gain experience through matches. It just so happens that our school is going to participate in the College Cup, so I thought I'd let her participate and get some experience. I have no intention of stealing your student. She can return to your school anytime after the competition. Zhong Xiaomeng was so angry she laughed. Xiaoguopu, what are you pretending to be confused about? Since you plan to have Wenran return to our school, why did you register her for the national competition? Wenran has already registered for the national competition using her status as a student from your school. What's the point of her returning to our school? Xiaoguopu could no longer pretend to be confused. The only option is to change the strategy. Start adding value. Midsummer Dream, I have to say a few words to you about this. The fundamental purpose of schools is to educate people and cultivate talents for the country and society. As long as Wenran can become a talented person and make contributions to the country and society, we should be content. Does it matter which school you participate in the national competition under? I've seen shameless people. I've never seen anyone so shameless. Zhong Xiaomeng was furious. Xiaoguopu, how could you say such a thing? If you don't care about grades, why did you recruit Wenran to your school? If you don't care about grades, why don't you send Lin Wanqing and Yang Ting to our school? Xiaoguopu replied in a serious tone, because your school's tuition is too expensive, they simply can't afford it. Midsummer Dream was furious. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Wanqing, Yang Ting, Wenran. I heard that Xiao Miaoka is also involved. There are 4 people from your school who have fused with Hee-Hwan's beast soul. Our school doesn't have a single one. Xiaoguopu continued to argue, you can't say that. What is Hee-Hwan from your school? Hee-Hwan alone is worth more than 1,000 troops. Zhong Xiaomeng was furious, Hee-Hwan is absolutely not qualified to participate in the national competition. In other words, there will be 4 SSS-level awakened in this year's national tournament. Our school doesn't have a single one. Xiaoguopu shrugged and immediately started to act like a liar, you can't blame me for this. They like our school and insist on coming to study here. Should I kick them out? It is you, your school, who kicked Hee-Hwan and Lin Wanqing out, that caused this terrible mistake today. You can't blame anyone else. Zhong Xiaomeng knew that continuing to argue with Xiaoguopu would be pointless. I decided to stop wasting my breath. He took out his phone and dialed Hee-Hwan's number. Unexpectedly, the next second, a cell phone rang outside the door. Midsummer Dream immediately retorted irritably, since you're here, why aren't you coming in? Hee-Hwan knew that she had been exposed. We can't keep watching this anymore. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and go into the office. Wenran followed behind. He remained outside the door and did not enter the office. Upon seeing Hee-Hwan, Zhong Xiaomeng immediately flew into a rage. Hee-Hwan, you tell me yourself, how should this matter be resolved? Hee-Hwan looked depressed. He thought to himself, what does this have to do with me? If I have to blame someone, it's because I was too young. At first, Hee-Hwan did feel that there was something wrong with Wenran's situation. However, I didn't think much of it. I never imagined it would lead to this situation. Hee-Hwan had no choice. All I could say was, I'll do whatever you say. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaoming became even more furious. If you had listened to me, you wouldn't have done such a thing. After venting her frustrations, Zhong Xiaoming could only force herself to calm down. You said you'd listen to me, so you can't go back on your word. Next, I'll tell you what to do, and you just do it. Dare to utter a single word of dissent, and I'll teach you a lesson. Chapter 69 Countermeasures. He Huan didn't want to fall out with the beautiful principal. He immediately agreed, okay, I'll do whatever you say. Upon hearing this, Midsummer Dream finally revealed a satisfied expression. Immediately, he took He Huan and Wen ran and left Qingshan Academy. Finally, this plague god was sent away. Xiao Guopu also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew that Midsummer Dream's revenge would be even more ferocious. However, Xiao Guopu was not worried. He already has 4 students under his control. In addition, there's the beautiful homeroom teacher, Li Yunxi. They have absolutely no fear. Zhong Xiaoming left Qingshan Academy with He Huan and Wen ran. He climbed straight into Midsummer Dream's car. In this era, technological development is far behind that of the past. However, Beast Soul magic made up for the lack of technology. Midsummer Dream's vehicle was a minivan. It looks ordinary. It even looks a bit rustic. However, there's more to it than meets the eye. They actually used the space stone to expand into new spaces. Surprisingly, a living room of 40 or 50 square meters was hidden inside the van. He Huan was completely dumbfounded. This alone surpasses all the luxury cars of the previous life. Upon entering the living room, guests and hosts took their seats. The maid hurriedly brought afternoon tea. After finishing all that, Midsummer Dream got down to business. My requirement is very simple. You just need to fuse 5 beast souls at our school. Upon hearing this, He Huan was completely taken aback. Principal Zhong, I am only human. I cannot comply with such a request. Zhong Xiaoming immediately became anxious. Are you going to take back what you just said? He Huan explained, it's not that I want to back out, it's that your request is too unreasonable. Zhong Xiaoming gave her a knowing look. Don't worry, the girls I find for you will all be beauties. A top-tier beauty. A perfect all-around beauty looks, figure, appearance, family background, education, and personality. He Huan was completely speechless. Indeed, the ancients were right. Female drivers drive faster. He Huan waved her hands repeatedly. That's not what I meant. Midsummer Dream asked directly, then what do you mean? He Huan was speechless for a moment, unsure how to respond. Upon hearing this, Wen ran, who was standing nearby, immediately lost her composure. Principal Zhong, don't go too far. You made He Huan fuse with 5 beast souls? What do you take He Huan for? He Huan, don't agree to her request. Zhong Xiaoming was furious. Wen ran, who went too far? Lin Wanqing, Yang Ting, Xiao Miaoka, and you, there are already 4 people from your school. He Huan helped our school integrate 5 schools, is there a problem? Wen ran hurriedly explained, our situations are all different. You know everything about me. Xiao Miaoka is He Huan's foster sister. He Huan just wanted to help her participate in the national competition. Midsummer Dream instantly seized on Xiao Guopu's loophole. He Huan doesn't only have one sister. I've already inquired. Besides Xiao Miaoka, He Huan has 2 younger sisters. I can waive all fees if they are willing to attend our school. At the same time, they were also given full scholarships. A full scholarship to a prestigious private school is no small sum. After all, the students at elite schools are all nobles. A few measly coins wouldn't be enough to appease them. If He Huan agrees to Zhong Xiaoming's request, Zhang Charan and Tang Xuejian will be able to become students at the prestigious school. They can also enjoy full scholarships. Even He Huan began to be tempted. What you just said, is it all true? Midsummer Dream nodded, of course it's true. If you agree to my request, I will keep my word. Of course, I'm not an unreasonable person. I will give you time to fully understand the other person. I will not force you. Little did he know, Li Jianguo would never have had the chance to meet Evie. Upon hearing this, everyone was at a loss. Suddenly, a voice came from the corner, want to see Eve? That's easy. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly turned around, only to see Yang Lishan leisurely picking up peanuts from the plate with his chopsticks. Yang Lishan, was that you who spoke just now? Zhou Yong'an asked with a suspicious look. Are there any other people here? Yang Lishan asked with a smile. What's your plan to see Eve? Although Li Jianguo didn't believe Yang Lishan's words, he still asked with a try-it-and-see attitude. Similar to a patient with a terminal illness, from renowned doctors to quacks, nowadays, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, Li Jianguo was willing to try anything, even quack doctors, barefoot doctors, shamans, or witch doctors. Just call them over, Yang Lishan said casually. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. A moment later, Zhou Yong'an burst into laughter, and the people around him finally couldn't help but laugh along with him. Yang Lishan, do you think you're the president of the United States, able to boss Eve around like that? Zhou Yong'an said, clutching his stomach. I'm not the president of the United States, but I really can call Yang Yu and Eve over, Yang Lishan said. Yang Lishan has always been low-key. Even when Yang Yu became the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination and various TV stations came to interview him, Yang Lishan gave the opportunity to appear on camera to his wife, Lu Huan. Therefore, apart from a few close friends and colleagues, no one else knew that Yang Yu was Yang Lishan's son. Alright, Lishan's had too much to drink, everyone please ignore him. Han Xingfan took the initiative to smooth things over. Upon hearing this, Yang Lishan called a waiter in, go to the Emperor's Hall and call Yang Yu over. Oh, and tell him to bring Evelyn. What? The waiter was astonished, equally unable to believe his ears. Didn't you hear me? I told you to go to the Emperor's Hall. Yang Lishan was about to repeat himself. The waitress hurriedly interrupted, Sir, Yang Yu and Eve are our boss's honored guests. If I disturb them, the boss will definitely not let me off the hook. It's okay. If your boss gives you a hard time, just say my name, Yang Lishan said. May I ask your surname? The waitress asked softly. Yang Lishan, his name is Yang Lishan, Li Jianguo said with a smile, giving the answer on behalf of Yang Lishan. Upon hearing this, the waitress immediately excused herself and left the room. Old Yang, that waitress will hate you to death, Zhou Yong'an laughed. You'll find out soon enough, in 10 minutes at most. Yang Lishan naturally understood what Zhou Yong'an meant, but he was too lazy to explain, and just looked at his watch. The Emperor's Hall and the Empress's Hall are less than 30 meters apart. You can walk back and forth in a minute, and 10 minutes is more than enough time. Okay, let's wait 10 minutes and see how Lao Yang handles this, Li Jianguo said with a smile. Old Yang, you've only had one drink, it can't be that bad. Han Xingfang's face was full of disgust. He couldn't hold his liquor but still tried to act tough. It seemed that she was right not to choose Yang Lishan back then. Before the words were finished, the door to the Queen's Hall suddenly opened, and the waiter walked in, then looked behind him and said, Sir, over here. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent and hurriedly looked towards the door. A handsome young man, a refined gentleman, appeared outside the door and strode into the room. Yang Yu. How could Li Jianguo not recognize him? The person in front of him was none other than the famous Yang Yu. He hurriedly got up, but Yang Yu's gaze swept over him and looked at Yang Lishan. Chapter 70 Driving. He Huan nodded. However, before that, I need to fuse with your beast soul first. When Ran was overjoyed upon hearing this, you wouldn't agree even after I begged you so many times before, but you finally agreed now. There was a hint of resentment in his words. He Huan also looked embarrassed. He couldn't explain the system task. At this point, the only excuse I could come up with was, fusing beast souls also requires a cooldown period. Previously, the cooldown period hadn't expired, so I couldn't fuse with you. When Ran suddenly realized something, however, I can't fuse with your beast soul right now. Fusing beast souls is a major event, and I will hold a grand beast soul fusion ceremony. Complete the fusion of beast souls in the presence of everyone. He Huan looked puzzled. Why do we need to hold a ceremony for beast soul fusion? This time, it was the others' turn to look shocked. Not only when Ran, but even Zhong Xiameng showed a look of shock. Why would you ask that question? For the fusion of beast souls, a ceremony is definitely necessary. Beast soul fusion is more important than marriage. Weddings have ceremonies, and beast soul fusion certainly should too. Moreover, it should be even more grand. He Huan looked shocked. He looked at the women with an incredulous expression. The beast soul fusion ritual was beyond He Huan's imagination. However, the expressions on the women's faces didn't seem to suggest they were lying to him. Their explanations were reasonable and well-founded. He Huan was also somewhat at a loss. When Ran immediately seized on the key question, you've already fused with so many beast souls, haven't you held any rituals yet? He Huan looked embarrassed. The beast souls that were fused previously were indeed not subject to any ritual. Lin Wanqing goes without saying she directly fused with a beast soul at Jade Dragon Academy. There was no one around. Li Yunxi, a beautiful homeroom teacher, merges with the secret realm of locusts that have experienced an outbreak of insect swarms. Policewoman Bai Yuding merges with a beast soul at a crime scene. As for the maid Yang Ting, she was the one who received the most formal attire. The integration was completed at Wen Ran's villa. No one performed the beast soul fusion ceremony. Wen Ran couldn't help but complain, "What a scumbag!" He Huan could only let her complain. Seeing this, Wen Ran became excited instead. "So, your first time will have to be given to me. Every single word is perfectly normal. However, when put together, it becomes very abnormal. It has to be said, female drivers are definitely faster." He Huan hurriedly pushed Wen Ran away. "Principal Zhong is still here, don't do this." Seeing He Huan's embarrassed state, Zhong Xiaomeng's playful nature was also aroused. He pointed directly to a door next to him and said, "I happen to have a lounge here. You can borrow it if you need it." At this point, Zhong Xiaomeng looked at He Huan and said in a provocative tone, "Anyway, it won't take long. It concerns dignity." He Huan had to defend herself. "What do you mean it won't take long? I'm known for my super long standby time." Wen Ran smiled and asked, "Really? If you lie, your nose will grow longer." He Huan was completely baffled. "Are you talking about the nose?" In terms of speed, He Huan is really not as good as Wen Ran. They had no choice but to raise the white flag. They arrived at Wen Zhan's residence in Midsummer Dreams car. Wen Zhan's villa has a completely different style. A row of display cabinets in the living room holds Wen Zhan's spoils of war. In the most prominent position in the middle is a huge scorpion tail. He Huan couldn't help but be curious and took a few more glances. Wen Ran immediately introduced, "This is Grandpa's favorite trophy, a level 98 highly venomous scorpion." Back then, tens of thousands of people sacrificed their lives to kill the highly venomous scorpion. To recognize my grandfather's achievements, the authorities awarded him the tail of the highly venomous scorpion as a trophy. Before Wen Ran could finish speaking, Wen Zhan's voice suddenly came from behind her. "That battle was extremely fierce, and I still remember it vividly." Upon hearing this, Wen Ran couldn't help but show her disgust. "Grandpa, I've heard this story 800 times already. My ears are calloused from hearing it so much." Wen Zhan feigned displeasure and said, "You're tired of hearing this, but He Huan hasn't heard it yet." As he spoke, Wen Zhan looked at He Huan, a hint of expectation in his eyes. "Have you heard this story before?" He Huan shook her head subconsciously, "No." Wen Zhan immediately looked smug, pulled He Huan along, walked to the scorpion's tail, and began to tell his story. Boys naturally enjoy listening to war stories. In addition, Wen Zhan's story has been told hundreds of times and has been refined to near perfection. He Huan listened with rapt attention, thoroughly enjoying himself. Seeing this, Wen Ran didn't disturb them. "Go and rest on the side." Wen Zhan talked for more than 2 hours before he finished telling the story. However, he was still somewhat unsatisfied, saying, "This wall is full of my spoils. Besides the highly venomous scorpion, there are also infected parasites. This battle was also very exciting." He Huan looked at him with admiration. Wen Ran couldn't help but interrupt, "Grandpa, the story of the infected insect is in the textbooks, He Huan already knows it." Little did Wen Ran know that He Huan had no memories of her predecessor. He knew nothing even about the stories in textbooks. Upon hearing this, He Huan's admiration deepened. "I actually saw the person who was written into the textbook. I'm really looking forward to what's to come." However, Wen Zhan had no interest in continuing the conversation. She subconsciously complained to Wen Ran, "You don't want to listen, but you won't let me tell others." Wen Ran quickly reassured her grandfather, "Of course you can, why wouldn't you? There will be plenty of time later. Now, let's get down to business." Grandpa Wen feigned displeasure and asked, "What important business could you possibly have?" Wen Ran then told him about what He Huan had encountered. "Grandpa, do you have any way to help He Huan participate in the national competition?" Upon hearing this, Grandpa Wen looked puzzled. "Is it really that important whether or not we participate in the national competition?" Wen Ran was speechless. "Grandpa, if He Huan wants to make a name for herself, she can only participate in the national competition." Grandpa Wen laughed and said, "There are many ways to stand out from the crowd, not just the national competition." Wen Ran couldn't hold back any longer. "Grandpa, do you really want He Huan to join the guard?" "Can't. I don't want He Huan to join the guard. Upon hearing this, Old Master Wen immediately retorted angrily, "What are you saying? Joining the guard to protect our country is the true nature of a man. Why can't He Huan join the guard?" Old Master Wen was originally from the Imperial Guard. In his heart, the guards held an extremely high position. Naturally, they hoped everyone would join the guard. However, Wen Ran, who had been pampered since childhood, naturally could not accept such a thing. Even though the old man was already angry, Wen Ran refused to compromise. He simply lowered his voice to a minimum and muttered, "I just won't let He Huan join the guard." Seeing this, Old Master Wen could only sigh. He had no way to deal with his own granddaughter. Besides joining the guard, there are many other ways. For example, the Xiaoli camp you participated in before. Wen Ran looked completely bewildered. Xiaoliying? What does that have to do with getting ahead? Isn't Xiaoliying just a group of people going out to have fun? Old Master Wen gave a helpless, bitter smile. Xiaoliying's methods are also a way to get ahead. Universities organize summer camps every year to take the opportunity to assess students. Students who perform exceptionally well in the Xiaoli camp can directly enter higher education institutions. Wen Ran looked like she suddenly understood. The next second, she remembered another crucial question. I also participated in the summer camp, so why didn't I qualify for admission to a higher education institution? Chapter 71 Xiaoliying. Grandpa Wen laughed and said, "Of course there is. You have already qualified to join Dragon's Summer Academy. I didn't tell you before, it's just that your parents wouldn't allow it." Wen Ran was also full of surprise. "I don't have a high-quality beast soul. If I join Dragon's Summer Academy, I will be laughed at." Grandpa Wen smiled and said, "I have already thought these things out for you." As he spoke, Grandpa Wen subconsciously looked at He Huan. Now that He Huan is family, it's fine to tell him. "I have already ordered someone to forge a beast soul file for you. Even if you don't have a high-quality beast soul, you can still get into Dragon Summer University smoothly." Wen Ran looked utterly astonished. He Huan could only manage a helpless, bitter smile. He thought to himself, the world of beast souls is too dark. What ordinary people consider the Dragon Summer Academy is within their grasp. A single, casual remark can get an F-rank beast soul into Dragon Summer Academy. Fair play is a complete joke. Grandpa Wen continued, "As long as He Huan is willing, I can arrange for him to participate in Xiaoli camp. He can enter Longxia Academy without having to go through the national competition. He Huan can even choose any of the universities in the country at will." When Ran asked the crucial question, "Now, with only a dozen days left until the national competition, is it still possible to participate in Xiaoliying?" Grandpa Wen shook his head. "Xiaoliying is definitely not going to make it this year. Most of the summer camps are held in the summer, and this year's summer camps ended half a year ago. If He Huan wants to participate, she can only participate in next year's Xiaoli camp." Wen Ran subconsciously looked at He Huan. This method isn't entirely unacceptable. She wanted to ask He Huan for her opinion. This method can be used as long as He Huan agrees. Unsurprisingly, He Huan shook her head. "I don't want to wait another year." Upon hearing this, Old Master Wen frowned. The other methods are all roughly the same, they all require waiting for a year. At this point in time, the only way to get into a prestigious university is through the national competition. Unfortunately, I don't know many people in the Jade Dragon City Lord's Mansion, so I might not be able to help you. When Ran hurriedly explained on behalf of the old man, Grandpa's subordinates all hold very high positions. For example, the previous commander of the guard was my grandfather's bodyguard. Now that they have all left Yulong City, although their official positions are higher, the local officials are still more powerful than the county officials, and they still cannot interfere in the affairs of Yulong City. He Huan nodded, indicating her understanding. Zhang Shihan has already started an affair with Wang Wu. Even if Old Master Wen uses his connections, Wang Wu will not give him face. In the end, it was all for naught. Upon hearing this, Old Master Wen also looked displeased. "This won't work, that won't work, I really have no other choice. You'd better find someone else." When Ran grabbed the old man's arm and forced him back to his seat. "No, you have to help us." Although Grandpa Wen is old, he is still a high-level expert. A complete novice like Wen Ran is no match for him at all. This shows how much Mr. Wen doted on Wen Ran. Back in his seat, Old Master Wen said irritably, "I've already given you the solution. If I don't want to wait a year, I have no choice but to join the guard. Think it over yourselves, and come back to me when you've made up your minds." This time, no matter how much Wen Ran tried to persuade him, the old man refused to compromise. The conversation had to end there. Leaving Grandpa Wen's residence, He Huan subconsciously asked, Grandpa said that joining the Guardian Army, what exactly is the method? What am I required to do after joining the Guardian Army? Wen Ran shook her head. I don't know either. However, it's impossible to give up on this method early on. The conditions for the guards are not only harsh, but also extremely dangerous. I don't want you to suffer. Wen Ran was born with a silver spoon in her mouth and couldn't handle any hardship. But He Huan is different. Before transmigrating, He Huan was just an ordinary person. He was not opposed to joining the guard. He was just about to persuade Wen Ran. Wen Ran stopped in her tracks at that moment. He Huan, you should go home first. I'll try with someone else. He Huan asked, puzzled, others? Wen Ran smiled and said, my uncles, aunts, and other relatives, there are so many of them, they'll surely come up with a solution. Just leave it alone. Hey, take my bank card and go find somewhere to have fun. After saying that, Wen Ran turned and left. He Huan carefully put away the bank card. I walked towards home. Because she had something on her mind, He Huan didn't plan to take a taxi back. I just want to walk around by myself. As I walked, I thought about what had happened during this time. Suddenly, a fragrance appeared in the air. He Huan was preoccupied and didn't notice the problem. Until a scream came from ahead. He Huan then came to her senses. Only then did he realize that the surroundings were completely shrouded in yellow smoke. The yellow smoke also carried a pleasant fragrance. He Huan couldn't help but take a few more breaths. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind, cover your mouth and nose, don't breathe, get out of here right now. He Huan subconsciously turned around and saw a woman riding a white tiger. He was wearing the uniform of the guards. She wore a ponytail. Even without makeup, she was still captivating. The woman's expression was serious as she stared intently at the distant area shrouded in poisonous fog. As he passed by He Huan, he urged again, hurry up, this is the poisonous mist of the deadly scorpion. Upon hearing this, He Huan was immediately shocked. A highly venomous scorpion? Isn't this old Master Wen's spoils of war? She alone is no match for the venomous scorpion. He Huan instinctively tried to summon the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu. However, despite several summons, the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu never appeared. He Huan then remembered a crucial issue: the venomous mist of the venomous scorpion is not only poisonous, but also prevents one from summoning beast souls while inside it. At this point, He Huan was still unaware of the problem. He simply apologized to the retreating figure of the white tiger female guard. Then he turned and left. Unable to summon beast souls, staying here is useless. Instead, they would become a burden to the white tiger female guard. However, He Huan still underestimated the power of the highly venomous scorpion. The poisonous fog moves extremely fast. Before He Huan escaped, the concentration of the poisonous fog around him was not high. You can also see the surrounding buildings clearly. However, after running more than 100 meters, he found that he could no longer see any buildings. He even bumped his head into a street lamp. The impact made me dizzy and lightheaded. I struggled to get up. He Huan discovered something even more terrifying. He turned around. I want to re-identify my direction. But that's simply impossible. The surrounding area was completely shrouded in yellow poisonous fog, and nothing could be seen at all. He Huan could only run around aimlessly like a headless fly. As expected, he not only failed to escape, but instead ended up in the center of the battlefield. A huge figure flew over and crashed down next to He Huan. Chapter 72 Motorbike Goddess. Jiang Charan vehemently denied it, no way. He Huan said somewhat helplessly, I was really annoyed, but your fuss has made me feel better. Jiang Charan was overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately hugged He Huan's arm, saying, because I am your best sister. Do you feel like you can't live without me? Do you want to fuse with my beast soul right now? He Huan struggled instinctively, stop it, this place is very close to Grandpa Wen Ran's house. He Huan hurriedly flagged down a taxi and pulled Jiang Charan into the car. Upon hearing Wen Ran's name, Jiang Charan's smile vanished instantly. Not only did she release He Huan's arm, but she also deliberately created distance between them. You keep talking about Wen Ran, I think you're completely captivated by her. Jiang Charan also knew that her status was far inferior to Wen Ran's. Only in front of He Huan did she dare to show her dissatisfaction with Wen Ran. He Huan could only go along with her. Okay, let's not talk about Wen Ran, let's talk about you. Would you like to attend Elizabeth Academy? although we were in the same car. However, in Midsummer's Dream's car, spatial magic was used to create a huge space. Jiang Churan did not hear He Huan and Zhong Xiaomen's conversation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Churan scoffed, "Of course I'd like to. But where would we get the money?" He Huan patted his chest and said, "I have money." Jiang Churan glanced subconsciously at the bank card in He Huan's hand. "Are you going to use the money you got from selling yourself?" "I don't want it." He Huan was speechless. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is all my hard-earned money." Upon hearing this, Jiang Churan's contempt intensified. Right. He Huan could only patiently explain, "Zhong Xiaomeng promised me that you and Xiao Shui could go to a prestigious school. Not only will all tuition fees be waived, but you will also receive a full scholarship. A full scholarship to a prestigious school costs over $1 million a year." Jiang Churan did not show any joy. "What are the conditions? What traitorous treaty did you sign this time?" He Huan laughed and said, "It's not exactly treason. Zhong Xiaomeng's requirement is that your beast souls must be upgraded to SSS level." Jiang Churan instantly understood the implication. "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and fuse with my beast soul." The taxi driver couldn't help but glance at him upon hearing this. Young people these days are so open-minded. He Huan refused again, "Not now. I've already promised Wen Ran that I'd fuse with her beast soul first." Jiang Churan got angry again. He ignored He Huan and turned to look out the window. The next second, Jiang Churan suddenly sniffed, "Why does it smell so good?" He Huan looked wary. "You're not trying to say it's your scent, are you?" Jiang Churan explained, "There really is a fragrance, smell it." He Huan took a sniff and sure enough, a fragrance appeared in the air. I was just about to ask the driver about the source of the fragrance. Looking up, I realized that a yellow mist was drifting towards me. The yellow smoke also carried a pleasant fragrance. He Huan couldn't help but take a few more breaths. Because the yellow fog obstructed visibility, all the cars in front stopped. The taxi that He Huan was riding in was also forced to stop. The taxi driver got out of the car to check and try to figure out what was going on ahead. Just then, a scream suddenly came from within the yellow fog. He Huan and Jiang Churan have not yet made any response. The taxi driver, however, had already realized what was happening. He abandoned the taxi and fled. He Huan is a time traveler and has no sense of crisis yet. Upon seeing this, they were stunned and stood there dumbfounded. "I don't know what to do." Then a voice came from outside the car, "Cover your mouth and nose, don't breathe, get out of here right now." He Huan subconsciously looked out of the car and saw a woman riding a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. Motorbike girls are already charming, but when paired with a cool guard uniform, they become even more captivating. He Huan was also captivated by her charm. However, the motorcycle goddess had a serious expression and stared intently at the place where the poisonous fog was spreading in the distance. He urged again, "Hurry up, this is the poisonous mist of the deadly scorpion." Upon hearing this, He Huan was immediately shocked. A highly venomous scorpion? Isn't this old Master Wen's spoils of war? She alone is no match for the venomous scorpion. He Huan instinctively tried to summon the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu. However, despite several summons, the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu never appeared. He Huan then remembered a crucial issue: the venomous mist of the venomous scorpion is not only poisonous, but also prevents one from summoning beast souls while inside it. At this point, He Huan was still unaware of the problem. He simply apologized to the motorcycle goddess as she walked away. Then, pulling Jiang Churan along, they turned and left. Unable to summon beast souls, staying here is useless. Instead, it would become a burden to the motorcycle goddess. However, He Huan still underestimated the power of the highly venomous scorpion. The poisonous fog moves extremely fast. Before He Huan escaped, the concentration of the poisonous fog around him was not high. You can also see the surrounding buildings clearly. However, after running more than 100 meters, he found that he could no longer see any buildings. He even bumped his head into a street lamp. The impact made me dizzy and lightheaded. I struggled to get up. He Huan discovered something even more terrifying. He turned around. I want to re-identify my direction. But that's simply impossible. The surrounding area was completely shrouded in yellow poisonous fog, and nothing could be seen at all. He Huan could only run around aimlessly like a headless fly. As expected, he not only failed to escape, but instead ended up in the center of the battlefield. A huge figure flew over and crashed down next to He Huan. He-Huan then realized that it was actually a humanoid mecha. He-Huan was immediately shocked. In the world of Beast Souls, I actually saw a mecha with a sci-fi style. It's absolutely stunning. He-Huan wondered, where did this mecha come from? The next second, he suddenly realized that the color scheme of the mecha was the same as that of the motorcycle goddess's motorcycle. Upon closer inspection, 2 motorcycle tires were even found on the mecha. He-Huan suddenly realized, this is the same motorcycle from earlier. The mech spoke up at that moment, what are you still doing here? The voice was exactly the same as the motorcycle goddess from before. Before He-Huan could answer, a loud bang was heard. It looks like something else is flying over. The mecha quickly got up and tackled He-Huan to the ground. The next second, a huge rock landed where He-Huan had just been standing. He-Huan, who survived the ordeal, had no time to react. He was grabbed by the mech. I'll hide you first. As they spoke, the mecha grabbed He-Huan, lifting her up like a chick. He ran to a nearby building and then put it down. The mecha's mask opened, revealing a delicate face. It was the same motorcycle goddess from before. Hide here and don't make a sound. He-Huan was immediately shocked. Wow, your motorcycle can transform. Chapter 73 Mechs. The mecha goddess was utterly speechless and immediately covered He-Huan's mouth. Have you forgotten what I just told you? Don't make a sound. Before he could finish speaking, a strange noise came from outside the room. The mecha goddess was shocked and quickly put her mask back on. She pulled He-Huan into her arms again and covered his mouth tightly. We didn't let him make a sound. In comparison, Jiang Charon's reaction was much better than He-Huan's. She covered her mouth and nose, hid in the corner, and dared not make a sound. He-Huan's head was resting right against the chest of the mecha goddess. It should have been a sensual scene. However, the addition of a mecha completely changed the experience. He-Huan's head was sandwiched between 2 layers of steel plates, causing him immense pain. Finally, the Zerg were gone. The mecha goddess then released He-Huan. Having just broken free of her restraints, He-Huan hurriedly rubbed her distorted cheeks, exclaiming, "You almost suffocated me." The mecha goddess immediately clenched her fist and warned, "Shut up right now." Then, looking at the poisonous fog outside the window, the mecha goddess muttered to herself, "There are so many Zerg, I can't handle them all by myself. We must request backup. The closest thing to here is the Foreign Legion." He-Huan stared at the mecha with curiosity. Wow, you can see through the poisonous fog and clearly see the enemies outside. The mecha goddess couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to He-Huan anymore. She has already categorized He-Huan as mentally ill. Open the mech's cockpit directly. She exposed her upper body. He took out a bracelet made of spirit stones from his shirt pocket. Wear it on your wrist. Then he cast a spell. The next second, a projection appeared in front of the mecha goddess. However, he was a dark-skinned man. At first, He-Huan thought it was a display problem. It wasn't until the man spoke that He-Huan realized he was actually dark-skinned. Hey sweetheart, you called me because you want to go on a date with me? The mecha goddess frowned. Odbo, be serious. A large number of Zerg have appeared in the North City, along with a level 39 highly venomous scorpion. Bring your men here immediately. Upon hearing this, the black man, O'Dwyer, immediately showed his displeasure. I hope you understand, it's after get-off work hours now. I don't want to do anything else except pick up girls and go on dates. The mecha goddess was furious. Are you even a mercenary? As a mercenary, who gave you permission to go home? Audrey shrugged. Even if God came, I wouldn't go to work if it was time to leave on time. Suppressing her anger, the mecha goddess said in as gentle a tone as possible, as long as you send people, I can give you double the overtime pay. Audrey looked disdainful. Sir, you can give me double the overtime pay, or I can refuse. It's already past closing time, and I don't want to work overtime. Any combat missions will have to wait until after we start work tomorrow. The mecha goddess roared, the highly venomous scorpion has invaded the Jade Dragon City area. If we wait until work tomorrow, who knows how many people will die? The innocent civilians in the city will be slaughtered. Odebo retorted, what does that have to do with me? The mecha goddess suppressed her anger once again. I'll give you 3 times the overtime pay, okay? As the deputy commander of the Jade Dragon City Guard, I beg you, okay? Audrey looked at him with disdain. I already have enough money. I don't need any more. However, if you could be with me, I might consider it. The mecha goddess was furious. Odbo, don't be so insolent. I am, after all, the deputy commander of the guard, your superior. Audrey slowly shook his finger. You're Longxia's superior. Longxia's superior has no right to control us. Baby, if you want me to do it, come over here quickly and let me have some fun. As long as I have fun, I'll agree to anything you ask. After saying that, Audrey hung up the call. Only the mecha goddess remained, gritting her teeth in frustration. These stupid bastards, they have nothing but that kind of thing on their heads. He-Huan instinctively said, you absolutely mustn't agree to him. The mecha goddess then noticed He-Huan, why haven't you left yet? He-Huan spread his hands, there are poisonous creatures outside, I can't see anything, I don't know where to run. Even if I knew the direction, I didn't want to leave. You're all alone, and I want to fight alongside you. The mecha goddess looked at He-Huan, and a certain instrument on the mecha suddenly activated. A beam of light shone on He-Huan, quickly scanning him. Upon seeing the scan results, the mecha goddess was immediately filled with disappointment. No beast soul? At your age, you haven't completed the awakening ritual yet? He-Huan answered truthfully, I have completed the awakening ceremony, however, my situation is rather special. I do not have a beast soul, but... He-Huan had only spoken halfway when the mecha goddess turned and walked away. Continue using the communication bracelet to contact other people. Hello, I am Li Yanan, the deputy commander of the Jade Dragon City Guard. I've discovered a large number of Zerg in the North City, including a level 39 highly venomous scorpion. I order you to come to our aid immediately. The other party's reply was unexpected. Commander Li, I'm sorry, but without Commander Wang's orders, we cannot act on our own. The mecha goddess tried everything to persuade her, but the other parties still refused to compromise. Left with no other option, the mecha goddess had to hang up the phone. Instead, they contacted other people. However, several attempts were unsuccessful. The reasons for refusing are all the same. We cannot act without Commander Wang's orders. During this time, the mecha goddess repeatedly called Commander Wang, but no one answered. The mecha goddess was still making a final effort. Wang Wu, answer the phone. If we don't answer now, even more people will die. I'll never fight you for the commander's position again, please answer the phone. Unfortunately, Li Yanan's prayers ultimately had no effect. On his last attempt, Wang Wu still couldn't get through on the phone. Li Yanan was unaware that Wang Wu had learned of the Zerg attack an hour earlier. The Beast Soul world also has monitoring equipment. It can monitor spiritual energy fluctuations and spatial anomalies. Predict the Zerg's actions in advance. However, the area attacked by the Zerg was the North City, which was under Li Yanan's jurisdiction. Wang Wu's early deployment of troops was also a way to benefit Li Yanan. This is the crucial moment in the battle for the position of commander-in-chief. Wang Wu was eager for Li Yanan to embarrass herself. Therefore, he not only took no action. Instead, he secretly instructed his subordinates to refuse Li Yanan's orders. That's how we ended up in this situation. Of all the people, only Odbio's Foreign Legion did not give Wang Wu face. However, they also didn't give Li Yanan any face. Unless Li Yanan sacrifices herself, or even rewards the entire army, Odbio will absolutely not send troops. Li Yanan was well aware of these things. I'm hesitating about what to do. Suddenly, a mournful wail came from afar, and Li Yanan realized that she could not wait any longer. I can only fight this alone. Chapter 74 Temporary Fusion. When Li Yanan said those words, she had already disregarded her own life and death. Seeing this, He-Huan quickly interjected, me too. I can work with you too. Li Yanan looked at He-Huan and forced a smile, you should probably give up. What use are you if you don't even have a beast soul? Still. Li Yanan was speaking when she suddenly heard a child scream. Her face paled instantly. Oh no! There's a kindergarten nearby. Could it be that the Zerg have attacked the kindergarten? Li Yanan didn't even have time to settle He-Huan before rushing towards the direction from which the sound came. Seeing this, He-Huan immediately panicked, wait for me, I can help you. Unfortunately, Li Yanan didn't believe it at all. Piloting the mecha, they sped away, leaving everyone in the dust. Seeing this, He-Huan felt like dying. You have 2 wheels, how am I supposed to catch you? Mecha goddess Li Yanan didn't give He-Huan a chance to merge. They disappeared directly into the poisonous fog. He-Huan had no choice but to run after Li Yanan in the direction she had disappeared. Little did I expect that I would only run a few meters. Then I saw a dark shadow fly over my head. The mech flew back at an even faster speed than it had gone. The once brand new mech is now riddled with damage. Even their masks were knocked off. Li Yanin was directly exposed to the air. He Huan rushed over. Stop running. Quickly fuse with my beast soul, I can help you win. Li Yanin's answer was very direct. He slapped He Huan across the face, sending him flying. You filthy scoundrel. What kind of time is this to be acting like a scoundrel? What's the difference between you and Audrey Hepburn? The difference between He Huan and Ao Debiao is that Ao Debiao only lusts after bodies. He Huan, however, wanted everything. From the inside out, including the human and the beast soul, they packed everything up and took it all away. In the world of beast souls, the weight of fusing with beast souls is even higher than that of marriage. To start by telling someone about fusing beast souls is blatant harassment. In contrast, Oddbio, who only wanted to infiltrate, seemed to be shining brightly. Seeing this, Jiang Charan quickly helped He Huan up. Brother, I can fuse with your beast soul. At this moment, Jiang Charan's love-struck mind suddenly kicked in. He Huan looked helpless. Can you summon beast souls? The venomous mist from the highly poisonous scorpion has a magic suppressing effect. Being surrounded by poisonous fog, it's impossible to summon beast souls. Only by summoning the beast soul beforehand outside the poisonous fog can one enter the fog to fight. Jiang Charan tried several times, but as expected, there was no reaction at all. Only then did she understand why He Huan insisted on fusing the beast soul with Li Yanin. After Li Yanin swatted He Huan away, she hurriedly piloted her mecha to get up, preparing to fight again. However, the mecha was severely damaged and fell over again. He Huan seized the opportunity, ran over again, and grabbed the driver's seat tightly. Fuse your beast soul with me. If you want to win, this is the only way. Li Yanin had never seen anyone with such a thick skin. Compared to him, even Audrey is considered thin-skinned. Li Yanin said irritably, "Get lost, don't interfere with my battle." He Huan, however, showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he clung tightly to the driver's cab. Enraged, Li Yanin immediately piloted her mecha to her feet. He Huan immediately lost her balance and was about to fall. In desperation, He Huan grabbed at things haphazardly. Unexpectedly, he grabbed Li Yanin's seatbelt. The location is still the most damned place. Li Yanin shouted angrily, "Let go of me." He Huan also realized that the position was wrong and subconsciously wanted to let go. But the next second, he suddenly realized that Li Yanin's hands were on the mecha's control stick. There's absolutely no way to get rid of him. They immediately became even more unruly. Simply stretch the seatbelt out and wrap it around your arm a few times. They're completely entangled, there's no way they can separate. He Huan's face was less than 10 centimeters away from Li Yanin's. He even gave Li Yanin a smug smile. Li Yanin was furious. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone this shameless. Li Yanin gritted her teeth and said, "Let go." He Huan answered in a flash, "No. Fuse your beast soul with me." Li Yanin had never seen such a person before in her life. Immediately, they disregarded everything else. He released the lever, pulled out his true power sword, pointed it at He Huan's head, and shouted, "Let go." The moment the truth came out, He Huan finally backed down. "Sir, don't shoot. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm He Huan. You should have heard of me, right? I've become quite famous lately." Li Yanin slapped He Huan again. "Who wants to be with you, He Huan? Get lost." This time, Li Yanin's anger was even greater, and she gripped the object with even more force. However, He Huan's arm was strapped to the seatbelt. It can't fly even if it wants to. She could only cry and explain, "He Huan, that's my name, not that I want to be with you, He Huan." Li Yanin quickly moved the gun away. "He Huan? Is that He Huan from Yulong Academy?" He Huan quickly explained, "No, I'm from Elizabeth Noble School." The gun barrel moved back again. So it's just someone with the same name. Faced with the truth, He Huan became somewhat incoherent, different surnames. "No. I am He Huan, the He Huan you heard is me. I have SSS-level talent. As long as you fuse your beast soul with me, I can evolve your beast soul to SSS level. By piloting an SSS class mech, you can defeat the venomous scorpion." Li Yanin looked on incredulously. "By fusing with your beast soul, I can evolve to SSS level?" The world of beast souls has never had any entertainment activities. Humans are now confined to an extremely small area. Gossip news spreads very quickly. Li Yanan had already learned from her younger sister about He Huan's outstanding performance in the College Cup. It is also known that after He Huan and Lin Wanqing merged their beast souls, He Huan directly evolved Lin Wanqing's beast soul to SSS level. Li Yanan's own beast soul is only C grade. Because it is a special mechanical beast soul, its combat power is stronger and can rival that of a B grade beast soul. If I could evolve to SSS level. Li Yanan was filled with excitement. But the next second, she dismissed the idea. No way. He Huan looked bewildered. Why not? Li Yanan explained, we've only just met and haven't gotten to know each other well yet, how can we directly fuse beast souls? He Huan said, I also want to learn more, but reality doesn't allow it. Get on the train first, and buy the ticket later, that's also possible. Even the mecha goddess blushed, what are you saying? You even said something like get on the train first and buy the ticket later. He Huan didn't think there was anything wrong with that statement. He continued to urge, don't waste any more time. Every second you waste will result in countless deaths. Li Yanan wavered, but ultimately refused, that won't do either. You've already fused with a beast soul, how can you fuse with me again? He Huan quickly explained, it's not a permanent fusion, it's just a temporary one. The fusion will take 1 hour. After defeating the Zerg, I will dissolve the fusion. It has absolutely no impact. Chapter 75 Upgrade. Li Yanan had no idea that temporary fusion existed in the world. At this moment, she also cannot prove whether this statement is true or false. However, even if it were true, she couldn't agree to it. Even a temporary fusion won't work. You're a boy, of course you don't care. I'm a girl, and I've never integrated with anyone before. I can't give you my precious first time so easily. The wails rang out again. He Huan knew that she couldn't delay any longer. He immediately retrieved a temporary fusion crystal from his system space. Sorry, I've offended you. After saying that, He Huan directly opened the system interface and clicked to use the temporary fusion crystal. The temporary fused crystal shattered instantly. It transformed into countless energies, surging into He Huan and Li Yanan's bodies. Li Yanan was immediately dumbfounded. What did you do? What did you do? How could you do this without my permission? He Huan didn't have time to explain and directly unleashed his SSS level talent, Ultimate Evolution. The terrifying spiritual power was directly injected into Li Yanan's body. Li Yanan also felt the sensation of being filled up. I felt incredibly comfortable. She even let out a comfortable groan, The next second, the mech beneath them also changed. He Huan's spiritual energy was rapidly injected into the mecha. The mech was quickly filled. After all, it's a C-grade beast soul, so its capacity is limited. However, He Huan's spiritual power seemed to be limitless. The spiritual energy was still being injected into the mecha at an extremely rapid speed. Even Li Yanan noticed the problem. No, stop. I'm about to burst. Stop. He Huan seemed not to hear Li Yanan's voice at all. The speed of spiritual energy not only did not decrease, but actually became faster. With a soft cry, the mecha beneath Li Yanan also made a loud noise. The thick steel plate was directly torn apart by the spiritual energy. Once you have the first piece, you can have the second. Soon, the mecha was completely unrecognizable. Li Yanan completely gave up resistance. Like willow catkins in the wind, or duckweed floating on the water. Let He Huan do whatever he wants. They didn't even bother to beg anymore. It's useless anyway. Amidst a series of increasingly loud shattering sounds, the mech erupted with terrifying light. The light was so bright that Li Yanan couldn't open her eyes. When the light faded, the whole world seemed to have changed. Li Yanan looked around at the world with a curious expression. Especially the small stick next to him. It looks pretty good. With a casual grab, he uprooted the stick. It was only at this moment that Li Yanan was surprised to discover. The small stick in his hand turned out to be a street lamp. Li Yanan said subconsciously, why are the streetlights smaller? Suddenly, He Huan's voice rang in my ears, it's not that the streetlights have gotten smaller, it's that you've gotten bigger. Li Yanan subconsciously looked around, but did not see He Huan. A few seconds later, Li Yanan finally realized what was happening. How did you get inside my body? Get out, this won't do. He Huan was speechless. Stop messing around. I'm not inside your body. I'm inside the mecha. SSS class Shiha mech, directly connected via brainwaves. At this moment, both your and my bodies are in the cockpit of the Shiha mecha. What you are feeling now is our consciousness. Li Yanin blushed even more. That won't do either, you get out right now. He Huan looked helpless. You can't just abandon me after you've served your purpose. I just helped you evolve to SSS rank, and you completely drained me. Isn't it a bit much to ask me to leave now? Li Yanin was persuaded by He Huan and had no choice but to accept that he was inside her. However, you must close your eyes. He Huan was even more helpless. Miss, I already told you, this is consciousness. Do you understand consciousness? I can feel everything even with my eyes closed. Li Yanin completely broke down. But He Huan still wanted to rub salt into her wounds, saying, your tattoo is quite pretty. Li Yanin completely lost her temper, yelling, don't look. I didn't see it. I saw it, and you're still looking. I'm not watching anymore. You're still watching. He Huan immediately used his ultimate move to divert attention. What time is it? Why are you still worrying about such trivial matters? Quickly repel the Zerg and save the people of Beicheng. Li Yanin was no match for He Huan at all. He actually managed to distract them, and they began piloting their mechs to fight the Zerg. As expected, the SSS class Shiha mech's strength is terrifying. The Zerg that they couldn't defeat just now are now being killed with a single strike. It's not difficult at all. Without breaking a sweat, Li Yanin reached the vicinity of the highly venomous scorpion. The venomous scorpion plays a role similar to a mage in the Zerg race. It has powerful long-range attack capabilities. Melee combat is virtually non-existent. The biggest challenge for humans when facing the highly venomous scorpion is that they cannot get close. Once you can get close to the venomous scorpion, the battle is over. As Shiha's mecha arm raised and lowered its blade, the highly venomous scorpion thus perished. The whole process was incredibly easy. Li Yanin had never fought such a lucrative battle in her entire life. The battle was over, but we were still feeling a bit unsatisfied. Continuously experiment with new abilities of the Shiha mech. They even forgot about He Huan's existence. He Huan finally got tired of looking at it and couldn't help but ask, Commander Li, can I get out of your body now? Li Yanin then realized that He Huan was still there. I was immediately filled with panic. But she still pretended to be calm, saying, if you want to go out, then go out. Who's stopping you? He Huan explained, we need to work together so I can get out. Li Yanin blushed so much that even her toes turned red. Can't you speak normally? He Huan laughed and said, Commander Li, you ride motorcycles and have tattoos, how come you're still so conservative? Li Yanin retorted angrily, I'm not conservative at all. Hurry up and get out of here, don't waste time. The two of them worked together to finally stop driving. Consciousness returns to one's own body. After exiting the cockpit, Li Yanin recalled the Shiha mech. The Jade Dragon city guards arrived late. Start cleaning up the mess and tidying up the battlefield. He Huan found Jiang Churin and prepared to leave. Li Yanin hurriedly chased after him. Mr. He, please wait. I wonder if you have time tonight. I'd like to invite you to dinner to thank you for your help earlier. As it turns out, there are only two possibilities when it comes to fusing with He Huan's beast soul, 0 times or countless times. Once you break the 0 mark, you can't stop. Like being poisoned. Even Li Yanin couldn't escape the it's actually good phenomenon. Before the integration, they scoffed at it. After merging, they relentlessly pursued each other. Upon hearing this, He Huan was about to agree. Unexpectedly, Jiang Churin suddenly stepped in front of He Huan, saying, he doesn't have time tonight. Li Yanin was slightly taken aback. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that before. However, the other party was Jiang Churin, He Huan's younger sister. Li Yanin was also unable to retaliate. He could only feign generosity and say, what about tomorrow? Jiang Churin answered again, not tomorrow either. Not the day after tomorrow either. He just doesn't want to eat with you, so don't waste your time. Li Yanin was truly enraged. Is this how you play it? Then don't blame me for not giving you face. Immediately, Li Yanin smiled brightly. Why don't you ask him what he thinks and see who he'd rather be with? Chapter 76 Business Card. Feeling Li Yanin's burning gaze, He Huan was also very eager to agree. However, when he saw Jiang Churin's menacing gaze, he had no choice but to give up the idea. Sorry, it's too late today, I have to go home. Jiang Churin said defiantly, come home with me. Li Yanin indeed fell for the trick. Upon hearing this, the look in his eyes instantly dimmed. He-Huan quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand, she's my sister." Jiang Churan retorted, "That's not true at all. We don't even share the same surname." He-Huan immediately covered Jiang Churan's mouth, saying, "We are a foster family." The foster families all lived in very poor conditions. He-Huan thought that the other party would look down on her because of this. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Li Yanan's face lit up with admiration. "So, you are all orphans of martyrs." Feeling the admiration in Li Yanan's eyes, He-Huan felt a little embarrassed and asked, "Is that so?" He-Huan genuinely didn't know. The fragments of memory left to him by his predecessor did not contain this information. Li Yanan did not notice anything unusual about He-Huan. Instead, he took a small card out of his pocket. He respectfully presented it to He-Huan with both hands, saying, "This is my business card. If you want to. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to call me, and I will definitely help you." Jiang Churan snatched the business card and clutched it tightly in her hand. There was absolutely no intention to return it to He-Huan. Taking advantage of Jiang Churan's inattention, Li Yanan took out another business card and secretly slipped it into He-Huan's hand. Then, blushing, she ran away. Li Yanan was, after all, a high-level expert. To fool Jiang Churan is still a matter of having a firm grasp on the situation. Jiang Churan did not see the little trick she was making. Still smug, he said, "He-Huan, I'm warning you, you're not allowed to get involved with these sluts anymore." After saying that, Jiang Churan threw Li Yanan's business card on the ground. He-Huan immediately scolded, Ran, you can't do that, it's so rude." As she spoke, He-Huan reached out to pick it up. Jiang Churan, however, preemptively picked up the business card, saying, "I'm not giving it to you." After saying that, he stuffed the business card into his pocket. Then, in a scolding tone, she said, "He-Huan, you must remember, you are now my man, and you must remain chaste for me." He-Huan was completely stunned. "When did I become your man? Don't talk nonsense." Jiang Churan said domineeringly, "What I say goes. You must uphold the virtues of a husband for me. Did you hear me?" He-Huan nodded helplessly, Okay, I'll do whatever you say." Jiang Churan then showed a satisfied expression. He then started criticizing Li Yanan, saying, "She's just a deputy commander, yet she dares to try and abduct a civilian man. He-Huan, you should stay away from her. Once I join the guard, my achievements will definitely surpass hers." Jiang Churan, who has not yet entered society, is arrogant and conceited. They don't even respect the deputy commander. Of course, another reason is that she may not have known how high a rank the deputy commander was. After all, judging from what just happened, Li Yanan's power is really minimal. No one dares to disobey her. He-Huan didn't expose her, but just blindly praised her from the side. The two bickered and teased each other all the way home. Surprisingly, there was an extra person in the house. A woman. The woman was thin. His face was full of fatigue. She has a very neat short haircut. He-Huan immediately thought of the family photo on the headboard of her bed. The short-haired woman in the picture above is her. She is my own aunt. However, my aunt was too busy with work. This is the first time we've met since we traveled to this era. He-Huan quickly pretended to be very familiar with her aunt and greeted her. The aunt responded with a smile. However, He-Huan could tell that her aunt was forcing a smile. Jiang Churan, oblivious to everything, ran over and threw herself into her aunt's arms, exclaiming, "Auntie, I missed you so much. You have no idea, I almost didn't see you again. Just now, He-Huan and I were trapped in the poisonous fog." The aunt's face immediately showed shock. Poisonous fog? Were you two there when the Zerg invaded? Were you injured? The fact that two people came back alive means there's not much of a problem. Even though she already knew the answer, her aunt still looked very nervous. After carefully checking and confirming that there were no injuries, I was relieved. Jiang Churan was still complaining. He-Huan had already noticed the problem. "Auntie, aren't you busy today?" My aunt smiled brightly, "Yes, I'm not busy today, so I can finally come home and spend some time with you all. The city has just been invaded by the Zerg. The northern part of the city suffered heavy losses. As a member of the guard, my aunt must be at her busiest during this time. Search for any scattered Zerg in the city and restore normalcy as soon as possible. Working overtime should be the current work routine. How could I possibly rest at this time?" He even said he wasn't busy. There's definitely something wrong with it. However, other family members were present at the time. Huan didn't want to expose it. I can only wait until evening to go to my aunt's room and ask her about it privately. After chatting with the two for a few minutes, the younger sister went to the kitchen to cook. Xiaomyoka is very sensible and also went to help in the kitchen. Huan wanted to go in, but her aunt kicked her out. With my aunt, my cousin, and Xiaomyoka, there are already 3 people in the kitchen. Huan wanted to help, but there was nowhere to go. Dinner was ready quickly. The family of 6 was finally able to gather together. Jiang Charan and Tang Shuijian cheered with joy. Finally, we can have a big meal. However, when they saw that it was all vegetarian food, they were immediately disappointed. Why are all the dishes vegetarian? I want to eat meat. Why aren't they selling meat today? The younger sister looked embarrassed and lowered her head without saying a word. My aunt said with a hint of complaint, "What's wrong with vegetarian food? You can't even shut up while eating." The 2 women then shut up. However, his face was full of displeasure. Seeing this, the aunt subconsciously looked at Xiaomyoka and asked, "Kiki, you've received your salary, haven't you?" With the family struggling financially, every penny had to be carefully budgeted. Although Xiaomyoka's salary is not high, it is still an important source of living expenses. Therefore, her aunt remembered the day she received her salary. Upon hearing this, Xiaomyoka immediately panicked. "Yes, it's out." The aunt had no idea what Xiaomyoka was thinking. My subconscious thought was that she didn't want to pay. All I could do was coax him, "Give me your entire salary for this month, consider it a loan." Xiaomyoka quickly waved her hand. "Auntie, that's not what I meant." "Only. But I didn't get paid this month." Xiaomyoka's voice grew softer and softer as she spoke. The aunt's face immediately turned angry. "Why haven't you received your wages? Did they bully you? I'll go with you tomorrow and demand an explanation." Xiaomyoka quickly shook her head. "No. Nobody bullied me. My aunt urged me urgently. What exactly happened? Tell me quickly, I'm so worried." Xiaomyoka then said with difficulty, "I resigned. I wanted to participate in the national competition, so I resigned. According to company policy, resigning results in a 1-month deduction from salary, so..." Upon hearing this, the aunt immediately flew into a rage. "You resigned to participate in the national competition?" Chapter 77 Sister-in-law. What are you really thinking? You've always been the most sensible person in the family, why are you causing trouble at a time like this? My aunt didn't say anything. However, his eyes were also full of resentment. Seeing this, Huan quickly tried to smooth things over, asking, "Is your family short of money? I have some money here, you can take it and use it first. This is the money I earned from the last Secret Realm trial." For most students, the Secret Realm trials are their primary source of income. After all, any student can enter the Secret Realm for free. Profits without any initial investment. All income belongs to me. There is absolutely no cost. Huan's aunt and uncle were unaware that she had been expelled from the academy. Even so, they resolutely refused. "We're not short of money. Huan, you're about to participate in the national competition, that's the time when you need money. You should keep your money." Huan had already guessed that her aunt's job had run into trouble. Naturally, they wouldn't believe such a thing. There's another reason why my aunt and uncle said that. The rewards from the Secret Realm trials are meager. For most students, the Secret Realm trial has no cost. However, they were also unable to hunt down large Zerg. They could only scavenge the leftovers. Earning 1,000 yuan after a whole day's work is extremely rare. Most students only get 200 or 300 yuan. This money should be used to improve our capabilities. There's simply not much money to be made. As expected, Huan only took out a few dozen yuan from his pocket. As a time traveler, Huan had already gotten used to mobile payment from her previous life. He only had a little pocket money on him. The rest of the cash was with Lin Wanqing. "A few dozen yuan, what can you do with that?" At the critical moment, Huan remembered the bank card that Wen Ran had given her. He hurriedly handed the bank card to his aunt, saying, "Auntie, there's still some money in this card." Huan didn't know the exact amount either. In short, it should be enough for daily expenses. My aunt hesitated for a long time, but finally took it. After dinner, Huan went to comfort Xiaomyoka. As the most sensible child in the family, Xiaomyoka also suffered the most grievances. Fortunately, she didn't mind these things. Seeing that Xia Miaoke was not affected by those things, He Huan was relieved. Of course, he started to get restless too, saying, "I've made you happy, now it's your turn to make me happy." As he spoke, He Huan transformed into his beast form. Xia Miaoke quickly protested, "Everyone's still awake, it wouldn't be good if someone heard us." He Huan grinned mischievously, "Where's anyone?" Before he could finish speaking, someone actually knocked on the door. Before the two could restore the factory settings, the other party had already pushed the door open and entered. The person who came was none other than my aunt. She was also holding a few pieces of clothing in her arms. Seeing the two flustered individuals, the aunt remained calm and said, "Coco, do you have any dirty clothes? I'll wash them for you." "Hey, He Huan, you're here too. I've been looking for you for ages. Do you have any dirty clothes?" He Huan shamelessly said, "How could someone as clean as me have dirty clothes?" My aunt looked disgusted. He walked closer and smelled He Huan. He frowned, "Take it off." He Huan looked completely bewildered. "What? Take off your clothes? That's not a good idea. Your clothes are dirty, take them off, I'll wash them for you." He Huan suddenly realized, "Oh, that's what it means. I'll go back to my room to change." After changing my clothes, I handed the dirty clothes to my aunt. My aunt has already started doing the laundry. Instead of using a washing machine, it was hand-washed the entire time. He Huan couldn't help but ask, "Auntie, why don't you use the washing machine?" The aunt, without even looking up, said, "What nonsense are you talking about? There's no washing machine in the house. Besides, washing machines are so expensive, and they use electricity. It's not as clean as hand washing." My aunt rattled off a whole bunch of reasons. However, He Huan understood that there was only one real reason. Washing machines are too expensive. In the world of beast souls, technological products are very expensive. For ordinary families, this is indeed unaffordable. He Huan secretly made up her mind that she must buy a washing machine for her family. Of course, besides the washing machine, we also need to buy other appliances. Now, He Huan is starting to regret it. I shouldn't have given Wenran's bank card to my aunt. Given my aunt's personality, even if she had money, she might not be willing to spend it. Just as I was about to turn and leave, suddenly, my aunt asked, "Did you empty everything out of your clothes?" He Huan replied, "It's all been emptied." He Huan suddenly thought of her aunt's matter and subconsciously looked around. There was no one around. This is the perfect time to ask my aunt. Immediately, He Huan squatted down and asked in a low voice, "Auntie, what trouble have you encountered?" The aunt tried her best to remain calm. However, He Huan could see that her body trembled slightly. The washing of clothes became faster. It's obvious that she's using the excuse of doing laundry to cover up her embarrassment. The aunt laughed and said, "What trouble could I possibly be in? Don't make wild guesses." He Huan naturally didn't believe it. "Auntie, maybe I can help you." The aunt then looked at He Huan, her eyes full of doting affection. "How will you help me?" He Huan replied, "I know the deputy commander of the Jade Dragon City Guard. If you have any trouble, I'll talk to her, and she'll definitely be able to solve it." The aunt countered, "What's the deputy commander's name?" He Huan replied, "Li Yanan." The aunt looked disdainful and said, "Many people know Li Yanan's name. Just because you know it doesn't prove anything." He Huan immediately became anxious. "I really can help you." The aunt said in a coaxing tone, like she was talking to a child, "Okay, Auntie understands. If I really run into trouble, I will definitely ask you for help. Go back to your room and sleep. It's getting late, and you have school tomorrow." He Huan sighed helplessly and could only get up and leave. The aunt naturally didn't believe a word He Huan said. But the next second, she was proven wrong. My aunt casually picked up a pair of shorts and was surprised to find something inside. After some fumbling, he quickly pulled a crumpled little card from his pocket. Ran, she didn't empty it completely again. I was originally going to just throw it away. However, I was also worried that it might be something important. So he opened the crumpled card. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. It turned out to be a business card. Although it is completely unrecognizable, the words on it are still legible. Li Yanan. The aunt was immediately shocked. How did Ran get Commander Li's business card? My aunt subconsciously assumed it was just a case of sharing the same name. However, below the name, the other party's position was clearly printed, Deputy Commander of the Jade Dragon City Guard. It really is Commander Li. My aunt immediately became excited. I have no energy left to do laundry. He hurriedly stood up and asked Zhang Churan, Ran, what's the deal with this business card? When Zhang Churan saw the business card, she was immediately furious. I completely forgot to throw it away. This woman is trying to seduce my brother. Luckily, I was quick-witted and stopped her. The aunt was immediately shocked. Seduced? He Huan? Chapter 78 A Mess. He Huan's abilities are unknown to others, but how could her aunt not know them? He was just an ordinary orphan. Without a foster family, he might not even be alive today. How could Li Yanan have fallen for him? She even lowered her pride and seduced him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Don't mention Li Yanan. Any girl whose looks are above average could not possibly seduce He Huan. The only possibility is that He Huan encountered a swindler. Whether it's a pig butchering scam or a honey trap remains unknown. In short, the other party is definitely a scammer. It definitely can't be the real Li Yanan. My aunt is too busy with work and rarely comes home. Therefore, they were unaware that He Huan had awakened an SSS-level talent. I've been doing housework ever since I got home today. There is no time to communicate with other people. Lacking crucial information led her to make the wrong judgment. Go back and continue washing clothes. The aunt, who was already preoccupied, looked even more worried now. Before she could even resolve her own problems, He Huan encountered a swindler. What should we do? Just when they were at their wits' end. Suddenly, the aunt heard He Huan's voice, who's in there? Can you hurry up? I need to take a shower. He Huan knocked on the bathroom door. In ordinary households, the toilet also serves as the bathroom. This room has only one bathroom. Therefore, there are queues for showering and using the toilet every night. Xiao Miaoka's voice came from the bathroom, wait a moment, I'll be right there. Upon hearing this, He Huan was immediately stirred. Sure enough, Xiao Miao understood my hint. Start making preparations. It's absolutely awesome. In her excitement, He Huan also got a little carried away. Sister Kiki, would you like me to scrub your back? Xiao Miaoka did not answer. He Huan could only leave dejectedly. This whole scene was witnessed by the aunt. The aunt frowned, I almost forgot about that. He Huan is so immature, and Cuckoo is just as immature. He Huan is not good enough for Coco at all. No, I absolutely cannot let them make a mess of things. Just now, my aunt saw with her own eyes that He Huan was in Xiao Miaoka's room. It hasn't been restored to factory settings yet. What we're seeing now only confirms my aunt's suspicions. There's something wrong with these two people. Immediately, the younger sister-in-law, after all, had been through it all. They quickly came up with a solution. After washing the clothes, the aunt went straight to He Huan's room. There are only 4 bedrooms. Zhang Charan and Tang Shuajin share a room. My aunt lives in a room. He Huan and Xiao Miaoka each had their own room. My aunt often works overtime, so she doesn't have her own room. When I occasionally go home, I usually just spend the night with my aunt. However, my aunt changed her plans today. He ran over and squeezed in with He Huan. As long as we keep an eye on He Huan, we can ruin his relationship with Xiao Miaoka. Sure enough, as soon as her aunt entered the house, Xiao Miaoka tiptoed over. Upon seeing her aunt, Xiao Miaoka immediately turned pale. They quickly fled. My aunt looked smug. You little rascal, trying to play games with me. He lay in bed, waiting for He Huan to finish her shower. Even though the child is grown up. However, I am, after all, an elder. The aunt didn't think there was anything wrong with her sleeping in He Huan's room. I was originally planning to wait until He Huan finished showering. However, my aunt was really too tired. I had just lain down when I felt sleepy. I can't even open my eyes. The aunt thought to herself, I'll just close my eyes, I won't sleep. Lost in this self-deception, the aunt closed her eyes. So when He Huan returned to his room after taking a shower, he saw a woman lying on the bed. With its back to me, I can't see its face. However, the nightgown she wore was quite alluring. He Huan had no mind to think about anything else. I turned off the lights and then tiptoed into bed. In the blink of an eye, he also reviewed the learning materials from his previous life. The dozens of terabytes of learning materials can finally be put to use today. How could He Huan not be excited? What's even more exciting is that Coco actually fell asleep. He Huan did not wake the other person up. After all, such hidden plot points are rare. If you encounter such an opportunity, seize it. Unlike He Huan. At this moment, the real Xiao Miaoke was filled with mixed emotions, feeling utterly tormented. She didn't know why her aunt was in He Huan's room. I couldn't help but feel some resentment towards my aunt. How can someone so old be so insensible? Could it be that you also have improper thoughts about He Huan? I quickly banished the thought from my mind. My aunt is a respectable person, she would never do such a thing. She must have found out about her affair with He Huan. They deliberately caused trouble because they were worried that the young people would cause trouble. After all, the aunt didn't know that He Huan and she had already merged their beast souls. Thinking of this, Xiao Miaoke couldn't help but feel remorseful. She should have told her aunt about it earlier. That doesn't seem right either. After all, I am a girl. How could I possibly say such a thing out loud? It's as if I can't wait. Xiao Miaoke blushed with embarrassment. Even though she was alone in the room, Xiao Miaoke instinctively buried her head in the blanket. She is a girl after all. Some things, just thinking about them makes me incredibly embarrassed. After a long while, Xiao Miaoke finally managed to clear her mind of all the jumbled thoughts. It has returned to normal. I was just getting ready to go to sleep. Then I suddenly realized that my clothes were covered in sweat, damp and uncomfortable. I wanted to change my clothes, but I was too sleepy. I'm hesitating about whether to change my clothes. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Immediately following was a crisp slap. Xiao Miaoke looked completely bewildered, not knowing what had happened. He hurriedly got up and turned on the light. I checked it again before leaving the house. You can't see the sweat on the clothes. Only then did he leave the room. To his surprise, a large crowd had already gathered outside He Huan's door. My aunt knocked on the door anxiously. He Huan, Xiaoyun, what's wrong? A moment later, He Huan opened the door. There was a clear handprint on his face. Such high resolution is definitely not something an ordinary person could achieve. Even the younger sister would probably have to use all her strength. Only then can this level of clarity be achieved. The aunt hurriedly pushed He Huan aside and rushed into the room, shouting, "What happened?" My aunt sat on the bed, her little face flushed. I don't know if it's anger or some other reason. She glared at He Huan fiercely, but her aunt said, "It's nothing. I had a nightmare. I dreamt that I was being besieged by the Zerg. Just then, He Huan tried to wake me up. I thought he was a Zergling, so I slapped him." The three women believed it to be true. Relieved, she rushed to check on He Huan. "He Huan, are you alright? Don't blame your aunt, she's under too much pressure, that's why she has these nightmares. Aunt, apologize to He Huan, and let's just let this matter go." The aunt looked completely bewildered. Do I have to apologize? Is there any justice in this world? Is there no law? Unfortunately, this was the path she chose herself. Even if you cry, you must finish the journey. The aunt said through gritted teeth, "He Huan, I'm sorry." Chapter 79 I'm sorry. What's even more infuriating is that He Huan actually replied, "It's okay." The aunt was so angry she gritted her teeth. You have to force a smile. My aunt believed it to be true and thought the matter was over. He immediately said, "Alright, everyone go back to your rooms and sleep." He Huan gave a wry smile. Where am I supposed to sleep?" My aunt said, "Of course, we should go back to our room to sleep." Upon hearing this, He Huan's face immediately filled with fear, and she subconsciously took a few steps back. He naturally dared not share a bed with his aunt again. The aunt could only try to smooth things over. "Xiaoyun, go back to our room, don't stay here with He Huan." The younger sister-in-law remained motionless, saying, "I'm not leaving." He Huan could only look at her three sisters with pleading eyes. "Sisters, will any of you take me in?" Zhang Charan and Tang Xuejian shared a room. It's impossible for them to take He Huan in. He Huan's true target is Xiao Miaoke. Unexpectedly, Xiao Miaoke also shook her head and refused. "You can sleep in the living room." Xiao Miaoke naturally wanted to take He Huan in as well. However, Xiao Miaoke is, after all, a girl. Let alone in front of so many people. Even if no one was around, she would never agree. At least he wouldn't agree verbally. As for the dead of night, He Huan secretly ran to her room and climbed into her bed. She couldn't stop it. He Huan clearly did not understand Xiao Miaoke's hint. I could only take my own blanket and spend the night on the living room sofa. The sofa was already uncomfortable. He Huan was still shaken by what happened last night. I couldn't sleep at all. I finally managed to fall asleep around dawn. I hadn't slept for long when I heard noises coming from the room. Huan had never slept soundly. Hearing a noise, I immediately woke up. I thought it was my aunt who got up to cook. Unexpectedly, the person who came was my aunt. Clearly, after what happened last night, my aunt also didn't sleep a wink. Upon seeing her aunt, Huan was immediately terrified and all sleepiness vanished. After what happened last night, Huan didn't know how to face her aunt. At this moment, he could only play the role of an incompetent husband and continue to pretend to be asleep. I hope my aunt won't notice him. However, what you fear most is what you end up with. The aunt went to the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver, and walked straight towards Huan. At that moment, Huan was terrified. My brain completely shut down. I don't know what to do. He can only continue to play the role of an incompetent husband. The next second, the aunt's icy hand suddenly touched Huan. Huan's composure crumbled instantly. Like a startled rabbit, it sprang to its feet. This action startled my aunt. However, the aunt quickly guessed that Huan had been pretending to be asleep. A smile even appeared on his face. "You can still sleep?" Then, the aunt threw the thing she was holding at Huan. Huan then realized that it was actually her own blanket. She breathed a sigh of relief. My aunt didn't come to kill me, she came to cover me with a blanket. He subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead. Huan sat on the sofa, panting heavily. After all that commotion, Huan couldn't fall asleep anymore. I decided to get up and go to the bathroom to wash up. Time flies. Soon, the others also got up one after another. Before the three sisters had even finished washing up, their aunt had already prepared breakfast. However, she herself did not eat it. Instead, she hurriedly changed her clothes and prepared to go out. Huan quickly asked, "Auntie, aren't you going to eat breakfast?" Although the aunt has forgiven Huan, it's still somewhat awkward since that kind of thing happened. Deliberately avoiding Huan's gaze, she said, "There's no time, I have to get to work. I'll eat after I get to work." Upon seeing this, Huan immediately realized the problem. I've already imagined some of the plot in my mind. My aunt is having some problems at work. I was planning to rest at home for a while before looking for other jobs. Unexpectedly, Xiao Miaoka also resigned from her job at this time. The aunt had no choice but to go back to work. Even a fool could guess. My aunt will definitely suffer a great deal of grievance after she goes home today. My aunt has sacrificed so much for this family. They shouldn't be treated like this. Huan wanted to help her aunt. Huan didn't even have time to eat. He also hurriedly went out the door. Once downstairs, Huan quickly found her aunt. Surprisingly, my aunt waited at the bus stop for a long time. In the end, however, he did not take the bus. Instead, they chose to walk. Run forward. Although, my aunt is a guard warrior. However, seeing this scene still caused Huan's heart to ache sharply. Huan also wanted to run and follow along. However, his physical strength was simply insufficient. I was exhausted after running less than 500 meters. Ultimately, the only option was to take a taxi. Following the trail, they arrived at an upscale residential area. My aunt waited outside the gate of the residential compound for a while. Then a black sedan drove out. The license plate is a civilian license plate. The aunt quickly stopped the car. The driver's side window rolled down. Huan saw a bald middle-aged man. The balding middle-aged man shouted angrily, "Si Xiaoyun, what's wrong with you? Why did you stop my car?" It was only then that Huan learned that her aunt's name was Si Xiaoyun. Si Xiaoyun quickly apologized, "I'm sorry, Captain Zhang. I know I was wrong about yesterday. Please, give me another chance." It turns out that the bald middle-aged man was Zhang, the captain, who was also the aunt's boss. Upon hearing this, Captain Zhang looked impatient. "Give you another chance? Do you want to hear what you're saying? We are the guards, and we have always been strictly disciplined. I'm giving you one chance, but how will you manage others in the future?" Before he could finish speaking, Captain Zhang stepped on the gas. The car shot forward 4 or 5 meters in an instant. The aunt panicked and instinctively grabbed the car window. This action is extremely dangerous. My aunt was pulled forward by the car. He instantly lost his balance and fell to the ground. However, ignoring the pain, she quickly got up and ran to Captain Zhang's car. It's clear that Captain Zhang left himself some leeway. Otherwise, he could have just walked away when his aunt fell down. The aunt pleaded desperately, "Captain Zhang, please, give me another chance. I really need this job. My family depends on me, and I can't lose it. Please give me another chance, and I will repay you by serving you like a slave." My aunt's words inadvertently triggered a certain keyword. Captain Zhang's expression softened instantly. "Are you serious?" Seeing this, the aunt nodded quickly. "It's true, absolutely true, I will definitely repay you." Captain Zhang immediately smiled. "If you had been this obedient from the beginning, everything would have been fine." As he spoke, Captain Zhang gestured with his lips, indicating that his aunt should get into the car. Si Xiaoyun quickly sat in the passenger seat, her mask on, and thanked him profusely. "Thank you, Captain Zhang." "Thank you, Captain Zhang." Captain Zhang drove away with a smug look on his face. He Huan hurriedly had the taxi follow. Sitting in the car, Si Xiaoyun felt reborn. "I was so excited." However, Si Xiaoyun soon discovered the problem. At that intersection, turning left is the way to the guard base. However, Captain Zhang actually turned right. Chapter 80: Sleeping on the Sofa. At this point, Si Xiaoyun was still unaware of the seriousness of the problem. She subconsciously assumed that Captain Zhang knew some kind of shortcut. After all, it's rush hour now, and many roads are congested. Taking a different route, though it's longer, will save you more time. In this era, the number of cars owned is far less than in the previous one. However, the road conditions are far worse than in the previous life. In the world of beast souls, cities are extremely small. An 8-lane dual carriageway is a no-brainer. Most sections of the road are single-lane. Traffic jams are very common. However, Si Xiaoyun soon realized that she was wrong. At 3 consecutive intersections, Captain Zhang chose the wrong direction each time. Clearly, his destination was not the guard base. Kind-hearted Si Xiaoyun also didn't think the worst. She started making excuses for Captain Zhang again. Perhaps Captain Zhang has other things to do. After finishing his business, Captain Zhang will head to the guard base. It wasn't until Captain Zhang drove the car to an unopened section of road that Si Xiaoyun realized the problem. As a member of the Jade Dragon City Guard, Si Xiaoyun was familiar with every road and street in the city. Since this road is not yet open to traffic, the authorities have not named it. However, the locals have already given this road a name. It's called Cannon Road. Yulong City is very small, and this kind of unpaved road is a rare and secluded place. It's perfect for academic research. Many open-minded young men and women have realized the importance of artillery in war. Therefore, open-minded young men and women often meet here to study artillery tactics. And they conducted live fire drills there. This road, less than a kilometer long, is where dozens of artillery tactics research groups gather every night. Hence the name, Cannon Road. Si Xiaoyun is neither open-minded nor has any academic research partners. Therefore, we should keep our distance from artillery roads. Today is my first time here. The name Cannon Road is indeed well-deserved. The academic atmosphere was so intense it was almost outrageous. Although it was early morning, there were already 7 or 8 artillery tactics research groups here. Many of them must have been working through the night on this research. Captain Zhang, familiar with the area, found an ideal spot for studying artillery tactics. Clearly, this wasn't Captain Zhang's first visit. Captain Zhang, who is dedicated to his job, is clearly also passionate about artillery tactics research. He has organized his subordinates to conduct in-depth research on several occasions. This time, Captain Zhang will lead Si Xiaoyun in the research. Seeing this, Si Xiaoyun was at a loss for what to do. Captain Zhang's intentions are obvious to everyone. Normally, Si Xiaoyun would have stormed out. "I won't stay a second longer." However, things are different now. At this moment, Si Xiaoyun needs someone's help. Whether he can continue working depends entirely on Captain Zhang's decision. Even though she knew that Captain Zhang had ulterior motives, Si Xiaoyun didn't dare to confront him directly. The only way to refuse was tactfully. "Captain Zhang, are you lost? I know the way, we can go that way. It's getting late, don't let it delay your work." Captain Zhang seemed not to understand Si Xiaoyun's words at all. "Work matters are not in a hurry, let's talk about your matter first. You just said you wanted to repay me properly. I wonder if that still counts." Si Xiaoyun forced a smile and replied, "Yes, of course it counts. From now on, I will definitely work harder. Strive to achieve results and bring honor to you." Upon hearing this, Captain Zhang looked disdainful and said, "Look at you, you have absolutely no sense of romance. Let's put work aside for now and talk about us. I want you to repay me now." As he spoke, Captain Zhang grabbed Si Xiaoyun's hand. Si Xiaoyun immediately panicked and hurriedly pulled her hand away. "Captain Zhang, let's talk about repaying the debt back at the base." "This isn't the place to talk." Captain Zhang was already impatient and naturally wouldn't agree to return to the base. "This isn't the place to talk, but it's the place to repay kindness." As he spoke, Captain Zhang lunged directly at Si Xiaoyun. Although Si Xiaoyun didn't take good care of herself, she looked very haggard. However, their own foundation is not bad. Especially compared to Captain Zhang's other female subordinates, Si Xiaoyun stood out from the crowd. Captain Zhang had been coveting it for a long time. Today I finally have the opportunity. Moreover, Captain Zhang had all the advantages: favorable timing, geographical location, and popular support. How could he possibly let it go? Little did anyone expect that Si Xiaoyun was also a tough nut to crack. Seeing this, Si Xiaoyun immediately fought back fiercely. Despite being significantly weaker, Si Xiaoyun managed to successfully resist. He pushed Captain Zhang away directly, saying, "Captain Zhang, please have some self-respect and don't do this." Captain Zhang was already blinded by lust and naturally didn't understand the meaning of self-respect. "Si Xiaoyun, don't push your luck. Now, whether I can go back to work or not is just a matter of my word. If you make me happy, I can wipe the slate clean of yesterday's events and pretend it never happened. If you anger me, I can make a big deal out of yesterday's incident and fire you directly. You're all smart people, you should know what being fired means. The guard is different from other departments. In other departments, being dismissed is a trivial matter. However, in the guard, being expelled is a very serious matter. It's even bigger than the sky. Once expelled from the guard, one is forever nailed to the pillar of shame. Not only will he never be able to turn his life around, even their children will be affected." Thinking of her children, Si Xiaoyun hesitated. He Huan and Jiang Churan will be participating in the national competition this year. Xia Miaoke will also participate in this year's national competition. Tang Xuejian will also participate in the national competition next year. They all have bright and promising futures. We cannot ruin them because of ourselves. Compared to the future of his 4 children, what is he? Thinking of this, Si Xiaoyun had no choice but to give up resisting. Seeing this, Captain Zhang was overjoyed. "That's right. If you come with me, I will definitely not let you suffer any losses. Although I cannot give you a formal title, I can give you everything else except for that. You should know Wang Wan, right? You must envy her treatment. If you come with me, I'll give you the same treatment as Wang Wan. You won't have to show your face in public anymore, and your salary will be several times higher than it is now." After saying these words, Captain Zhang rushed towards Si Xiaoyun. This time, Si Xiaoyun had completely given up resisting. Like a rag doll, she was at Captain Zhang's mercy. Captain Zhang quickly removed his equipment. I was just about to dismantle Si Xiaoyun's equipment. Suddenly, someone knocked on the car window. Captain Zhang was completely stunned. Looking up out of the car, I saw a large face. He was peering through the car window, observing what was happening inside. Captain Zhang immediately flew into a rage, yelling, "Get out of here! Where did this brat come from? Get the hell out of here!" Unexpectedly, the opponent not only did not leave, but instead summoned his own beast soul. It turned out to be a one-winged angel. The one-winged angel smashed the car window with a punch and dragged Captain Zhang, who had already removed his armor, out. Chapter 81 Captain Zhang. The shards of glass remaining on the car window, like tiny knives, pierced Captain Zhang's body. Captain Zhang's round belly was immediately slashed with several wounds. Blood was flowing freely. It looked shocking. Captain Zhang begged for mercy repeatedly, "Hero, spare my life. Let's talk this out, please don't kill me." Until he heard Si Xiaoyun call out He Huan's name. "He Huan, stop." Captain Zhang immediately realized, "You know him? Is he an orphan you adopted? Si Xiaoyun, what a fine son you've raised." Upon learning He Huan's identity, Captain Zhang's imposing manner instantly returned. He scrambled to his feet, glaring fiercely at Si Xiaoyun. "Si Xiaoyun, I was going to spare you your punishment, but I never expected you to repay kindness with enmity and let this little brat hit me. Just wait until you get fired. And you little brat, which school do you go to? I'm going to report you to your school." He Huan is not someone to be trifled with. Besides being able to summon beast souls, He Huan also has some knowledge of martial arts. Previously, Jiang Shihan and Li Chu Shang had already experienced this firsthand. Captain Zhang speaks recklessly, and He Huan naturally won't tolerate it. Grab their hair and you're in for a good beating. Everyone in the beast soul world is a summoner. Its combat strength is not strong. All combat power originates from the beast soul. He Huan seized the initiative again, summoning the beast soul first. Captain Zhang was powerless to resist. He Huan slapped him more than a dozen times. It wasn't until Si Xiaoyun intervened, saying, He Huan, he's Captain Zhang, you can't hit him. Si Xiaoyun grabbed He Huan's arm. Captain Zhang took the opportunity to slip away. He ran straight back to the driver's seat, ready to drive away. He Huan naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. Although He Huan was no longer able to stop Captain Zhang from driving away. However, he could steal Captain Zhang's equipment. He Huan reached directly into the passenger seat and took out all the clothes and pants. By the time Captain Zhang realized what was happening, it was already too late. In order to avoid being killed, Captain Zhang had no choice but to get out of the car again. Come and steal the equipment. However, He Huan would not let him have his way. He simply threw all his clothes and pants at the one-winged angel. The one-winged angel understood immediately and cast a spell. The clothes and pants were all smashed to pieces. Upon seeing this, Captain Zhang froze on the spot. However, this was even more painful than killing him. The consequences of Captain Zhang returning to the city without equipment are predictable. But what's even more terrifying is yet to come. When Captain Zhang tried to get back into the car, he discovered that He Huan had climbed in from the passenger seat again. He pulled the car key out. He Huan was already standing on the passenger side. If Captain Zhang wants to return to the driver's seat, he has to walk half a circle around the car. In terms of speed, he could never match He Huan. How can I drive without the car key? Captain Zhang panicked immediately. Young man, calm down. However, He Huan, in his rage, couldn't calm down at all. Do the same thing directly, tossing the car keys to the one-winged angel. This time, the one-winged angel didn't even need to use magic. He caught the car keys. With a firm squeeze, the car key was crushed to pieces. Captain Zhang was furious. Now, even hiding in his car is a luxury for him. Without the car key, the car doors can't be opened. The only gap is in the passenger side window. He Huan, accompanied by the one-winged angel, stood guard there. Captain Zhang was completely helpless, with no one to turn to for help. Seeing He Huan and the one-winged angel closing in, about to attack him again, Captain Zhang had no choice but to flee the scene. Return to Yulong City in the most innocent way. In the age of beast souls, the Zerg compressed humanity into an extremely small area. The population density in the city is extremely high. Leaving DePeo Road, you enter a densely populated area. Captain Zhang, with his clean record, instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Wherever he went, he was surrounded by onlookers. They're even more popular than the monkeys in the zoo. Seeing this, He Huan was overjoyed. However, Si Xiaoyun felt like she wanted to die. He Huan, you've caused a huge disaster. He Huan scoffed, he was the one who bullied you, and I saved you. How is it that I'm the one who caused trouble? Si Xiaoyun looked helpless. I don't even have the energy to explain anymore. These children, who haven't yet entered society, have no idea of the dangers of the world. Captain Zhang is powerful and influential. He is someone they cannot afford to offend. Captain Zhang has plenty of ways to distort the truth and frame others. Just like yesterday. Sure enough, half an hour later, Captain Zhang returned with a group of people. Captain Zhang, now fully equipped, exuded a completely different aura. Good lad, you didn't run away. I underestimated you. Grab them. You've offended me, I'll show you what regret really means. Before he finished speaking, more than a dozen guards rushed over. Surprisingly, they were all women. They immediately surrounded He Huan. Si Xiaoyun quickly explained, don't do it, don't do it. It's not what he said, let me explain. These female guards were clearly Si Xiaoyun's comrades in arms. They all knew Captain Zhang's character. Even Ito could guess what happened. Unfortunately, a higher-ranking official can have a crushing effect. None of them dared to disobey Captain Zhang's orders. Xiaoyun, we are just following orders. We apologize for the inconvenience. Then, they looked at He Huan and said, "Little friend, we advise you to calm down. We are the guards. To be an enemy of us is to be an enemy of the entire city lord's mansion. We hope you think this through." They naturally guessed that He Huan possessed considerable combat strength. This situation is very common in the beast soul world. Older age does not necessarily equate to greater combat strength. Many talented kids possess incredible fighting power. However, no matter how strong your combat power or how high your talent, you cannot challenge the rules. Once you challenge the rules, even if you are an A-level awakener, you will face utter ruin. They only spoke up to remind her because of Si Xiaoyun's sake. However, upon hearing this, Captain Zhang was naturally furious. "Stop talking nonsense and get to work." Seeing this, He Huan quickly waved her hand. "Wait a minute. Could I make a phone call?" Upon hearing this, the women stopped what they were doing once again. They all turned around and looked at Captain Zhang. Upon hearing this, Captain Zhang burst into laughter. "You little rascal, you want to call for reinforcements? Fine, I'll give you that chance. I'll let you make the call and get reinforcements." Before he could finish speaking, a heavily made-up female bodyguard hurriedly reminded him, "Captain, you can't let him make that call." Upon hearing this, Si Xiaoyun flew into a rage. "Wang Wan, since when did it become your place to speak? This woman is Wang Wan, whom Captain Zhang mentioned earlier. She is also the second most beautiful female bodyguard under Captain Zhang. If looks are the most important factor, then it's naturally my aunt, Si Xiaoyun. However, the gap between the second and first place is quite large. Wang Wan can't even be classified as a beauty. Wang Wan always regarded Si Xiaoyun as a thorn in her side." Now that Si Xiaoyun dared to reprimand her, she was about to fly into a rage. But Captain Zhang interrupted him. "You're brainless too. What kind of people could a little brat know? I'll make him make that call and take down his backers too." Chapter 82, Calling for Reinforcements. Wang Wan instantly adopted a fawning expression. "Captain, you're so smart." With Captain Zhang's permission, He Huan took out his phone. He dialed Li Yanan's number. "Hello." Li Yanan immediately recognized He Huan's voice. "Mr. He, you really called me. That's wonderful." He Huan hadn't expected that Commander Li would be so excited. For a moment, I was at a loss. What are you doing? Are you busy?" Li Yanan answered truthfully, "I'm off today, I'm not busy." He Huan immediately stated her request. "I've run into some trouble, can you help me sort it out?" Li Yanan readily agreed. "Okay, no problem. Mr. He's business is my business. Anyone who dares to offend you, I'll make them disappear from this world." After all, he was the deputy commander of the guard. The Guardian Army's one-word king. Li Yanan does have the ability. He Huan then recounted what had happened. "My aunt is also a member of the guard. Their captain, surnamed Zhang, always bullies her. Today, Captain Zhang bullied her again, and I stood up for my aunt, but instead, Captain Zhang slandered me. Captain Zhang called a group of guards to arrest me." Before He Huan could finish speaking, Li Yanan had already agreed. "How could such a thing happen? Where are you now?" "I'll be right there. Tell that guy surnamed Zhang to wait for me for 10 minutes. After saying that, Li Yanan hung up the phone. Captain Zhang asked impatiently, "So, how about it? Do you dare to send your reinforcements?" He Huan smiled dismissively. "My reinforcements will keep you waiting for 10 minutes. Captain Zhang laughed heartily. "Alright, I'll wait for her for 10 minutes. Although I didn't hear it clearly, the voice sounded quite nice. If she's a beautiful woman, she could help me cool down." At this point, Captain Zhang's face showed a look of rapture. Clearly, many scenes have already been imagined. Inadvertently, Zhang glanced at He Huan out of the corner of his eye and said with a smile, "Oh, by the way, I can also let you watch the game from the sidelines." He Huan smiled dismissively. "I hope you can still smile later." The scene quieted down for a moment. However, beneath the calm surface, undercurrents were surging. Si Xiaoyun was filled with anxiety. Doesn't He Huan know her own limitations? How could He Huan possibly know any important people? His savior is most likely one of his classmates. However, He Huan has never been good at speaking since she was a child, and she has very few friends. There were no high-ranking officials or nobles among them. The important figure he mentioned probably couldn't resolve this matter either. Even Captain Zhang was not taken seriously. Lobster Country was founded and prospered through military force. Military officers held a slightly higher status than civil officials. Captain Zhang may not look particularly impressive, but he is a squad leader in charge of more than 100 people. He really doesn't take ordinary people seriously. Si Xiaoyun has already begun to consider her options. If the important person Yi Huan invited, Captain Zhang would not give them face. What should I do? Time passed second by second. This was the third time Wang Wan had checked her watch. After glancing at her watch, Wang Wan's face showed disdain. Alright, time's up. Upon hearing this, Captain Zhang sneered, "You little brat, where are the reinforcements you called? Why haven't they arrived yet?" Yi Huan was also a little nervous. Could it be that Li Yanan lied to me? After all, given her status and position, she most likely wouldn't get involved in such a trivial matter. Just now, she was talking about her meeting. It's very likely that they've already put Yi Huan's matter out of their minds. Yi Huan hesitated before taking out her phone. Start thinking about what to do next. Should I keep calling Li Yanan? Let's try a different approach and ask Wen Ran for help. Just as they were hesitating, a voice suddenly came from the crowd, "Make way for me." She was a girl dressed in sportswear. He looked to be in his early 20s. They were very young, and even a bit green. Si Xiaoyun was completely bewildered. He had never seen this woman before. She was definitely not the commander of the guard. Si Xiaoyun's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was completely dead. As expected, Yi Huan was just an ordinary person. He could not possibly know any high-ranking officers in the guard. However, Si Xiaoyun overlooked one point. Li Yanan is the deputy commander of the guard, a position of great prestige. Given Si Xiaoyun's status and position, she would never have any contact with Li Yanan. In addition, Li Yanan was an officer parachuted in. He was subjected to suppression by another deputy commander, Wang Wu. They rarely have the opportunity to appear in public. It's understandable that Si Xiaoyun didn't recognize him. In their previous lives, many people lived their entire lives without ever meeting the mayor or deputy mayor of their city. It's the same principle. In fact, it wasn't just Si Xiaoyun who didn't recognize him. Even Captain Zhang didn't recognize him. Captain Zhang had met Deputy Commander Li a few times. However, due to his status, he was unable to get close to Deputy Commander Li. It was too far away to see clearly. In addition, Li Yanan never wears makeup. I must present my best self when I see Yi Huan today. Therefore, I put on makeup. The power of the most evil magic in the East is something those who know about it understand. Don't talk about two people who aren't familiar with each other. Even if you know someone very well, you might not recognize them. Originally, Li Yanan wanted to wear the uniform of the guards. However, the uniforms of the guards were too ugly. I'm going to see Yi Huan today. Make sure to leave a good impression on Yi Huan. How could you wear the uniform of the guards for such a big event? In the end, Li Yanan chose a casual outfit. However, when she was dressed in casual clothes, Captain Zhang could hardly recognize her. Even Captain Zhang didn't recognize him, let alone anyone else. Even a female guard stepped forward to stop them. Fortunately, Li Yanan, being in a high position, had already developed the aura of someone in a superior position. With just a glance, he sent the crowd away. He quickly approached Yi Huan, bowed, and said, "Mr. He, I'm sorry I'm late." Yi Huan did not return the greeting, but simply waved her hand slightly. "It's all right." Li Yanan looked extremely apprehensive. "Mr. He, please leave this matter to me, okay? Consider it a favor of you. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." As someone in a superior position, Li Yanan naturally has her own methods for handling problems. Turn big problems into small ones, and small problems into nothing. Li Yanan did not fully take control of the Jade Dragon City Guard. Naturally, they didn't want to resort to drastic measures and make enemies everywhere. Yi Huan nodded, "Okay, I'll give you face." Li Yanan was overjoyed. "Thank you for your understanding. You and your aunt can go home first. I'll contact you again once I have a result." As she spoke, Li Yanan gestured for them to proceed. Unexpectedly, upon seeing this, Captain Zhang immediately shouted, "No one is allowed to leave without my permission." Upon hearing this, Li Yanan looked helpless. "I've seen stupid people, but I've never seen anyone this stupid." Li Yanan was clearly favoring Captain Zhang, but Captain Zhang didn't appreciate it at all. Immediately, Li Yanan retorted, "Zhang Nan, can't I even let them leave?" Chapter 83. Li Yanan. Captain Zhang's mistress, Wang Wan, continued to stir up trouble for him, saying, "Who do you think you are? This time, Li Yanin finally lost her temper. I gave Captain Zhang a cold look. I am Li Yanin, the deputy commander of the Jade Dragon City Guard. Upon hearing this, all the women around were stunned. Although they had never met Li Yanin, they had heard of her. 2 months ago, a female deputy commander was parachuted into the Jade Dragon City Guard. He is said to be quite young. Could it be this person standing right in front of me? However, none of them had ever met Li Yanin. Naturally, there's no way to distinguish between the genuine and the fake. They could only turn their attention to Captain Zhang. Upon hearing this, Captain Zhang began to hesitate. He had indeed met Li Yanin, but only a handful of times, you could count them on one hand. Each time it only lasts a few minutes, and the distance is very far. Captain Zhang couldn't be sure whether the Li Yanin in front of him was real or fake. But at that very moment, Si Xiaoyun suddenly spoke up. Is she the scammer who gave you her business card yesterday? This time, both He Huan and Li Yanin were stunned. Fraud? What scammer? Si Xiaoyun quickly shielded He Huan behind her, saying, He Huan, you need to stay away from her. There are many scammers now, impersonating officials and swindling people everywhere. You absolutely must not trust her. He Huan was completely stunned and hurriedly reminded her, Auntie, do you want to listen to what you're saying? He Huan didn't know why her aunt had suddenly acted foolishly. In the current situation, even if Li Yanin is a fraud, we can't expose her. However, the aunt also had her own thoughts. Your little tricks might fool people for a while, but not forever. You guys still have to participate in the national competition and continue your studies. I need this job to support your schooling. My aunt's ideas are very realistic. Today, one can get through dangerous situations by cheating and deceiving. What about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? Can you lie forever? This is the most basic thought of ordinary people. In my aunt's mind, it was simply unimaginable. There really are people in this world who can fool others their whole lives. Therefore, the moment she learned that Li Yanin was a fraud, she immediately chose to tell the truth. To prevent the situation from escalating further. Today, let Captain Zhang calm down, and this matter can be resolved. Things will not get any worse. He Huan guessed what her aunt was thinking, but her face was full of helplessness. Aunt, she's not a liar. However, at this moment, her aunt no longer believed it. Even the people around them no longer believed it. Captain Zhang sneered, you almost fooled me. I must say, you young people are really smart. It's just a pity that unorthodox methods can never be considered respectable. Li Yanin was also completely bewildered. He had already felt wronged by being demoted to Yulong City and made the position of deputy commander of the guards. Surprisingly, some people actually questioned her identity. Left with no other option, Li Yanin could only take out her identification documents, saying, these are my identification documents, surely this can prove my identity. A female guard took Li Yanin's identification and respectfully handed it to Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang opened the document and examined it carefully. He couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, you swindlers, your forgery skills are truly remarkable. I couldn't detect a single flaw. Unfortunately, because of Si Xiaoyun, Captain Zhang had already formed a preconceived notion that Li Yanin was a fraud. He casually handed Li Yanin's identification to his mistress, Wang Wan, saying, take this carefully. This is evidence later. Turning to his female subordinates, Captain Zhang shouted, take them all away. A group of female guards immediately rushed over aggressively. Seeing this, Li Yanin also looked helpless and said, wait a minute. Looking at Captain Zhang, Li Yanin asked, who is your superior? Captain Zhang was surprised that Li Yanin would dare to ask such a question. His eyes darted around, and an idea came to him. Captain Zhang named a superior officer he considered to be of immense power, Qin Baofeng. Li Yanin was a little confused. She was not familiar with this name. He subconsciously looked at Si Xiaoyun, what is Qin Baofeng's position? Si Xiaoyun replied, Captain. Li Yanin nodded subconsciously, thinking to herself, it's still too small. He asked again, who is your regimental commander? Captain Zhang then called out another name, Jiang Beichen. This time, Li Yanin finally showed a look of sudden realization. Take out your phone and dial a number. Without any pre-anchoring, they directly announced their position. He said in an unquestionable tone, you'd better report to me within 10 minutes. Just as I was about to hang up the phone, I suddenly thought of Captain Zhang again. He quickly added, and Qin Baofeng, come along too. Li Yanin was genuinely worried that the idiot surnamed Zhang didn't even recognize Jiang Beichen. So, they even called over the brigade leader, Qin Baofeng. Seeing this, Captain Zhang almost burst out laughing. 10 minutes to get Commander Zhang to report to you? You'll probably make me laugh to death. The women around them echoed their sentiments. Wang Wan, the mistress, reminded her she probably doesn't know that Captain Qin is your brother-in-law. We're all family. Now that Captain Qin is here, we'll side with you. I think there's no need to wait any longer, let's just take them away. Captain Zhang waved his hand. What's wrong with waiting? It only takes 10 minutes anyway. Then, Captain Zhang waved to the side and said, bring me a chair. The female guard who was singled out by Captain Zhang showed no displeasure whatsoever. He instinctively walked towards Captain Zhang. Seeing this, Si Xiaoyun hurriedly answered, Captain Zhang, let me do it. Si Xiaoyun tried her best to please Captain Zhang, hoping he would calm down. Although Li Huan was dissatisfied with this scene, he did not stop it immediately. He naively thought that moving a chair really meant moving a chair. Until Si Xiaoyun knelt down on the ground. Li Huan then realized the problem. It turned out there were no chairs at all. It turned out that all the female guards around were actually chairs. My aunt looked malnourished. Can anyone stand Captain Zhang, with his fat head and big ears? Li Huan immediately rushed forward and pulled Si Xiaoyun up, saying, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling down? Seeing this, Captain Zhang was furious inside, but his face was full of smiles. Good, Si Xiaoyun, you really have a good child. Si Xiaoyun quickly broke free from Li Huan. No, Captain Zhang, please don't be angry. Li Huan is just being immature. Please let me do it, I can manage. Captain Zhang is no longer prepared to give her a chance. He shoved Si Xiaoyun aside and then looked at the female guard from before. The female guard knelt down with practiced ease. Captain Zhang, with his fat head and big ears, sat down directly on the female guard. It was visibly that the female guard was completely deformed from the pressure. His face was full of pain. But they dared not utter a sound. Upon seeing this, Li Huan couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. He also gave Li Yanin a thumbs up, saying, Commander Li, you guys are awesome. Chapter 80 for the female swindler. Li Yanin wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Strictly speaking, today was her first blind date with Li Huan. I wanted to put on a big show. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a big problem. This group of foolish subordinates made Li Yanin lose all face. Immediately, Li Yanin shouted, Hey Zhang, get up. Captain Zhang did not ignore this statement. Instead, he looked at Li Yanin with a provocative gaze. Then, he slapped the back of the chair hard. Clearly, this is a code. He gestured to the chair, indicating that he was about to exert force. Then, under Li Yanin's fiery gaze, Captain Zhang sat cross-legged on the chair. Put all of your weight on the chair. It was visible to the naked eye that the chair's hands and knees were pressed into the mud. Captain Zhang felt no pity whatsoever. Instead, he looked smug. Like a mischievous child showing off their toys. How could anyone tolerate Li Yanin's fiery temper? He rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action. The female guards around immediately understood. Immediately raise the truth in your hands and aim it at Li Yanin. Although, in this world, the development of firearms is not as advanced as in the previous one. However, the human body is still no match for firearms. Li Yanin gritted her teeth in anger, but could only suppress her rage. Waiting for reinforcements. Time passed second by second. Soon, the sound of screeching brakes came from afar. Captain Zhang remained seated firmly in his chair. His mistress, Wang Wan, heard the noise and got up from another chair. I want to check the situation. But Captain Zhang stopped him, saying, just sit there quietly. Do you really believe she can summon Jiang Beichen? Then, Captain Zhang patted the back of the chair and looked at Li Yanin. Today, even if Jiang Beichen really comes, he will have to watch as I pin you down. Captain Zhang used a rather clumsy double entendre. However, Li Yanin could not accept either of them. He was about to explode in anger. Suddenly, a voice came from afar, who was spouting such nonsense. Before the words were even finished, the female guards surrounding Li Huan suddenly retreated like a tide. Make way. A figure appears. Dressed in military uniform, he exudes an imposing aura without being angry. With a gleaming gold star on his shoulder, he was none other than a general. Behind the general were 20 or 30 men. They were all wearing guard uniforms. The stars shone brightly, almost blinding everyone. Captain Zhang finally spotted his brother-in-law in the crowd. He was standing at the very back of the crowd. If you lack confidence, you won't even see it. Zhang Beichen strode up to Li Yanin, stood at attention, and saluted respectfully. Zhang Beichen, commander of the 3rd Regiment, reporting for duty. Please give your instructions, Commander Li. Boom! In an instant, Captain Zhang felt as if the sky had fallen. Zhang Beichen. It really was Zhang Beichen, the captain of the 3rd Regiment. He was just a lowly squad leader. In front of Zhang Beichen, they are nothing but a fart. Of course, that's not the most crucial point. Most importantly, Zhang Beichen actually saluted that woman. His biggest backer, his brother-in-law Qin Baofeng, didn't even have the right to salute him. Seeing this, Captain Zhang was completely dumbfounded. They stood frozen in place, too afraid to move. He even forgot that he was still sitting in the chair. Under normal circumstances, if Zhang Beichen salutes, Li Yanin should return the salute. However, this time, Li Yanin did not return the greeting. He let Zhang Beichen raise his hand. Li Yanin said expressionlessly, "Captain Zhang, this is your subordinate." Li Yanin pointed at Captain Zhang, who was sitting steadily in his chair. Zhang Beichen's face instantly darkened. They dared to be so presumptuous in front of Li Yanin. Zhang Beichen only regretted that he was blind. How could someone like that be allowed to be the team leader? Qin Baofeng, who was at the very back of the crowd, still wanted to salvage the situation. He forced himself to speak. "Zhang Nan, what are you waiting for?" Captain Zhang then realized what was happening and hurriedly stood up. "Commander Li, I was wrong. I didn't know it was you." Li Yanin hurriedly waved her hand. "Don't get up, what are you going to do?" "Keep sitting." Captain Zhang immediately looked flustered. Even if he had a million lives, he wouldn't dare to continue sitting in the chair in front of Li Yanin. However, disobeying Li Yanin's orders also seems wrong. For a moment, Captain Zhang didn't know what to do. In his panic, he made another foolish decision. He actually knelt down on the ground. "Commander Li, I was wrong." Seeing this, Zhang Beichen's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally died. A century ago, the new trend was established. In order to distance themselves from the previous dynasty, it was explicitly forbidden for subordinates to kneel and bow to their superiors. Captain Zhang's actions were clearly a slap in the face to Zhang Beichen. After slapping the left cheek, he wasn't satisfied and slapped the right cheek as well. Zhang Beichen's old face stung with pain. He immediately shouted, "You insolent brat, who told you to kneel down?" Captain Zhang then realized something was wrong. He hurriedly tried to get up again. But Li Yanin stopped her, saying, "Don't get up, kneeling is fine." "That's perfect, all the officers are tired too." "Perfect timing, I can sit down and rest for a bit." After saying that, Li Yanin looked at Zhang Beichen. He simply gestured for him to sit down. Zhang Beichen panicked instantly. "Commander Li, I know I was wrong." Li Yanin sneered, "I told you to sit down and rest, when have I ever blamed you?" Zhang Beichen felt like dying. "Commander Li, I have failed in my duty to manage my subordinates. I am willing to accept punishment." Li Yanin's expression softened a bit. "Since you don't want to sit, why don't you let them sit for a while? They've been standing for ages." Zhang Beichen immediately looked troubled. He was, after all, a high-ranking regimental commander. He knelt down to serve as a chair for a group of soldiers. "If word gets out, I'll be dead." Little did anyone expect that Li Yanin would be even more ruthless. He walked straight up to Yi Huan and said, "Captain Zhang is new and may not know what to do yet. So let me show you." As she spoke, Li Yanin knelt down directly in front of Yi Huan. Then I copied and pasted it, imitating the actions of the female guard from before. "Mr. He, please have a seat." The surrounding generals were all terrified. He rushed over and helped Li Yanin up. Li Yanin drove them all away with her words. He pleaded again, "Mr. He, please sit down." Even Yi Huan was stunned by this scene. He hurriedly waved his hand, "Commander Li, there's no need for that." Li Yanin, however, was determined, "If you don't sit down, I'll stay kneeling here." Yi Huan had no choice but to sit down. Seeing this, the surrounding generals knew that they had no choice but to kneel. They all knelt down on the ground. He let the female guard sit on his lap. Even though they were mentally prepared, the moment the female guard sat down, it still exceeded their expectations. Several generals cried out in pain. A sharp pain shot through my hands and knees. I almost fainted from the pain. Most of the female guards were malnourished and thin. They couldn't even handle it. How could the female guards tolerate Captain Zhang, who was bloated and looked like a dead pig? Just 10 minutes later, the generals were already drenched in sweat and could no longer hold on. Si Xiaoyun quickly urged, "Commanderly, that's enough, please get up."